The abyss is a place without boundaries, where many monsters and constellations lurked, and where our hero was flying for many years. The young man was strong and fearless. He had long been accustomed to such an environment and was not at all nervous, even when the flight through the abyss took place in close proximity to such a monster as the ferocious seven-headed dragon. The guy had special fighting skills and was already preparing to deliver his signature punch. This strike allowed several targets to be hit at once, so the dragon did not even realize that all 7 of its heads were being attacked almost simultaneously. The glow from the blows delivered by the hero was so strong that he himself was simply not visible. He was so fast. When the dragon was almost finished, something caught the young man's attention, and he looked back warily. The planet-eater Vulcan, another dangerous monster of the abyss, was slowly approaching him, defeating which was a task with an asterisk. Taking advantage of the guy's hesitation, the dragon also became active, and now the hero was holding back 2 powerful monsters at once, controlling their territories in the abyss. Another moment and both monsters froze in a cry of despair. Some kind of red glow, like a thread, began to squeeze and immobilize them. It is very rare to meet 2 such monsters, but a third creature joined this fight, a huge spider, the ruler of the spatial cave of the arachnids Adio. Our hero found himself entangled in his red web just as tightly as the monsters he had to fight before. The boy's eyes flashed with a bright light. He realized that this was a challenge, that the very situation he found himself in was the best training. When it was all over, the young man took a deep breath and thought that the battle had lasted more than 300 years. But it was worth it. The young man understood that if he had met each of the monsters separately, everything would have ended faster, but then his combat skills would not have improved so well. The mechanical voice announced that the hero had reached the level of an invincible training master, and the world resonated with him, while the guy was only thinking about how to quickly return to Earth. The same voice reported that his presence had become more noticeable, and that as a constellation the hero had become stronger. He needed to get used to the fact that he was no longer a man, but a constellation. When the Earth was first connected with the abyss, mankind learned that mythology is not just a product of the imagination. The beings called constellations were what might previously have been called deities, and they blessed people and increased the number of their followers. As the number of followers grew, the authority of the constellation also rose, but not all of them were white and fluffy. The Earth, with almost 10 billion souls, became a tasty morsel for which the most powerful of the constellations fought in order to select more followers for themselves. Among them were also evil creatures who did not give blessings, but used only brute force and fear. Our hero, Choi Yeon-seung, was a man who was chosen by the good constellations to stop violence and chaos, and to do so, he, too, had to become one of the constellations, which is what happened. The invincible training master left behind the memories of the past. Now he needed to eat. It was time to turn the meat over in the pan. A cautious question came from over his shoulder about what kind of frying pan the gentleman was using. The voice was quiet and uncertain. The question was asked by the ruler of the Goblin Kingdom of Ephesus, the wizard Odagon, and the answer was that the frying pan was made of adamantium, and the meat of a bear that devours planets was cooked in it. Even the constellations are wary of this. Odagon took a closer look and clarified what kind of oil the hero was using. It contained magical energy of enormous power. The young man answered his follower that not long ago he came across a constellation of a cow that gave him milk in exchange for freedom. The goblin ruler asked him why he attacked the cow, to which the young man replied that he simply wanted some normal food. The hero added that the top priority back then was getting food, as cooking had been his hobby in the abyss for several millennia. The guy clarified that this was a valuable ingredient, since he was eating meat for the first time in 300 years. He could not be greedy. The utensils were also not simple, but made of orichalcum, which made the product fresh upon contact. Odagon was amazed that instead of killing the constellation for the sake of territory, our hero defeated it and asked only for milk as payment. While the boy was enjoying the taste of the prepared dish, the goblin noted that his master was indeed very different from the other constellations. The boy invited the follower to join the meal, and the wizard could not believe that he would be able to try such a rare ingredient as butter. Before Odagon could thank him for the treat, a mechanical voice announced that he had eaten a Constellation Steak, after which beams of light energy simply splashed out of the goblin's eyes and mouth. The power of adamantium preserved the umami in the meat with the help of magical power. It was a colossal charge of energy. The voice said that the wizard's magic circle was activated. The meat from the mystical constellation raised it by 1 level. As the voice announced that this was a new mana circle, the goblin continued to happily thank the master for such an incredible treat. Watching his ecstasy, the young man thought that he didn't understand goblins at all. He couldn't understand why the wizard had such a reaction to the steak. Our hero sat right on the rocks and suddenly raised his head up, looking at the sky and the stars of the abyss, which were completely different. The guy sighed and muttered that he missed Earth incredibly, and then his thoughts were completely devoted to memories of the past, 10,000 years before, by the standards of the abyss. The first thing the hero remembered was how pleasant it was to strain his muscles with simple physical exercises, like dumbbells and a barbell. One day, a teacher asked Choi Yeon-seung why he lifted weights, and our hero replied that it was only to become stronger. The man sighed and clarified that he had meant something else. The guy had a literature lesson scheduled, but he preferred sports. One of the other students asked to leave Choi Yeon-seung alone, as all the other teachers had already done, when our hero was still an ordinary person. Before becoming a star, an invincible master of training, the young man was simply obsessed with sports and physical strength. As an orphan with no one to rely on, he quickly realized that he could protect himself by becoming strong. Otherwise, he would be reduced to a pile of bones. He trained for many hours a day, many days in a row, and Choi Yeon-seung was unwavering in his determination to become the strongest. But no matter how much effort a guy puts in, no matter how many hours he trains with a barbell, the human body has a physical limit to its strength. His statistics showed that Choi Yeon-seung was still at the level of a C+ rank hunter, and he was still a human. Hunter, it was one of the newest professions at that time. It was the first one that appeared after the activation of the abyss. It was an honorable profession, the task of which was to protect humanity from monsters and the dangers of the dungeons. Choi Yeon-seung had nothing to lose, so he chose it. The boss was strange. But the man liked the guy, so he often calmed his enthusiasm, for example. That time he dissuaded him from the idea of going into a dungeon with B-rank monsters. Sweating, the guy listened to how his limit for now was C-rank dungeons, no higher. There was no point in forcing things. The boss reminded that even C-rank hunters suffer heavy losses in C dungeons, and one must soberly assess one's strength. The young man didn't listen to him, but thought that magic, skills, dungeons, and artifacts were too great to give up. But then the thought struck him that even with such input, people remain too weak, and they need to choose more difficult dungeons to become stronger. The boss was puzzled and asked if Choi Yeon-seung really didn't care about his life. Didn't he have a girlfriend? The man asked. The guy told her that they broke up. He told her that all his time was spent on training. Then she sent him on a date with a monster. The man grabbed his head and muttered that Yeon-seung was hopeless, while the young man continued that he had no disagreements with the girl and that the breakup had been peaceful. Our hero finally went to the C-rank dungeon, and there a huge, strong monster attacked him. His comrade warned him about the danger, but it was too late. With a terrible roar and an open mouth, the monster pounced on Choi Yeon-seung, and it seemed that in another moment the young man would be torn to pieces. But our hero did not feel fear. He took a defensive position and began to calculate the trajectory of the blow. Concentrating all his energy on his fingertips, the guy delivered a crushing blow with both hands straight into the monster's solar plexus. One blow was followed by another, and it seemed as if the young man's hands were simply melting in the air and burning with fire. He struck again and again. His companions looked on and did not risk interfering, only noting that martial arts masters have it hard. They are durable, but their damage is not comparable to the damage that the magician does. The men asked why the guy chose the direction of martial arts, and received the answer that it was by accident. The young man took down the monster with his bare hands, his eyes burning with fire. He calmly continued to explain that during the farming, he had received a martial arts scroll that no one else wanted to study. Choi Yeon-seung clenched his fists and pompously said that he didn't care what others thought. Personally, he was satisfied with everything in martial arts. It's a simple but honest skill. The guy liked the principle that you get exactly as much as you train hard. He trained with full dedication and was pleased with the result, especially since Choi Yeon-seung had nothing to lose anyway. In addition, no one has canceled the absence of regrets and the desire to achieve more. Our hero worked on his form constantly. It didn't matter whether it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 2 o'clock in the morning. The young man continued to improve his skills. And yet it seemed to him that the efforts expended were not enough, that he needed to do more and more. He often fell down from fatigue, but consoled himself with the thought that he had achieved C+ rank through hard training. But there were masters who had achieved more. At such moments, the hero thought that in order to become the strongest, he needed to train even more and harder. He needed to train better, more often, even in his sleep. One day, when the guy was dreaming about how he was improving his skills, an unfamiliar voice asked him if he often trained in his sleep. The young man replied that this was indeed the case, and continued to perform the exercise, to which the voice thoughtfully said that in this way, Choi Yeon-seung was awake in his sleep. The young man objected that this was not entirely true, but what was happening could probably be considered spiritual training. It dawned on Choi that this was suspicious. He didn't understand who he was making excuses to, and he asked who he had the honor of communicating with. An image of a goddess appeared before him, rather vague, which informed him that the one with whom he had the honor of speaking was Mr. Choi Yeon-seung. But not only that. The next moment the goddess appeared in all her glory. Her eyes were bandaged, her arms were spread out to the sides, and behind her back, 2 huge scales of justice were visible. The glow that emanated from the woman was so bright, and she herself became so huge that our hero was forced to bend down a little to the ground, covering his face. The goddess then went on to say that she was the constellation of the abyss, which left the young man frightened and extremely surprised. Rising slightly above the boy, the woman majestically proclaimed that she was also a virtuous goddess of scales. She added that she understood if he was shocked, but it was time to get to the point, as they were running out of time. The goddess explained that she wanted to make a deal with the young man. It was clear from the hero's face that he was interested, albeit a little scared. The constellation prepared to explain at length that people usually ask a lot of questions in such cases, but Choi Yeon-seung immediately replied that he agreed without listening to the end. Here the goddess realized what had happened and asked again, puzzled, whether she had imagined it, and whether the hero had really just agreed, without even knowing what exactly. The guy confirmed and asked whether he would receive more power as a result of the deal. The constellation thought about it and answered in the affirmative. Choi Yeon-seung said that in that case he would agree to everything, but he only asked why the choice fell on him, since there were hunters with a higher rating. The goddess raised her hand up, a glow appeared. Her voice became majestic, and the woman said that she was a virtuous goddess of scales and had the gift of seeing the future. The glow from the hand began to spread to everything around, becoming blindingly bright, and the constellation proclaimed its prophecy. The goddess said that in a few years, special bloodthirsty and very evil monster constellations would appear. Raising her hand higher, the woman showed part of the vision, and it became clear that a great danger would fall upon the earth. The goddess continued that when these evil constellations show their full power, people will realize that all the previous monsters and dungeons were just childish babble. The constellation rose into the air and lifted Choi Yeon-seung up with it, showing him the land engulfed in fire and blood. The goddess explained that it was our hero who was the key to preventing this from happening, and the young man asked in surprise why. The woman replied that he would find out about this later, but for now she promised to make the young man stronger. The guy's jaw dropped when he heard that this would happen through long, painful, and inhumane training. In fact, the goddess was no less afraid at that moment, because only a real madman could agree to the contract she was offering. And she offered to become her avatar. For this, in fact, these long, painful, and inhuman trainings were necessary. The virtuous goddess of scales seemed to extend a helping hand to our hero, but in reality it was she who needed help. The guy stood and tried to figure out what was going on. For a while he was just silent, trying to digest what he had heard. The constellation continued to extend its hand to him, and the longer it went on, the more difficult it became to understand what was best to do. The pause dragged on. To offer such a deal to a hunter was an unprecedented audacity, and the goddess understood that her chances were not great. This contract was completely unfair and illogical. By signing a contract with a constellation, a person became an avatar. Choi Yeon-seung gave his consent and was blinded by a flash. The guy heard a voice that said that because his soul was attached to the constellation, he would have to live with a bunch of restrictions. But there was a reward ahead, an instant increase in rank, enormous power, and an additional supply of magic. Our hero, without knowing it, completely changed his whole life, finally and irrevocably, receiving both a gift and a punishment at the same time. He had already begun to suspect that the constellations were very impatient and were ready to do a lot to get an avatar. The goddess confirmed his fears, saying that many constellations were ready to fight for such a chance, a fact well known among hunters. Choi Yeon-seung was far from the most outstanding hunter, but all the boy was interested in at that moment was the upcoming training. The goddess majestically extended her hands and announced that she had prepared a special training facility in the abyss for the young man, reminding him that time flows differently there and on Earth. The boy listened with horror to the fact that he would have to train alone for several hundred, or maybe even thousands of years. The constellation ended with the fact that even if the young man changes his mind during the process, he will not be able to go back. Our hero wasn't too smart, but he was a little puzzled, figuring that this was something like that room in Dragon Ball. The young man began to think that this was how the other hunters became stronger. Otherwise, it would simply not be fair. The goddess noticed this, but did not comment. Choi Yeon-seung decided that since others had already signed a contract with the constellation, he was no worse. But the guy did not know that he was deeply mistaken. He thought that the others had become stronger the moment they made the contract, completely unaware that the reason was completely different. The hero leaned forward and clenched his fists. The goddess interpreted this gesture as a decision to refuse and take everything back, because she said that she understood how difficult it was for a person. For these reasons, she decided to give the young man a week to think it over and cancel it if necessary, when suddenly he blurted out that he still agreed. The woman reminded us once again that once our hero finds himself in the abyss, it will be impossible to undo everything. The young man said that he had nothing to lose, and this was a great opportunity to become stronger, and at the same time save the world, so he agreed, but wanted to leave a letter. While the guy was saying all this, the goddess could not believe that everything had gone so easily. She had heard rumors that people were cunning and greedy. She added that she was very glad that she was wrong, and now her prophecy was destined to come true. The young man exclaimed, "How could this be? Had she been wrong before, so why didn't she report it right away?" Then the goddess raised her hands to the sky again. Flashes and streams of energy appeared. She commanded to think about the letter that the hero wants to leave, and she, with the help of her power, materializes it. The young man was taken aback. Firstly, he did not expect such special effects, and secondly, he was not prepared for the fact that he would be given an ultimatum. A portal to the abyss opened right in front of our hero, and the constellation commanded him to pass the test immediately. Then she would accept him as her avatar. Choi Yeon-seung extended his hand towards the portal, but it had no effect. The sensations were normal. Then the guy decided to move his hand to the other side, and his fingers sank into the barrier. It was as if it was made of liquid. When almost the entire hand was on the other side, blinding streams of energy appeared from under the fingers. Then the young man no longer had control over his body. The magical force began to drag him deeper. At that very moment, strange sounds like crackling air were heard in the room among the sports equipment that Choi Yeon-seung usually worked with. The next moment, a letter appeared out of nowhere, right under the barbell, with a red seal and the words, "For everyone," on it. The hero at this time landed on the other side of the portal. His arms were crossed on his chest. During the flight he had to group himself. The guy thought that there was a strange concentration of magic in the new place. Green fragments of rock were flying from the sky, creating the impression that it was some kind of cosmic storm. The young man looked around and muttered that this was a rather strange test. He was in an unfamiliar rocky area. It was an abyss. Our hero noted that it looked like an earthly dungeon, and he was almost right. Scientists considered the dungeons to be a broken-off part of the abyss. Choi Yeon-seung wondered why there was absolutely nothing around. Most likely, this was also part of the test, he decided. The young man thought that since he had found himself at a training facility, it was high time to use it for its intended purpose, and began practicing his strikes with loud shouts. The goddess at this time returned to her retinue and watched what was happening, after which she interrupted the vision with the words that this time she was confident of success. The angels looked at each other and confirmed that the candidate had been chosen well, but there was doubt in their voices, because the goddess of scales sometimes made mistakes in her predictions. The thing is that the goddess could see only part of the future. The rest was just speculation and assumptions, but she decided to try. Her first vision was of Choi Yeon-seung training in the abyss. training very hard and with determination. The second vision showed how our hero successfully suppressed the rebellion of the evil and bloodthirsty constellations. The goddess thought it would be nice to make such a person her avatar, and imagined the guy swearing allegiance to her. The woman told the angels that this was the perfect plan, turned around, and walked down the hallway, the girls whispering that they were now starting to get really worried. Choi Yeon-seung continued training on the ground prepared by the goddess, when suddenly a tornado appeared behind him. The young man looked back, trying to understand what was happening and why the storm was starting. Having looked at the riot of the elements, the guy came to the conclusion that it looked very dangerous, and perhaps this was the test prepared for him by the goddess. Our hero even sighed with admiration, since he had absolutely no idea that his survival skills were rated so highly by the constellation. The young man clenched his fists, anticipating how difficult it would be to cope with the elements. He thought that it was impossible to become stronger without facing danger. The hurricane wall was getting closer and closer, and Choi Yeon-seung was gaining confidence that this was not a mistake, but a test from the goddess, and therefore, it definitely had meaning. The wind blew so hard that our hero thought his body might just be torn apart, but he continued to stay on his feet. The guy gathered his resolve, convincing himself that he had to endure the test no matter what. The next moment he was lifted off the ground, the wind picked up the young man, and he realized that he could no longer influence anything. It was panic. The magical storm was so strong that the illusion magic covering the Libra goddess's territory in the abyss was destroyed. But before Choi Yeon-seung could realize it, the magical storm raged again, this time unintentionally. The goddess froze in anticipation. She did not know about the repeated storm and could not foresee it. The woman expected her avatar to enter their tower any minute. The angels also froze in anticipation, but time dragged on, and the young man still did not enter the room where they were waiting for him. The Libra goddess panicked and exclaimed that she couldn't sense Choi Yeon-seung's presence, even though she should have been able to the moment he entered the training ground. The fortune teller almost cried that she left him only 10 meters from the citadel. Was it really so difficult to wander a little and find the entrance? The constellation began to think that Earthlings were generally incapable of acting independently, but she had prepared everything the guy needed for training, and even for rest, so that the young man could quickly regain his strength for new activities. It was the least that could be done for a hunter who had agreed to such unfair conditions. A muttering was heard outside the window, and a winged shadow flew away from the tower. After some time, the winged man returned and reported that he had carefully examined the period, but did not find Choi Yeon-seung anywhere. It was the angel Arakvaniel and the goddess pounced on him, reproaching him that this was simply impossible. Hearing the cries that she had definitely sent the boy there, Arakvaniel assumed that the repeated magical storm of the abyss had thrown him back. Traces of this storm were found all around the citadel, and they were far more destructive than originally planned. The goddess did not lose her optimism and gave the order to find our hero at all costs. The angel nodded and promised to do everything possible. But this was not enough for the constellation. She continued to shout loudly and demand that the order be carried out immediately and that the avatar be found. The goddess insisted that the hero must be found and saved. He could not be left to wander alone in the abyss. Arakvaniel watched her panic and could not understand what would happen if an earthling simply died from the teeth of some monster. But still, an order is an order, and the angel once again assured his mistress that her order would be carried out. He promised to find Choi Yeon-seung at any cost, and went into the abyss to search for the young man. The problem was that the abyss is an endless void. Even the constellations have mastered only part of it, so the search could take a very long time. While Arakvaniel carried out the instructions, the goddess increasingly indulged in thoughts about the impossibility of finding the man who was carried away by the magical storm. The turbulent flow of mana could have simply destroyed his body, but our hero was lucky and managed to survive. True, it cost him a lot of effort. The young man felt as if he had dived deep underwater and had to hold his breath for a long time. Highly concentrated magical power circulates through breathing, so inhaling and exhaling had to be done as rarely as possible. The divine magic art converted the magic power into ki, thus greatly strengthening Choi Yeon-seung's body without damaging it. Our hero's bones and muscles also became significantly stronger, although his plans were simply to survive. The young man endured, methodically inhaling and exhaling, tensing his muscles, He was warmed by the thought that this was a test and he had to pass it. Heading in the flow of a magical storm in an unknown direction, the guy thought that, as expected, the task was very difficult. Not everyone can become an avatar of a constellation. And so, after several weeks, the magical energy ran out and Choi Yeon-seung finally landed on solid ground with a loud cry. Rising up on all fours, our hero joyfully thought that that was it, the test was passed. Trying to look around, the guy was already imagining what his next task might be. The place where the magical storm brought our hero was a deserted corner of the abyss, the territory of which did not belong to any constellation. But there was still someone there. Gradually, a huge monster rose from the pile of stones, and Choi Yeon-seung thought that the next task for training was to defeat the monster. Looking at the monster's snake head, the young man noticed that it looked like Onyx from Pokemon, but was most likely an A-rank creature. The thought immediately crept in that the goddess was overestimating him again, because the young man was only a C-rank hunter. But the guy was still confident that the goddess had planned everything carefully, so he set to work with excitement. Having taken a good running start, our hero prepared to fight the huge stone snake with his bare hands. The very first blow was so powerful that it left flashes of energy around the spot in the stone where Choi Yeon-seung's fist had sunk. The guy was clearly in pain, but he remembered that through pain and patience one can achieve success, so he did not retreat. The blow left no scratches or cracks. It seems that one could have fought with Onyx for a long time and tediously, but to no avail. The young man raised his hand and tried to scratch the stone with his nails. The idea was not very wise, but it proved that no damage could be caused. At this time, the monster opened its mouth and screamed piercingly, apparently not from pain, but from indignation at the man's impudence. Our hero could hardly bear the volume of the sound, but he had no intention of retreating. He just needed to gather his strength. A second later, he began to attack the monster again, promising to smash it into rubble. While striking the stone, Choi Yeon-seung began to reminisce about the times when he had not yet joined the hunters, but was a student, and he heard his comrades talking in the locker room. The boy heard one of them say that he received the book Divine Space Art as a gift at the auction. It was a D-rank skill. This martial art helped to cultivate ki. A comrade offered the book to anyone who wanted it, and our hero decided to take advantage of the offer. Choi Yeon-seung said that he always liked reading Murim, and accepted the gift after hearing that it was a strange hobby for his age. Everyone knew that cultivating ki took a very long time, so people preferred to go the other way, but not our hero. If mana was a prerequisite for increasing the power of a magician, then chi was the same for any martial artist. Since the damage varied depending on the amount of ki, it was no wonder that divine space art was not very popular. After reading this, Yeon-seung thought that this method suited him, and it was also a chance to learn another martial art. Our hero was so interested in comprehending the divine cosmic art that he forgot about everything else for a long time. Having forgotten about everything except the stone snake, the young man used the same methods of increasing ki that he had learned from the book. Day after day, week after week, he struck his blows at the enemy, knowing neither rest nor disappointment. The specific method for cultivating chi was not described in detail, but what Choi Yeon-seung was doing now was a working method. In the process, the young man mastered many new skills in striking, including the space fist, the moonwalk, and many others. Each subsequent blow with the hand made the hands stronger and the movements more precise. As soon as the fist got tired, it was the turn of the second. When the second fist got tired, the legs came into play, practicing more and more new types of strikes, becoming stronger and more resilient. Kai permeated every movement of our hero, and then came out in the form of a blow, but was not lost, but returned back to the body, accumulating more and more. With repeated repetition, the amount of ki gradually increased, accumulating approximately in the solar plexus area. At some point, Choi Yeon-seung realized that if this training was repeated endlessly, at some point, he would turn from an inexperienced youth into a martial arts master. Of course, in theory, it looked tempting, but not everyone is capable of such training. The protective bandages on the young man's hands were wearing out, but the hands themselves remained intact, and they were also becoming stronger. Clenching his fist, our hero felt his power grow, and the ki energy spread throughout his body to the very tips of his fingers. Choi Yeon-seung once thought that he had no talent, but now he began to realize that he was deeply mistaken about himself. He had an incredible talent for enduring fatigue and not sparing his body, achieving success through perseverance and endless work. That is why the guy was able to withstand the repetition of the same task for 100 years, which earned the respect of even the stone snake. The monster watched in amazement as the hero mastered more and more new skills. C rank changed to B rank, and the guy still did not stop. Choi Yeon-seung only stopped when a mechanical voice announced that he had reached a new level in his mastery of the divine cosmic art. When it reached the advanced martial artist level, the monster's stone body began to crumble. Our hero was proud of himself. The fact that he was now a B-rank hunter and also an advanced martial artist amazed him. The young man climbed onto a pile of stones, but gradually the joy evaporated, and the realization came that the effort expended was incomparably greater than the success achieved. The boy thought that Hunter Li Xiaowan was able to become an A-rank martial artist. He was a hunter from China, the only martial artist who managed to reach A rank. In an interview, Li revealed that he had become an A-rank martial artist, which is roughly equivalent to a six-circle mage. The female journalist then asked Xiaowan whether he was going to raise his rank further, to which she received the answer that this was indeed the case. The young man clenched his fists and announced that he planned to become the only S-rank martial artist in history. Choi Yeon-seung thought that at this rate he would reach the level of his Chinese counterpart in 1,000 years, not earlier. Suddenly, our hero heard a strange sound reminiscent of a quoquan, or something similar to the clucking of a chicken. This sound was made by a stone snake. It turned out that it was not dead, but only wounded. Therefore, it did not lose the ability to think. The young man looked at him and said that the fight was fair, so the monster had no reason to blame him. But then he thought that the stone snake didn't just ignore the blows. After 10 years, the monster began to receive ki damage, but did not respond with a blow. Now the snake looked pitifully at Choi Yeon-seung and kept repeating quoquan, as if reproaching him for his cruelty. The young man imagined that the monster's eyes were filled with tears and a plea for mercy, since the monster never made its attack, so our hero promised that he would not kill the snake. He admitted that he had unfairly chosen the stone snake as a training dummy and turned to leave. All that remained was to decide where. The young man thought he was on a training ground and therefore decided he could go anywhere, at which point the snake made a maneuver and the boy ended up on his head. When the monster started moving, Choi Yeon-seung was glad that he could ride it, since just walking was boring. Suddenly the young man, who was already anticipating a pleasant walk, became alert. He heard a sound, the same as 100 years ago when he came to this place. Looking carefully at the horizon, the boy realized that it was indeed a magical storm, and it was approaching. The hero took the storm as a gift from the goddess, which would carry him to the second test. The snake had great doubts about this. If he could curse, he would do so immediately. Yeon-seung noticed the monster's fear, but insisted that they should go straight into the eye of the hurricane. Even the strongest monsters are afraid of the magical elements. The stone snake was no exception, but for some reason, it obeyed the man sitting on its head. Soon the huge monster, like a small worm, rose into the air along with a powerful stream of magic. The countdown stopped, but after a couple of days, the storm began to subside, and they felt the ground under their feet again. The monster asked if all people moved like this through the abyss. The young man was incredibly pleased with their way of traveling, and having reached an advanced level, he no longer felt discomfort inside the storm. It seems that this is not a test, but the best means of transport. The hero voiced his thoughts with admiration. The storm is simply incredible. Choi Yeon-seung explained that the magic filled him with mana, and now there was no trace of fatigue left after 100 years of training. This is an incredible lesson in restoring your body. The guy decided that the constellations were very powerful. Since they controlled such power, his respect for the goddess grew, but even the stone snake understood that the hero was very wrong. It was pure luck that the guy didn't die immediately when the magical storm caught him. If he hadn't grouped himself together, preparing for the test, the hero would have been torn to pieces. The young man went forward to explore the area, thinking that he had not eaten for over 100 years, and yet he did not feel very hungry. But he needed to chew something. Choi Yeon-seung's stomach began to rumble, and the young man developed a slight appetite. While he was wondering where to get food, the snake offered him his services. He said that theoretically his body is flesh, and therefore the stone can be eaten. The monster already had a suitable piece in his teeth and showed with his whole appearance that he was treating our hero with all his heart. But still, for the young man it looked like cannibalism. He did not accept the offer, but simply thanked his new friend. Besides, he had absolutely no idea how it was possible to eat a stone that he had been trying to break for 100 years. It was completely impossible. But the monster seemed to really want to treat Choi Yeon-seung. He continued to look at him sweetly and wait for the hero to appreciate the treat. It seemed he had no malicious intent. The guy smiled gratefully. He was pleased with such generosity. He raised the stone up, showing that he accepted the gift so that the stone snake would not be offended, but he would not eat it out of friendly feelings. The monster gradually began to resemble a four-legged pet, and the young man really wanted at least some company in the abyss. While Choi Yeon-seung was hugging the monster that had become so cute, a mechanical voice announced that our hero had completely mastered the stone snake and had mastered a skill based on its movements. It was a blow from a stone snake, and the boy realized that the power of this skill allows him to break through even the strongest barrier. The young man assumed a fighting stance and felt that he would now be able to break through rocks and earth if necessary. At the same time, the youth's body became flexible like a snake, so flexible that, like water, it could flow around obstacles and evade attacks. Advanced Master Choi Yeon-seung did not miss the opportunity to immediately try out a new skill and used the Stone Serpent Fist technique. He thought that he wouldn't stop using the divine space arts, but this was also quite good. Our hero realized that, having mastered this skill, he began to understand martial arts much more. The guy immediately thought about what the next training would be like. While wondering where he would train next, Choi Yeon-seung looked ahead and suddenly noticed something that resembled an ocean, and the snake gave an encouraging croak. Having decided that the new training should take place underwater, the boy warned Onyx not to follow him. He was made of stone and could drown. Leaving his friend to wait on the shore, our hero began to carefully descend along the rocky shore to the water. When it was no longer possible to get any closer, the young man dived into the abyss without the slightest hesitation. At that time, he did not yet understand that he had acted somewhat rashly. The water in the ocean of the abyss affected his body differently than ordinary water. The boy felt with horror that the poisonous substance was beginning to penetrate the body through the skin. The mechanical voice reported that due to the poisonous water, the chi accumulated during the practice of divine space art was being depleted. Our hero realized that if all the chi ran out, his life would be in danger, but there was another threat ahead: sea monsters. One of the monster fish quickly swam up to the young man and sank its teeth into his hand. A mechanical voice announced that a new poison was entering the body. Choi Yeon-seung was afraid that he would die now, but this did not happen. The voice added that the resistance to the poison had increased. It seemed pretty simple, but other killer fish swam up to the guy, and their poison most likely had a different composition. On a high rocky bank, a stone snake curled up in anticipation. It was waiting for our hero to appear and was a little worried. But then some movement appeared on the surface of the ocean, and it became obvious that someone or something was rising to the surface. Before the monster could understand what exactly, a whole column of water and spray rose into the air from the depths. It was a spectacular appearance of a guy who not only survived, but found the opportunity to try the poisons of all fish and adapt to them. Jumping out onto the shore, he was pleased. But he was also a little tired. The young man had never seen the ocean before, so the ocean of the abyss struck his imagination. Besides the fish and various monsters, Choi Yeon-seung was intrigued by some kind of glow at the very bottom. He stood on the shore and thought that he did not know how he would sail across the ocean to reach the luminous object. But if this was a test from the goddess, then there was a way. Our hero began to think about what he should do. He didn't know that this was not a test, and therefore he was sure that it was worth the risk. Looking at his friend, the guy decided that he just needed to try. The way would be found in the process itself. But before starting the plan, it was necessary to prepare, accumulate enough ki energy to gain resistance to poison. It was necessary to work hard with the fist. And not only with his fist, many monotonous trainings of divine space art could help to increase the amount of ki. The young man began to work. Swimming across the ocean is not that easy, so it took a lot of time to prepare. Trying not to lose track of time, the young man made special marks on the rock in order to later count the number of training sessions. His fist worked incessantly, day after day. Gradually the ki became more and more, so the bandages wore out, but the body remained unharmed. becoming stronger. 200 years after he made the decision to reach the luminous object by swimming across the ocean, Choi Yeon-seung finally accumulated the required amount of Kai. He was glad, but he didn't understand why it took so long. Time flowed differently in the abyss, and yet, the snake was also nervous. The guy noticed that he was eating more stones than before and asked if he liked it. The answer was a satisfied croak. Our hero decided that he also needed to have some food. Thanks to the mana, he did not feel hungry, but his appetite was awakened. The young man sighed that without food, his life was somehow empty, and began to think about what he could eat. Here he saw that one of the ocean killer fish began to evolve and crawled onto land. The poison ocean monster looked completely unappetizing, but it was the only source of protein in sight. The guy consulted with his friend and decided that since the monster lived in the ocean, then theoretically, it could be considered a fish. The young man's eyes lit up. All that was left was to cook the fish correctly, and that was an interesting task. The young man was full of excitement. He already understood that it was possible to cook the monster, but whether he would be able to eat it later was a big question. It was a challenge, and as we all know, Choi Yeon-seung was exactly the kind of person for whom a challenge became a motivation for action. The guy looked at the monster fish again and figured he would have to try really hard to eat it. He noticed a rock nearby, which obviously contained metal, as it had a characteristic gleam, and our hero went straight there. Using his fist, the guy broke a piece of rock into smaller pieces. His idea was quite interesting. None of the pieces of stone contained enough metal to accomplish the intended task, so the hero struck again at a nearby section of the rock and began to look for a suitable piece. Finally, the young man's face lit up with joy. It seemed that Choi Yeon-seung got what he wanted. It was pure luck. The young man, through some machinations, carved a knife out of a lucky piece of stone and metal. Well, he could start cutting up the fish. The kitchen utensils turned out to be quite good, full of determination. The guy raised the knife over the monster, wondering where to start. But as soon as he stuck the tip into the fish, such amazing things began to happen that even the stone snake began to stir. The monster's poison was so strong that it simply melted the stone along with the metal. The guy looked at it and thought that now it was unclear how to cook the fish. He decided to try to eat it raw, like sashimi, which caused shock in the snake. The stone monster puffed out its cheeks comically, and it was clear that some processes were happening inside its body. Since the monster fed on stones, it could help its friend. Finally, Onyx burped out some piece of metal alloy and offered our hero to use it. Taking the metal in his hands, Choi Yeon-seung realized that it was pure adamantium, a true treasure, highly prized by both humans and monsters, and even constellations. The young man tried to use the metal and realized that the fish poison did not dissolve it. The hero joyfully exclaimed that now he could make not only a knife, but also a cutting board. The guy didn't expect at all that by training in the abyss, he would be able to obtain such unique kitchen utensils, and after all, cooking was his hobby in his past life. The hero remembered how his boss once said with aplomb that every person should have a hobby. But he thought that, in addition to playing sports, he only liked to eat delicious food. Choi Yeon-seung has a plan that he can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If he makes kitchen utensils and learns how to cook monsters, he will get food that will make him stronger. The mutant fish steak looked like tuna, and the hero was pleased with the result. Thinking that we only live once, the young man boldly and decisively bit into the dish he had prepared. He was not picky about food even back in the days when he lived on Earth. He preferred a rather ascetic diet, but he knew how to cook, which surprised his comrades. It took a while to figure out what the monster tasted like. A sharp smell and toxic fumes filled Choi Yeon-seung's mouth. Chewing and swallowing the biomass turned out to be not so easy. A mechanical voice reported that a deadly poison had entered the guy's body. The stone snake began to scream in horror that everything was lost. He was very worried and repeated his quang. Our hero doubled over in fear and disgust. A mechanical voice reported that with the help of divine cosmic ki energy, the poison had been successfully neutralized. Choi Yeon-seung continued to hold the steak in his hands when he heard that the amount of Kai in his body had not decreased, but increased. The young man noted that the taste was not so bad. If you ignore the stench, you can increase your Ki reserve even more. Not bad. He looked at the monster and thought that the food supply was quite large, and since the poison was converted into Ki, he couldn't miss such an opportunity. A new plan matured in the young man's mind. He decided that consuming poison with food was also a kind of training. The guy intended to eat every single one of the monsters in the ocean of the abyss. It was time to go hunting. The very next moment, our hero jumped into the water with some pleasure. Now his body was immune to the poisonous waves of the ocean, so his skin no longer burned. After a while, Choi Yeon-seung was already walking towards the shore, holding a dead monster fish in each hand. He spent the next few centuries catching monsters and eating them, and the entire shore was covered with fish skeletons. During this time, both the guy's mind and body changed greatly. He already calmly responded to the voice's messages about the deadly poison in his body, and did not pay any attention to taste and smell. Our hero simply continued to eat and listen to his body increase its resistance to poison until this ability became maximum. After listening to the statistics, the young man realized that he had gained resistance to many types of poison, thus reaching the A rank of Poison Immunity Master. Not only did the poison no longer affect him, Choi Yeon-seung gained the ability to produce it and release it. In addition, the guy's level of divine space mastery increased to the expert level. Our hero sat down on the stones near the rock with the marks and thought that a lot of time had passed, and the goddess still hadn't called him. He had reached A rank. He had never even dreamed of such a thing on Earth. The guy remembered that A rank hunters are strategic weapons and are under the control of the state, which means that this is not enough. He needs to continue training. The young man approached the stone snake and stroked it, saying that now their paths would diverge because things would only get more dangerous from here on out. Since the pet was made of stones, it could not follow the hero into the water. In the ocean, it would simply lie on the bottom. Choi Yeon-seung waved goodbye to Onyx, thanked him for his company, and advised him to return home. After this, the young man dived and began to swim underwater. Due to his complete resistance to poisons, nothing could stop him now. Yeon-seung became the emperor of this ocean, and the monsters had no choice but to swim away in terror. The guy swam for a very long time, and was already beginning to think that the glow he had noticed earlier, on the very first day, had disappeared. But this was not the case. After a few weeks, a mysterious energy source appeared in the distance. Our hero was glad that he could finally look at it up close. He decided that it was a portal left by the goddess, which would lead him to the place of new training. Without thinking, he jumped into the portal and hung for a few seconds in the space between two different territories. At this time, a mechanical voice warned that all of his chi reserves had been activated, as the divine cosmic energy foresaw an imminent battle, and there were many enemies nearby. When the young man landed on the rocks on the other side of the portal, he was completely ready to fight, ki bolts from his body sparking through the air. It came as a surprise to the young man that the body of a person who had reached the expert level would independently prepare itself to meet danger when it sensed hostility. However, you didn't have to be an expert to understand that the monsters on the other side of the portal were thirsty for blood, and as much of it as possible. These were godlike beings, the very same constellations that would pose the main threat to Earth in the future. The biggest one asked Choi Yeon-seung what race this little pie friend was, his voice mocking. Our hero proudly replied that he was a man, although he did not specify that he was not the most simple man, but a very well-trained one. The monster leaned towards him and began to explain that since he was a human, he most likely found himself here for the first and last time in his life. The constellation added that newbies always have to be explained in practice, and a magical portal with a pink glow appeared in his chest. The next moment, the monster plunged his fingers into it, and it became obvious that this place was intended for summoning weapons. And this weapon was a huge sword. Even the constellation itself could not reach it, and hold it in its hand without difficulty. The monster then stated that the heads of the newcomers needed to be cut off so that they would know that this territory was ruled by the Lord of Blood and Battles. The guy got into a fighting stance and thought that the Lord of Blood and Battles was something quite unexpected, as for a test invented by a goddess. Choi Yeon-seung looked around and was ready for battle. He no longer cared that this training ground had such a bloody theme. The horned monster swung and demonstrated that it could, in fact, wield its huge sword quite quickly. Our hero had an answer to this too. The guy clenched his fist and concentrated a huge reserve of Kai energy for the blow. This energy was enough to knock down all the monsters at once, although they didn't suspect it yet. Besides, the guy had another plan. Just like he destroyed the stone cliffs, Yeon-seung decided to destroy the main threat, the sword of the bloodthirsty monster. Concentrating his ki energy and striking with his ki fist, The young man shattered the sword into pieces, a turn of events that the Constellation did not expect. While the monster was struggling with surprise, our hero jumped high to deliver the next blow. This time the legs came into play, and the horned monster even croaked when the blow landed on his jaw. He simply fell on his back with his feet up, and the young man calmly landed on his feet and began to prepare for the next attack. True, he was not the only one preparing for the attack. All the monsters present received the command to attack, and this command was given to them by Choi Yeon-seung himself, informing the Constellations that he had come here to take a test. They laughed maliciously and asked what kind of test this was. It seemed that a little more, and the young man's confidence would melt away like snow. One of the creatures suggested that this was a test to get the human to attract the attention of the monster lord. The Constellations were amused that some little man intended to catch the eye of the Lord of Blood and Battles himself. Our hero was very excited, but not because the monsters with loud kekeke intended to kill him, and not even because there were threats to dismember him into pieces. The whole point was that the young man had never fought several monsters at the same time. Choi Yeon-seung had thought out his battle tactics well, so his strikes were lightning fast and did not allow the monsters to surround the guy. They received blow after blow, screamed, were surprised, but did not retreat from their intentions. The young man was so fast that it was difficult to notice him, let alone avoid a blow. But some monsters fell, and new ones came in their place. Our hero's signature kick was called the Milky Kick, and it could neutralize an opponent in one go, but even this technique wasn't good enough. The boy began to understand that no matter how effectively he fought, more and more creatures appeared, as if out of nowhere. It was hard to fight in the open with so many opponents, and the young man realized that something needed to change. At this time, one of the Constellations brought several dog monsters and shouted that this man was fighting like a dog and would die from the teeth of dogs. These creatures were ready to devour anyone, whether a person, a sea monster, or their own master. It made no difference. Looking at the ferocious mouths and shining eyes of the monsters, Yeon-seung became a little tense, but decided that since the goddess had such a plan, everything would be fine. The dogs began to attack, and our hero realized that if he didn't want to become food for them, he had to work hard. He dealt blow after blow, throwing his opponents back, but new monster dogs came in their place, stopping and covering his face with his hands. The guy thought that they would never end. But then the dogs launched a new attack, and the young man had to use all his strength to repel it. In the territory under the influence of this constellation, the attribute was the second law of nature. It stated that a person should always be ready to defend himself. In the territory ruled by the Lord of Blood and Battles, all of his avatars had to endlessly fight each other. Choi Yeon-seung didn't know this, but he was already beginning to guess. Eventually, the enemy pressure died down, and our hero noticed a one-story building nearby. He kicked the door open and burst in, saying that he intended to borrow the house from its owner for a short time. The guy expected to see another monster, but in front of him was a smiling mutant with a whole cauldron of fresh soup, who cordially invited our hero to the table. Yeon-seung was surprised. He didn't expect that there were restaurants in such a place, to which the tavern owner replied that in order to fight well, one must eat well. The young man was puzzled. He apologized for the broken door and asked if he could eat there. He had not had the opportunity to get normal food for a long time. The horned monster smiled sweetly and replied that of course everything that was available would now appear on the table. The next second, he poured the entire contents of the pot right into Choi Yeon-seung's face and asked him about the poisonous steamed stew. Watching as the green liquid began to slowly flow down, the monster asked in a satisfied tone if the guest liked the treat. A joyful affirmative answer sounded, and the horned monster's jaw literally dropped. He didn't expect that a person would survive after that. The streams of hovering poison seemed not to touch the hero's skin. He freely spread them with his fingers without experiencing the slightest discomfort. The mechanical voice announced that Choi Yeon-seung had gained absolute immunity to any type of poison and could control them. There was no longer any poison that could harm him. The voice also added that the poison he had just absorbed had been transformed into Kai, and our hero thought that this was excellent training and praised the eatery out loud. The monster asked what kind of creature the guy was. At that moment, other monsters from the street burst into the door. They were extremely aggressive and determined to kill the young man at any cost. Our hero just smiled. He already understood that he had nothing to fear from these constellations. None of them were stronger than himself. The tavern owner continued to look at what was happening in surprise. He was interested in what would happen next. At that moment, the guy thanked him for the dinner and left a great tip in the form of a knee right in the nose. Next came the kitchen utensils and furniture, and the first to fly at the monsters was a huge oak table. Armed with a chair, the young man invited everyone present not to waste time and to approach him quickly, preferably one at a time. For some reason, the Constellations were in no hurry. They cursed loudly and threatened the man with violence, but did not move from their place. The young man held the chair tightly and said that he could fight for eternity, so why was he still waiting for an opponent? The guy decided to use his own move called Yeon-seung's Rush Hour. He decided to deal with several monsters first and raised a chair over his head to hit. The demon tried to repel the attack with his sword, but for some reason the metal did not cut through the chair our hero was wielding. But the piece of furniture itself dealt quite a decent amount of damage to the monsters. Most likely, the hero's Kai was transferred to it. The mechanical voice announced that Choi Yeon-seung had acquired a new skill, Jushitsu, which is like jujitsu, but using a chair. It was a B-rank skill, and the boy happily continued the battle. He realized that the best level up was created by deadly situations. While our hero thanked the goddess for the test prepared for him, the goddess of scales herself, with her hands folded in prayer, waited for at least some news about her avatar. Adekvaniel had not yet returned. He was very exhausted, but he continued searching for the man in the abyss. Meanwhile, the rows of monsters on the floor of the tavern grew and grew, and it was already difficult to move around there. The guy stopped and sighed. It seemed that all he was interested in was how many more times he would have to repeat the battle. The monsters' bodies evaporated, and the young man noticed a cauldron lying on the floor, from which he was treated to steam poison. Due to the active comprehension of combat skills, the young man became more sensitive to magic. He felt a flow of some kind of energy from the vessel. It was something supernatural, but it was still difficult for the hero to understand what exactly he thought about it. There was something extraordinary and powerful in this cauldron, but the guy was distracted. The owner of the tavern grabbed his ankle. The monster croaked that he wouldn't let him take the dishes. The guy had no idea how he got them, to which Choi Yeon-seung replied that he only cared about why the innkeeper was still alive. The cook explained that the Lord of Blood and Battles wants the battles to continue incessantly, so he resurrects monsters every time they die. The monster asked for mercy. He had to go through all the circles of hell to get this adamantine cauldron, but the guy just kicked him with his foot, saying that these were just battles. The young man stepped on the monster's face and did not give him the opportunity to take away the precious vessel. The man got excited and started shouting that the winner takes it all, including this cauldron and everything around it. And even this restaurant, or rather eatery, now belonged to Choi Yeon-seung by full right of the winner. While tidying up the premises, the young man remembered that he had once read a story about a retired martial artist who also opened his own small restaurant. While hammering nails during repairs, the hero reflected on how he had come here in search of a place to fight, but had received an unexpected gift. He named his restaurant Kiri Kiri and was extremely excited to become its owner. The former owner crawled to the threshold, saying that it was his property, to which he received the answer that it was no longer his, and that he should try to take it back if he dared. Choi Yeon-seung reminded that in this territory everything is arranged exactly this way, so he is right. After the kitchen was tidied up, the guy assessed both the room itself and the kitchen utensils. The hero again remembered the boss's words about the hobby and how he had to eat raw sea creatures like sashimi. Now he had normal ingredients and utensils and even a kitchen, and it seemed it was time for culinary experiments. The guy decided to check the products and took a piece of meat in his hand. It was dense and appetizing, but it was unclear what kind of animal it was. Without thinking twice, our hero bit off a fairly large piece and began to chew it thoroughly, trying to discern the taste. The mechanical voice said that poison had entered the body and the chi had increased again. Choi Yeon-seung hoped that he wouldn't hear anything like that this time. The young man cursed, wondering where the poison in the restaurant came from, and picked up the next product. It was some kind of blue fruit. He again took a huge, juicy bite with pleasure and heard the information about poison and ki that had become boring. Then they started using mushrooms, leaves, and some roots, but each time the same old story about poison in the body was repeated. The guy grabbed his head. He thought, what kind of restaurant is this? Why so much poison? Is this really the only way demons feed? In the end, Choi Yeon-seung decided that he would eat everything raw himself, at least to increase the level of chi in his body and be thankful for that. But then a brilliant idea struck him. The young man remembered that the poison had no effect on him at all and did not cause harm. Our hero realized that this meant he could be used simply as one of the ingredients in cooking, and the young man's eyes lit up with joy. It was brilliant logic. From that moment on, the young man fought monsters to level up and accumulate kai during the day. Well, at night he happily indulged in a variety of culinary experiments, and so his life continued in the diner for several hundred years. For a change, the guy did not disdain cleaning. One of the most ordinary weekdays, a young man heard a suspiciously familiar voice from behind the door. Soon the monster who used to be the owner of the establishment appeared on the doorstep, saying that he had returned. A whole crowd of supporters burst into the tavern with him. The monster said that he was bored, and now it was time to return what was stolen. Choi Yeon-seung was surprised but not taken aback. He said that he was not going to return anything because it was now a pub and not some ill-fated eatery. The next moment, he dealt the visitors a whole series of his signature blows, which had been greatly enhanced by hundreds of years of experience in fighting monsters. The monster master did not expect such a turn of events at all. He did not even have time to touch the enemy with his knives. Soon all the uninvited guests were thrown out, accompanied by shouts that they should never think of entering the pub again. Back inside, our hero decided to stretch a bit after the battle, but before he could lift his leg, he heard a message that he had obtained an A-rank skill through countless battles. The skill was called Harmony of Body and Mind, and meant that divine cosmic arts became more natural. Choi Yeon-seung even felt like he was slightly raised above the floor. The circulation of chi in his body increased so much. The skill of harmony of body and mind has been known since ancient times. It meant that the body now moves faster, like thought. And although many martial arts masters have tried to acquire such mastery, only a few have succeeded in achieving it. The thing is that magical skills were more accessible and easy to obtain. You just need to buy and read the necessary scroll. But due to popularity, not all artifacts can be obtained. The scroll of harmony of mind and body was so rare that it was easier to win the lottery than to get it, even in the dungeon. Our hero was delighted. He himself did not understand how he managed to obtain such a valuable skill simply by fighting monsters. Well, not simply, but over the course of hundreds of years. But still, the boy knew that if he ever managed to return to Earth, all the martial arts masters would rush to try to fight him. At this moment, the horned shadow of the Lord of Endless Bloody Battles flew over the abyss. It was better for everyone who received his blessing not to disappoint the Lord. No one could understand how it was even possible that an army of demons could not defeat a single person for a century. More and more monsters came to the doors of the tavern, but the result was always the same. Choi Yeon-seung dealt with each one in a couple of seconds. Our hero sat on the table and wondered who had ever thought of building a building in the abyss. Since being there, he limited the flow of attackers, and thus could remain invincible. The flow of thoughts did not bring results. No matter how hard the young man strained his brain, he could not come up with an answer. The building was also strong. The monsters could have destroyed it if the walls had given in to the blows even a little. By the time the demons realized that their strategy wasn't working, Choi Yeon-seung realized that he himself wanted to change something. Looking at his bandaged hands, the guy had long noticed that his progress in martial arts had stopped after acquiring the skill of harmony of body and mind. He now only received ki from the poisons in the food he ate, not from fighting demons. Moreover, having tried to test this skill, Yeon-seung realized with horror that it was now also unavailable to him. How this could have happened was incomprehensible. He looked out the window and saw that there were adamantine nuggets lying around on the street, and a lot of meat as well. The newly arrived monsters were also holding several ingots and pieces of meat in their hands, and this sight whetted our hero's appetite. The monsters were shouting that such treats would instantly increase their stats, and the guy realized that these idiots wanted to lure him outside. The demons finally came to an agreement. They stopped fighting among themselves and breaking into the tavern. Now, in a single impulse, they all tried to motivate the man to leave. Choi Yeon-seung was not one to be shy, so he decided to talk. He opened the doors wide and stood at the threshold. Then the guy stepped forward and said that it was time to end the production. The monsters looked and could not believe their eyes. Our hero came out of hiding. The young man looked around calmly, assessing the situation. Not a single muscle moved on his face. Standing in the doorway, the young man was completely open to attack. But for the first few seconds, None of the monsters dared to touch him. Finally, the monsters mobilized, and one of them called on his comrades to immediately kill the little man. Although the pub was a refuge, it was also the cause of the young man's degradation. So before he spoke to the demons and left, he thought carefully. It was a great chance to play along with the monsters and finally get involved in a truly deadly battle to regain lost skills and gain new abilities. Choi Yeon-seung unleashed his signature strikes, sending the attackers flying one after another, the next row of monsters cheering that they had the numerical advantage. In fact, the advantage was not only in quantity. After some time, the young man saw an incredibly huge monster. One of its legs was like the floor of the building. Judging by the size of the monster and the weapon it was armed with, the guy thought that this could be a problem. The horned giant laughed, deciding that the man was scared, and he was incredibly pleased with the effect produced. The monster screamed that today was the last day for the guy to pretend to be a hero, hiding behind the wall and rushing to attack. Our hero actually approached the wall, but not at all to hide. He had another plan. Rogach continued to talk about imminent death and the like, but Choi Yeon-seung did not listen to him. He thought that the main problem was that at this rate, he would not advance in martial arts. The opponent talked more than he fought. The young man voiced these thoughts and the monsters rushed at him in a gang, but then the guy used the skill of harmony of body and mind and became very fast. Li Xiaoan, the only A-rank martial artist, described his strength as confidence. It seems our hero understood what that meant. He realized this at the very moment when he concentrated all his Kai for a strike and hit the huge monster in the solar plexus. With the next movement, the young man threw several monsters aside at once. Only after reaching the expert level did he feel his full power. Previously in battle, he felt like he was cornered. Now this feeling completely disappeared, and the guy rushed into another attack on the huge monster. He was completely calm, filled with self-confidence. His blows were now completely accurate and well-planned. As if the world was telling Choi Yeon-seung that he was much stronger than all the demons around him, a mechanical voice announced that another skill had been mastered. The boy managed to disperse the enemy's attack with the help of the divine space arts Kai. The voice added that the hero had mastered Kuzushi, that is, using the enemy's strength against himself, at which time the huge monster flew to the side from one move of Yeon-seung. The monster did not understand at all how this was possible. The demon began to rub his eyes vigorously in the hope that he was dreaming all of this. After the battle, the hero, pleased with having obtained an A-rank Kizushi skill, picked up the meat and the adamantium nugget, saying that he would never let such a treasure go to waste. The guy locked himself in his pub and thanked the monsters for the gifts, adding that if they wanted to fight him again, they were welcome. At first, the monsters promised revenge, but soon Choi Yeon-seung saw new gifts in front of the window. The demons were inviting him to battle. The young man walked out onto the threshold with a satisfied look, but there was no one and nothing there except gifts. As soon as the hero thought about it, a rather loud explosion thundered right in front of the pub, and nothing could be seen because of the flames. There were several demons hovering in the air at once. One of them commanded to continue shooting, since the man specializes in close combat. The demons decided to change tactics and finish off the young man with long-range attacks. They fired from all sides. Choi Yeon-seung stood unharmed in the midst of smoke and fire, completely unaware of what was happening. The mechanical voice reported that as a result of the attack, the body became even stronger and more resilient. All the shots were blocked with the help of divine cosmic energy Kai. Also, according to statistics, the hero gained immunity against demons and magic projectiles. Having received the skill of invulnerability, when it came to close combat, it was not long. The more attacks the demons made, the stronger Choi Yeon-seung became. The invulnerability skill was an A rank. Soon, there was not a single demon left who retained the strength and desire to fight the young man. Our hero looked around with satisfaction and said that this would be the end of it for now, and if they wanted, the guys could drop by later. After a while, a whole line of new people lined up in front of the doors, but the guy said that he was not in the mood for a fight yet. Some of the monsters began to complain that they had already waited a whole day to fight a human, so the young man began handing out tickets with numbers, making the process more organized. The most interesting thing is that the monsters agreed to this proposal and promised to obey. It was not easy to find such a strong opponent, especially a human. Our hero leaned against the table to rest and thought that he had become very close to the demons over several hundred years of fighting. In his hands, the boy held an A-rank hunter card, a magical item received upon first registering with the association. It showed the owner's stats, fueled by Kai. To be honest, our hero had completely forgotten about this thing and hadn't looked at it for a long time. Now he was very curious whether the training had been in vain. The information shocked Choi Yeon-seung so much that his vision went out of focus for a while, and he had to rub his eyes and look again. It stated that he had reached the expert stage in the martial arts specialization, and had also mastered a whole list of A-rank skills. Some of them were quite interesting. In addition to divine cosmic art, immunity to poison, harmony of body and mind, kuzushi and invulnerability, the map also included Dantang harmony. The young man also saw that he had the skills of an A-rank martial arts specialist, martial arts master, and worldwide resonance. The last point puzzled him. Our hero thought that this status meant that he had collected too many A-rank skills, but he needed to study the card point in more detail. Choi Yeon-seung could have sworn that the last time he examined the card, the divine space art was at level B. The guy thought that he had never seen a rank rise so quickly, although how can one say quickly about several hundred years, because time flowed differently in the abyss. A-rank divine space art granted immunity to all types of poisons, control over poisons, and the ability to gain ki when consuming poisons. The same rank in the skill of harmony of body and mind gave the ability to control one's body at the speed of thought. Rank A Kuzushi allowed you to redirect the enemy's power back, even if it was many times greater than your own. At rank A Invulnerability, the skin became stronger than stone and allowed it to reflect any type of damage. The young man looked through the list again, and his attention was drawn to the skill of Dantian coordination. He had heard about it back on Earth. Hunters used ki or mana energy as a source of power. When the quality of the source dropped, the skill became ineffective. By obtaining a large amount of ki, one could reach the legendary level, creating the illusion of 3 colors during Kai meditation. This was the level of Dantian coordination. Our hero previously thought that such things were only available to those who had undergone special training in the Twilight Arts or the divine art of yin-yang. Choi Yeon-seung didn't know that although the divine space art developed very slowly, it created ki stronger than any other martial art. And our hero diligently trained in this skill for more than 1,000 years, which is why he became who he is. A rank martial artist meant that the physique was ideal for combat. It was an innate skill and meant it was in complete harmony with ki. The young man noted that he never had any innate talents, so he most likely acquired this skill during a space storm. The guy once again thanked the goddess for her wonderful planning, not knowing that she was ready to tear her hair out in despair that she couldn't find him. Rank A martial artist meant that through numerous fights, one had developed the ability to repeat any blow one had seen, something Yeon-seung had never heard of. The young man thought that usually a person can master only one martial art perfectly, but with this skill he will learn them all, like a magician. The last thing on the list was resonance with the world, and even the rank of this skill was not indicated, the guy thought. The card explained that the world resonated with him because he had reached the peak of his existence, making it even more difficult to understand what it was. Choi Yeon-seung would learn the meaning later. While the young man was studying his stats, a very appetizing aroma spread through the kitchen, and someone forgot what they were cooking. A gorgeous soup was cooked with almost no participation from the cook. Now it was necessary to taste the dish. Without knowing it, our hero took the first step towards the birth of a constellation. At this time, a muttering came from somewhere outside that this man had become too strong. Soon there were already several customers sitting in the restaurant. There was a conversation about the skills of the owner of the establishment. The monsters were also surprised by his story about the data in the card. At this time, the guy brought 2 more fresh dishes and said that one of the monsters had been fighting him for 500 years. He was a regular and therefore did not pay for lunch. Another demon came for the first time. He pounced on the treat and said that he would now have a snack, and then he would thoroughly kick the little man's ass. Testing new menu items has now become a daily routine at the pub, with Choi Yeon-seung constantly practicing his cooking. The demons liked this approach. They praised the meal and gave credit to the cook, as well as to the fighter. Sometimes there were unfortunate misunderstandings, and some visitors were served overcooked meat, and others died from poison. At least in this territory, the dead did not remain dead for long and quickly resurrected. After the blunders, our hero sometimes changed the recipe, but more often he simply apologized and never cooked the dish again. However, sometimes among the monsters there were interesting specimens, to which our hero paid a little more attention. For example, if someone was unhappy with the food, they would turn over the plate or start to complain that they had come here not to get poisoned, but to fight. What irritated the young man most was the food on the floor and the excessive zeal for fighting at the wrong moment. No matter how strong and muscular the demon was, the result of such impudence always remained the same. The fist worked lightning fast, and he found himself on the floor in a split second, and also received a ban from visiting the establishment. And this was the most terrible thing for the monsters. The entire audience began to lecture the unlucky demon that rules are rules for a reason, so that they are not broken, and that he should not let others down with his rudeness. Choi Yeon-seung's fist worked equally well for everyone, and the threat of being banned from the pub even after resurrection was almost as effective. Then the guy usually turned to the other visitors with a sweet smile, and sowing panic, asked if everything was to their taste. Soon the pub began to hear only positive reviews about both the food and the owner, as was originally intended. Our hero sometimes laughed out loud and wished the monsters a bon appetit in an unctuous voice, even when he wasn't trying hard enough to cook. On such days, it was far from easy for the demons to cope with the portion that stood on the table, but they no longer had a choice. One such day, a mechanical voice announced that the boy had tried many poisonous ingredients and created enough recipes to master the skill of a novice abyssal cook. After hearing this, Choi Yeon-seung remembered something and looked closely at his fist. Then the young man tried to do a few practice kicks, as if trying something out. At the end, the hero swung his fist again and thought that he had not imagined it. His martial arts skills had not improved. The young man began to think and realized that he had accumulated too much qi, it simply had nowhere else to increase. Now he has surpassed even Li Xiaowan, who was an expert. There is no role model left, except for the Lord of Bloody Battles, but this is not a fact. Then the hero decided that since there was no master above him, he himself had to destroy this wall and raise the bar. There was someone approaching the pub, but Choi Yeon-seung didn't know about it yet. He was thinking that there was only one way to become stronger. Just when the guest was almost at the threshold, the young man muttered that this path was nothing but a battle with a new enemy. With an enemy that is many times stronger than these weak demons, with an enemy that is much stronger than Yeon-seung himself. There was a knock at the door, and a most unpleasant voice asked if it was possible to talk to the owner of the pub. The guy was distracted from his thoughts and invited the guest inside, saying that today he had just gotten hold of and cooked some excellent meat. He smiled radiantly and led the visitor to the table, promising that in just a minute he would bring the ordered meat without rice. But the guest who entered said that he was not hungry, and it seemed that he had not yet placed an order. He only wanted to talk. Then the demon finally took off his hood and approached the table, saying that if everything went well, he would try the local cuisine. It was an extremely tall and powerful demon who had never entered the pub before. Choi Yeon-seung was both happy and wary at the same time. The demon bowed his head in greeting and said that he had heard a lot about our hero and would very much like to evaluate his skills. Having the skills of a martial artist, our hero was very tense because before showing the guest the table, he looked at his stats on the card. The demon was very strong, much stronger than Yeon-seung himself, in general stronger than anyone the young man knew about. His power was of a magical nature. But the guy was absolutely sure of his destiny and the good planning of the goddess. He decided that this was the beginning of a new stage of training. Externally, the pub, where the young man now ran it, had not changed at all. It still stood under the bloody sky of the abyss. But inside, a man was serving the visitor the dish of the day, meat without rice, and wondering whether he would survive the day. The demon was laconic, wise, and full of some kind of life wisdom. He behaved completely differently from the monsters Choi Yeon-seung had seen before. The guy watched his movements carefully and realized that he was indeed a powerful and mighty person. The visitor demonstrated his status and the incredible power he was capable of with his entire appearance. After the plate was almost completely empty, the demon thanked him for the food and said that the owner of the establishment, as he had heard, had a weakness for precious metals. The next moment, the young man's heart sank, and his eyes involuntarily popped out of his head. He saw what the visitor had brought with him. It was an adamantium ingot of incredible size. The guest held it in his hand lightly, like a feather, but the guy knew that the weight of the nugget was commensurate with his own weight. He silently handed it over to the owner of the establishment, and Yeon-seung asked if the guest would like more, since he had paid a lot for the food. Our hero continued to stare at the treasure that had fallen into his hands, at which point the demon asked if the owner of the pub was really a man. Having received an affirmative answer, the visitor decided to introduce himself. His name was Virago, and he was the very first avatar of the Lord of Blood and Battles, the one who was given the bloody axe. The master, the Lord of Blood and Battles, has been watching our hero and now wants to make him an offer. He wants the man to become his avatar. Virago was absolutely sure that Choi Yeon-seung would accept the offer. Even though he was from the outside world, he was not so crazy as to go against the will of the Constellation, especially if you're being offered the honor of becoming an avatar. But he didn't know the guy had already made a similar agreement. The demon's face expressed a whole range of emotions when he heard that our hero was forced to refuse the offer of the Lord of Bloody Battles. He grew in size and loomed over the young man full of anger, screaming how one could contradict the ruler, his master. Choi Yeon-seung held the metal ingot in his hand and thought that only he, the very opponent he needed to level up, could exert such strong pressure. If everything goes according to plan, then today new skills will be in his pocket. This incredibly inspired the guy. The demon calmed down and said that he could not understand why, because the man had a talent that the ruler was able to appreciate on merit. Not hiding your fighting spirit in front of someone stronger than you is the very quality for which the Lord of Bloody Battles chose the young man. The demon grew in size and extended his clawed hands towards the hero, asking how he dared to refuse, to which he received the answer that the man had made a promise. The monster began to guess, but asked again why he did not feel the presence of another constellation in the guy, to which Yeon-seung replied that he was not an avatar yet, but would become one when he passed the goddess's test. The demon's face expressed extreme surprise. He was silent for a moment, and then asked if the man was sure that he had not been deceived. The hero replied that he had no doubts whatsoever, but if the demon wanted to fight, then he was completely okay with it. The monster was in no hurry to start the battle. He began to explain to the young man that his words looked very suspicious. Something didn't add up here. Constellations enter into a contract with their avatar of their own free will. No one will enter into a contract with someone unworthy. To be desired by one constellation means that other constellations of the abyss will desire you. Therefore, a contract is concluded immediately, and then you are trained on their territory. This is done just in case another constellation wants to intercept the avatar. If this happens, 10,000 years of ridicule is guaranteed. The demon ended by saying that useful avatars need to be protected. All the constellations know this, but the hero answered no. The boy explained to Varagoth that the constellation that chose him could see the future, which is why she chose this method of training the avatar. The demon noted that this was a rare and valuable skill, to which the young man confirmed that his goddess was also very brave, since she let him go to foreign territories. The hero then described in detail all the trials and training he had gone through over the thousands of years in the abyss after he had been caught up in the magical storm. Virago countered that there was little point in all this. A magical storm was an element that no known constellation could control. The guy tensed up and asked if there was at least one such constellation, to which he received the answer that if anyone were so strong, they would have already subjugated the entire abyss. The demon looked at the man and said that he was almost certain that it was not the constellation that sent him, but simply a cosmic storm that interfered with training in the required territory, taking the young man away. Streams of sweat ran down our hero's face from the strain. He began to think that Varagot's words could very well be true. The demon noticed the doubts and reminded him that it was not too late to accept the offer of the Lord of Blood and Battles, but the guy asked him to shut up. Choi Yeon-seung didn't think the demon was lying. The guy was just enjoying his progress so much that he couldn't accept the fact that now everything would change. The hero went out for some fresh air. He thought in a panic that he shouldn't have been so stupid. Why he shouldn't have thought of this earlier. The young man was ready to burst into tears, but he had to hold back. The hero reminded himself that every tear led to the depletion of his ki and his courage. The demon asked where the man was rushing to, noticing that the guy was going somewhere quickly, to which the hero replied that his plans had changed. This news pleased Varagoth. His eyes lit up with a promising orange flame, but in vain, the guy explained that he intended to return to Earth, because he had wasted 1,000 years, being sure that he was at a training facility. The young man almost burst into tears again when he heard that he would not be able to leave the territory of the Lord of Bloody Battles. The next moment, Variegat grew to enormous size and blocked our hero's path. The demon gifted with the bloody axe revealed his true nature. The blessing of the Lord of Blood and Battle enveloped him. Spreading his enormous wings and soaring above the ground, Variegat proclaimed that he would be sorry to break such a precious gem as Choi Yeon-seung. He asked the young man not to despair, because the master is generous. When the boy dies, he will bind his soul and resurrect him. Yeon-seung at this time successfully dodged the attacks. The man asked what kind of nonsense this was, and while striking his opponent, the guy said that he refused to play these games. The demon continued the battle and noted that the enemy had a special movement technique. He was faster than teleportation and did not use magic. Incredible. The guy explained that this was a technique of a divine cosmic martial art called the moonwalk. The demon noted that this was all very funny, and he understood the master's choice, but it was time to stop wasting his time. Variegat used a technique called baptism of blood, and a special red smoke began to envelop everything. When he reached our hero's shoulder, the guy realized that this was a special condensed mana. He was curious about its properties. The hero realized that even with his invulnerability skill, he would not be able to hold out longer, since judging by the amount of mana, the enemy was incredibly strong. Growing even larger in size, the messenger of the Lord of Bloody Battles announced that man would now come to an end. A shower of crimson mana that destroyed everything it touched enveloped Choi Yeon-seung, and he heard Variegat announce that his master was waiting. This technique very well illustrated the difference between the magical power of a demon and the skills of a human mage, not in favor of the latter. The young man heard a mechanical voice announce that, thanks to the use of the mind-body harmony skill, his senses had become sharper. The martial arts specialist reduced the consumption of ki. The coordination of dantians greatly increased the fighting skills. Yeon-seung was in great danger and reacted as successfully as possible. The discomfort of being deceived for so long and wasting time receded. Every finger on his hand, every cell of the guy exuded confidence and calm. Choi Yeon-seung realized that in this situation he should act the same way as in a magical storm, focus on the main goal, to survive. It wasn't the speed that was important, but the feeling of flow, and our hero felt it very well. He began to act accordingly. For a moment his feet were firmly planted on the ground and then they pushed off, never to touch it again. Making incredible movements in space, the young man managed to dodge every drop of bloody mana. The mechanical voice said that his martial arts proficiency had increased, but the guy already knew about it. He was standing in the red cloud and didn't receive any damage from it at all. It was standing, however, only at first glance. He received the S-rank skill Incredible Speed. This technique allowed him to move instantly to any place. Variegat was taken aback. The demon was shocked to realize that the man had dodged the bloody baptism and expressed his respect to him. Choi Yeon-seung proudly listened to Variegat confess that he had previously thought that martial arts were only for weaklings. How wrong he had been. The demon explained that in the abyss, magical skills are most popular since they consume mana, but here it can be taken from outside in huge quantities. As if to demonstrate this, the monster extended his arms forward again, and shining streams of bloody mana began to gather around him. On the other hand, martial arts require a lot of internal energy, he added, looking at the young man, and internal energy does have a limit. Variegat admitted that only after meeting our hero did he begin to appreciate martial arts. It was incredible, and struck the monster to the depths of his demonic soul. Having collected a stream of energy in his hand, the demon reported that rumors had reached him that the slaves of one of the constellations had staged a stupid rebellion, an uprising. The next moment it became clear that this energy was the handle of a bloody axe. The monster continued that the slaves were deprived of the ability to use mana. It was suicide. But although their skills had been mostly magical up until then, defeating the rebels was not so easy. They managed to develop a new wonderful skill within themselves, not borrowing mana from outside, but generating it within themselves. Our hero listened to the story with interest and clarified that, judging by everything, it was martial arts. The boy asked what would happen if he repelled Variegat's attack with magic, and the demon replied that his body would melt and his soul would belong to the Lord of Bloody Battles. At that very moment, the young man made an incredible leap and tried to attack the demon, taking advantage of the element of surprise. Saying that it should work, our hero struck more and more blows, as if training with a stone snake. The attack was repelled. The enemy said that the young man was indeed an extraordinary man, but he himself was Verga, gifted with a bloody axe, and therefore would not tolerate such a thing. The monster swung and made the first slashing blow. If Choi Yeon-seung hadn't dodged, it wouldn't have had a chance to survive. Several times the bloody sun of the abyss rose and fell over the horizon, and the battle between the man and the first avatar of the Lord of Blood and Battles continued. The opponents used the maximum of their combat and magical abilities. The demon cast bloody fog again. He did not miss the opportunity to deliver sudden blows with an axe. He teleported. He cast spells, but the young man still remained alive. The boy's physical abilities and fighting skills were so high that most of the demon's tricks did not cause him serious damage. Verga began to fall into a rage. The guy was also quite angry by this point and started shouting that magic wasn't fair after all, and it would be better to continue the battle in close combat. The hero looked at the bloody axe, at the effect of the spells, at how the enemy reflected his blows, and thought that it couldn't be that magic was capable of everything. The demon enjoyed the slight panic of his opponent. The man's misunderstanding amused him. With his huge axe, Verga was like a grim reaper. The young man clenched his teeth in tension. For the first time in many thousands of years in the abyss, he was literally on the edge. An enemy appeared before him, significantly superior to the guy in strength. However, he himself dreamed of the appearance of such an opponent. With every attack he made and repelled, Choi Yeon-seung felt himself becoming significantly stronger. Finally, gathering all of his ki into one point, he created a ki fist, the most powerful weapon he owned. To his surprise, the chi fist transformed into the space fist, a powerful new skill comparable in strength to a magical storm. The demon withstood even this blow, but it was clear that it had still knocked him down. The monster wondered how many more such blows the enemy could make. Choi Yeon-seung didn't answer. He realized that the damage wasn't enough yet, but it was developing quickly, so he needed to concentrate and try again. The boy soon realized with regret that using all his skills was good for defense, but not good enough for attack. But the attacking power was lacking since it was not so easy to break through all of Vergoth's defensive spells. There were dozens of layers of magic, each one dampening the damage the young man was doing, no matter how hard he tried. A powerful blow was needed, stronger than a blow from a kai fist, which meant it was necessary to somehow concentrate even more energy in this fist. Our hero wondered whether it was worth taking the risk at all, but as we already know, Choi Yeon-seung preferred action to reflection. He decided to take a risk, and so he sent a large stream of ki energy into his hand, but tried to compress it to achieve greater concentration. At that time, the young man did not yet know that this technique had already been studied, and even had its own name, materialization of ki. The Chinese Li Xiaowan, whom we already know, was the first to materialize ki, but he could not use the technique in real combat since it required a lot of energy. In our case, there was no talk of an energy deficit. Choi Yeon-seung had been accumulating it for thousands of years, and it was time to use it for its intended purpose. The boy bent down and ran his hand along the ground, as if checking whether his kai could pass through the enemy's bloody mana. He liked the result. The red fog was replaced by a bluish glow. The hero had surpassed in strength his earthly colleague and the demonic entity he was fighting. The young man began to concentrate his ki, preparing to deliver his crushing and most powerful blow in his life. Verga seemed to suspect something was wrong. He stopped attacking, and simply watched the events for a few seconds. The next moment, he took the full force of Choi Yeon-seung's new fist right into his solar plexus. This definitely knocked him down. The guy even thought that he had won. The demon's face changed so much and his body went limp. But everything was not so simple. Verga came to his senses almost immediately. His eyes lit up with anger, and his hands gripped the bloody axe tighter. The mechanical voice reported that the youth had just destroyed the protective magic shield, and along with it, the master's blessing spell had been destroyed, and the high-ranking shield had also been broken. The demon got really angry and yelled that this was no longer a battle, but some kind of extreme disrespect towards him on the part of the enemy. Choi Yeon-seung was glad that his plan had worked. He needed to continue in the same spirit. However, looking again at Vergoth and how quickly he cast a new defense, the guy realized that he needed another blow like that, and then his kai would be completely depleted. At this time, the indignant voices of the monsters were heard behind them, asking each other if this was the end, and if the rivals would destroy this place to hell and back. The faces of the simple demons expressed bewilderment and fear. They wanted to both watch the battle and stay alive. By the way, Sir Varigood and the man had already spent half a year on the battle. It was a spectacle never seen before. It seems that Choi Yeon-seung was lucky enough to become a legend of the abyss, a man of immeasurable power, even compared to the strongest demon mage, the first avatar of the Lord. Finally, the young man decided to use the mastered technique once again, concentrating all his ki to strike the fist of space. Not even that, he made 3 such strikes and stopped to assess their effectiveness. The demon continued to stand on his feet. The mechanical voice reported that the KI was depleted, but the Dantian coordination skill restored it, and the martial arts specialist skill reduced the KI consumption. The guy found himself at a dead end. He could deliver a blow that would break through Varigoth's defense, but it was not enough to win. The KI was restored, but it took time. The demon also realized that they were going in circles, and told the man that they had already spent too much time on this. He added that he could no longer restrain the Lord of Blood and Battles. At that moment, the bloody axe seemed to come to life. His blade began to emit a bright pink glow and turned into a weapon of aura, but no longer Varigoth's, but his master's. A voice was heard, saying that now everything would end. The sheer force of that voice was enough to knock a person off their feet, but Choi Yeon-seung was no ordinary person. For a moment he saw the image of the Lord of Blood and Battles himself. The sight was neither pleasant nor promising. A mechanical voice informed Varigoth that the master blessed him with his power for immediate victory. The demon grew even larger in size. His face changed, his muscles grew stronger, and he laughed ominously. It was visible how 2 streams of purple light power descended towards him from the sky. Varigoth thanked the master for his help. His size greatly decreased. When it was simply impossible to accept more power from the ruler, his avatar once again said that he was grateful and prepared to attack. Choi Yeon-seung could only curse. The boy understood that he was in great danger, mortal danger. Something had to be done immediately. Our hero understood why the demon had shrunk so much in size. It was done to increase speed and concentrate mana. Varigoth began to attack the young man from all sides. For some time, the hero even managed to repel the attack. His defensive properties were also high. This only further angered the monster and its master, and the attack and its effectiveness increased even more. Finally, it became obvious that if he did not launch a counterattack, he could actually die, and Yeon-seung began preparations. While he was concentrating his Kai, Varigoth rushed around like a tornado, striking so quickly that he himself was no longer visible. The young man was almost ready to strike and was now waiting for the right moment, frozen in a fighting stance. It was a mistake. Varigoth's next blow was too strong, and a mechanical voice announced that Choi Yeon-seung's invulnerability had been broken. The guy almost missed the moment, but still decided to carry out his plan immediately, without waiting for his defense to recover. He was a little afraid that he would die if his concentration dropped. It was absolutely impossible to relax. The demon was jubilant at this time. He was sure that he was a hair's breadth away from victory, and therefore he paused. Since our hero entered the abyss, he has never once used all of his Dantian ki at once. In the abyss, where enemies lay in wait at every step, such an act was clearly equated to suicide. Well, it's do or die. It's time to try what sacred suicide is on the territory of the bloody Lord of Battles. The demon gripped his bloody axe tighter and prepared to attack Choi Yeon-seung once again. The man took a special pose for maximum concentration and distribution of his ki. It was necessary to use the resource to the last drop. The young man understood that he had no choice, and that he simply would not live to see tomorrow. So the reserve of Kai was not needed in reserve, but was needed here and now. Looking once more at the demonic entity rushing straight towards him, the boy gathered all his Kai, all of it. Varigoth's mouth was getting closer and closer. His eyes were burning with magical fire. There was no more time to hesitate. Using the stored energy from all of his Dantians, Choi Yeon-seung delivered a punch with such force that his opponent was sent flying back several meters. The mechanical voice announced that our hero had learned the Cosmic Key Breakthrough, a technique that had greatly improved the level of divine cosmic art. Varigoth no longer posed any threat to the young man. This was clear from the way he fell to the ground after the blow. Of course, the demon landed on his feet and even grouped himself into an attack stance. But this was just a bluff. The demon realized that he had to defeat the man at any cost, and gathered all his remaining strength, fueling it with rage. The monster summoned the Lord's bloody axe again and increased its size slightly to make the blow stronger. Our hero was inspired by the effect produced and tried to restore at least the minimum level of Kai for a new attack. Some little man taught a lesson to the very first avatar of the Lord of Bloody Battles in the territory under his control. It was unthinkable. Virago simply could not allow this, so he simply burned with anger and accumulated the last of his strength, which, by the way, would have been enough for a gang of monsters. He simply could not stand still and watch as a new constellation was born on the territory of his great master. By the way, this is exactly what happened. Choi Yeon-seung, without realizing it, brought his essence closer to the divine. Viragut suddenly noticed a special glow that emanated not only from the guy's eyes, but also from his body. The demon's face expressed extreme surprise. The guy started to get bigger and bigger, while the enemy didn't change much in size. The demon screamed in horror. It seemed as if the whole world around him dissolved and ceased to exist. Looking at his hands, the young man realized that when he completely emptied the chi reserve in his dantians, he realized the true essence of himself. Dantians are like his inner world, so you can try to release them beyond your body. And then the whole world will become one huge dantian of Choi Yeon-seung. It will belong to him, as will all the chi in it. The mechanical voice announced that the boy had reached the highest level of mastery and had mastered the perfect understanding of the S-rank skill, Ki materialization. The voice then added that the hero could now freely use materialized Ki, and had received the skill of a good giant fighter and the S-rank skill of a master of his craft. Choi Yeon-seung's worldwide resonance increased according to the report, but for Viragot, he reported that the world was waiting for his defeat. The guy's next blow ended this expectation. Our hero's eyes sparkled and shone with Ki energy. He was no longer his former self. A message appeared that the constellations of the abyss, who were watching the battle, showed special interest in the young man. The subsequent messages were spam-like, saying that the kitten of lava and magma was waving its paw, the serpent-bearer of plague and darkness was promising the hero a scythe, and the crimson cow trampling the world was mooing. The last message was that the Lord of Blood and Battle was furious, and Choi Yeon-seung realized with displeasure that everyone was watching the fight. This made the hero very angry, and he dealt several blows to his opponent so strong that he raised his hand in a plea to stop. Lying on the ground with his arms outstretched, the demon, a powerful magician, told the man that this was the end. He was giving up. The young man did not expect such a turn of events. He was expecting to have to work hard for another couple of years. A mechanical voice announced that Choi Yeon-seung had defeated the first avatar of the Lord of Blood in battle, Viragoth, gifted with a bloody axe. The voice also added that the young man had mastered the skill of being a master of his craft, which allowed him to receive energy and strength from the entire world. The demon lying on his back called out to the boy and said that the man had honestly earned his right to reject the Lord's offer. He asked to listen to his words, and Choi Yeon-seung thanked Viragot from the bottom of his heart. The demon added that he did not know which constellation had offered the young man to become his avatar, and he warned that this proposal should not be accepted under any circumstances. It would be a huge mistake. Raising his bony, clawed hand up, the first avatar of the Lord of Bloody Battles whispered that by refusing, the hero could grow much stronger. The guy can become so strong that no constellation can look down on him. Virago sighed and asked our hero to become famous in this abyss by becoming the first man to turn into a constellation. Our hero thought about it. He began to imagine what kind of shock such an event would cause in other constellations. And then he understood everything, after which he promised to listen to the demon's words, to which he responded with a slightly sinister laugh and said that it was magnificent. The hero said that it was time to get to know each other properly and gave his name, to which Viragut whispered to Choi Yeon-seung that he would wait for news and then return to fight. After this, the demon said goodbye, and only the black shadow cast by his body remained on the ground. Then it rose into the air and floated away. The guy waved goodbye and asked Virago to come back. He still owed him. The young man was slightly stunned by the fact that he could actually become a constellation. He covered his face with his hand and began to think about it. After becoming a master, Choi Yeon-seung began to accept the world as himself, and only now did he notice what he had not noticed before. These were the gazes of the constellations watching him, and not just gazes, but ones that exerted pressure. And most importantly, our hero understood how powerful these very constellations are. He felt it with every cell of his body. But if our hero became stronger, he could well compare with them. No special proof was needed for that. At this time, the spam wave was activated again. A mechanical voice announced that the Lava Kitten and the Serpent Bearer of Plague and Darkness were asking to meet with Choi Yeon-seung. The fact is that the constellations of the Abyss could not move through foreign territories. They had to constantly monitor so that no one captured their own. That is why the constellations watched over the world without leaving their thrones and their avatars, and those who were worthy of becoming their avatars. At this time, a message appeared that the Lord of Blood and Battles had put a reward on our hero's head, but he still could not realize that he was under constant surveillance. The mechanical voice also added that from now on, every creature in the territory controlled by this constellation would hunt for Choi Yeon-seung. This information amused the hero quite a bit. Now he imagined the constellations as an audience watching a stream or a reality show. There was no fear at all. Spreading his arms wide, the guy theatrically announced to the observers that he was no worse than them and was going to become a constellation himself in the near future. The young man remembered how in his past, earthly life, he paid attention to one TV show, and his boss praised him very much. The show showed the life of a guy who signed a contract with a star and now told how he lives. Avatar said that everyone envies him, but in reality, everything is far from wonderful. Only those who signed the contract will understand him. Choi Yeon-seung's boss and other gym-goers decided that the show's hero was showing off and called him an idiot. The guy on the screen continued that the constellations watch the avatars around the clock, and there are also many rules that are forbidden to break. Choi Yeon-seung then also thought that the show's hero was whining in vain. He was handsome, and even became an avatar. One could only dream of that. Only now did our hero understand what that hunter meant. The need to constantly follow the rules was very nerve-wracking. The avatars were practically slaves. Their master could send his subjects on any mission, and they had to obey his will. Otherwise, they faced destruction or terrible punishment. The young man dreamed of becoming an avatar since childhood, to become stronger. Only now it dawned on him how wretched these creatures are. He will become much stronger and freer than any of them. Choi Yeon-seung wanted to choose his own path himself and not obey anyone. He scattered the pack of monsters and walked towards the pub, thinking that Virago was absolutely right. Having learned the power, you don't want to be in submission. Spam has started pouring in again about the Serpent Bearer of Plague and Darkness, and the Kitten of Lava and Magma mocking the Lord of Blood and Battles. Ophiuchus also reported that he was impressed by Yeon-seung's level, sent him the poison release skill as a gift, and when the guy refused and became furious, the other constellations began to mock him. The young man stood with his hands on his hips and said that he did not know how to use magic. A message appeared that the Serpent Bearer of Plague and Darkness was shocked. The Kitten of Lava and Magma immediately offered the guy a grimoire, the Book of the Kitten, on the study of magic, but the young man refused this gift too, saying that he would achieve everything with the help of martial arts. The Kitten of Lava and Magma called him a hipster, but immediately gave him an adamantium ingot, which the hero was not ready for. Choi Yeon-seung willingly accepted this gift. Although he was obsessed with power, he had nothing against enrichment. At this time, a message appeared that the Kitten of Lava and Magma offered the guy more useful and precious minerals in exchange for a contract. The young man fought the temptation for a while, but then his nerves simply gave out. Our hero raised his hand and pointed his finger at the sky, shouting that he himself was going to become a constellation, and that enticing him with such gifts was completely pointless. The guy headed towards the pub, and the Lava and Magma Kitten said that this is the main problem with hipsters. They are very nervous. The hero entered the once cozy hall of his establishment and discovered that everything there was destroyed and scattered. The young man did not pay attention to the disorder. He was purposefully looking for one single thing. Finally, the young man found the item he needed. It was the same adamantium cauldron of the previous owner of the establishment. The hero put some simple belongings inside and covered the top with cloth, tying the neck with a rope. The guy now also did not pay attention to the messages from the constellations. Ridicule, mockery, gifts, all this will remain behind his back. Choi Yeon-seung firmly decided to go his own way. The young man said goodbye to the pub, which had become his home over so much time, and thanked the sturdy building for providing shelter. Not all territories in the Abyss look the same. We already understood that. But some are so unlike the world we are used to that one can only wonder how anyone could live there. At this time, in the neighboring region, where two-headed llamas walked on mushroom-shaped platforms, rather strange events were taking place. One of these beasts found itself in some confusion. The monster encountered a creature that surprised him quite a bit. It surprised me not only with its appearance, but also with its behavior. A lot of questions, incomprehensible holograms. The two-headed creature did not understand at all why it needed this. The monster was then shown a picture of Choi Yeon-seung and asked if it had seen this human male. As we have all already guessed, it was Vaniel who was conducting his search mission, exploring more and more new territories. The monster had no intention of answering any questions from some angel, let alone those concerning people. Vaniel encountered a similar reaction almost everywhere he flew in search of our hero. No one liked angels in the abyss. The winged man did not argue. He turned around and flew on, realizing that there was nothing to catch here. But it wasn't so easy to leave this time. The two-headed monster asked if the sweet angel knew whose neighborhood he had visited. "This area is not protected by any constellation," the monster yelled rudely, and extended his clawed hands towards the angel. These were the claws of freedom, according to the monster. The territory was considered neutral, was secret and isolated from others, so no one should know about it. Vaniel had nothing against the territories that were not subject to the constellations, and he would not have told anyone about this land if he had not received such a terrible reception. With one power of thought, the angel lifted the monster into the air and landed him on the rocks with a swing. Rising above him, Vaniel once again asked the defeated enemy if he had seen a man. This time the monster politely replied no and apologized for his inappropriate behavior. Flying away from these inhospitable territories, Vaniel sent the monsters a blessing from the constellation. All of them were shocked. The search for our hero continued, and although the angel was already running out of patience, he still strove to fulfill the goddess's order, flying around and exploring more and more new territories. There have been several reports that some constellations have become interested in the fact that Vaniel, the avatar, is not in his territory. Over time, the angel got tired of the increased curiosity, and he used the goddess's veil skill on himself, becoming invisible to the rest of the constellations. At once, a mechanical voice reported that the table observer was furious at such cheap tricks, and the master of perverted illusions was mocking the avatar's technique. Meanwhile, our hero continued his journey through the territory of the Lord of Bloody Battles. From time to time, Choi Yeon-seung would take a break, not to rest, but to train and work on his ki a little more. He honed his skills by borrowing energy from the outside world and returning it to it during his strikes. Thanks to the master's degree, the divine cosmic art was perfected, and the amount of chi did not matter, but the importance of the ability to handle chi increased. For this reason, the guy did not stop improving his martial art. With a cheerful cry repeating the swings of his legs and arms, it was necessary. Choi Yeon-seung especially enjoyed practicing the space fist strike, which allowed him to capture particularly powerful streams of ki. Our hero put his whole soul into every blow, almost like in those distant times when he first began to practice martial arts. The most interesting thing is that the young man did not get bored with his activity at all. He found special pleasure in repeating the same actions many times. Sometimes the bandages on his fists wore out, but his hands were still as tireless as they had been 100 years ago. From time to time, he received messages that the power of his essence had increased due to the fact that he continued to train as before. The young man decided to check his stats, and suddenly noticed that after he decided to leave the territory of the Lord of Bloody Battles, there were changes in the world resonance skill. Now it was stated that the world resonated with him, as the hero had reached the peak of existence, and was now an invincible training master. Choi Yeon-seung realized that he had managed to perfect his skills to the point of perfection, or something like that. Now they were flawless. I wonder how he should turn into a constellation now, the guy thought, and suddenly decided that he seemed to know. He saw monsters nearby and headed towards them. The demons were extremely determined and promised to destroy Choi Yeon-seung for the humiliation their lord had suffered. The guy looked at the statistics again and decided that the world was giving him a hint. He needed to follow his principles. This would strengthen his essence and make him a constellation. Of course, the principle that Choi Yeon-seung always followed strictly was to fight at the first opportunity. The monsters were scattered in all directions by his lightning strikes. The invincible training master sighed and muttered that he must train all the time and never lose. That was the way. The demons lay defeated, and did not understand why they had even bothered with a man whom even Variga could not defeat. Yeon-seung left with the thought that this path was ideal for him. Thus, our hero left the territory of the Lord of Bloody Battles, finding himself in a land where the gaze of the constellations could not reach him so easily. By the way, in the battle with Varigoth, 2 skills were obtained, which we forgot to talk about in more detail. This is a good giant fighter. The guy's power grew when he entered into battle with a strong opponent. And the second skill was self-control. It said that a being capable of defeating itself is the strongest being. The power of the essence grew if you live in accordance with your essence. In the world of constellations, there were rules that had to be followed by the constellations themselves. Otherwise, their power would weaken and death would occur. Choi Yeon-seung stood next to his cauldron and thought about where he could get an opponent strong enough to improve his skills, but not lose. The guy thought it sounded complicated and, most importantly, interesting. He liked to set high demands on himself. Suddenly, on the horizon, the young man noticed something truly huge. At first, he decided that it was another monster, and therefore a potential enemy. This thing was moving underground, throwing pieces of rocks and huge stones in all directions. The young man hoped that this time the fight would last longer than the previous one. At this time, the monster finally came to the surface, and our hero almost screamed at the top of his lungs with joy. Instead, a monster did it, who roared the familiar Kwokwon with a trumpet-like voice. Our hero couldn't believe his ears and couldn't believe his eyes either. The monster's silhouette was backlit by the sun's rays, but there was practically no doubt. It was indeed Onyx, and Choi Yeon-seung was happy to meet his good friend and companion for many hundreds of years. Now both of them, the man and the stone snake, were screaming with joy, and by some miracle had not yet rushed to hug each other. However, they didn't rush for only a couple of seconds. Soon the young man already grabbed the head of his former pet with his hands and affectionately noted that he had grown a lot. The snake said that he did not come alone and really wanted to introduce his friend to his family. Now he had a wife and children. The entire stone snake family lined up in front of Choi Yeon-seung and greeted him as a good friend. While our hero was congratulating Onyx, he began to worry and warn the young man about something. At that very moment, the danger became a little more real. A huge crack appeared on the ground, and something rose to the surface from the depths. When this happened, the young man literally lost his power of speech. He looked at the monster that emerged straight from the ground and could not believe that it was real. Onyx and his family were truly enormous, the size of a multi-story building, but this monster surpassed them many times over. It was a supergiant monster that had never appeared on Earth before, a snake on a completely different level, the size of a city. It could be classified as X rank. The entire world was on alert, and Choi Yeon-seung noted that the snake was emitting so much magical power that it gave him goosebumps. The enemy was clearly stronger than Varigot, but whether he was stronger than the Constellation, the young man could not determine. The stone snake and his family also had difficulty. But still, the fight should have been interesting, because in front of our hero was not just a snake, not a huge stone snake, but a 9-headed snake, a Hydra. The stone snakes began to panic. They were afraid not so much for themselves as for the hero, but Choi Yeon-seung himself was calm. As we remember, the increased interest in his person, ridicule, mockery, and threats greatly irritated the young man. Hostility began to increase, especially from the Lord of Bloody Battles, who activated all means to avenge his humiliation. That's why the guy came to neutral territories, because he wanted to hide from unwanted eyes. But in the lawless zone where he ended up, the strongest ruled. These were monsters, as powerful as the Constellations, but not bound by any rules or restrictions. The Hydra was such a monster. Compared to it, the huge stone snakes looked like tadpoles. The young man watched as the monster rose from the ground and was amazed by its magical power and physical strength. It moved like a bulldozer. The mechanical voice said that the Good Giant Slayer skill had been activated, and if the boy defeated the Hydra, his essence power would increase. The skill master of his craft was also activated, which will also increase the power of the entity in the event of a successful outcome of the duel. The young man looked back and heard that the skill was World Resonance. The invincible training master was resonating. The hero still didn't fully understand what it meant. Standing directly in front of the monster, Choi Yeon-seung reminded himself that he was an invincible training master, which meant he had never backed down from a challenge, and he wouldn't back down now. The mechanical voice urged him to live his normal life, and the young man was surprised that his skills were pushing him to fight the monster. But even without them, the hero's choice would have remained the same. He pushed off Onyx's head and made an incredible leap to attack the Hydra. The young man shouted that he was not afraid of the monster and intended to defeat it at any cost. These were the rules he had set for himself. Standing right in front of the green snake, Choi Yeon-seung threatened to punish the monster for bullying his stone friend and his family. Using telepathy, the Hydra informed the man that he was worthless and would soon die in agony, as he deserved. The fact that the Hydra has the ability to telepathy puzzled our hero. He began to think about what other abilities the enemy might have. Meanwhile, the snake reported that even the Constellations avoided meeting with her, since the Hydra's deadly poison works on them too, and its fiery breath incinerates them on the spot. Choi Yeon-seung also detected the bloodlust skill that was emanating from all 9 heads of the monster. He thought that it would make anyone change their mind about fighting and run away. At first, it might have seemed that the guy was dumbfounded and also began to prepare to escape, but this was not so. He stopped to push off the ground as hard as he could, because the hero knew no fear. His principles told him not to avoid danger, but to engage in combat with it. The Hydra was surprised and hissed in surprise. It seemed that it could communicate not only telepathically. After Yeon-seung's attack, the monster lost 1 head, a situation that neither he nor the Onyx family, who were watching the fight, expected. The Hydra hissed in rage, unable to comprehend how such an insignificant creature dared to attack, and successfully at that. But it wasn't that simple. Thanks to the divine regeneration skill, the lost head was instantly restored. The monster looked at the young man carefully and informed him that it was not bad and quite brave, but that he would have to pay dearly for daring to touch him. Neither the hero nor the Constellation could withstand the Hydra's poison, something she reminded Choi Yeon-seung of once again as she began preparing to use it. Our hero was a little puzzled. He did not understand why the enemy was telling him about his intentions. It was not logical. Watching the snake's neck and cheeks swell from the amount of poison, it became clear why. It was a monster that even the Constellations feared, and not only were they afraid, they were powerless against it and preferred not to get involved. The monster hissed so loudly that everything around him almost blew away, and then exclaimed that these cockroaches would not be able to do anything against him, even if they knew about his intentions. The 9-headed Hydra pompously proclaimed that it was declaring the fate of the enemy. The enemy had no choice but to accept his fate. Suddenly, the poisonous green cloud began to dissipate, and the snake noticed a bright blue flash in the place where Choi Yeon-seung was. Our hero stood frozen in the air among the poisonous fumes, and the monster could not understand how he managed to resist the poison. If the guy hadn't had perfect immunity to poisons, he might have taken damage, but as it was, he only suffered from the monster's telepathic screams and curses. The young man looked closely at his hands and thought that the sensations were not the same as during the battle with Varagoth. It seemed to him that the blue glow was not his Kai. This was indeed not internal, but materialized from the external world of Ki, and it was quite aggressively charged, inciting the hero to cut off as many heads as possible from the Hydra. This is what Yeon-seung did. He was so fast that his attack and strikes were difficult to track, but it was undoubtedly successful. The hero's legs and arms worked equally well. Jumping and instant movement in space allowed him not to stop for a moment. Immediately, a mechanical voice announced that the invincible master of training in the world resonance had become active, and the hero's power of existence had increased. As predicted in the description, the power of the entity did its job. The monster's heads flew one after another to the ground. The Hydra grew new ones, but after a few seconds they too joined the previous ones. Thanks to his skills and life credo, Choi Yeon-seung not only wasn't cornered, but he was also able to defeat the monster. At least that's what he thought now. While the battle was not yet over, the snake decided to change tactics and use its sharp teeth while new heads grew in place of the destroyed ones. The guy noticed that each time the monster regenerated faster and faster, it seemed that it was also pumping up, just like our hero. It was time for the scalding breath. It was extremely dangerous for a person. Yeon-seung began to get a little nervous. Theoretically, the invulnerability skill that glowed blue could protect him, but even in the battle with Varagoth, it was not enough to completely block the magical attack. The fact is that the Hydra was many times stronger than Varagoth. Our hero realized that the skill of invulnerability alone was not enough in this case. The solution came unexpectedly. The young man remembered that he had the skill of moonwalking. He jumped up and tried to get above the stream of poisonous, scalding breath of the nine-headed Hydra. Running along it like a path, Choi Yeon-seung got close to the monster and began to attack again. The scorching streams became denser and larger, and it became almost impossible to dodge them. The hero ran from one safe place to another, but he understood that his speed was not enough. He only repeated to himself that he needed to act faster, even faster. He had to be as fast as he had never been before in his life, and a miracle happened. At some point it seemed to the guy that time had stopped. He had become so fast. It was a real miracle. The flame and poison emitted by the Hydra also seemed to stop. Now the young man could even afford to stop to calculate further tactics for conducting the battle. The Hydra couldn't control its breathing intentionally, so the reason was something else. None of our hero's skills gave him the ability to stop time, and now he was trying to figure out what was going on. But then the miracles ended, and the monster began to spew fiery streams again. A few seconds later, when the hero began to run away from them, everything froze again. Then the young man realized that he had mastered some new skill and that he could not hesitate. He had to act here and now. This was his chance to win. The young man was so fast that he seemed to fly into the air, fluttering from one Hydra head to the next. Finally, he landed on his feet, leaving behind only a bright blue glow from a series of powerful blows. Finally, Choi Yeon-seung realized that miracles happened over time for the same reason that his attacks became much stronger than they should have been. The power of the essence was far from the same as enhancing magic or martial arts. This power allowed one to change reality according to one's own desire and imagination. The mechanical voice said that the guy had received an epiphany about how to use the power of the entity. This force is capable of changing realities, and now the hero can control it as he wishes. It was that same powerful force that allowed the constellations to transform the abyss and build their kingdoms, giving gifts to their followers. Now Choi Yeon-seung, a human like the constellations, could do almost anything he wanted. At this moment, the Hydra became active and again began to telepathically curse the young man and threaten him with imminent death. The monster dug its clawed paws into the stones and squealed that it would smear the hero's yellow brains all over the abyss. The guy looked at the enemy and realized that the Hydra was a powerful entity and had enormous willpower and confidence in victory. Choi Yeon-seung couldn't shake or change her will, but there was no need to do so. The young man had solved the riddle. He began to concentrate his essence power in his hands, but he was not going to change the Hydra itself, but something else. Choi Yeon-seung decided to change himself. The power of the essence penetrated the human body and made it sharp as a razor, capable of cutting through time and space. Matter, of course, too. The guy pushed off and seemed to fly into the air, cutting through it like a rocket. He was determined to win the battle. His arms, spread out to the sides, emitted rays of light as sharp as a razor, powerful as a magical storm. As they approached the Hydra's body, the monster realized that this was the end. Nothing could be done. While some heads watched others fall to the ground, our hero did not stop moving for a moment. The young man came up with and materialized a special poison that blocked the monster's regeneration. He even felt sorry for the Hydra, but he couldn't give in to his emotions. It was also impossible to slow down. The guy continued his fight, trying to concentrate on the process and not forget that this was also training. As each subsequent head fell to the ground, others began to complain that this was simply impossible, and that such a thing could not have happened. Soon there were only a few of them left, and one suggested to the other to run away before it was too late, because regeneration does not work, and you can completely die. When there were only 2 heads left, one of them commanded the body to flee, but the other stopped the process, and disagreements began. One head screamed that they should run away but survive, while the other objected that it had not been the most powerful monster for 10,000 years to show such shameful cowardice. While they were arguing, the young man jumped up with the intention of relieving the monster of the agony of choice. He rose high into the air, only to return down with a sharp stream of energy and deliver his final victorious blow. The entire family of stone snakes gathered over the body of the defeated 9-headed Hydra. They could not believe that this was all real. Almost crying, Choi Yeon-seung muttered that the snake was a great opponent. Let him rest in peace. After all, the guy was sentimental. Immediately, messages poured in that the power of existence had increased thanks to the skills of a good giant fighter and a master of his craft. But the guy continued to be sad. Then the mechanical voice reported that he was covered in Hydra blood, and the world resonated even more strongly. The regeneration skill again increased to level A+. The hero left the battlefield. The last message was that the man's invulnerable body was now infinitely regenerating, and behind him lay a pile of meat that had once been the strongest monster. Looking at the Hydra and checking the stats, the hero noticed that life is a strange thing before he could not even dream of such skills. On Earth, any of them would have allowed him to become an A-rank hunter, but he, unfortunately, was not on Earth. Or perhaps fortunately, because there was a chance to become a constellation. At this time, a joyful quoquan was heard behind the hero, and he cheerfully noticed a family of stone snakes. They were fine and full of impressions. Onyx informed the boy that he had changed a lot since their last meeting. The guy smiled and replied that this was to be expected. A lot had happened in the several thousand years since they had seen each other. He reminded the stone monster that he himself had changed, and that he had also started a family and a bunch of beautiful children. When thinking about the relatives of the hero's friend, the thought occurred to him that the defeated Hydra might be useful to them, and he asked if stone snakes eat meat. Onyx even got a little scared and jumped aside, remembering the young man's recent actions. The stone snake asked to forget about it. The Hydra's body is poisonous, moreover, it continues to emit poisonous fumes, one cannot approach it. How could he forget that our hero had tasted all the poisonous monsters of the ocean? It would be foolish to think that the same would not happen to the Hydra. Soon the poisonous meat of the nine-headed Hydra was cut into neat steaks, and even looked quite appetizing. The entire skeleton remained intact and did not fall apart into bones at all. It seems that over many hundreds of years of working in the pub, our hero has learned to cope quite well with cutting up carcasses. The guy held a huge steak over his head and understood that this supply was too much to take with him. Of course, he could eat some of it here, but definitely not everything. At this time, Onyx caught his attention and said that he knew a way to solve this problem. The young man saw that the stone snake was handing him some object. It was a gift for protecting his family from the Hydra. A mechanical voice announced that our hero had just received a magical amulet artifact of subspace. It was easy to guess what this subspace necklace was. It opened up additional space where you could put things. Having opened the box and looked inside, our hero understood the full value of the gift. If desired, he could have stuffed a car inside. It soon became apparent that all of Choi Yeon-seung's belongings, as well as most of the meat and leather supplies, would fit in there without any problem. Moreover, the skeleton, which could be useful later for creating weapons, and scales, from which armor could be sewn, also fit. The cauldron and the unprocessed ore, the main treasures that the guy managed to acquire in the abyss, also went inside the amulet. Onyx watched the young man with interest, and heard that the adamantium he had once given him was also here. The hero had never figured out a way to process the ore. The young man dreamily added that when he learned how to melt metal, he would be able to make a frying pan and a cutting board out of it. After closing the necklace box, Choi Yeon-seung was happier than ever in his life. It was the best gift he could imagine. The best, but not the last, stone snake handed the guy some purple nugget. He found it when he was eating stones. From the moment Yeon-seung decided to become a constellation, he saw not only their messages, but also the amount of power that creatures and objects possess. He reached out his hand and realized that the world was talking to him, telling him details of a new gift from an old friend. Now man has become a being who has reached the peak of his existence, but he is not yet accustomed to his extraordinary abilities. The nugget held out by Onyx is untreated orichalcum, a metal that emits pure magical energy. Since orichalcum emits the strongest magical energy, and adamantium is very durable and absorbs it, the hero decided to make a knife and kitchen utensils from orichalcum, and a frying pan and board from adamantium. It was a brilliant plan that Choi Yeon-seung immediately began to implement. The stone snake's wife expressed doubts about his mental health, but Onyx denied everything. After some time, the mountain of steaks made from 9-headed Hydra meat suddenly appeared outside again. The guy shook the amulet and realized that it also had a volume limit, and so he simply threw the excess back into the outside world. Looking at the meat, the young man declared that it turned out they had no choice and had to eat it all. Seeing the stone snake's anxiety, the young man decided that it was worried because he would not get it. In fact, Onyx was worried because the meat was extremely poisonous, and tasting it would mean certain death even for a stone snake. Choi Yeon-seung had been studying cooking for thousands of years while he was a pub owner, and his culinary skills were quite advanced. And despite this, it was not so easy for him to cope with such a complex and very rare ingredient. It was the meat of a powerful creature that had survived after refusing to become the avatar of the constellation, something that had never been seen in the territory of the Lord of Battles. Consuming abyssal monsters gave the eater power proportional to the creature's might. But if you prepare it incorrectly, certain death awaits. Our hero knew this, but was determined to see it through to the end. For him, preparing a dish from such a complex ingredient was both a challenge and a matter of honor. At this time, the stone snake's wife was persuading Onyx to try the treat when the young man finished preparing it. Finally, the guy placed the finished dish in front of his friend and said that he had prepared tartare so that the stomach could cope with the task better. Onyx was strong and could have simply escaped from the Hydra, but he couldn't escape from the poisonous meat. That's the kind of joke life plays. Having swallowed the first piece, the stone snake realized that he not only remained alive, but also received an incredible boost of strength and energy. With each next piece of energy, there was more and more, and now it began to shoot out in rays from the monster's eyes and mouth. Onyx was satiated. Choi Yeon-seung watched with pleasure as his satisfied friend invited his wife and children to join him in the meal, and he wished them bon appétit. When everything was eaten, the family of stone snakes came to thank the hero and find out why the meat was not poisonous. The young man put his hands on his hips and proudly said that it was because he had taken care of everything, and that he couldn't poison his friends and their families. The whole family looked at Choi Yeon-seung carefully, and he felt that something interesting was happening. The mechanical voice announced that the giant stone serpent and his family had decided to trust and honor him. The boy was surprised but happy. At this time, he felt a powerful surge of energy, and a message appeared that he, like a constellation, had followers. The power of the constellation, the strength of its essence, increased. Choi Yeon-seung continued to feel its power growing. Now the young man understood why the constellations wanted to increase the number of their followers, and the real reason why they were so interested in the Earth. It was a world with billions of potential followers. Any constellation that captured Earth would gain the power of the essence to capture the abyss. The boy realized that he needed to find a way to return to Earth as soon as possible, before the future predicted by the goddess came to pass. While our hero sat and thought, Onyx approached him, holding another steak of 9-headed Hydra meat in his teeth. He showed interest with his whole appearance, and Choi Yeon-seung said that if the snake wanted, he could eat a little more. But it soon became obvious that something was wrong with Onyx. The young man looked at his friend and realized that he had greatly increased in size. The stone snake did not stop chewing the meat and grew bigger and bigger literally before our eyes. The young man thought that maybe the pet shouldn't eat snake meat, just like cats and dogs shouldn't eat chocolate. He was trying to figure out what he had done wrong while Onyx was croaking and making some very loud sounds. Onyx ate, and finally our hero realized that his friend wanted to eat everything. He gave his permission, and the family of stone snakes became the size of a city, and they moved on. The pet and his family brought our hero to some new territory. According to them, there was something interesting there that could be very useful to Choi Yeon-seung. The young man looked doubtfully at the pink and purple landscape stretching out before him. The next second, his gaze fell on an image of a winged and horned demon with many teeth, scratched into the rock. The stone serpent made it clear that he had brought the man here specifically to show him the drawing. Choi Yeon-seung sat down right in front of the rock and began to think about what this could mean. Onyx continued to cackle about danger and threat. The young man's thoughts soared somewhere high and began to reflect on the fact that it was very unlikely that there was a demon that posed a threat to him. After Varigut was defeated, our hero no longer had any desire to choose similar opponents for himself. Even the entire army of demons from the territory of the Lord of Bloody Battles did not frighten Choi Yeon-seung, so why should any other one frighten him remained unclear. Finally, the young man decided that if he was destined to meet an opponent stronger than Varigoth and the Hydra here, then he was ready. At that very moment, the heavens opened up and our hero was dragged into some kind of magical portal. A mechanical voice announced that the boy had entered the territory of the Master of Dreams and Desires. The surrounding constellations watched as the young man fell. The avatars of the Master of Dreams and Desires have learned of this and are heading towards you, the voice added while Choi Yeon-seung was thinking about what had happened. Soon, several winged people appeared in front of the young man and asked if he was a training master. These creatures looked like incubi, and each one in turn greeted our stunned hero. They were all approximately the same shade of purple, like the world of the owner of dreams and desires. One of the avatars informed Yeon-seung that his master was asking for a meeting and ordered that if he agreed to do so, the hero be escorted to him. The mechanical voice reported that the nightmare incubus had used the soul seduction skill, and then that the QE of the divine space art had resisted the seduction. The guy said in a menacing voice that it was too rude for a greeting, to which the avatars apologized, explaining that they had no control over this skill of theirs. One of them added that they also understood that their weak abilities would not work for the constellation, which confused the guy, who began to mumble that he was not one yet. Avatar added that they believed that Choi Yeon-seung would soon become a constellation, and the young man thought that these were the most pleasant words in his life. Then he pulled himself together and asked what would happen if he refused. The incubi replied that they had received orders not to harm the hero and to let him go. Our hero agreed to meet and asked the avatar if he had heard of planet Earth. He thought about it and replied that he remembered something about battles for the gates leading there. Choi Yeon-seung became seriously agitated and began to demand more information from the incubus, but he had nothing to add. He was simply trembling with fear. Then the avatar added that his master might know something if the hero was interested, to which he received an affirmative answer. Then the avatar threw up his hands and giggled. He remembered that there were many souls on Earth, and decided that the guy intended to capture it. Yeon-seung struck a pose and declared that he was not going to conquer the Earth, but to protect it from attacks by other constellations. This information struck one of the incubi to the depths of his soul. He exclaimed that the hero was not only strong, but also noble. The young man listened to more admiration and began to guess that behind the beautiful words of the avatars there could be a real threat. They continued their journey through this strange world, painted in pink and purple tones and filled with various geometric figures. At this time, one of the incubi suddenly rolled his eyes and screamed in a terrible voice that the man must immediately give him all his desires. The guy tensed up. He was bombarded with messages about the skill of seducing the soul and reducing ki. It was good that the divine space art protected the hero. The other avatars quickly neutralized their colleague, but he continued to shout that they too would not mind eating this man. His desires are so fresh and pure. As Choi Yeon-seung was escorted further and the violator was promised 300 years of imprisonment, the hero heard that what attracted the incubus more than others was his desire for endless training. The guy looked back and asked what it was, to which the avatar replied that they, the nightmarish incubi and succubi, have a thirst for human desires. The guy thought that this must be very difficult. He was glad that the number of desires was quite limited. At that moment, the succubus turned away abruptly. Before that, he had said that he was not attracted to the desires of the young man. But the next second, he was singing a song about how sweet he was, and how that pure desire for endless training lured him. Our hero looked at him with surprise and asked him to put these tricks aside, otherwise someone would be very sorry. Avatar promised that he would not make demands on Choi Yeon-seung's wishes and would keep a respectful distance. Soon they came to a huge and majestic building with columns. The avatars explained that this was the palace of the owner of dreams and desires. The guy would see it immediately after he entered. The hero asked why the succubus was not going with him, to which he received the answer that a conversation between two constellations was too great an honor. The young man began to suspect something was wrong. He reminded him that he was not yet a constellation, and since the succubus had shown him everything in this world, he invited him to accompany him further. Avatar couldn't believe his luck. Tears of joy almost came to his eyes. Together they walked down the corridor, and the succubus did not stop thanking the young man for the honor bestowed upon him. The young man followed him and thought that, apparently, the meeting would be more dangerous than he thought. The young man had a plan to use the avatar as a human shield, because the constellation should at least value something. Before entering the hall, the young man once again reminded himself that the title of Master of Training is not given to just anyone, but he should not lose his vigilance. He is on foreign territory. After taking a couple more steps, the young man became confused. It seemed to him as if he had just woken up. The avatar accompanying him was sleeping on the floor, and the owner did not look the way the hero imagined. The master of dreams and wishes said that his avatar, Ari, is probably having a wonderful dream about devouring Choi Yeon-seung's wishes, with the latter's permission, of course. The guy asked if the creature in front of him was really the master of dreams and desires. Having received an affirmative answer, he was even more surprised, and even looked around, hoping that this was still a mistake. The owner of the dream appeared before the hero in the form of a little girl. He exclaimed that he was glad to see the Constellation, which has been putting on a lot of performances lately. He had wanted to meet for a long time. Our hero stood silently for quite a long time, trying to assess the situation and think through a possible retreat strategy. After this, the guy once again said that he is not yet a constellation and that he still needs to work on that. Measured steps were heard behind him. The girl came closer and said that no, the one who has embarked on the path of the constellation can already be considered a constellation. While the avatar was sweetly snoring, the owner of the dream explained that our hero was already capable of the same things as the constellations. With a welcoming smile, the girl asked if Choi Yeon-seung couldn't use the power of his essence like the constellations. The guy didn't want to answer. He couldn't think about anything at all except that by some ridiculous chance the owner of dreams and desires looked like a child. But having recovered from the shock, the young man began to gradually remember what had happened when he entered the constellation chamber. He said hello, but there was no answer. Then strange things began to happen that made the muscles tense. The guy fell into some kind of thick white fog, as if into a dream, and began to think whether he hadn't done enough, wandering through the abyss for tens of thousands of years. He just needed to fall asleep and rest. The hero's face was blinded by rage. He realized in anger that this was a suggestion from the master of dreams and desires. He expected that Yeon-seung would fall asleep and change his mind about training, becoming a constellation. Clutching his head, the young man asked why people's brains were being brainwashed and their consciousness manipulated, to which he received the answer that this was the very essence of dreams and desires. The beings who entered this room always had their wishes fulfilled and found peace, a gift that was hard to refuse unless you were a constellation. The owner of the dream added that the only thing the hero was not capable of was waking up by his own consent, and the young man asked again what that meant. The girl did not want to talk about it now. She said that she understood the person's confusion, but everything has its time. The guy decided that this was some kind of trap and tried to find out what this constellation wanted from him. Embarrassed, the girl began to shift from foot to foot, and said in a timid voice that she would gladly explain everything if our hero entered into an alliance with them. Choi Yeon-seung laughed. He expected something like that. All the constellations are terribly selfish. At this, the girl laughed and said that sometimes it's for the best. The boy began to understand that forming an alliance could make the constellations stronger. Not all of them were as powerful as the gods. Evil and bloodthirsty constellations sow chaos, destroying the weaker ones. It is not so easy to stand against them. In their quest to conquer new territories, many monster constellations leave behind only scorched earth and mountains of bones. Quite significant piles of bones, the girl added, and said that she didn't want to end up in one of them, which is why she was in the alliance. The guy listened to her and said that the problem of territories is not new, but you can create a farm for collecting wishes, and then become so powerful that no one is afraid of you anymore. The master of dreams and desires objected that such an idea could only come to the mind of a constellation that was previously a human. Choi Yeon-seung did not like this remark at all. The girl smiled sweetly again and said that the invincible master of training was right, and the constellations could indeed have unrivaled energy potential. She added that she can't do everything she wants, since there is always a risk of reducing the energy essence and losing power due to some erroneous actions. Nightmares demanded high-quality three-dimensional desires, not born of fear, but the fruits of ambition, pure and spiritual goals. Since the girl was only a nightmare god, she could not create anything like that in the real world, only in the abyss, or dreams. Choi Yeon-seung was horrified, and said that in this case, she simply could not do without others, like some kind of parasite. The constellation laughed, and the guy corrected himself, saying that he meant that it was quite strange. It seems that our hero has begun to understand that the girl's goal is to create an alliance of weak but altruistic constellations. But he immediately became wary, asking why she had revealed so many of her weaknesses to him in case he turned out to be a villain. The owner of dreams and desires said that he thought about it, but came to the conclusion that it would be easier to negotiate with the guy than with other constellations. The constellation was being disingenuous. She came to such conclusions after studying the hero's desires, but he didn't need to know about it. The guy continued his thoughts. In fact, Choi Yeon-seung simply radiated enormous desires, but none of them concerned conquest or power. Their main theme was the desire to improve technique, and to try as many new skills and training as possible. The guy looked at the constellation again and decided that the girl had trusted him for a reason. They could very well work together. He said he was almost ready to make a deal, but there were still a few questions left. The young man asked what he would have to do, what responsibilities he would have after the alliance was concluded. He added that he is quite a busy person and cannot spare much time to help. The master of dreams and desires began to laugh uncontrollably and said that the hero was inimitable, asking about responsibilities instead of calculating his own benefit. She replied that while everything was calm, there was no need to do anything. He could do whatever he wanted, but in case of danger, he would have to stand up for the alliance. The bird that was sitting on the girl's finger chirped, and the constellation added that sometimes battles last so long that they would definitely have time to come to each other's aid if necessary. The bird flew away, and it was a truly beautiful moment, worthy of going down in history, at least in the history of Choi Yeon-seung. The guy was touched, as we remember. He was quite sentimental, although he hid it. Looking at the girl again, he said that he agreed. The constellation was delighted and grabbed his hands, saying that it was great that everything had been resolved so quickly. Yeon-seung said that while he was a newbie, he was sure that there were a lot of dangerous creatures in the abyss that pretended to be something they weren't. The guy didn't suspect how right he was. The young man dreamed that the alliance would help him return to Earth. At that time, a message appeared that he had joined the alliance of small constellations, and a crowd of dwarves appeared in the hero's imagination. He raised his eyebrows and asked what kind of name it was. The owner of dreams and desires asked if he liked it. The mechanical voice said that words represent the power of the constellations. If you do not keep your promises, it will affect the power of the entity. The girl continued to insist that there was something wrong with the name, and the hero had to reassure her once again that everything was fine. At that moment, a fiery whirlwind rose behind the constellation, and a message came that a kitten of lava and magma greeted the hero with its paw. Our hero began to suspect that he had been deceived, but he still did not fully understand how exactly and in what. The next message from the kitten was that he would treat him very well if the boy became his avatar, but instead he did something stupid. Yeon-seung cursed. At that moment, an image of a kitten materialized from the fiery whirlwind, but it was rather schematic. Another message said that the kitten of magma and lava greeted the fool again. The young man began to remember that he had seen messages from the kitten before. The young man greeted him and asked if this constellation was also a member of the alliance he had just joined. Our hero began to get angry and asked why he was talking using telepathy while he was so close. The girl giggled, swallowing her laughter. She explained that constellations usually do not leave their territories, and this kitten hologram is simply one of the ways of communication and connection between the members of the alliance. The guy thought about it and decided that it was like a video conference on Earth. He asked when the other members of the alliance would join them. The girl turned away and began to whistle something quietly, completely ignoring the question. A terrible guess came to our hero, so terrible that he did not even immediately gather the courage to voice it. Finally, he exhaled and asked if there was anyone in the alliance besides himself, the girl, and the kitten. Poo-poo-poo. A message appeared that the kitten angrily asks, "So what?" He also threatens not to give the gifts prepared for the hero. The guy came to his senses and said that he was not disappointed. When he asked about the gifts, the kitten replied that he could make any items the guy was interested in out of adamantium and oracle. The girl smiled and said that the kitten was the most famous blacksmith in the entire abyss. He promised to make weapons and armor for Choi Yeon-seung as a gift for joining the alliance. The guy was puzzled. He was glad of such an opportunity, but had not yet saved up enough orichalcum, so he asked to take advantage of the offer later. The kitten shook his head and asked the mistress of dreams and desires whether she had given our hero what she had intended. The girl laughed and explained that she didn't think they would be able to come to an agreement so easily because she simply didn't have time to tell them about the gifts. The kitten called the guy a dumbass once again. He threatened to leave the alliance, and the girl tried to turn it all into a joke. Here, the mistress of dreams and desires waved her hand and reminded that the constellations were selfish, so she had prepared gifts for Yeon-seung as an incentive to join the alliance. The next moment, a huge, shining, round gift appeared in the young man's hands. All that was left was to unwrap it, but that was not necessary. The mechanical voice announced that Choi Yeon-seung had received the orichalcum ingots and the A-rank key vampirism martial arts scroll. The guy was incredibly happy, and the girl explained that the scroll was created by nightmares, but she thought it would suit the hero just fine. After a short silence, she added that there was not a single nightmare that could become a master of this art. The guy asked why, and was pleased to hear the answer that everyone except him preferred to take the easier magical path. The hero couldn't resist, and showed the kitten how much adamantium and oracle he had. They needed to discuss the making of items. The Constellations were delighted and asked how long it took him to accumulate these treasures. The guy replied that he started when he was still mortal, several tens of thousands of years ago. The kitten decided to change the subject and asked if the young man liked the gifts. He thanked him and replied that he liked them very much. But it was time to discuss what exactly needed to be forged. A mechanical voice screamed excitedly that the lava and magma kitten was inspired and demanded to know what weapon and armor the hero wanted, immediately. The kitten exclaimed that with that amount of materials, he could create a simply epic shield and sword. The Constellation offered to create an indestructible shield from adamantium and the strongest sword from oracle. The guy can choose any design. The kitten's image increased in size in anticipation of a great job, but then our hero threw up his hands and said that these were not quite the things he needed. As the cat's curious nose moved closer to him, Choi Yeon-seung smiled and said that he was primarily interested in the kitchen utensils. In a state of shock, the kitten of lava and magma listened to the guy need a cutting board and a frying pan made of adamantium, as well as an auroch knife and utensils. A message appeared that the kitten of lava and magma was asking for a serious answer, and our hero began to assure that he was not joking at all now. The guy explained that ever since he first found a piece of oracle, he has dreamed of getting the best kitchen utensils so he can cook anything in the abyss. The kitten sat silently with his eyes wide with surprise. He no longer dared to call Choi Yeon-seung a fool, but it was obvious that the Constellation thought exactly that way. After a few seconds, the kitten began to turn into a fiery whirlwind again, and he decided to silently leave the dialogue. Then the Constellation returned pathetically and lay down on the grass with its paws up, demonstrating that it was completely smitten. There was a message that the lava and magma kitten slowly opened its mouth and said something like, "Damn hipster," but such a term is not in the dictionary of the abyss. With tears in his eyes, the kitten began to work, fulfilling the order. Choi Yeon-seung could not shake the feeling that he was forcing him to do something extremely disgusting. The girl noted that a promise is a promise, because the Constellation will put its whole soul into the work. She added that she is now ready to answer the question of what awakening is. The guy confirmed that he is not yet a complete constellation, and does not fully understand all the nuances associated with this. He remembered that when he defeated Varagoth, he saw a message that the world resonance had increased, and the world was eager to hear his cry. And Varagot, at his last moment, told our hero that the man should become a constellation. The boy wondered if it was possible that he was still a human with excellent fighting abilities. But in order to become a constellation, he needed to take one more step. The girl explained that, as she had already said, our hero is already a constellation. How long can we repeat the same thing? There is no such thing as an incomplete constellation or a newbie constellation. A constellation is a constellation. And by awakening, she meant precisely the fact that our hero had not yet realized that he had already become a constellation. The hero's jaw dropped, and she laughed that he was a unique creature to continue to doubt even now. The guy was indignant that she called him unique, apparently because the hero does not possess magic, to which the girl laughed and assured him that this was not so, and she did not want to hurt his feelings. She flicked him on the nose and explained that mortals very rarely become constellations, which was what made him unique. The young man looked at her and assumed that the mistress of dreams and desires was a nightmare that had become a constellation. The answer was not affirmative. The heroine said that she was born as a constellation. The power of existence of dreams and desires was awakened by nightmares. They came together, creating her. This was the true form of the mistress of dreams and desires, and she did not hide this side of herself. Most of the constellations are the same, both the Lord of Bloody Battles and the Kitten of Lava and Magma. They are constellations from birth. That's why everyone is irritated by the fact that the guy hasn't yet realized that he is a constellation. For them, it's unthinkable. It finally dawned on Choi Yeon-seung that by awakening she meant self-awareness, self-identification. The girl smiled and said that it was not difficult. You just need to accept this fact as real. The young man looked completely stunned. He did not understand how everything could be so simple. It was not his style. Suddenly, they found themselves at the very top of a green hill covered with grass, under a pink pre-dawn sky. The girl once again said that everything was simple. It was clear from the young man's face that he was disappointed, as if he had been counting on difficult trials and torturous training, but they had been cancelled. Then our hero closed his eyes and told himself to accept that in life, things don't always go according to plan. The guy exhaled all the air from his lungs, then took a deep breath again and finally blurted out that he had become a constellation. At that moment, all the energy that the world around him could bestow upon him filled Choi Yeon-seung's body to the limit. It was an incredible feeling. The message appeared that the world resonance was activated and the world accepted the cry of our hero. As the constellation invincible master of training, he received all the possibilities of the constellation. The radiance was blinding. The mistress of dreams and desires even had to cover her eyes with her hand. Our hero's appearance changed dramatically. A new constellation opened its eyes, and the whole world froze in anticipation. Behold, all of you in the abyss. Before you is a new constellation, an invincible master of training, the mechanical voice said. Then Yeon-seung had a vision of some hero with long hair and wings on his back trying to defeat the monster. He rose higher and higher, demonstrating all his magnificence and power. The monster roared in fear. The warrior made his first blow at the monster, a strong and lightning-fast blow, but somehow not perfect enough. Returning to the rocky ground, the young man did not look pleased. His face was distorted with fear. The attack was not what he expected. At that moment, a message appeared that the invincible training master would grant him his blessing. Joy filled the warrior's soul. He swore allegiance to the new constellation and thanked him. The very next moment, the monster was defeated. So strong did the young man become from just one blessing of our hero. How he managed to make someone so strong and powerful was impossible to understand. And it wasn't necessary, because Choi Yeon-seung was now a constellation. He stood on top of the hill. His hair had grown long and white. His face was filled with pure delight. Being a constellation was fun and incredibly enjoyable. The girl laughed that she understood his delight. But why was he playing with her avatar like that? Even though they were in an alliance, it was not fair. The guy apologized and grabbed his head. He suddenly realized his power and understood that before doing something, you need to think carefully. Avatars are very important, and influencing someone else's avatar can be seen as provocation. The young man's eyes widened as he realized that he could now get an answer to any question instantly through the power of his consciousness. He realized what a fool he had been, continuing to rush from side to side in order to strengthen himself, although he was already a constellation. Even though he was lost and wandering in the abyss, he considered all this to be the goddess's training. What a nightmare. He even thought that a space storm was a great way to travel. What holy simplicity and naivety. The young man's hair stood on end in horror. He realized that for thousands of years he had thought about nothing but training. He was incredibly stupid. The girl laughed and said that they should try out their distant vision. She asked if the guy had an avatar. Choi Yeon-seung replied that he didn't have an avatar, but then he remembered Onyx. Concentrating his attention on it, the young man suddenly saw a family of stone snakes. Everything was fine with them. The girl also said that the power of one's essence can be accumulated or spent. It works roughly like mana points. Also, the constellations could use their avatars to explore the abyss as a kind of scouts. The girl added that the constellations can also look through the eyes of other people's avatars if necessary. She explained that since they were in the same alliance, he had every right to use the eyes of the allied avatar, and Choi Yeon-seung tried it here. What he saw amazed the guy, but soon he wondered why the constellation was hiding some places of its territories, and some avatars were blocked. The girl smiled and explained that this was a place where nightmares lived, and because it could be unpleasant, she blocked off some areas, and that was okay too. She looked at the sleeping avatar and added that she sent a Rooney to meet the hero, since she controlled herself better than others and did not attack him as other nightmares could. The young man remembered with horror some details of the meeting with the succubi and their behavior, so he agreed that this was reasonable. Finally, the mistress of dreams and desires said that she had told him almost everything she had planned, and there were no questions left for the hero either. The young man thanked her for her help, and the girl laughed that she was very pleased to meet a constellation expressing gratitude. It was a great rarity. Then she remembered something and advised Choi Yeon-seung not to contact other constellations until he had acquired several avatars and followers, because this is what power depends on. The sky beyond the sky, the place Choi Yeon-seung had arrived at before training began, was an abyss of constellations, and now he had the opportunity to study it much better. Thinking about this, the guy decided to ask one of the constellations if she had heard of Earth. The girl thought for a moment and replied that it was a planet outside the abyss, and that she had heard about it, but did not remember the details. She added that she had heard more about other constellations planning to take over the Earth, as there were many rare souls there for the abyss. Our hero explained that he asked about this because he himself was from Earth, and the constellation thoughtfully muttered whether this meant that the gates were already open. The mistress of dreams and desires was worried that troubles would soon begin, but she looked through the eyes of the avatar at Earth and reported that everything was not so bad yet. While the constellations that came to Earth were looking at each other but not making contact, it will get worse when the battles begin. During the fights, they will become weaker, not stronger, and someone will definitely take advantage of this. For example, some cunning constellation, while the others are fighting, will simply capture souls and easily become the most powerful. The guy decided that they chose not to fight, but to increase the number of followers. But the girl did not listen to him. She said that he was lucky when the gates opened. There were no evil constellations nearby. She explained that evil and cruel constellations will not come to a common agreement. They prefer to seize power by brute force. Raising his index finger, the constellation added that even when there is an opportunity to act differently, they do not do so. Such is their nature. Our hero thanked her for the information, and the girl noted that he must be very nervous, leaving his planet at the disposal of unknown constellations. She added dreamily that it would be nice to have a constellation in the alliance that had souls of followers from Earth under its control, and Choi Yeon-seung had an idea. The girl and the kitten looked at him with hope and expectation. They did not quite understand what was happening at all. The young man raised his hand and concentrated his ki onto it, making it as sharp as a razor. The second hand underwent the same metamorphosis, and soon both began to move rapidly around the young man's head. The kitten and the girl looked at what was happening, but because of the speed they could not see the details. Snow-white strands of hair fell on them. Noticing that the hero decided to cut his hair, the girl said that it grew back the moment Choi Yeon-seung accepted his essence and became a constellation. She thought that the haircut was evidence of the young man's desire to return to Earth at any cost. The constellation suggested that it could also be a reminder of his mortal origin, but the hero replied that it was something completely different. With a mysterious smile on his face, the young man explained that it was just that his long hair was getting in the way of his training. The mistress of dreams and desires realized that this was only partly true and advised him not to openly demonstrate that he had become a constellation upon returning to Earth. Choi Yeon-seung thought about it and realized that this was quite reasonable and he should listen to this advice. He imagined the dangers that might await from evil and bloodthirsty monsters, but the girl explained that even good constellations could be hostile. She added that if these constellations decided to fight for the souls of the Earth, they are definitely much stronger than their alliance. The boy asked if he should hide his essence from everyone, and the girl replied that yes, if he uses the power of the essence, he will be immediately exposed. The mistress of desires and dreams advised to blend into the crowd, and then quietly and imperceptibly acquire followers. They will become souls that accept the essence of the hero. The constellations on Earth will sooner or later discover the loss of souls. But then it will be too late. The young man folded his arms dreamily across his chest and said that he had never thought about becoming an actor or a star before, but this was not a bad idea. The girl explained that she meant something a little different, and the boy realized that becoming a hunter wasn't so bad either. Thinking about it, hunters also have quite a few fans. The guy remembered Li Xiaowang and realized that he had previously thought of him as a simple hunter. The young man also remembered that there is a constellation on Earth that also knows about him, and the girl noted that in that case they could use some support. She said that the alliance benefited from the expansion and asked how Choi Yeon-seung knew about this constellation. The guy became embarrassed. The hero tried to briefly tell how he met the virtuous goddess of scales and what came of it. The guy embellished the story a little, shortening it and simplifying it a little, but even so it all looked pretty stupid. It was very sad, both for the goddess's reputation and for his own. The girl reported that the story was terrible and embellishment did not help. But the mistress of desires and dreams added that she had heard about this constellation. The skill of foreseeing the future is very rare even among the inhabitants of the abyss. The girl said that despite the stupidity of the story, it seemed that the goddess had a plan, even though she sometimes made a fool of herself by misinterpreting her predictions. It seems that predicting the future is very difficult. What is the point of prophecies if you do not understand what they mean and do not benefit from them? She added, thinking about the kitten of lava and magma. The constellation muttered that she wasn't sure the goddess would be of any use to the alliance, but the appearance of a lava kitten reminded them that they were in no position to be picking over resources. The mistress of dreams and desires added that given the goddess's behavior, it was likely that she was cooperating with other constellations, and the guy noted that this was not bad for an alliance. The girl thought about it. The goddess seemed stupid to her, but the kitten wisely decided that if they helped to correctly interpret the visions, then things would get better. In that case, the first task upon returning to Earth for the invincible training master will be to convince the virtuous goddess of Libra to join the alliance. The guy was a little worried about how the goddess would react to the fact that he became a constellation, but he plucked up the courage to contact her, asking how best to do this. While the girl was lamenting that she had only heard her name once, the kitten announced that he suspected where such an unremarkable creature might be. Our hero was delighted. Even though he became a constellation and even joined the alliance, the young man wanted to return to Earth, and such a key figure as a goddess could help. He needed to meet her in person. Just as he was thinking that it would be a good idea to involve avatars, winged creatures flew across the sky. The next second, Aruni's voice was heard from above. The avatar was interested in how he could be of use to her mistress's comrade. After listening to the hero's request, the succubus said that she would be happy to accompany him through the mistress's territory. But what about the hero's plan to return to Earth? The young man replied that while the kitten of lava and magma was busy making his equipment, there was some time for other things. The avatar noted that this equipment would become legendary, unaware that the kitten was almost crying from sadness at the time, making a frying pan. The young man said dreamily that he was absolutely sure that the indicated items would help fulfill many of his desires. The girl asked where exactly the hero wanted to go and reminded him that there were many beautiful places in this area. Choi Yeon-seung replied that he had one in mind. He said that he heard from the mistress of dreams and desires about the Fountain of Enlightenment, to which Aruni noted that this is a place for training succubi. It teaches you to control your desires. The young man happily announced that since he was forced to wait, he intended to spend this time usefully, getting the training that was only possible in this area. The girl laughed loudly and replied that he was indeed an unrivaled training master and she liked it. As they entered the room where the well was located, Aruni noticed that the place had once been popular with nightmares, but had become abandoned after the birth of its owner. The well was banned because during the training process, many nightmares could not stand it and went crazy. Our hero looked into the well. The essence of the training was to drink water from it. At first glance, it all seemed simple, but if it really was, it wouldn't have been sealed. The whole point was that the stronger the desire of the person lifting water from the bottom of the well, the heavier the bucket became. You can try to meditate and get rid of your desires, but this will not reduce the amount of water. Choi Yeon-seung got down to business and realized that this would be one of the hardest training sessions of his life. Thoughts appeared in his head that if he let go of the bucket, he would return to Earth. He so wanted to go to his favorite gym again. Lifting water had become unbearably difficult. The voice asked if he missed the spicy ramen, his dumbbells, if the young man wasn't interested in what was in the new issue of the magazine he regularly read. Doesn't the young man want to watch the movie about Batman and Superman again, because these are his favorite heroes? The voice reminded him. And then Choi Yeon-seung realized whose voice it was. His ex-girlfriend asked him if he wanted to get back together, because everything was so wonderful. Their love is not dead. They can be together again if he lets go of this rope, the girl continued. The lava kitten and the mistress of wishes and dreams thought that this was too much of a challenge even for the unrivaled master of training. The girl explained that the well excites and intensifies desires, making the bucket heavier. The kitten expressed fears that not everything would be okay with the hero. The mistress of desires reassured him, because the constellations are on a different level than nightmares, the hero will definitely not go crazy, but she is very interested in what desires torment him. Then a message appeared that the kitten had noticed something and was asking to look. The girl connected to Aruni's vision, and the first thing she saw was the guy's sneaker resting against the wall of the well. The young man held onto the rope, resting his feet against the wall of the well, and inhaled and exhaled as if he were exercising. From the tension in the muscles of his arms, it was obvious that the guy had really decided to give himself a physical workout by doing the exercises. First on the arms, then on the legs, then on the abs, and then on the legs again. It seems that some were completely incorrigible. As soon as the girl and the kitten realized what was happening, their faces expressed extreme disappointment. This simply could not be happening. How it was possible to use such a complex mechanism simply to pump up muscles instead of training desires was beyond their comprehension. In reality, it wasn't that simple. The hero trained, using the weight of his desires to get rid of them because he was addicted to training. The kitten and the girl watched for several minutes as he tried with all his might to persuade himself to repeat a few more approaches to each exercise. The kitten muttered that this was too much even for a stupid constellation like Choi Yeon-seung. Even Aruni was a little taken aback and asked the young man if he was okay. Many nightmares had gone crazy trying to get the water out. The girl added that if he needed help, he should just ask. But the guy said that everything was fine. He just found a good exercise machine for the first time in a long time. Most people couldn't lift the bucket, but he didn't have that problem. The temptations were too weak. What kind of nonsense is this? Like a movie about Batman and Superman and ramen during training, you need to watch your diet, our hero muttered. Getting back together with his girlfriend was also not a very good idea and did not bode well. Choi Yeon-seung remembered why he decided to end the relationship, and he would make the same decision now. What nonsense. He informed Aruni that all the illusions the well offered were weak. In fact, the whole workout was no more difficult than squats with weights. At that moment, the mistress of dreams and desires grabbed her head. She was sure that beings without desires do not exist. Then an idea came to her, and she added that the constellations were no exception, to which the omnipotent being would force itself to restrain its desires. She added that the hero had good fundamentals, probably because he was mortal. It was not about fighting skills at all. The kitten in anger released a stream of fiery lava. Choi Yeon-seung spent a lot of time at the well. He learned to cleanse his heart to do cardio and to weight the bucket for strength training, remembering his desires. The rest of the time he devoted to sparring with Aruni to work on tactics and strategy for fighting winged creatures. When he returned, the mistress of dreams and desires reported that the hero apparently enjoyed spending time at the well, and he replied that he never missed an opportunity to practice. The girl explained that although Yeon-seung himself was like a human army, he could have great potential in raising avatars. The young man did not understand. Constellation explained that since he was an unrivaled master of training, he could train not only himself. She added that after training with the hero, Aruni became much stronger, but the guy objected that he was fine alone. Then they saw the pause. A message has appeared that the lava and magma kitten says that it will never do anything like that again. The kitten announced that he had finished, and that now all the items he had created could be taken away, and the kitten's mouth looked bloodthirsty. When our hero looked at what the blacksmith had prepared for him, he could not contain his admiration. Even the girl looked with interest. The first thing they saw was orichalcum cutlery created by the famous Constellation blacksmith. It was beautiful. The knife was very sharp and could have been used as a weapon, but the young man thought first of all about food. He grabbed it and prepared to make a test blow. The girl and the kitten froze in tension. Choi Yeon-seung made a stabbing motion with his hand, and an incredibly sharp knife suddenly cut through the magical reality fabric that surrounded them, creating a hole. The mistress of dreams and desires screamed in fear and asked him to immediately stop what he was doing. The girl explained that it was a knife created by the constellation, and if you didn't handle it carefully, you could destroy everything around you. After the orichalcum cutlery came the turn of the adamantium dishes, and the girl and the kitten prudently put on sunglasses. Against the wall, glittering in the sun, stood 2 frying pans, a cutting board, and something else, ready for testing. Our hero extended his fist forward to gather as much Kai energy as possible into it for the strike. Then he directed all this power towards the adamantium utensils. It seemed that it had no chance to survive. But when the smoke from the impact cleared, the pans were still standing against the wall, without a scratch on them. Immediately a message appeared in the chat that the kitten of lava and magma was bragging that this dish was stronger than any existing armor. Taking one of the pans in his hands, Choi Yeon-seung thoughtfully said that he wished it were bigger, to which the kitten remarked that it was the fault of whoever provided the materials. The young man laughed and said that this was not bad either, and he thanked the blacksmith with all the warmth he could muster. This ended Choi Yeon-seung's short vacation in the nightmare camp. Although he came here as a human, he left already as a constellation. A timid voice behind him said that it invited him to visit the mistress's territory sometime again. It was Aruni. A whole chorus of succubi voices immediately joined her, also inviting her to return. They really wanted to eat good food at least once more. The guy happily waved goodbye to them and walked away, to loud chants of soup, soup, soup. You probably don't understand what we're talking about and why the succubi asked the guy for soup, but now everything will become clear. Before leaving, the hero decided to try out the kitchen utensils and prepared a soup from Hydra meat to treat his new friends, who were initially suspicious of the food. While they were thinking in horror how to refuse, the guy asked Aruni to invite the rest of the succubi. There was a lot of meat, and the portions turned out to be a little more than he expected. The girl leaned over the food, remembering that Hydra meat was deadly poisonous. She hesitated. The lady screamed in horror that Aruni should not be eaten, and that she could run away before it was too late. But her avatar had already tried it, and now couldn't hide his delight. The food was delicious, warming and increased his stats instantly. The other avatars of the Mistress of Dreams and Desires immediately materialized, each demanding a larger portion for themselves. The treat had caused a stir, and now the young man felt a little embarrassed that he had only wanted to practice his cooking, but had created chaos. He walked through the abyss and thought about the fact that ruling kingdoms is not as easy as it seems at first glance. Here he came to a new area and received a message that the serpent-bearer of plague and darkness was indignant because you had invaded his territory. Our hero decided to use a little bit of the essence's power so that the unfamiliar, gloomy constellation wouldn't bother him so much. The young man hid his identity from the world, after which he received a message that he had disappeared from the visibility of the constellations. The young man was delighted. Without messages, the world immediately became calmer and more pleasant. Why hadn't it occurred to him before that the problem could be solved so simply? At that moment, he heard someone calling the invincible training master. The hero was surprised how this was possible, and he disappeared. A skeleton loomed over the young man and informed him that he had invaded his master's territory and that such impudence would not go unpunished. The skeleton continued that punishment could be avoided if the hero agreed to become his master's avatar. The avatar loomed even more over the young man and added that his master was very generous and believed that the man could be useful to him. Choi Yeon-seung smiled and thought that he was beginning to understand that the master really was a very magnanimous constellation. The avatar believed that the hero still hadn't understood anything and continued to insist on his own, pushing and pushing. The creatures of the abyss often used such techniques. He pointed his spear straight at Choi Yeon-seung's face, and he had to hold his nose from the incredible stench. The skeleton continued to threaten that if the hero refused, his master would come and destroy him on the spot. The smell of rot was so strong that the young man was ready to do anything just to avoid smelling it. Choi Yeon-seung could not stand it and shouted that he immediately demanded that the messenger of plague and darkness stop hiding behind his avatar and show himself. The skeleton looked confused, so the young man asked him again why he was still here and didn't call his master. The hero became angry and assumed a fighting stance, muttering that if the constellation did not show itself voluntarily, he would force it to do so. At the last moment before Choi Yeon-seung's attack, the skeleton attempted to cast a magical purulent shield. But this did not help him defend himself from the huge amount of ki that the young man used. The blow was very strong and shattered the skeleton's spear into pieces. He himself miraculously managed to survive, but began to panic. Choi Yeon-seung repeated the attack and mountains of bones and debris rose into the air, the bright blue glow of Kai making it impossible to see the details. The young man once again demanded that the Lord of Plague and Darkness come out and fight. Otherwise, he would decide that he was a coward. Immediately, messages appeared that the skill Good Gigantist Fighter and the skill Master of his Craft were activated, and in case of victory, the power of the entity would be strengthened. But the main message was that war had been declared, a battle between two constellations, and the young man was determined. The Mistress of Desires was stunned and tried to stop the guy. The kitten added that this was madness, but our hero continued to strike the skeleton with Kai and waited for his master to appear. Choi Yeon-seung heard from his friends that it was reckless to call a mid-level constellation to war, even if it was trying to deceive him. But the hero said that was not the reason. He clenched his fist and replied that he was doing this because he had to return to his roots. He wanted to train his essence. A message appeared that the basic level of the space Tunguska had been added to the divine space art, and the young man raised his hand in triumph. Our hero had always struggled with hostility. Starting from his first days in the abyss, he remembered it well. After he became a constellation, his inner essence continued to remain the same, although he himself was not aware of this fact. For a long time, Choi Yeon-seung hid from the older constellations, trying to spend time on neutral territory, away from prying eyes. At some point, he realized that everything had lost its meaning. Now was the time to fix it and go his own way, already as a constellation. The boy shouted that he wanted to put his life on the line and fight the messenger of plague and darkness. The girl and the kitten finally understood the hero's motivation, but asked him to calm down first. The young man remarked that the fact that his opponent was a constellation did not change anything. At this time, a green, foul-smelling cloud appeared in the sky and was inexorably approaching. The young man looked at him carefully and realized that the messenger of the plague had accepted the challenge, and had indeed come. The monster showed itself in all the possible disgustingness that could be imagined. The kitten reported that it was too late to run. He appeared on a two-headed skeleton of either a horse or a dragon. This red-eyed skeleton looked much more attractive than the rider. Choi Yeon-seung froze, not frightened by the enemy's sinister appearance, but by the stinking streams of green pus that gushed out along with him. A mechanical voice solemnly announced that a mid-level constellation, the messenger of plague and darkness, had arrived and appeared before the avatars and before the one doomed to die. All the vile avatars fell to the ground, raising only their heads. They could not believe that the master had finally graced them with his presence. They wished long life to the messenger of plague and darkness, and prayed for him to punish all unbelievers as they deserved. The herald of plague and darkness thought that his opponent was even more insane than he could have previously imagined. The guy stood there, his fists clenched resolutely, but he looked like a youngster, and it was completely unclear why this weak constellation had risked challenging him. The plague messenger warned our hero that if he was defeated, he would be completely destroyed. The monster thought for a moment and added that if he won the battle, he would gain practically nothing, but if he lost, he could lose a lot. However, if the plague messenger did not accept this challenge, his reputation and status would be greatly diminished, and other constellations would not ignore this. At first, the monster wanted to greet the young man with a shout, as only the training master dared, but in the end, he simply introduced himself and said that he had come in response to the call. The guy asked to wait a little. He was assessing the situation. Even though Choi Yeon-seung had challenged him first, he had not lost his vigilance. The next moment, all the avatars present saw a blinding blue flash of energy. The duel between the two constellations began. Our hero made an incredible jump and attacked first. Assessing the situation, he realized that if the fight dragged on, he would not survive. The enemy was stronger in stats. Therefore, the young man decided to use the full force of the cosmic fist at once, and from both hands at once. The plague messenger's vehicle expressed surprise. Despite being a skeleton, it understood a lot. The young man was very distressed by the stench and covered his face with his hand, thinking that he would definitely lose if the battle was long, primarily because of the smell. Streams of stinking green pus literally poured into the guy's face with every blow dealt to the enemy. It seemed that the young man's fist would not have much time to rest unless he simply wanted to choke on the stench. The first blow from the essence's power was very strong, but the plague messenger managed to withstand it. He did not yet know that the next one would not be long in coming. The second blow came faster than expected, and the monster staggered, clearly taking quite a bit of damage. As he prepared for the third strike, the wave of energy was so strong that it even outpaced Choi Yeon-seung's fist. The girl and the kitten watched in shock as their ally in the small constellation alliance took down a mid-level constellation. Born as a constellation, the messenger of plague and darkness had never experienced pain before, as if something was breaking his essence power into pieces. He, like most other constellations, rarely fought in battles personally, preferring to use avatars for these purposes. It was safer and easier. Now the plague messenger tried to understand what kind of amazing technique the enemy was using, whether it was magic or something else. Finally, the messenger realized that this was not magic. The damage was of a completely different nature. The monster began to make sounds similar to coughing. It became difficult for him to breathe. The effect produced inspired our hero, who decided that since the attacks were working, such a chance simply could not be missed. He jumped as high as he could and raised both hands for a final blow that could well have ended the fight. The young man put so much of his power into it that the messenger of plague and darkness could not stay in the saddle and flew back. The monster made some kind of screams and sobs, which were completely out of keeping with its sinister and majestic image. Our hero concluded that the opponent was very cunning and pretended to be weak in order to attack unexpectedly later. All the monsters in the Plague Herald's territory froze, looking in horror at the flashes of energy that accompanied the battle of the constellations. They folded their hands in prayer to their master and muttered that although the spectacle resembled the end of the world, it was truly beautiful. Some asked naive questions about how such a pathetic constellation dared to oppose their great and powerful master. However, after just a few minutes, the great master, along with a flash of blue radiance from our hero's ki, was defeated and thrown to the ground. This did not stop Choi Yeon-seung, and he continued moving in the direction where the plague messenger had fallen. Soon the young man felt a strong smell of rot, and realized that the enemy was somewhere very close to him. The guy thought that it would not be easy. But when the hero approached the constellation with which he was fighting, he saw a bony hand extended to him, asking him to stop. The messenger of plague and darkness announced in a weak voice that he was surrendering. It was impossible to believe it. Looking at the young man's face, the monster realized that he did not believe it, and once again declared that he admitted his defeat. The young man leaned over and asked again if he had heard correctly that his opponent had surrendered. Having received an affirmative answer, the young man struck again and shouted that such a cheap trick would not fool him. The messenger, with his last strength, croaked that he was giving our hero full ownership of his entire territory and all avatars. Everything he had, he swears on his life. The girl and the kitten looked at each other. They couldn't believe that it was so easy to defeat a mid-level constellation. Our hero would have continued the attack further, but the kitten wrote a message that the messenger had indeed surrendered. Constellations do not swear their lives for nothing. When the boy asked why the constellation would surrender, the kitten replied that if it was badly hurt, it could do so. The messenger covered his head with his hands in the hope of protecting himself from the blows. Choi Yeon-seung smiled happily and said that in that case, he would agree to count the opponent as a loser and stop. Messages poured in that the messenger swears by his life and submits to Yeon-seung. The skills of the good giant fighter and master of his craft were pumped up, and the power of the entity increased incredibly. The guy couldn't believe it. It turns out that he was quite capable of fighting the constellations and even defeating them. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened. He felt something very strange and unusual for himself. The hero took over the rivers of pus and the buildings of rotting tumors. The kingdom of plague and darkness was disgusting. Moreover, Choi Yeon-seung could feel every avatar in these territories, and it can't be said that he liked it. His first kingdom and avatars were so disgusting that the young man could not restrain himself and almost threw up. Covering his face with his hand, Choi Yeon-seung looked back at the plague messenger and said that he had something to talk about. The guy said that he was giving the constellation its kingdom and avatars back. The monster couldn't understand whether this was true or not. Having looked once more at the disgusting inhabitants and territories, our hero reported that yes, one messenger of plague and darkness under his command was enough for him. The young man turned and walked away, whistling a cheerful tune. His new subordinate was completely confused. Usually battles between constellations happen differently. They are very dangerous and long. The winner takes all, and the loser ceases to exist. Such rules are established so that there is no possibility of revenge on the winner later. The complete erasure of the loser's existence is common practice. The plague messenger did not understand why the young man spared him and even left him in possession of the kingdom with the avatars. He was glad, but he felt something was wrong. As Choi Yeon-seung walked away in the energy currents, his subordinate was at a loss as to who his master was. The kitten said that he had never heard of anyone taking a constellation as an avatar before. It was a mistake. The hero replied that he didn't care. He wouldn't be able to rule this kingdom. The guy said that the technique he had developed in battles with Aruni was the best gift. Now he knew how to get close to the enemy and not give him a chance to use either magic or the power of the entity. The young man was literally inspired by the fact that he could fight the constellations on equal terms and even defeat them so easily and simply. Here, a crowd of monsters appeared on the young man's path, and a menacing voice asked if he was the invincible training master. The constellation reported that it did not expect to see here the one who defeated the messenger of plague and darkness, but since it happened, he is ready to fight. It was a mid-level constellation, the one who turns back time, and he said that he would not be given so easily, like a rotten weakling. The skills of a good giant fighter and a master of his craft were immediately activated. Choi Yeon-seung was ready for battle. The guy didn't hesitate and immediately rushed into the attack, to which the monster replied that this was what he had hoped for, planning to defeat the enemy with his power. Before he could finish speaking, the warrior avatars, who had been sent out to fight alongside their master, began to fly apart from the blows like bowling pins. Rumors spread no less quickly than the defeated enemies, and our hero had the impression that he would have to fight with all the avatars of this kingdom. It took about 200 years to finally reach their master. The constellation did not expect this to happen at all. The young man won after a couple of blows. Choi Yeon-seung was next challenged by a sea monster, a mid-level constellation voice from the depths of the sea who offered to make a deal. The young man was not interested in the deal at all. The only thing he wanted was to quickly kick the ass of this impudent man and his subordinate avatars. The young man dealt with the inhabitants of the sea in about a century and a half. He was incredibly pleased with himself, since with each victory, the power of the entity grew many times over. Next was the mid-level constellation truth preacher, who informed Choi Yeon-seung that the invincible training master was sinful and he would not leave him alone. At this time, a message came from the kitten, who joyfully greeted the preacher with his paw and promised that their formidable alliance would quickly destroy him. The constellation stood dumbfounded with its arms outstretched, and our hero showed with his whole appearance that he was pleased with the support of his allies. It was quite funny, but thanks to the kitten's support, this time the young man won in just 6 hours. The kitten of lava and magma and the girl were incredibly happy. Other constellations began to scatter little by little and withdraw candidates from the battles. While the girl complained to the kitten that she still hadn't found a way to return Choi Yeon-seung to Earth, the young man sat by the fire and yearned for his planet, which didn't stop him from cooking dinner. A message appeared that the B-rank skill Abyssal Cooking from the middle level had risen to high and become A rank, and the power of the hero's essence had increased incredibly. Our hero's rule became that when he met a monster, he ate it, and when he met a constellation, he fought with it. And so they passed day after day. And there was not a single day that Choi Yeon-seung did not ask himself when he would return to Earth, and at one of those moments, the hero saw a portal in front of him. These gates became an opportunity for the young man to meet new opponents, but the question of where they led remained open. The guy didn't think long. He understood that the portal could lead him anywhere, including to his home planet. The next step changed a lot. At first, Choi Yeon-seung found himself in pitch darkness and thought that this was definitely not Earth, which meant he needed to prepare for a meeting with a constellation or a monster. But after a few excruciatingly long minutes, the guy was already standing on top of a hill in an area no different from the outskirts of Barno. The young man could not believe his eyes and still thought that it was some kind of mirage. The landscape was so earthly and peaceful. Finally, his fists began to unclench gradually, and the hero began to accept reality as it was. He was somewhere in the mountains covered with forest. The kitten of magma and lava wrote that he was very glad that he had brought this constellation, and the young man decided that he needed to get to civilization as soon as possible and went through the forest. Towards evening, a village appeared ahead. It did not look like the villages of the country where Choi Yeon-seung grew up, and the kitten immediately asked if there were many kingdoms on Earth. Our hero did not answer, as he was looking ahead with all his eyes. Everything turned out to be a little different from what he had imagined. The streets of the village he entered were filled with goblins, goblins and only goblins, and the boy was afraid that during his absence, the goblins had destroyed all the people. The kitten promised to get information, and after several painfully long minutes reported that this was not Earth. The planet was called Ephesus, the Goblin Paradise. The guy was thinking about the fact that he didn't know about the Goblin planet. He thought that they only lived in the dungeons of the Earth. But suddenly he realized that this world was much closer to the abyss. Portals were constantly appearing on the Goblin planet, and now one of them appeared in front of the young man. The goblins froze, ready to repel a possible attack. The goblins of Ephesus were forced to constantly fight with the monsters of the abyss, so they had long ago developed defense systems. However, this time a monster appeared from the portal, previously unseen even by local residents. Everyone stared in horror at the huge creature that was arriving into this cozy little world from the abyss. With one breath, the monster destroyed half the village, but the inhabitants still did not run away, but prepared for battle. Finally, the mouth and head of a monster appeared from the portal, somewhat reminiscent of a wolf. Its fur was snow white. A few more seconds and the entire beast appeared before the goblins. It was the wolf that devoured planets, Borelius lupus, he howled piercingly. The appearance of a monster comparable in strength to the Constellations could have put an end to the planet Ephesus, but then several riders on dragons or something similar flew up to the monster. One of them shouted to the other that His Majesty should not come so close to the monster. It was dangerous. The goblin replied that he was not only a king, but also the most powerful magician. The wolf howled that the last day of Ephesus had come, to which the ruler only chuckled. Odaigon, the king of the goblins, the most powerful magician of Ephesus, was ready to defend the planet to the last drop of his blood. He threatened the wolf that even if Ephesus died, he would leave the creature with such a scar as a memento that everyone without exception would know about it. At that moment, everything around was enveloped in a bright blue glow. The wolf was almost no longer visible behind it. Only the silhouettes of dragons could be seen here and there. The riders began to look around, trying to figure out what was happening. They had never seen anything like this before. The wolf also began to panic. He did not understand what kind of light it was. On the Goblin planet, there should not have been any serious dangers awaiting him. Choi Yeon-seung froze in midair before the strike, enveloped in a powerful stream of energy, and as expected, his appearance amazed everyone. The hero understood that he had only one ball. The wolf was comparable in strength to an average constellation. Although it was not one, he had to put all the power of his essence into the blow. The guy grouped himself and began the attack. He understood that he needed to destroy the enemy here and now. Their sizes were comparable to the sizes of a dog and a cockroach, but the beast still felt a real threat emanating from the hero. Choi Yeon-seung used everything he had in his attack, and a message appeared that the planet-eating wolf had been defeated. Dancing on the monster's nose and watching the messages about the increased stats, our hero thought that fortunately everything went according to plan. The youth always fell into a state of mild crisis when confronted with constellations, or beings of comparable strength to them, which mortals usually did not dare to confront. It is interesting that constellations and the like have a surprisingly low pain threshold. The wolf that devours planets was also like that. There was also a messenger of the plague, and even a Hydra. Kitten wrote that such creatures simply have no experience fighting opponents of equal strength, and praised Choi Yeon-seung for using the strategy of striking with all his might in the nose. The hero thanked him for the praise, but noted that if the enemy had withstood this blow, the battle could have dragged on for several centuries. Choi Yeon-seung added that there were still many things he was weak in, but at that moment, something strange caught his attention. These were the goblins who came to him, led by their king, and waited for him to pay attention to them. The boy took a defensive position just in case, but thought that they shouldn't attack him, especially after such a brilliant victory over the wolf. After a few seconds, the crowd calmed down and only one goblin, apparently the ruler, approached the young man. It looked suspicious, and our hero tensed up again, deciding that this was some kind of cunning plan of attack. At this time, the supreme goblin came close and completely unexpectedly fell to his knees in front of Choi Yeon-seung. He looked up at the boy and said that when other constellations remained indifferent and cruel, only one hero came to the aid of his people and saved the planet. The Goblin King proclaimed that the youth was now his god and his master. The magician bowed his head to the ground in respect. Immediately, a mechanical voice announced that the Goblin King Odaigon had taken an oath of allegiance, and all his subjects had also knelt before the hero. A message appeared that the goblin planet Ephesus is now under his control. The power of the constellation has increased due to the number of souls that worship him. The world resonates. Looking at the crowd with eyes shining with delight and adoration, Choi Yeon-seung listened to another announcement that his constellation power was rapidly increasing. The last message was that the territory skill was opened. His power had grown, and now he was a mid-rank constellation. The guy began to feverishly look through the rest of the stats. The power of the entity, as the hero expected, greatly increased. The kitten congratulated him on his promotion and expressed hope that everything would go just as smoothly on Earth. Choi Yeon-seung replied that he had serious doubts, imagining how he would have to gain popularity among people. The young man walked wherever his eyes looked, thinking that people were not like goblins and were constantly striving to subjugate others. The kitten reminded him that he was also a human, which offended Yeon-seung. At that moment he heard Odaigon running after him and shouting that they would also follow their god. The boy looked at the Goblin King and remembered that his name was Odaigon. The ruler's joy knew no bounds. The hero explained that he was heading into the abyss. Mortals simply would not survive there. Then Odaigon said that then the people would remain here on the planet, and he alone would follow the guy. The young man objected that the goblin would regret it, but then he noticed that Odaigon was not so simple. The magical power surrounded his body very tightly. He was a strong magician and an excellent warrior. Choi Yeon-seung allowed the goblin to follow him. It was hard to do without magic after all. Odaigon thanked him happily, probably 1,000,000 times. The partner asked what his master wanted to find in the abyss, and hearing about the planet Earth, he just shook his head. He didn't know such a thing. Making his way through the deserted territories, the boy puffed that they should make it in time. When the goblin asked how much further it was, he replied that he had no idea. This was the story until today about how Choi Yeon-seung became an invincible training master and how the Goblin King became his subordinate. Odaigon asked the gentleman if he would get rid of the meat. Org, Vulcan, and Adio are magnificent monsters and very tasty, to which the hero replied that the spatial necklace was full. The goblin admitted that he could also use spatial magic, and when asked why he only admitted it now, he shook his head and shrugged. While Choi Yeon-seung was cutting up the carcasses and storing the meat for supplies, Odaigon announced that a powerful magical storm was approaching and that they should find shelter. Raising his fancy knife, the young man said that he was waiting for a storm in order to move a greater distance. Looking at the goblin's disconcerted face, his master snapped that he had spent too much time fighting 3 monsters at once and therefore needed to speed up. At first, Odaigon tried to explain and dissuade him, but then he simply agreed to follow the guy anywhere, even in a storm. Soon the energy flow approached. The sight was very beautiful, but it also gave off a sense of mortal danger. A piece of land the size of a continent was destroyed in an instant, so powerful was the storm. Although magical storms were not uncommon in the abyss, this one was unique. History had never seen one so strong. The goblin asked the gentleman if he had ever been in a storm before, and upon receiving an affirmative answer, calmed down a little. The young man added that if everything was done correctly, it was a very good and fast way of traveling, and he explained to Odaigon how to behave. Finally, the first gusts of wind reached our heroes. Another second, and both found themselves right in the heart of the storm. After some time, something changed. The magical power of the storm began to change and transform, and Choi Yeon-seung and Odaigon, who were inside it, felt it. They finally touched solid ground with their feet, and were so happy they didn't even immediately understand where they had ended up. The guy asked the goblin if he knew what had happened to the storm. Odaigon replied that the storm was so powerful that it did not simply disappear, but left behind many byproducts. This magical storm left behind a dungeon, which the goblin reported to his master. Dungeons are special places, often connecting the abyss with other planets, which were not yet possible to understand. The monsters of the abyss on Earth appeared precisely from the dungeons. If they had not been destroyed in time, the planet would have ceased to exist as well. At this time in Nevada, USA, in the Mojave Desert, a dungeon called the Mirror Illusion of the House appeared. The government brought in a whole special unit to guard the entrance. A man in a cap and glasses, resembling a scientist, announced that there were 2 weeks and 11 hours left until the monsters came out. and that entry was limited to 10 people. The man looked at the information about the monsters and looked at the entrance. He didn't like the dungeon. It was a devilish thing. The Federal Department of Underground Analysis had assigned this object a C rank, but they were often not objective enough. There were still not many underground places on Earth. As soon as the news spread, entire columns of jeeps began to drive through the desert with people willing to fight the monsters, mostly C-rank hunters who needed PR. Just at that moment, the Hans hunting team received permission to raid and was approaching the required location. As you might guess, Hans was the nickname of the main hunter in this team. Its leader, by the way. His real name was Richard. He was quite popular. But not because of his fighting strength and hunting skills, but because the PR and creation of the team was financed by his father, one of the founders of the Parker Foundation. Since monsters began to penetrate the Earth through portals and dungeons appeared, people's lives have changed greatly. The core of monsters with magical power has become the most efficient way to extract energy on the planet. Nuclear power plants became obsolete and gradually ceased to be used at all, except for birds that built nests there. Thanks to the connection with the abyss, humanity received a new, environmentally friendly alternative, and other parts of the monsters turned out to be useful, which stimulated the rapid development of science. In response to the opportunities that opened up, the Parker Foundation emerged, which included the pharmaceutical company Kaiser, the Pablo Company, which specialized in artifacts, and many others. Richard Parker, the leader of the team of hunters that was approaching the dungeon, was not only the youngest son of the second chairman of Parker Industrials, but also owned a percentage of the shares. The young man was a B-rank hunter, but his team had a controversial reputation. The policeman with the tablet checked the information and informed the man in the cap and glasses that Hans had arrived. The young man belonged to the third generation of Chebble hunters and assembled a good team, but the number of victories and defeats was approximately the same. The team leader came over to get information on the monsters, and so the raid on the Mirror Illusion House dungeon began. The policeman said that there were 8 people on the team, and 10 could come in, to which Parker replied that he had added a couple of people, including a newcomer, Cleaton, with an E+ rank. To the surprised exclamation of why they took a newbie, the guy said that in a team of 7 hunters with a C rank and him with a B rank, this would not be a problem. Leader Hansa reminded that this was a C-rank dungeon, so according to the rules, even one C-rank hunter would be enough to clear it. The policeman nodded, but wondered if the other raiders agreed. Their leader didn't seem to ask. E-rank hunters could only use 1 or 2 circles of magic at most. Looking at the newbie, it was clear that he would not be able to deal any damage to C-rank monsters. But the dungeon promised a large number of valuable artifacts, worth millions of dollars, which the E-rank newcomer could only obtain by making a significant contribution to the expedition. A mechanical voice announced that permission to enter the Mirror Illusion House dungeon had been granted. Team Hans should prepare to enter. Cleaton said, with some apprehension, that everyone was relying on Parker's powers, to which the leader replied that everything would be all right if the boy did the job he was hired to do. The man in the cap and glasses suggested that the newcomer was most likely hired as a porter for the leader for money, and that he would only receive a reward for the raid when he returned, if he returned. Watching as people entered the portal one by one and a mechanical voice regulated the entrance, the man in the cap sighed that it was good to be rich. As the team entered, a message appeared that the 2 weeks, 10 hours, and 32-minute countdown had been temporarily paused, and the dungeon status had been changed to in progress. The next moment after this, something unusual began to happen. The policeman had never seen anything like it before. There was a loud explosion. Everything around was enveloped in a bright pink glow. Debris from buildings flew into the air, and the soldiers froze in confusion. The policeman, horrified, suggested that the monsters were already coming out. The man in the cap replied that it was unlikely, but they were still in danger. The dungeon received some additional energy and was reborn. Now it was a terrible dungeon of at least A rank. The policeman's eyes widened, and he said thoughtfully that it would be better if they were monsters. He watched as the dungeon grew and became more and more terrible, continuing to whisper that such a thing was simply impossible. The man philosophically noted that anything was possible. The explosion destroyed all the buildings around the portal, and there were casualties among the special forces, but now everyone was more concerned about what fate would befall the team of hunters. Since they were inside, they didn't even know that the dungeon had changed and was now of a higher rank. Remembering how well-equipped and confident the members of Team Hans were, the man just sighed. Their chances were slim anyway. Having assessed the situation, the group leader said that this was a ruin-type dungeon. Everyone around sighed with relief, that it was good that it was not a swamp type. The man in the cap said that federal services were unable to help the hunters, but asked the policeman to send a report of the incident to the Department of Underground Control. After thinking about it, he added that after that it would be a good idea to call the Parker Foundation, just in case. He sighed and looked around at the aftermath of the explosion, noting that even if they did this, the chances of saving the hunters were still very slim. A little later, the newcomer shouted very loudly and asked the leader to look in a certain direction. Richard said that there was no need to shout like that, but then he looked. There was a crowd of terrible monsters ahead. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them. But let's go back a little. At first, Hans's team moved through the dungeon without any problems. The spacious ruins were much better than the narrow, slippery underground tunnel. They moved along the tunnel for about half an hour, but that was enough to make them start to get a little nervous, especially for the newbie. Now, in front of the hunters, there was a spacious and bright place. The ruins were somewhat reminiscent of ancient temples and looked majestic. One of the hunters suggested looking for an entrance, and the leader of the group readily agreed to this proposal. But there was a nuance. Parker ordered the hunter who came up with the idea to search on his own, while the rest of the group was focused on finding the boss. The man was surprised, but did not object. He replied that he understood, accepted, and began to think about where to start. Richard ordered the others to spread out in search of monsters among the ruins, and he gave permission to use enhancement magic to scout out the surrounding area. This strategy had every reason to be right. There were two ways to get out of the dungeon: physically, as you entered, and by teleporting after defeating the boss. The faster the boss is found and destroyed, the faster you can get away with the artifacts you found. The hunters began reconnaissance using low-ranking spells. The tactics were typical for passing sea dungeons, and everyone calmly followed the usual pattern, when suddenly one of the hunters noticed something suspicious. A multitude of red glowing eyes stared at him from the darkness. The hunter shouted that he had discovered monsters. Everyone looked at him. Someone asked where exactly the monsters were. Someone asked if it was an ambush. Parker was confident in their strength. He ordered them to line up and not to be nervous. Their movements would be easy to predict. Everyone hurried to follow the instructions, after which they froze in anticipation of the leader's next command. The tense wait dragged on, but then the first of the monsters appeared in front of the squad, preparing to attack. To everyone's surprise and relief, they were ordinary low-level ghouls, and even an E-rank hunter could handle them. Realizing that they were afraid of such weak and useless opponents, the hunters enthusiastically set about destroying them. They mostly cast flaming arrows that killed the monster immediately, not allowing it to get close. The commander noted with satisfaction that the magic of the second circle would be quite enough to destroy everyone. But then someone noticed the attack of ghouls from the opposite side. The squad was surrounded. Flaming arrows flew in the other direction as well, and the battle became a little more lively than before. But more and more ghouls came to replace the defeated ones, and Parker realized that they could no longer cope with the onslaught and had to counterattack. One of the hunters timidly asked if there were too many monsters, but the commander assured that the area of effect spell would quickly solve this problem. He ordered to stop casting stone arrows and prepare for a more powerful group spell. The effect was powerful. Many ghouls died at once. This spell really worked great. Unfortunately, this did not solve the problem, because new ghouls kept appearing, and the hunter's mana was running out. The bearded man with a bandage on his head looked at the captain and reported that they would not last long in such conditions. The only option left was to launch a couple of fire arrows, and that was all. The man added that if they continued to attack with magic, they would suffer from mana depletion and vomit. Risha advised not to worry and promised that he would solve the problem himself. The squad leader ordered the hunters to continue fighting back as best they could, while he himself rushed into a close combat attack. C-rank dungeons can be cleared with just one C-rank hunter. With Richard Parker being a B-rank, it should be a piece of cake. The newbie looked at the leader with admiration. He never even dreamed that he would be able to watch a B-rank hunter fight in close combat. Having dealt with the monsters, the commander returned to his subordinates. But before they had time to rejoice, It became obvious that something was wrong with the dungeon. New ghouls had appeared. The monsters appeared out of nowhere in huge numbers and literally in seconds surrounded the squad in a tight ring. The rest of the area of this ruin-type dungeon was peaceful and quiet, at least at first glance. Suddenly, one of the ruined buildings was illuminated by a flash of a pleasant yellow glow, as if the sun's rays had become more powerful. Soon the flash became larger and took the shape of a ball, against which two figures were clearly visible. It was Choi Yeon-seung with his goblin companion, who would have thought that the heroes would finally get to Earth, albeit in a dungeon. Odagon, as always when passing through the portal, felt very sick. He apologized and stepped aside. The goblin returned, saying that he had cast a spell against nausea and that he would feel better now. The boy was once again surprised by the magician's abilities. Odagon looked at his master and noted that he remained calm after traveling through time and space. It was incredible. The young man was already starting to get tired of the constant admiring words and glances of his avatar, but now he needed to work. Our hero told Odagon that he smelled the rotten smell of ghouls. He needed to check if his guess was correct. The goblin happily went on reconnaissance, using the spell flight of a predator. The guy shouted after him that magic is a really useful thing, to which the goblin said that he would be happy to teach his owner magic. Choi Yeon-seung doubted that he needed it, but he thanked him and asked him to check the area the goblin had just flown over. Odagon looked down carefully and began to diligently carry out the instructions of his master. We remember that the constellations could look through the eyes of their avatars. Hovering over a relatively free area among the ruins, Odagon asked if this was the place our hero was interested in. He replied that yes, he needed to check the shadow from the temple. A few seconds later, both saw a pile of objects lying simply on the ground, and that's what caught the guy's attention. These were paper bags with some kind of inscriptions. Odagon reported that it looked like wrapping from some kind of magical objects. The young man did not come closer and examine them in more detail. The goblin began to think that these were things of the tribe that built the temples. Odagon did not yet suspect that the young man knew exactly what these objects were and what kind of tribe this was. The goblin rose higher into the air again and continued his reconnaissance, and soon he anxiously reported that the master was right. There was a huge gathering of ghouls not far from them, a couple of thousand. That's right, the avatar reported excitedly. The scout returned and asked Choi Yeon-seung what they should do, but the young man looked thoughtfully into space and did not hear the question. Here he realized that Odagon had said something and asked again, to which the goblin proudly declared that if the master ordered, he could defeat all the ghouls at once, alone. Entering a state of excitement, the magician announced that he intended to use the spell of the seventh circle effect to destroy both the pathetic ghouls and the temple in one fell swoop. The goblin with glowing eyes added that after that he would take care of the boss, who continued to hide somewhere, so he would prove his strength to the master and show how good the avatar was. The young man cooled the goblin's ardor and asked if the fact that there were so many ghouls there was a sign that they were attracted to something. The boy ordered Odagon to stop flying and rushed forward to save those who were trapped. He ran at top speed, stones falling from under his feet, destroying the already destroyed ruins. Choi Yeon-seung decided that those who were attacked by ghouls could very well lead him to Earth, and he needed to hurry to help. Soon the first rows of monsters began to fly apart from the lightning strikes of the constellation, all this accompanied by the radiance of the power of the entity. Finally, the hero dropped to the ground after a series of blows to assess the situation. He was not tired, but he was excited. More than anything in the world, the young man wanted his guess to be correct, and for him to return to his home planet. While fighting the ghouls hand to hand, the guy and the goblin continued to talk. The avatar clarified whether he had heard correctly and that they were talking about Earth. Continuing to strike the enemy, cutting off their heads on the spot, Choi Yeon-seung replied that everything was correct. Without stopping the fight, our hero began to explain to the avatar that the things they had discovered were earthly food and its packaging. Continuing to use his hands, the young man asked if Odagon could change his appearance using magic, as it was dangerous to show himself to people in that form. The hero explained that not all goblins in the abyss are intelligent and adequate creatures, and that it is necessary to take precautions. He continued that hunters from Earth were used to encountering goblins in dungeons, and Odagon was outraged that he could be considered a monster. The guy apologized for the representatives of humanity and insistently asked the goblin to reincarnate. He remained silent, but rose higher and cast a spell. The goblin's body was surrounded by a huge, shining ball. Even the ghouls stopped. Soon, a completely stunned Choi Yeon-seung watched as his avatar literally descended from the sky towards him. The hero could not contain his admiration, and only managed to say that Odagon was beautiful and looked amazing. The avatar modestly lowered his gaze and said that among the goblins, he too had always been considered an unrivaled, handsome man. The slightly confused hero muttered that he understood, and that in his new guise the goblin looked like an ideal person. Then Choi Yeon-seung added that they just needed to change their hairstyle a little, otherwise they might be misunderstood. The young man also remembered that his allies in the alliance advised him to return to his original appearance in order to hide his identity, and the guy partially succeeded in this. As our heroes got closer to the ghouls, they realized that the monsters had simply surrounded some building and were doing nothing. Choi Yeon-seung was wondering who was the boss here. Odagon suggested that the boss didn't exist. A being with intelligence wouldn't just surround the enemy, and that's it. Alternatively, all the boss can do is send more and more ghouls to replace the dead ones. This means that the ghouls are not controlled by some black magician, but by a monster known as Tavern. The guy finished for his avatar. In the abyss, these monsters are widely known and quite common, and they have earned the nickname of the Ghoul Kings. Tavern is a monster made entirely of ghouls. Those who see only ghouls risk being attacked by the massive creature. The goblin explained that the enemy often does not take the problem seriously, because they are just ghouls, but dies without taking into account their numbers. The building that the ghouls surrounded in the dungeon was quite small, compact, but strong. The monsters could not destroy it. The people from the squad who were inside this stone room could no longer see its walls, but there was no choice. There was no food either. The last biscuits were divided between everyone in the morning, then they would have to eat boots and belts. The party leader sat apart from the other hunters. His appearance was very gloomy. His appearance was no longer so brilliant. The Hans Hunter group was celebrating their 28th day in the raid to protect the Mirror Illusion House dungeon. On the very first day, due to an absurd accident, the detachment of hunters lost part of their provisions. But at the time, it did not seem significant. The main thing at that moment was to find shelter, and they found it, making their way into a semi-basement protected by strong walls. The leader ordered not to return for provisions, but to quickly run to shelter. It was impossible to risk the life of a subordinate. People ran into the basement quite quickly, and one of them reported that he had enough mana left to seal the passage with a spell. The last hunter barely managed to jump inside before the ghouls rushed after him. This could not be allowed under any circumstances. In the end, everything ended well. All the people gathered in a well-protected room. The bad thing was that apart from half the ghoul that had fallen under the protective wall, the hunters had practically nothing. They took a minimum of equipment and supplies, getting ready for a quick and easy raid. One of the men destroyed ghoul with the last fire arrow, and then long hours passed waiting for help. Almost immediately, the leader of the squad moved away and had almost no contact with the others. They left him alone in the hope that he was thinking of a rescue plan. In fact, the young man was in a great panic. He had absolutely no idea what to do and only thanked heaven that there was no other entrance to the basement. About a month later, Parker heard that the hunters had started bullying a younger E-rank comrade. One of the men approached him and ordered him to hand over the luggage. There could be food in the huge bag, and if they did not want to die, they needed to share. Plimpton muttered something about how this could create certain problems, since it wasn't even his bag, and he had signed a special contract. At that moment, the commander came up and gave the order to show the rest of the squad the contents of this huge duffel bag. Richard allowed everyone to take whatever interested them. In their situation, there was little that would help. The hunters were incredibly happy and inspired. They still didn't know what kind of surprise awaited them. The guys opened the bag and began to examine the contents, whistling that they had to take so much for a C-rank dungeon. Finally, one of them picked up 2 bottles and asked hopefully if it was food, to which his friend mockingly remarked that he should have learned French. It was face lotion. Then someone picked up a book and asked if he read Shakespeare to the ghouls they would part and let them go. The hunter hissed angrily that he was right. It was obvious even when the leader hired the porter. Parker asked what he wanted to say. The man shouted that since this situation had arisen because of their great leader, the leader must be held fully accountable for it. Someone asked the second eldest hunter, Ganyan, if he had anything to say, but the bearded man sat to the side and replied that he would not join the quarrel. He explained that in such a situation, there is an internal conflict. This is certain death for the entire group. You need to survive and hold out until the rescue team arrives. The fair-haired hunter objected that there would be no rescue party. Only 10 people could enter the dungeon. Because the leader took a porter, only one person can enter here, and he will not be able to defeat the ghouls. Someone started shouting that it was time to throw the leader out to the ghouls and force the B rank to clear the way for them to escape. Parker stood in front of the squad and said through gritted teeth that they had always only sucked up to those with money and power, but now they had become completely insolent. The men kept shouting that he had to, and that he couldn't handle 6 C-rank hunters on his own. Few noticed that Richard began to concentrate his mana to strike at his opponents. He didn't aim at anyone in particular, but he cast Arthas's high-velocity ice bullet, a 5th circle spell. The leader happily asked if the girls were ready to dance, and the hunters retreated in horror, calling him crazy. The young man was not going to cool down. He said that if they wanted it that way, he would kill the first 3 who were standing closest. Having assessed their strength against the magic of the 5th circle, the hunters changed their minds about attacking and asked the chief to calm down. Parker turned to Ganyan and asked why he hadn't reported earlier that his subordinates were treating him like that. The bearded hunter said thoughtfully that it wouldn't have changed anything, only that he would have been fired immediately. The commander frowned and admitted that Ganyan was right, and that he was an overconfident and narrow-minded leader. Ganyan replied that despite this, the commander was a decent man and would draw the right conclusions. Someone said that it didn't matter anymore. They would all die here. Another noted that he wouldn't give up so easily. A third asked how one could say easily when they had already been sitting here for a month. Richard approached Ganyan, and they decided that they couldn't give up because if the rescue team did arrive, they would be considered weak and would be laughed at. Parker began to talk about how he was ready to bet his entire fortune if someone came. But before he could finish his sentence, they suddenly heard loud and strange sounds. It was the protective wall collapsing. A human-like figure stood in the stream of light. Someone had come. Choi Yeon-seung, who had almost managed to return to his original appearance, peered into the darkness of the basement and wondered if there was anyone from Earth here. The young man began to ask about this even when the wall was being destroyed, but the sounds of the blows drowned out his voice. Ganyan and Parker froze in place. The hunter somehow armed himself with a spear in lightning speed. Apparently it was already a reflex. Our hero stepped on the threshold and was about to go inside, but just in case he asked the silence once again if there was anyone from Earth there. So they stood opposite each other, 2 human hunters and a constellation with a goblin, albeit in disguise. Due to the absurdity of the situation, the group leader confidently replied that yes, they were from Earth. He did it automatically. The remaining hunters perked up and began trying to get up. The men decided that a rescue party had arrived. They rejoiced and congratulated each other. No one could believe that this terrible ordeal was finally over. Suddenly, Ganyan jumped forward, covering his comrades, and shouted that they were idiots and should prepare for battle. When asked what kind of stupid behavior he was doing and why he was giving such orders, the hunter replied that elders are first obeyed and then asked questions. After a wave of curses and accusations of stupidity, the bearded man explained that the restriction would have allowed only 1 person into the dungeon, but 2 had come. Choi Yeon-seung tapped his head, realizing that the rule about limiting hunters was still in effect, and there was a limit of 1 person. The guy apologized for the misunderstanding and explained that they did not come here through the entrance to the dungeon. The hero explained that they got here through the abyss. There was deathly silence for several minutes. No one made a sound. In fact, it was not a unique phenomenon when people from Earth were pulled into the abyss through a portal or from dungeons. What was unique was that after this, some survived and managed to return back, while most remained wandering around the territories of the constellations, dying there. But still, there were lucky ones who managed to get out, so Ganyan cooled down a little, but did not hide his weapon and asked for proof. Choi Yeon-seung said that they are not monsters from the abyss or illusions, but people still have no choice whether to believe them or not. The hunter looked at him, realizing that these 2 energetic individuals could very well have come here from the abyss. It was clear that the hunters, with B rank and below, exhausted by a month of confinement, could oppose those who came to them. Nothing. Lowering his spear, Ganyan admitted that the guy was right. Even if they didn't believe him, they would definitely lose if they fought. Choi Yeon-seung was delighted, but said that he shouldn't be so suspicious of his saviors. Then he asked again if they were really from Earth. The young man could not believe his luck and asked again and again, as if he was enjoying the sounds of an affirmative answer. A shiver ran through his body. The hunters watched this and could not understand why there was such a reaction. Someone even suggested that the guy was a drug addict and was going through withdrawal. But this calmed Ganyan down. He thought that such emotions could really be experienced by a person who disappeared into the abyss and then returned. Then the leader of the hunters joined the conversation. Parker asked what was going on with the ghouls. When our hero calmly replied that all the ghouls had been destroyed, the hunters began to shout that this was impossible. He had to quickly come up with a way to explain this to them, and Yeon-seung couldn't come up with anything better than to say that his companion was a great magician. He still tried to follow the plan and not reveal his identity, as the girl and the kitten advised. The guy threw up his hands and said that Odaegon was a magician who also disappeared into the abyss, but his story was much more tragic, since the young man had lost his memory. As the men began to regret that such a young guy had gotten himself into something like this, the goblin in disguise barely restrained himself from joining the fight. The hunter asked if Yeon-seung himself was a magician, since it was also an impossible task for two people to defeat the ghouls. Our hero modestly replied that he preferred to use martial arts rather than magic. Everyone present stared at him. There were only a few such originals even during Yeon-seung's time, but now, apparently, there are none left at all. The hunters began to whisper, but all that reached the ears of our heroes was martial arts, in different voices in all sorts of ways. Choi Yeon-seung tensed up as the whispers turned into questions, the last of which was how long ago he had fallen into the abyss. He asked why they were all staring at him and why there were so many questions, to which he received the answer that the hunters had not seen the martial arts master for a very long time. The young man muttered that in his time this was not such a rarity and asked what year it was. It turned out that 30 years had passed since he fell into the abyss. The hunters whispered that the previous record was 28 years, but that man was now in a mental hospital, and the second one, who disappeared for 26 years, wrote a best-selling book, or vice versa. At this point, one of the men put his ear to the ground and said that talking about martial arts and records was not important enough to waste time on. Choi Yeon-seung placed his hand on the huge rock and asked Odaegon for a light, and he had an idea. Since the Avatar once again called him Sir out of habit, the guy reminded him that he could not do that anymore. Our hero threw this huge block up like a ball and began to kick it like in a football warm-up. The young man repeated and repeated this simple manipulation. It was clear that several tons of weight meant nothing to him. Finally, the young man decided to make the exercise a little more difficult and lifted the stone onto his foot, stretching his limbs almost in a split. Both the main hunters opened their mouths in surprise. They had seen something like this for the first time in their lives. During the blow, the young man somehow managed to chop the boulder into identical pancakes. He said with regret that indeed, apparently, there are no martial arts masters left. On each piece of stone, our hero placed a piece of meat, as if on a plate, and said that now they would all have a delicious lunch. Hans's squad was wary. They were interested in the origin of the meat, but the guy assured them that they didn't need to know what it was. It was enough to know that it was completely edible and not human. While serving a meal to one of the hunters, Choi Yeon-seung revealed that he had survived the abyss by learning to eat anything suitable for it. Watching the men lick their lips and salivate at the smell, the guy asked who was next and threw another steak on the frying pan. No one started eating. The detachment had been hungry for a month, and now the hunters waited patiently for all the portions to be prepared so they could start eating at the same time. Our hero wished them a pleasant appetite, but it took a few more seconds for the mortally hungry people to risk trying the meat from the abyss. Soon the incredibly delicious smell and appetizing appearance convinced the hunters that the food was real and could be eaten. Everyone took the first bite cautiously, but then the steaks were eaten in literally a few seconds. For the hunters who had recently been on the verge of starvation, this was a real feast. Choi Yeon-seung whispered to Odaegon why everyone was so quiet. Did they really realize that he had given them low-grade meat? The goblin in disguise replied that he had long advised throwing out this meat. It was just taking up space. At this time, one of the hunters looked back, and it became clear that everyone had become quiet because they were enjoying the meal. The people were enjoying it very well. Many of the men even cried, continuing to thank the young man from the bottom of their hearts for the treat. Only Ganyan remained silent. This hunter was the most experienced and was the first to notice that the meat was unusual. It replenished mana. He thought that usually after casting several fire arrows, he almost fainted from exhaustion. But now he felt such a reserve of mana that he was able to cast a whole dozen. The man was very grateful to Yeon-seung, deciding that he had specially treated them to such meat. He did not know that at that time the young man regretted not throwing it away. When they came out of hiding, someone explained to the guy that the ghouls weren't just monsters, but monsters that formed a boss, so if you kill all the remaining ones, you can immediately get out of the dungeon. The young man readily agreed. He had seen more than his share of such wonders in the abyss, and now it was time to stretch his legs. Every time the leader of the hunters heard about the abyss, he thought about something of his own and fell silent. I wonder what he was thinking about. The man who initiated the conflict with the captain called out to him and tried to apologize, but he simply sent him away. The hunter tried again, said he was only doing what the other, Fred, told him to do, but was sent away again. O'Digan whispered that the situation was suspiciously tense, and Yeon-seung suggested that a conflict had broken out between the hunters behind bars. The hunters now looked a little confused and bewildered. The boy thought that they must have almost killed each other. The disguised goblin said that such a thing was simply unimaginable on his planet, and called people pathetic and worthless. The young man looked at him with a smile, and asked if the avatar knew that he, Choi Yeon-seung, belonged to the human race. After some time, O'Digan moved a little to the side from the squad to scout out the situation, and 2 hunters followed him. They were C-rank hunters who had rebelled against Richard. The hero's avatar looked at them attentively, but a little condescendingly. They said that they would take care of the surviving ghouls, and Clayton suddenly babbled that even the name O'Digan was beautiful, and there was an awkward pause. Afterwards, the hunters began vying with each other to praise the magician and offer him their services. It looked very ugly. He didn't want to be their leader. He didn't need their services. O'Digan only thought about how these pathetic creatures would leave him alone. The goblin in disguise decided to play along with the people and agreed to some small services, knowing full well that the hunters were counting on big profits thanks to his skills. At this time, Choi Yeon-seung was being attacked by Richard and Ganyan, the latter thoughtfully saying that it was difficult to find a hunter to lead a party into a high-ranking dungeon. The man continued that Choi Yeon-seung was his savior, and an elderly man at that. The guy shuddered at these words and said that he agreed to take into account only his earthly age, 28 years. O'Digan was still surrounded by the increased attention of the hunters, so he did not hear what his master was talking about. And the master asked the group leader why his subordinates did not approach him with the same proposals. The answer shocked him. Paprika explained that the reason was that O'Digan was a magician, and our hero was a master of martial arts. He cried out, what kind of prejudice was this? Even among martial artists there was an A-rank hunter, Lee Samoan. Master Lee said that every martial artist is strong. Choi Yeon-seung shouted indignantly. Ganyan covered his face with his hand, and the squad leader tried his best not to laugh. The hero began to ask what was wrong with Master Lee. The year Choi Yeon-seung fell into the abyss, the popularity of martial arts suddenly increased, and many hunters went to China to learn. All this could well raise the level of this skill everywhere, especially since there was a conditional leader who reached A rank. But quite suddenly, a scandal with rank manipulation broke out, which thundered across the entire planet. Hunters in China and some other countries bribed judges and illegally increased their ratings. Guess who was among them? Ganyan continued that C ranks became B ranks, and B ranks became A ranks, a true legend and symbol. Our hero was shocked. When he heard that Master Lee was actually a B rank, he simply couldn't stay on his feet. The guy couldn't believe that his idol was a fake, and he even had a poster hanging in his room. The hunter ended by saying that after the scandal, no one wanted to practice martial arts anymore, believing that it was impossible to reach A rank that way. The icing on the cake was the information that no one studies martial arts anymore. There are no schools, no teachers. This tradition has disappeared. Choi Yeon-seung turned away so that no one would see the emptiness in his eyes. There should have been tears there, but Constellations did not know how to cry. However, the guy quickly decided to pull himself together. Sadness has a bad effect on Ki and can also cause muscle atrophy. He decided to ask one more question. It was something like a clarification, is everything okay on Earth? Choi Yeon-seung became a little tense and added that he wanted to know if there had been an invasion of the constellations on Earth. The squad leader suggested that it was about the incident that happened 20 years ago, but Ganyan replied that the guy couldn't know about it if he was in the abyss. Our hero realized in horror that he was too late. While he was in the abyss, the prophecy of the goddess of scales came true. The hunter began his story by saying that in the very year when the deception with the ranks was revealed, on a completely ordinary autumn day, nothing foreshadowed trouble. But suddenly a very bright flash of light appeared in the sky, illuminating half the city. It was a portal from the abyss. It was getting bigger and bigger. It was simply impossible to ignore this phenomenon, but people did not know what to do. Only when magical blows rained down from the portal and streams of energy began to burn down houses did some try to flee. Back then, on that day, the gate was different from the usual dungeon gates, and the monsters that appeared from there were intelligent. It was a real army that spared nothing and no one, leaving behind only ashes. This army had a specific goal. The constellations and monsters were following specific orders. They were going to take over the Earth. But the main task of the monsters was to lay every single soul of Earthlings at the feet of their constellation. Choi Yeon-seung grabbed Gangyang's shoulders and began to shake him, trying to get an answer as to whether the evil constellations had managed to take over his planet. The guy kept asking if he was late, and the man had to take him by the hand and ask him to calm down. He wondered where they would be if something like that had happened. No, the Earthlings managed to fight back. Our hero's face lengthened. He did not expect that people could hold back or even repel the attack of the constellations. Ganyan nodded and said with regret in his voice that there were a lot of casualties, but the people managed to push back the monsters and then stop them. All countries mobilized their best hunters and they stopped the invasion. It seemed Ganyan was among them, although he did not advertise it. Choi Yeon-seung continued to be in a state of shock. It seemed that the information he had received simply could not physically fit into his head. The guy got down on all fours and couldn't raise his head. From the outside, it looked a little funny, but the hero was in no mood for jokes. The young man was tormented by only one question. Why did he wander through the abyss if now he had absolutely nothing to do on Earth? While the hero was coming to his senses, the hunter remembered how it was. The evil constellations attacked the Earth suddenly. However, the hunters mobilized very quickly. All countries worked in a coordinated and organized manner. The number of casualties on both sides was simply colossal, but the people still achieved their goal and stopped the invasion because they had something to lose, their planet. A few more minutes passed, and Choi Yeon-seung continued to sit on the ground with a completely expressionless face and empty eyes. He lived every year of his life in the abyss and did not understand why all this happened, why he went through such torment. He wondered if the goddess's prophecy had been a mistake, or if she had miscalculated, or if she had some other plan. At this time, a mechanical voice said that the mistress of dreams and desires said that this was very strange. The guy woke up from his thoughts. The girl reported that this was not a small skirmish, but a full-fledged invasion, and it was highly unlikely that people would be able to stop it. She added that it was not even a matter of the difference in strength. The level of the constellations and people was so different that the latter looked like some kind of insects. Evidence of thought processes finally appeared on Yeon-seung's face. The boy realized that everything was really very strange. He turned to Ganyan and asked how exactly the humans had stopped the invasion. The hunter explained that some sort of truce had been signed. The monsters weren't sure they needed to continue expanding their territories, and the humans knew they would lose too many lives if they tried to retake those territories. Many on Earth are worried about how long this truce will last. As long as it lasts, the hunter finished. Most likely the guarantee of the signed truce and the fact that it is still going on was provided by the constellations, who promised to protect the Earth. The girl with the kitten wrote that now everything is clear. This is no longer a confrontation between constellations and people, but a confrontation between some constellations and others. Only people do not realize this. She reminded Choi Yeon-seung that constellations rarely fight in person, preferring avatars, which is why he has a better chance of success than anyone else. We must not forget that the invasion of the constellations changed the hierarchy, which caused the connection of the abyss with the Earth. Our hero made the main conclusion. The truce was signed because the constellations either did not want to fight themselves or did not want to lose their avatars. The guy started his song again about how he had nothing left to do on Earth. He was late. Choi Yeon-seung lowered his head and walked away. Ganyang and Parker followed quietly behind him. The kitten wrote that he was wrong. The girl confirmed that although they arrived a couple of decades later, the situation had not yet been resolved. The mistress of dreams and desires added that the truce cannot last forever, and in the abyss there are still a lot of constellations dreaming of invading the Earth. The kitten warned the hero to be careful with any new constellations. They will not honor the truce agreement. Here our hero had another epiphany. He realized that he was wasting his time. He had something to do. He needed to protect his planet. If the situation worsens, it could turn into a battlefield between the constellations for the souls of people. At that moment, there was an explosion, and a flaming ghoul flew into the air, surrounded by a cloud of smoke and fire. It was Odagon who delivered his magical blow, and the crowd of hunters around him were praising the goblin in disguise at the top of their voices. He was surprised to report that it was first circle magic, to which the men happily remarked that they had never seen anyone use first circle magic so well. They then continued to praise the goblin's magical skills, and he could barely contain his irritation. It was clear from Odagon's face that he thought people had simply gone crazy and were pestering him over some stupid mistake. The hunters whispered among themselves that if they returned to Earth and managed to persuade Odagon to take them into the team, it would be amazing, because he was definitely not lower than B rank, and maybe even A rank. Behind the goblin's back, there were suggestions that if the boy had lost his memory, it would be easier for the hunters to convince him to abandon Choi Yeon-seung and cooperate with them. The inspired men hoped that if they took Choi Yeon-seung's place, they would not have to obey Parker. Our hero watched all this and only chuckled. He was amused by both the behavior of the hunters and the face of Odagon, who was ready to explode. Then he looked at the leader of the squad and noticed that he was also angry and tense. The guy asked if the man wanted to fight with someone. He was so surprised that he even lowered his glasses onto his nose. Richard didn't expect that his thoughts could be read so easily. Choi Yeon-seung asked again if he wanted to kick some of his subordinates' asses, but Parker assured him that everything was fine, and that was not the case. Our hero was puzzled. He was not against watching the fight, but decided that in the dungeon it could be regarded as a crime. The young man thought that his thinking had been greatly affected by his long stay in the abyss, and the girl and the kitten advised him to be more careful. The hero promised to be more careful because he needed to hide his identity in case a battle between the constellations broke out on Earth. He turned to Ganyan and asked what was usually done to people who managed to return from the abyss. The hunter replied that they undergo a medical examination and a detailed report on their experience, and often end up in a mental hospital after that, because everyone has a specific experience. The man added that the check also included an analysis of signing contracts with the constellations, which made the girl and the cat very tense. Ganyan explained that after the invasion, the authorities issued a ban on people becoming avatars of evil constellations. The kitten wrote a message that they are not evil constellations, and Choi Yeon-seung replied that the rules are apparently very strict. The hunter added that the procedure was not too complicated and asked what country the guy was from, and when he received the answer that he was Korean, he assumed that he would have to change his citizenship. Looking at Odagon casting another fire arrow, the guy thought that for someone who had lost his memory, a new citizenship would also be useful. He approached the Avatar and reported that he had received enough information about the situation on Earth. Now he needed to somehow find out the data on the hunter's level. The goblin in disguise said that he had a spell to assess the level and characteristics. It should be enough. These words, for some reason, upset the kitten of lava and magma. The constellation asked why he asked Odagon about this, to which the guy replied that he didn't have magic. What's wrong with that? The kitten replied that since the hero was now also a constellation, there was no need for this. He could receive information about anything using the power of the essence. The young man was surprised. He immediately tried to do this and looked closely at one of the hunters. Information appeared that the hero used the Eye of Sauron. The object of analysis was the leader of the detachment, Hans. It was a completely understandable choice. Besides, he was nearby. The man seemed to sense that he was being studied and looked tensely at Choi Yeon-seung. A message appeared that the essence of Richard Parker had been revealed. All his parameters appeared before the eyes of our hero. They were average. The young man continued to study the data, and the hunter continued to look around. The kitten said that the skill can also be trained. Then you can get even more information. At that very moment, a small explosion was heard nearby again, and a bright flash of fire destroyed the last ghoul. A mechanical voice announced that the Mirror Illusion House dungeon had been completely cleared. The next message said that the dungeon would be closing soon. So Choi Yeon-seung and his avatar began to move forward, with the hunter squad cheering behind them. With a happy and calm face, our hero thought that he could finally return to his home planet. He dreamed about it so much. The hunters continued to rejoice. Some even quietly wiped away tears of joy. The men could not believe that they would soon be home. A mechanical voice reminded him that the dungeon would soon close, and Ganyan placed his hand on Parker's shoulder, as if inviting him to leave. Looking at them, Yongsun caught himself thinking that it seemed strange that the squad leader did not want to return. To distract himself, the guy used the Eye of Sauron skill on his adamantium frying pan. It had an infinite supply of durability and protection, as well as a bunch of skills. A message appeared that the self-control skill was activated. When using the Eye of Sauron, the life force increased. The guy thought that the kitten tried his best. At this time in the Mojave Desert, something began to happen with the portal to the dungeon. It changed again. The guards began to fuss in panic and began to report to all authorities that there was trouble near the sealed entrance to the mirror illusion of the house. The portal began to change in size and glow with a powerful pink light. The streams were quite powerful. Soon the streams began to rise to the sky, merging into one energy tornado. The military gave orders not to let reporters get close. It was dangerous. As they expected, after a few seconds, there was a surge of energy, similar to an explosion, and the dungeon was completely transformed. The man in the cap shouted that this simply couldn't be happening. The dungeon had been cleared, and the entrance to it had opened. In the midst of a giant flash of yellow light, figures of people could be seen approaching. These were hunters coming out. The flow of energy was very strong. It was difficult for the men to walk. The radiance was blinding and they had to cover their faces with their hands. But they moved forward. Finally, the flash of light was behind him, and Choi Yeon-seung thought that it was very bright, even by the standards of the abyss. The young man froze in place. Above him was a clear blue sky, the earthly sky that he missed so much. A few minutes later, the raid participants were invited to give a report on the clearing of the dungeon. Even in such a situation, bureaucratic procedures could not be avoided. But the most interesting thing is that according to the final assessment of the experts, the dungeon still belonged to Rank C. Parker was indignant that there were thousands of ghouls there, but he was unable to influence the opinion of the experts. The man in the hat was adamant the monsters were only rank, and the squad had received the help of a qualified magician. Richard reminded that the rating is assigned based on the boss's power, to which the man retorted that they gave him a C, but they could have given him an F. The man added that in any case he congratulates the guy on his happy return. His father was very worried. Richard was finally thrown out of the game by this phrase. Ganyan looked sympathetically at the commander. The problem was not new. While looking at the news, Choi Yeon-seung told Odaigon that there were so many paparazzi after coming out of the dungeon because Richard was a prince, and the newspaper said he was a member of the royal family. The boy suddenly realized that despite his poor English, he could read and speak it fluently. The kitten explained that the Eye of Sauron helps to see the essence, so language no longer matters. At this time, a nurse came in and it became clear that our heroes were in the hospital. The woman reported that both were in excellent health. The doctor added that she had never seen a body with such perfect physical shape. It was ideal. Choi Yeon-seung became proud, especially after the woman added that he was lucky and his mental health was also normal. She offered to help with rehabilitation. Because 30 years in the abyss is no joke, our hero promised to think about it. The doctor raised her eyebrows. She had been expecting such an answer. The guy got the impression that she was not interested in him staying. Then the young man turned his head and everything became clear. Martial arts masters and high-ranking magicians were served slightly differently. A crowd of doctors and politicians gathered around Odaigon. Reporters took photographs, and officials showered him with tempting offers. The goblin in disguise was no stranger to various honors and such treatment, after all. In his past life, he had been a king, and yet the pettiness and fawning of people irritated him greatly. He responded to all offers of cooperation time and again with the same thing, that he would follow Mr. Choi Yeon-seung, and that would be it. Our hero was incredibly pleased with himself when he heard this. He had no doubts about his avatar's loyalty. The servants also paid attention to Yeon-seung, asking why the magician was so devoted to him, to which they received the answer that they met after Odaigon had lost his memory, so it was unknown. People whispered that this could have happened precisely because he was the first person the mage had met after losing his memories. Here the officials realized that they needed to change priorities and began to offer Choi Yeon-seung various types of assistance. One of the men said that if the hunter Choi Yeon-seung wanted to change countries, he would help. But the hero replied that there was no better country than America. The guy said that he would consider all offers after he received a green card, but for now, he asked not to disturb him. The servant stepped aside to discuss the details, and Odaigon and his master were finally able to talk calmly. The guy noticed with interest that he couldn't hear a word. The magician explained that people talk using a simple telepathy artifact. The goblin in disguise offered to help the owner and eavesdrop on the conversation using magic, and the young man readily agreed. The employees discussed among themselves the possibility that Choi Yeon-seung and Odaigon would actually remain in America after receiving their green cards. They planned to assign spies to Odaigon so that representatives of other countries would not find out about him and lure him away. The goblin in disguise was outraged that they would be spied on, to which Yeon-seung laughed that it was not them, but him, Odaigon. For a moment, the goblin turned on his true nature, and in a menacing voice asked if he could deal with them. The hero asked him not to complicate things, because it was in their interests. Soon a car arrived for our heroes. There were several more procedures that a person who returned from the abyss had to go through. Choi Yeon-seung was connected to a variety of different sensors and wires, and after testing them, the guy was asked to take a short survey. He took a sheet of paper with questions and asked what would happen if one of the electrodes fell off during the process. Everyone laughed. After looking at the sheet of paper, which contained quite a lot of information, the guy said that he was ready and could begin. The first question was not a preparatory one. People were directly asking whether Choi Yeon-seung had signed a contract with the Constellation Warriors of Madness and Blood. The second task was to write a short text that would mock the Warrior of Madness and Blood. The controllers explained that this was the best way to find out whether the hero had signed a contract with the Constellation. The avatar would never risk ridiculing the master. Yeon-seung happily began to write caustic taunts. The next test was to show how much mana a person has. The guy was asked to pour into the crystal ball the maximum amount he could. He put his hand on the ball and began to think how much he could do. He had never tried to do anything like this. The hunter's rank was updated after 30 years of Earth time. The procedure had changed. Gradually, the face of the man in glasses who was testing our hero began to express amazement. The next moment, a pleasant, warm glow filled the ball completely, and it began to fall apart with a terrible crack. Looking at the now useless device, Choi Yeon-seung said that he still had some mana left. Could he finish the testing later? The man replied that he needed to think about it. Choi Yeon-seung was playing it safe. He decided that he needed to get a higher rank than before in order to move freely around the planet. The measuring device, although destroyed, recorded the information, reporting that the subject had more mana than ordinary hunters. Typically when testing, hunters pour mana until the ball changes color, which allows them to level up. Sometimes people fall to the ground from exhaustion, but they cannot raise their rank for years. Here was another case. Our hero wondered if it was his mistake, because he should have hidden his strength, but it was too late to change anything. The girl and the kitten also decided that it was a shame he didn't limit himself, since they had asked him not to attract unnecessary attention. The Earth is not an abyss where you can endlessly fight with the strongest opponents. Here, for any fight, a permit must be issued. Many rules were stopped. It turned out that the opportunity to obtain A rank was only given to B rank hunters. It was impossible to skip a step. The man in glasses said that all the tests were finished. The study was successful. The results would be later. If desired, you could wait in the dormitory. The heroes headed towards the exit. Choi Yeon-seung wondered if they would even give him a B rank, and Odaigon thought that human equipment was of low quality. As soon as the doors closed, the man in glasses rushed for the phone. It seemed like he had been waiting for the opportunity to call for a long time. The caller was someone belonging to the Imbitus clan, but the details of the conversation remain unknown to us. After looking at the results of the study, our heroes were quite surprised. Odaigon was given rank B. The gentleman praised him for hiding his abilities so skillfully. Before looking at his stats, the guy shared his concerns that he had invested too much mana and almost revealed his constellation essence. I wonder what rank they gave him. When Choi Yeon-seung saw the result, his face was so surprised that it was difficult to describe in words. The data card showed that the young man's rating was still at C+, but his age was listed as 58, which was completely at odds with his self-perception. While the hero was pondering how the average amount of mana could increase so much over 30 years and why such an age was indicated, Richard entered the room and asked if they had finished yet. Both our hero and the goblin in disguise looked at the squad leader Hans with bewilderment. They did not understand what he needed. When asked what was going on, Parker replied that he had promised to thank Choi Yeon-seung for saving his life, and so he was inviting him to stay with him, since the heroes had nowhere to live. "You can stay in my house as long as you want," the guy added, and didn't even wait for the heroes to agree. Odaegon was suspicious and skeptical, but Yeon-seung was happy and liked the idea. Soon the motorcade of several cars and a limousine drove out into the desert and headed towards Los Angeles. Odaegon telepathically asked the master if he found it suspicious that Parker had suddenly become so polite. The boy asked if the goblin suspected Richard just because he was human, or if there were reasons. Choi Yeon-seung asked if the Avatar remembered the day he slew the planet-eating wolf. The Goblin King nodded and said that the day he met his master was the most important day in his life. "That's right," our hero answered, and added that he too would never forget that day, but for slightly different reasons. He recalled that the goblins had given him a warm welcome, and in gratitude for saving the planet, they had done incredible things. For example, they prepared a bath of acid slimes for a young man to relieve fatigue, and they also begged to accept the newborn children of the goblin nobility as sacrifices. Were these really goblin rules of etiquette, the guy asked. Odaegon was shocked that the customs of his people caused the master inconvenience. It was all about the differences in cultures. The hero laughed. Looking at Richard, he decided that he simply wanted to thank him for saving him, and the magician thought that even among this greedy, annoying, pathetic race, there are normal people. Choi Yeon-seung's face lengthened again, and he once again reminded everyone that he was also a human being, just in case. Choi Yeon-seung suddenly addressed Richard with a question, so loudly that it could be heard even outside the limousine. Parker asked what was going on and said that he belonged to the family of those very Parkers, if the hero understood what he meant. The guy conspiratorially lowered his voice and said that he was waiting for the leader of the hunters to give him all his fortune. He added that he had overheard someone promising a hefty reward for saving him, and Parker was horrified. Yeon-seung laughed and said it was a joke. He just needed a secluded corner to rest after the abyss. The motorcade continued on its way. Someone was watching it from the dune. Parker relaxed again and reminded that he allowed them to stay in his house as long as they wanted. "This is something he can give to his savior," the boy finished. And Yeon-seung whispered to Odaegon not to look down on him. The disguised goblin telepathically inquired whether the man had been too arrogant in offering only his home, and only temporarily. The hero noticed that on Earth it was always like this. Owning a huge house, you can turn up your nose. At that moment, a red car cut off the limousine and blocked the way. Choi Yeon-seung was outraged that it was a trick, and this was how Richard decided to repay the savior. But the guy himself was scared and did not understand what was happening. The driver rolled down the window and explained that some psycho had blocked the limousine's path with his car. Our hero was afraid that this was an assassination attempt and some evil constellation had learned of his essence. Odaegon offered to sort things out, but the guy asked to wait a little. He needed to get his bearings in the situation. They both got out of the car to see what kind of psycho had risked stopping them. They were completely calm. Looking at the red car, Choi Yeon-seung whistled. Seeing such a car in the middle of the desert was unexpected. The man standing near the car surprised Odaegon and his master. Both felt that he was not so simple and possessed enormous power. The heroes looked at each other. Now he walked towards them, adjusting his sunglasses as he went. This man was different, completely different. Still mortal, but one that you couldn't put on a par with humans, very strong and very powerful. That's what he was. Here our hero caught himself thinking that the man seemed vaguely familiar to him, and besides he was, apparently, Asian. All the stranger said as a greeting was "you." It seemed like he really was an acquaintance of Yeon-seung's to act like that. Parker greeted him by name, calling him Dragon Huang, and our hero whispered in confusion that this simply couldn't be true. The man nodded and asked who the little boy was, who had risked saying hello first. Parker identified himself and received a smile. Little Parker was causing his father a lot of trouble, the man added, while Richard was angry. Then he pulled himself together and replied that the reason was that he was a hunter. Dragon Huang praised the guy for his integrity. Now the man turned to Choi Yeon-seung, but our hero remained silent and did not say a word. Huang looked at him thoughtfully and noted that he hadn't really hoped for it, but it seemed like it really was that same Yeon-seung. The guy's jaw dropped. He recognized him. In front of him was his boss from his past life, the leader of the Kyungryong clan. The young man still couldn't believe his eyes. The man smiled and confirmed that he was not a hallucination, but had come because he had heard rumors that the bastard was here. Huang greeted Choi Yeon-seung joyfully but arrogantly. It was obvious that he was seriously emotional, but was trying not to show it. The leader of the Kyeonrin clan stood silently for a few more seconds, enjoying the effect produced. All the people got out of the cars and froze too. Choi Yeon-seung and Dragon Huan hadn't seen each other for 30 years, but they were once quite close, at least for the guy. The boss was one of the closest people. Richard Parker broke the silence and apologized in a stuttering voice. He was wondering if Yeon-seung and Huang knew each other. Both nodded. By the way, our hero knew his boss by a different name and was quite surprised that he was now addressed differently. Behind him, the guards whispered, unable to believe that the person in front of them was really the S-rank hunter Dragon Huang. They whispered that he had recently gotten married for the 19th time. The young man was extremely surprised by this information. He could not believe that all this was about his former boss. The hero remembered the boss as an ordinary middle-aged man in a colorful shirt, a hunter who could barely cope with B-rank dungeons, cheerful and life-loving. The chief changed dramatically after the invasion of the Constellations, when a huge number of monsters attacked Seoul. The monsters attacked from the ground and from the air, so everyone who could fight fought to minimize the number of civilian casualties. The most massive attacks were from winged creatures, which were not vulnerable to regular bullets, only to magical projectiles, and all the city's hunter clans joined in. Among them was the leader of the great and incomparable clan, Hwang Kyungryong, the boss of our hero, who had just disappeared into the abyss a couple of years ago. The man was one of those heroes who tried with all their might to save the country at the cost of his own life and the lives of his people. Thanks to the dedication of people like him, the Seoul disaster was averted. Kyungryong himself was almost unharmed, but some of his men were seriously injured as a result of the fighting. Standing in the ruins, the man said that they had done everything they could, protected everything that could be protected. He hugged the hunters standing next to him and thanked each one personally. Huang was truly a worthy man. All the heroes who fought the threat were called heroes, and that was the extent of the country's gratitude. Even in the hospital, they had to pay for everything themselves. One of the hunters seriously injured his legs during the battle, but could not leave the hospital because he did not pay for the treatment, and the insurance did not cover magical healing. No one received the promised compensation for the hunter's treatment from the state, which was very unfair. Huang laughed and said that at that very moment he was cut off, he moved to America, where the attitude towards hunters is much better. The boss ended up continuing to be a hunter, opened his own company, did a little PR on TV, and that's how it all worked out. Yeon-seung listened and kept quiet. They were riding in a limousine, and the guy asked how much money Huang had, that even the rich son was afraid to squeak. The man asked Yeon-seung if he knew that he lived in Huntershill, the richest area of LA. The guy didn't react at all, just mumbled something. With some tenderness, Huang noticed that Choi Yeon-seung hadn't changed at all, remaining as grumpy as before. Our hero sat, numb with tension, and listened to how you couldn't get a word out of him, the bastard. The man continued that no one else would disappear into the abyss for 30 years, leaving only a letter on a pitiful page. He asked how the training went, laughing. Huang continued to laugh and said that he knew before that his protege was obsessed with training, but after the letter, he regretted not taking him to the hospital. He added that some hunters even suggested announcing Yeon-seung's death, since he knew that only a few people return from the abyss alive. So our hero learned that the guys from the clan were going to hold a funeral feast for him. This was unexpected. Here the man turned to Parker, calling out to him a little louder than etiquette permitted. Huang came up close to him and said that he kept forgetting to ask what the kid was doing in his car. The guy started mumbling something about how Yeon-seung saved his life, and as a token of gratitude, he decided to take him to live with him. The man laughed and said that gratitude was fine. Otherwise, he thought that Yeon-seung was being taken to the Parker family estate for an autopsy, or something worse. At about that moment, the motorcade entered Los Angeles. America, like the entire planet, had changed greatly in the 30 years that our hero had spent in the abyss. While the young man was looking at the world that had become completely different, Dragon Hwang commanded the driver to go not to the Parker's house, but to his own. Choi Yeon-seung continued to look at the city. What struck him most was the technological progress. The streets were full of unfamiliar mechanisms. After the gates from the abyss opened, famous hunters from all over the world began to flock to Los Angeles, just as actors used to flock to Hollywood. The city was also full of casual hunters, people planning to become hunters, and a variety of service personnel in the business. The limousine moved slowly through the streets, and Hwang decided to continue talking about what happened after moving to America. He said he had ordered the FBI and CIA to report to him on every person who returned from the abyss, and they did so regularly, although they were not thrilled about it. They arrived at Hwang's property, and Yeon-seung complimented them that the house was cool, the size of a stadium. Parker reported that these were utility rooms and a servant's house. Hanson's estate was further inland. Our hero's eyes widened in shock, and he almost fell over. The car braked sharply at the entrance. What the former boss called home was a complex of buildings the size of a small town. In addition to a park, a fountain, a swimming pool, there were a bunch of buildings with a huge skyscraper. Choi Yeon-seung, glued to the window, suddenly asked who those hunters were standing along the road to the house. There were queues of people along the fountains, and Richard said that they all had tickets for entry. The hero was surprised why. Hwang smiled and said with an air of importance that these people needed a ticket to see him once. Looking at the endless hunters with hopeful faces, the man said that they all wanted their chance. The guy still didn't understand what was going on. He kept asking more and more questions to find out what interested him. Hwang lifted his glasses, looked closely at Yeon-seung, and promised to explain everything in detail a little later. Watching a panda devour a bamboo shoot intently on a hunter's estate in Los Angeles, our hero wondered what the hell had happened in the last 30 years. When the animal took another bite into the juicy appendage, the young man decided that he had gone crazy, or perhaps Hwang had taken a leisurely stroll into the abyss and back. Continuing to stare at the two pandas in the enclosure, our hero asked if they had been stolen. The owner of the house was offended, explaining that they were a gift from the Chinese government. They begged him to come, and this was a reward. Choi Yeon-seung looked at his ex-boss with an even more insane look, trying to understand what the man he once knew well had become now. The young man asked what had the Chinese government so worried. The man slapped his forehead. Our hero was in the abyss and knew nothing. The man snapped his fingers. At that very moment, a whole crowd of employees ran up to them, each one ready to provide a service of any complexity here and now. The women and men stood on either side of the chief, and he asked if all his secretaries were there. Having received an affirmative answer, Hwang began to give instructions. He began by ordering that the best teachers be found for him. The list included politics, economics, sociology, law, social education, modern history. Yeon-seung's jaw dropped in shock. He was ordered to be taught all of this. At this time, a strange conversation took place in Parker's car between Richard and the driver, who asked if they should ask for the dragon's autograph before leaving. The driver added that some people wait months to see him, to which the guy replied that it was because their last name was not Parker. Hwang continued to list celebrities, trends, humanities, movies, gadgets, technical innovations, and other things that also needed to be introduced to Yeon-seung. In the end, the boss simply yelled at the secretaries that the guy had to learn everything that had changed in 30 years. Very cautiously, one of the secretaries asked if it was too much in volume and if he could find out the reason. Hwang asked the man's name, and upon hearing that it was the 7th Secretary Jackson, the man said that he had been fired. The secretary's face reflected confusion, but the dragon began to shout that he had hired them for a huge amount of money not to answer stupid questions, but to assign troublesome tasks. One of the secretaries chuckled, and the man asked if his words really sounded like a joke. Everyone immediately stood at attention and shook their heads. Hwang asked again if the words sounded like a joke, and someone shouted out that they were not. The boss asked the loudmouth's name and rolled out another complaint. Listening to the sixth secretary trying to justify himself by saying that he had made an unintentional mistake, our hero only shrugged his shoulders. Huang shouted that he didn't need excuses, he needed normal workers, and in the end, everyone ran away to follow the instructions. The former boss turned to Choi Yeon-seung and said with a chuckle that they could now have a normal conversation, but the boy only said his clan name, Hyun, for short. Hyun, our hero repeated once again. He regretfully stated that he had become not a man, but real trash, and there was silence. The man was indignant that this was not true. He knew what the secretary's salaries were, to which Yeon-seung replied that salary was not a reason to quit on the spot. The dragon called the former seventh secretary, who was packing his things, to come closer. Huang asked him how long he had worked and how much money he had received, and the answer was $230,000 for 2 weeks. He looked at Yeon-seung with pride, but the young man only asked how money was connected to the dismissal. Dragon replied that he warns them when hiring them, that one mistake, and they are fired. The man added that everyone knows that he pays the highest salaries and sets the most difficult requirements. Our hero sighed in disappointment. Then Huang informed the former seventh secretary that he was rehired. A minute later, the former boss asked if it was necessary to behave like that in front of his subordinates, to which the guy replied that he, Hen, could have become an idol and a role model for them, and not been a boor. The man remained silent and lowered his head. It was clear that he was a little sad, but not too much. Soon, cameras in the room where Yeon-seung studied began recording the beginning of the classes. All of them were recorded so that he could later listen to what he didn't remember right away. The first to arrive was a Stanford professor whose specialty was artifact and cave science, adding that she was also the manager of 2 B-rank hunters and 1 A-rank hunter. Our hero quipped that it was very interesting, but he had lifted 500 pounds in high school, so what? Ignoring the insult, the girl said that she would now briefly tell him what had happened over the past 30 years. Half an hour later, Choi Yeon-seung felt like he was sleeping, and that it was all just a stupid dream. All he had to do was wake up. Evil constellations have occupied China, North Korea, Europe, and Latin America, the young man asked again. In the diagram, the teacher showed that his homeland, South Korea, was the only one in the region that had not been captured. However, after this, many Korean hunters went abroad, and many found the United States attractive, the girl continued. Our hero asked whether Dragon Huang had moved to America at the same time, and the teacher confirmed his guess. The young man sighed, vague suspicions swirling in his head, but nothing concrete yet. The guy remembered what the clan leader was like before, kind, a little stupid, but understanding. He even talked him out of going to the B-rank dungeon. What happened that Hyun changed so much? He became Dragon Huang, an S-rank hunter with endless amounts of money, who at 70 years old married for the 19th time. While the guy was thinking, a message came from the kitten that everything worked out great. In fact, maybe he should be taken as an avatar. He can be trusted, the constellation asked. The guy replied that Hyun could be trusted, but he didn't know how to say it, to start with the fact that he walked through the abyss and decided to become a constellation, or what? As an option, you could also spread your arms and invite them under your wing, become an avatar. Very funny. Our hero had already seen the puzzled face of his former boss in front of him. No, he had not yet seen the possibility of offering him to become an avatar. The most likely reaction from Huang to such a proposal would be to ask what kind of drugs they play with in the abyss, Yeon-seung thought. The boy told the kitten that if he explained everything well, maybe Hyun would understand, but the kitten replied that there was no need to do that. The kitten of lava and magma noticed that the young man was uneasy and asked what was bothering him. Choi Yeon-seung thought about it and replied that it was true. The clan leader had not given up trying to find him for 30 years. He could be trusted, but he didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the constellations. The next morning, the dragon led our hero to a huge indoor stadium and informed him that it was a training place, something like a backyard gym. Entering inside, the guy froze in place, and the owner of the premises himself froze, but this time from pride in himself. The young man teased his boss that this was not a gym, but a concert hall, to which he replied that his concert hall would be cooler. The man snapped his fingers again, a habit that was starting to really piss Choi Yeon-seung off, but for now he was trying to endure it and not get upset. After the click, some equipment turned on and orange power lines became visible under the dome and even on the floor. The guy tried to step over one of them. The sensations were very, very strange. The kitten exclaimed that this was the magic of the underside of the world. Yeon-seung asked what it was about. The kitten explained that this magic was popular among the constellations, and mortals did not know how to use it. A mechanical voice announced that the stabilization of the underside of the world was complete, and the boy began to learn how to handle this thing. Hwang explained that the underside of the world allows one to imitate reality. Even if one receives an injury here, it will not happen in real life. It is something like virtual reality, but not quite virtual, but magical. Kitten reported that most often, constellations use the underside of the world as a playground to relieve boredom, or to train avatars. The guy decided to ask his former boss which constellation taught him this magic, but he laughed that it was known and available to many people. Then the man thought about it and admitted that the constellation could have originally shared this technology with humanity, having conceived some vile plan. The man muttered that who knows how mean the constellations can be, and the kitten and Choi Yeon-seung became very tense. The boy noted that with such a training ground, the hunters would be very well prepared for war, but the dragon did not understand him. He asked what kind of horrors the guy was talking about. What war were they talking about? This was sports equipment, Yeon-seung in turn shouted. What kind of sport? Are they playing football with this magic? Forming a gun with his fingers, Hwang pretended to shoot Choi Yeon-seung and said that this was the last century. Our hero looked at him, but did not understand anything. Behind him, images appeared that looked like a video from a projector. Dragon Hwang said in a solemn voice that hunting sports are currently at the forefront of the entertainment business. It was a competition where 6 hunters would team up to fight another team of their own, monster slaying, fights, lots of rules, a very spectacular show. The man added that all commentators send messages with a mechanical voice, and points are awarded for killing monsters. Hwang asked if the young man was interested, but he remained silent, having received a message that he had entered the underside of the world. The next message warned that one must limit one's power, otherwise the underside of the world could be destroyed. Our hero limited his strength, agility, magic, mana, health, and then he felt very bad, as if his whole body was hung with weights. A message appeared that the skill, strength, and victory over oneself was activated. This was something new and interesting. Little by little, our hero began to understand that it was like training. Performing a task with a limitation of strength, his real strength increases. He began to happily mutter under his breath that he needed to study longer, which surprised Hwang a little. The Kitten of Lava and Magma wrote that this is a great chance. The guy asked what the chance is for and received the answer that in the back of the world the constellations do not see him, so he can do whatever he wants. Choi Yeon-seung didn't like being forced. He told the kitten that he would not reveal his identity to the clan leader and make him his avatar for now. The guy looked at his former boss and sternly explained to the constellation that the dragon had a great life and he didn't want to drag him into all this yet. The young man added that he is not at all suited to the role of a leader controlling avatars. He prefers to participate in battles himself. The kitten wrote a bunch of messages that it was not in the spirit of the constellation to fight on their own, and that avatars would still be needed, but the guy no longer paid attention. He only replied that he had given important information. For Choi Yeon-seung, it was always very important to remain honest. At this time, Hwang came up and asked why the boy was standing there like a pillar, whether he was really so struck by the seamy side of the world. Looking at the video of the fight, the guy noted that for the hunter, training was taking place as if in reality, the man again corrected that this was not training. It's a sport, the dragon said, almost syllable by syllable, and then added that it's the most popular sport in the world. The guy asked, puzzled, if hunters didn't train in the dungeon, but just fought each other, to which Hwang explained that it was a competitive sport. Our hero clarified that people just look at it, like football and basketball, and laughter rang out. Then the man became serious and said that comparing all these sports was simply ridiculous. Choi Yeon-seung looked at him and couldn't understand if it was a joke, or a prank, or maybe an evil irony, or the harsh truth. Hwang explained that the closest thing this sport could be compared to was INS, also a hunting competition, but different. In this sport, the strongest hunter was selected through a one-on-one duel. Once you watch INS, other sports fights will seem bland. The clan leader asked if the story stirred the blood, to which he received the answer that it did not. The dragon laughed and said that the young man simply knew that he was the strongest. The young man stood silently for a while, and then slowly replied that in truth, he was a little confused. Choi Yeon-seung remembered the monsters and his fears about the Constellation War, so he said that he was worried about the danger looming over the Earth. Spending all his time training, he was afraid of being late, but he didn't even suspect that he was already late. And what, in the end, the hunters of the Earth became athletes, how then they catch monsters, remained unclear. Then a message came from the kitten. The kitten of lava and magma wrote that something was troubling him. The specified sports have long and firmly entered into popularity among the constellations. The kitten suggested that this might be related to the spread of the underside of the world on Earth, and the young man became worried again. Hwang was saying something about how many hunters had never even entered the dungeons, and the guy was wondering if this was a trap from the constellations to raise hunter avatars for themselves. Choi Yeon-seung asked why they became hunters then, to which he received the answer that for money, of course, and for fame. The line that formed in front of Hwang's house was made up of those who wanted to make it in sports and earn enough in a couple of months to live comfortably for the rest of their days. Our hero lowered his head, thinking about what he had heard, but at that time the former boss asked what had happened to him over the years, how he was feeling in general and all that. The man asked what had bitten the guy that he had fallen into the abyss for training, and whether he had been lured there by deception. The hero crouched down and hugged his knees with his hands. The dragon realized that he had apparently hit the nail on the head, but the guy replied that he would tell about it later. It was a long story. Our hero stood up and said that before he told everything, he would ask for something. The man listened attentively. The guy asked if it was possible to increase the power of the inside of the world, because its power was limited, and it was inconvenient. Hwang was puzzled by what kind of power this was, that the usual spell settings were not enough to withstand it. The man was outraged that this room was oriented towards A-rank hunters. So what rank was the guy then? He yelled, to which he received the answer C+. The guy explained that he didn't have the opportunity to demonstrate his combat skills, so he simply smashed the mana measuring device. The dragon assumed that the test results were paid for, and the young man was surprised how this could happen, but did not ask. The former boss looked at Choi Yeon-seung kindly, and admitted that he must have gotten a little stronger since he was uncomfortable being on the training ground. He realized that this was why the guy went into the abyss, asking him to tell it again, but the guy said that it was difficult. Then he received advice to tell it more simply. Well, let's keep it simple. Choi Yeon-seung got tired of resisting, and replied that in simple terms he became a constellation. His eyes lit up and a pleasant yellowish glow spread around. Our hero said that it was all for the sake of the Earth. Hwang continued to look at his former subordinate and friend with confusion and a little wariness. Then the man clarified that for the sake of the Earth, the young man went to wander through the abyss. There he became a constellation. Did he understand correctly? Choi Yeon-seung nodded in relief and added that he had returned to protect his home planet. It turns out that now the kid is much older than himself, the dragon, the man clarified again. For some reason, he was very concerned about the question of seniority. The hunter got angry and shouted that he couldn't believe it. Our hero thought that it was quite expected. Hwang thoughtfully asked if the young man knew how many people who returned from the abyss went mad. The guy offered to prove his words by demonstrating the level of strength he now possesses. The old friend looked at him over his glasses, and it seemed that he now guessed what had prompted the request to remove the restrictions of the underside of the world. He asked if his guess was correct, to which Choi Yeon-seung replied that it was, and that he didn't care about the others, but he wanted to share it with Hyun. Taking off his jacket, Hwang said that no matter how strong Yeon-seung had become, he had hardly ever fought an S-rank hunter. But he had to do this more than once, Hyun said proudly, adding that he was usually the winner. The hunter added that he got the A+ rank almost at his last breath through the skill of leveling up through death. It was a fun experience. The young man also laughed and remembered how his boss used to love fantasy novels, and now he himself seemed to have become the hero of one of them. While making his attack jump, the man noticed that our hero was not far behind him, and besides, he is a fan of combat novels. Finally, Hwang announced that he was ready to test his strength against his former junior colleague, and he was determined. And before that, the hunter asked the guy if he had ever encountered artifacts in the form of tattoos. He rolled up his sleeve and demonstrated exactly what he meant, and it looked quite amusing. The young man looked and began to think about how it worked and what reserve of power and strength it could contain. Hwang rose into the air, streams of energy that matched the color of the tattoo emanating from his arms, flashes of light showing that he had plenty of power. Choi Yeon-seung guessed that these were magical projectiles, and in a second they would all fall on him. The man asked the guy if he was scared and if he could avoid something like that, but our hero was absolutely calm. The chief asked again if the young man was afraid to enter into a battle from which he was guaranteed not to emerge victorious. Our hero repeated that he was not afraid, and that he had no need to dodge the magic projectiles. He raised his index finger. A moment later, a beam of very high concentration energy shot out from the finger. It was not difficult to guess that it was very powerful. This blow was intended for Hwang. The man had never encountered anything like this before, so he was a little confused and did not release his projectiles. He barely managed to turn his head a couple of centimeters, otherwise he would have been left without it. So fast and unexpected was the hero's attack. The man said that he had a lot of experience, and over the years he understood that if you don't attack quickly, you will lose. He jumped to the ground and hit it with his hand, forming a power strike. Immediately the streams of energy simply transformed and became streams of real flame. The spectacle was spectacular. It was the spell of the sixth circle, the path of lava. Yeon-seung was surprised and asked when and from whom Hwang learned such a spell, but the former boss misunderstood him and shouted that there was no need to look down on him. Once again, a razor-sharp beam of energy shot through the lava flow, released by our hero, this time orange in color. The enemy managed to reflect it by casting a defensive spell, a very strong one, and again from the sixth circle. In order to use two such powerful spells in a row, a lot of mana was needed. Yeon-seung assumed a fighting stance and began to prepare for a close combat attack. He had already prepared his space fist when he saw his opponent's magic projectiles flying at him again. The young man decided not to dodge, but to show what he was capable of in defense, he concentrated his ki and created a protective barrier. Hwang's energy flow hit the guy right in the chest. He stood with an absolutely calm face, without receiving a single scratch. Only his eyes suddenly flashed with radiance, reminding us that our hero is a constellation. The man shouted that he now knew where the fake video had spread on the internet and called on people not to cheat. Yeon-seung asked what was going on and was told that a video from China in which a guy demonstrated a similar skill had gone viral. Our hero asked if it was fake or real, surprised that even this was being faked now. Here, Choi Yeon-seung noticed that using the barrier had greatly depleted his ki supply, a little more, and it would be completely empty. The damned restrictions were making themselves felt. The guy remembered that he needed to control his strength so as not to destroy the reverse world. It was unpleasant and difficult. He had not fought like a human for a very long time. Well, that means it was necessary to show the maximum of the possibilities available under such conditions. The guy concentrated Kai into a blue ball, which slowly grew, hanging in the air. Soon, it was the size of a palm, and it became clear that the hero was holding this ball of Kai energy in his hand and preparing to launch it like a projectile. The ball flew towards the enemy very quickly, leaving waves of energy in the air like on water. Hwang didn't lose his head. He understood that if he didn't do anything, he would die. So he used the technique of quick teleportation. But for some reason, the reception failed. The ball continued to move. A mechanical voice reported that the magic was destroyed by a powerful aura, and the fast teleportation was cancelled. All the hunter managed to do before taking the blow was cover himself with his hands, and a message appeared saying that he had received damage. Luckily, this wasn't Hwang's only defense, so he wasn't hurt much, but he started screaming how it was possible that his spell was cancelled before the ball hit. The man decided that he had no choice but to strengthen his body through magic. He shouted at Yeon-seung to come and fight. In fact, he did it in vain. A second later, our hero was holding the hunter's hand with a magic tattoo tightly. With the next movement, the guy twisted his arm back and immobilized the enemy, not giving him the opportunity to move. Choi Yeon-seung asked if Hwang was crazy to risk getting into close combat with a martial artist, and the man laughed. The head-down dragon added that he was confused because he had never seen a person who possessed martial arts at a high level before, let alone fought. In any case, the hunter added, he admitted defeat and the duel was over. Sitting on the floor and rubbing his hand, the man asked how the levels of divine space martial art were structured and which one Yeon-seung had achieved. The guy replied that he had reached the highest level, and if he stepped over its border, his capabilities would exceed those of a mortal. The man tapped his forehead as if to suggest that he had been short-sighted and admitted that Yeon-seung had indeed become a constellation. Hwang scratched his head and asked the guy if he himself understood how absurd it sounded, and Yeon-seung replied that it was absurd that his honest and kind boss had become who knows what. The man raised his hand and shouted that he was successful. The guy retorted that he could say the same about himself. The hunter tried to let off steam by sarcastically asking what the constellation could possibly want from him. Yeon-seung did not fall for the provocation and calmly replied that he actually wanted to ask for help. Then the guy told about the current situation. He outlined the points that most concerned him, the first being that although the constellations had concluded a truce, the agreement was temporary. This means that new constellations can emerge from the abyss at any moment, he announced the second point. The third was that there was a high probability that the constellations that signed the truce had a cunning plan to take over the Earth by deception, which people were not yet aware of. The guy ended by saying that he himself is at a disadvantage, because he has to hide and has practically no avatars, while other constellations on Earth have already collected enough souls. The man asked again what he meant, at a disadvantage, because the guy intended to ask him for help, and this already gives a considerable bonus. Choi Yeon-seung said that his former boss had his own life for a long time, which he did not want to ruin with his requests or drag into problems. It was clear from Hwang's face that he hadn't thought in terms of this level for a long time, and that's why he was shocked. At this point, the hunter bowed his head and said that the youngest of the clan had been defending the Earth, fighting in the abyss for tens of thousands of years, and he was just trying to be cool. Hwang hit the floor with his fist as hard as he could, and it was clear that he was extremely angry with himself. The man said that there was no need to worry, that Choi had no one else to turn to for help, so he promised to do everything in his power. The guy tried to mumble something about how he wasn't obliged, but the dragon shouted that no one had the right to dissuade him when the decision had already been made. Our hero sighed and thanked the hunter. The kitten of lava and magma wrote a message that he was extremely pleased with the result of their negotiations. The guy didn't want a good man he'd known for a long time to be drawn into the intrigues between the constellations. But since that's how it turned out, he had to take advantage of the advantages. The man had to formally accept the offer of the constellation unrivaled avatar of training to become his servant. These were the rules of the Earth, not the abyss. Hwang did not want to obey someone younger than himself, but he accepted the conditions. A message appeared that the man's soul was tied to a constellation. If he disobeyed, he would be punished as a servant of the constellation. He became even stronger. Dragon Hwang owned many different businesses and properties, and the coffee shop was one of them. Hwang, Yeon-seung, and Odaigon were sitting at a table. The hunter was talking about how he never thought he would make a deal with the constellation. The man lowered his head and sighed that this was practically the same as selling his soul. The hunter asked if after he signed, the constellations would have the opportunity to constantly observe him. The guy confirmed and reminded that his friend could simply not do this. The dragon had no intention of backing down, so he asked what the plan was. In fact, the plan was to hide the fact that Choi Yeon-seung was a constellation. The man wondered how it could be that the constellation was forced to hide its power. The young man also added that he was going to increase the number of fans and avatars. Secretly, they would be needed when the battle of the constellations began. The man promised to help with this. Just in case, Hwang once again clarified whether the guy had fought with the great demon in the abyss, and whether he could defeat him. The coffee was getting cold. The young man did not answer and began to drink feverishly. The dragon insisted that one-on-one confrontation was stupid. Hunters always act together. Looking at our hero's face, the dragon suspiciously asked if he wanted to object to him. The guy assured him that of course not. Odaigon pretended to be amazed by the taste of the drink. The man got really excited and said that in a single battle or a group battle, it doesn't matter to him who he fights with, constellations or monsters. He has no equal. Choi Yeon-seung again remembered that the magic of the underside of the world is also mainly used by constellations. What an inconvenient coincidence. During the battles of the constellations, they send their avatars to the inside out and watch the battle unfold. A great cure for boredom. There is a possibility that the constellations specifically popularized hunter battles on Earth as a sport to make it easier to choose avatars. The kitten wrote that it was a spectacular show, and it would be nice for the hero to watch it, but he was completely immersed in his thoughts, while Odaigon was getting acquainted with the drinking straw. Kitten added that boredom is the main problem of the constellations. He is ready to bet that even now several of them are guaranteed to be in agony from boredom. The dragon was a champion hunter in such battles on Earth. Perhaps he would have done well against the avatars of the constellations. The man noted that our hero could also become a champion on Earth if he became the envy of other hunters. They would be more likely to become fans and potential avatars. In other words, it would be useful for our hero to become famous in the sport of hunting, and this is precisely where Huang could very well help. The dragon replied that he could arrange it, but all the strong hunters are always in the sight of the state. They are come for when the A-rank dungeons open. And although there were quite a few popular hunters, every inhabitant of planet Earth knew that there was only one strongest of them. Huang thought that this one could very well be Yeon-seung himself. He just had to figure out how to demonstrate it in the game, because he had to restrain himself. After thinking it over carefully, Hyun said that he would introduce the clan to Yeon-seung, but this was no longer the clan that our hero was familiar with. It had been disbanded after the invasion. The man said that there are several clans at once, which are united under a common leadership. The profit is colossal. The influence goes beyond this world. The dragon specified that all the cores and artifacts in the dungeons were bought by this company, support, bonuses, and everything else too. Yeon-seung took a sip from his glass. He didn't understand why he needed to join a clan, that is, he didn't understand which one exactly and how it happened. The man explained that this would be the best way to hide his power, and it would also open up new opportunities. The guy replied that he had already learned to cope with the power limitation, and now he could fight a monster or a hunter rank without any problems. Remembering how he had taken the young man's kai straight to the chest, Huang shuddered nervously. The man once again offered to send Yeon-seung to the clan, where he could also find several talented hunters to make his avatars. This time the hero agreed. The guy thought about it and asked who would take him into a clan with a C+ rank and a martial arts specialization. Hyun agreed that it was a problem. The young man continued to nervously drink through a straw, Huang thought, and suddenly exclaimed that why bother? You just need to raise your rank. He suggested becoming an A-rank adventurer in order to get into the service of the state, and then you can apply for S rank, by the way. There were 10 hunters in the whole world with such a rank, and our old man was one of them. Huang jumped to his feet and yelled that they had to start doing everything they could right now, and that was why they were going to the qualifying round of the game. Our hero did not expect such a flurry of activity and asked whether he really needed to go to this qualifying round. The dragon said that there were so many applicants that without such selection rounds it would be impossible to select worthy candidates. The man thought about it and decided that it would be better to go to the qualifying round in a week, but for now the guy should get his bearings a little. When asked what he needed to get used to, Huang asked if Yeon-seung knew, for example, what a smartphone was. The guy took the device in his hands and heard that with its help, he could find out the news, communicate, and much more. All that was left was to learn how to use this thing. Accidentally opening the newsfeed, Yeon-seung saw a familiar name there. His former coach, Bro Chang-sik, became the deputy head of the clan. There were many books and magic scrolls in Dragon Huang's office, but few people saw the man reading. Sitting down in a chair, he ordered the secretaries to bring the equipment. Someone needed to be retested. After some thought, Hyun decided that it would also be a good idea for the young man to have a reliable manager. Looking at the secretaries sweating from tension, the dragon muttered that these guys would not do. Then the hunter had an idea and asked where his daughter was. The men began to fuss and asked which daughter exactly. The long-suffering father drummed his fingers on the table and muttered that the 10th or 11th he couldn't remember exactly, but it was the one with the lousy character. Ah, you are about Ain Lawrence, the most dashing A-class manager we will call you now, the secretaries promised in a trembling voice, imagining what the girl would do to them for visiting without warning. While thinking about his own, Dragon muttered that he wasn't sure if Yeon-seung would like Ain Lawrence, since he also had an uneven character. The hunters Ain worked with had a hard time. The girl was very tough and demanding. Besides this, the girl was very well versed in battles, laws, magic, and in principle was mega professional, although quite tough. She could, for example, catch a magic arrow with her bare hands, or recite the number of an amendment to the law from memory. Hunters sometimes asked if they were facing a demon. In such cases, the manager's gaze was much more informative than her sharp tongue. It was better not to anger her. Miss Ain walked into her father's office with a stony face, and everyone around her bowed in greeting. Along the way, she managed to fire the hunter she worked with, calling him unworthy of her time, but the last straw was actually the words about the demon. The servant returned to the careless hunter, who asked what kind of creature the woman was. The secretary began to kick his subordinate with his feet, shouting curses. Didn't the hunter know who he was dealing with? How could he be so stupid? The man hissed angrily that this girl was an A-class manager and a B-class hunter, and that she could turn waste into diamonds. Ayan Lawrence, a special manager and hunter, Hyun Leung-hwan's daughter, did not joke around like her father. She was a very serious girl. The qualifying round took place in the same stadium where the fights would later take place. It was huge, and also had the magic of the other side of the world. Choi Yeon-seung and Oh Dae-gon arrived here accompanied by Hyun's men, but they had to go inside on their own. There were several famous hunters on the selection committee, and their cars were the same type as Hwang's, pompous. But the people who came to the selection round were not pretentious, rather the opposite. They were some kind of rabble mixed with adventurers and magicians. Our hero chuckled. Hunter's habits had hardly changed in 30 years, and he felt cheerful. The employee accompanying our heroes said that this was a qualifying round for C rank, but many lower-ranked opponents had come, so it wouldn't be difficult. The guy thanked her for her trust and said that they would manage on their own from now on. If only Oh Dae-gon would stop staring at his phone all the time, the young man thought. His avatar missed his goblin past, so he constantly played the mobile game. Before going to the qualifying tournament, Yeon-seung asked Oh Dae-gon to stop playing and stay nearby. Choi Yeon-seung didn't understand the goblin in disguise's obsession with games at all. It seemed like he would soon stop sleeping and eating. The stadium's recreation area looked like some kind of office center or hospital, clean, spacious, and dull. Our hero sat down on the sofa and began to look at those present, trying to understand who would be an opponent and who would be an ally. But his main attention was drawn to the journalists. They were cheerfully discussing the hunters, not at all shy in their expressions, while they themselves looked like office plankton. The photographer and cameraman were a little more attractive. All of these people were involved in the process of recruiting hunters into the clan. In fact, half of these people were sent by Hwang, because he needed to give Yeon-seung good PR, but the young man didn't know about it. The operators began to get acquainted, and gradually almost all the people in the room were drawn into the conversation. One of those present turned out to be a newcomer. He introduced himself as Cupid and said that he belonged to the Imbitus clan. Everyone immediately realized that he was not an operator, but a scout, a damned appraiser. Their faces stopped being friendly. At this time, someone called the scout and started telling him something emotionally. Yeon-seung heard only separate words: device, ball, smashed. The man in the office for measuring the rank clarified the details, assured that the device was not defective, and this time he was not lying. Right there on the laptop screen, the man from the Imbitus clan opened information about Yeon-seung. There were psychological tests, health examinations, information about 30 years in the abyss, and earlier information. If the guy lived 30 years ago, it's understandable why he chose martial arts. It's interesting. We need to recruit him, the men decided. The second one noted that being a martial arts master is very expensive, and the device could be a lie. He doubted it. They didn't pay them money for nothing. They needed to see what the guy was capable of. If he really had that much mana, you could attract him with your magic. The second man yelled at the scout that since he was interested in the guy, he should think about whether to take him or not, and if so, how. He added that he pays a man a salary not for his pretty eyes, but for fulfilling certain duties. Well, it's time to see what the youth from the abyss can do with his martial arts. Choi Yeon-seung has entered the arena. It was about the same backside of the world as in the dragon Hwang's house, so the hero already knew what to do, and what the features were. Immediately, messages began pouring in that the power needed to be limited, otherwise the underside of the world would collapse. The young man clenched his fist to see how much Kai was concentrated in it, after which the mechanical voice noted that the power needed to be limited even more. Our hero thought that it was logical. Here the selection was for rank C, and at Hyunryeon's house she was set for rank A. The young man climbed onto the battlefield, and reports emerged that strength had been successfully limited, as had agility. Endurance also decreased. The skill of strength in victory over oneself was also activated. The guy clenched his fists in anticipation. He was very impatient to fight. The mechanical voice said that the more restrictions there are, the more the real power will grow when they are lifted, which pleased Choi Yeon-seung very much. The opponent was significantly taller and more muscular. He asked if Yeon-seung was crazy and talking to himself. The guy replied that he was just thinking out loud. With a satisfied expression on his face, the hunter, our hero, was about to fight, said that someone was apparently going to die. The referee shouted that striking before the signal to start the fight would result in disqualification, but after the signal, one could fight in any way convenient. Yeon-seung began to warm up, listening to the information that if anyone wanted to surrender, the fight would be stopped. Stretching the muscles of his arms, the young man looked at the stands, where there were mostly journalists and stalkers. The operators recorded everything that was happening on cameras so that the details of the battle could be tracked later. Among other things, this C-rank qualifying round was broadcast live, which in itself was not typical. Usually, the B-rank and above rounds were broadcast live. Everyone was shocked when it was announced that Yeon-seung was a martial artist. He was like an ancient fossil to the audience. Journalists in the recreation area scribbled messages on their laptops. There might be some interesting news. The men began to study the hero's dossier with interest and all, as one, came to the conclusion that he should be written about in more detail. Gradually, a discussion about martial arts arose, and it turned out that men could hardly remember what it was. Our hero was a dark horse, but he knew it very well. How the fight would go depended solely on the guy. His opponent was surprised to hear that the person in front of him was a martial artist. It was also his first time fighting one, which was not surprising. The hunter's strategy was to fly into the air and attack with magic. He had a hidden skill of pursuing arrows. The referee commanded to start on the count of 1. When the 3 sounded, Yeon-seung was absolutely ready for both defense and attack, but he decided to give his opponent the opportunity to attack first. On the count of 2, our hero's opponent decided that he would deviate from the original plan if something went wrong. On the count of 1, the referee bent his last finger, and the man quickly rose into the air. It started off quite well. The spell was cast quickly and worked well. The hunter was happy that he was faster than his opponent, not even suspecting that it was just an illusion. Yeon-seung used his teleportation skill, and his fist was already a centimeter away from his smiling opponent's face. The next moment, the smile disappeared. The man received a punch to the nose with such force that it was a wonder his skull remained intact. The opponent flew back, and from the speed of Yeon-seung's hand, it seemed as if his opponent's face was almost smoking. The man fell to the ground and lowered his head onto his chest. He was in no hurry to get to his feet, giving the impression that the fight was over. The journalists in the stands gasped. They had never seen a duel between hunters consist of just one blow. The referee froze with his hand raised. He wanted to announce that the fight was over, but from shock, the words literally stuck in his throat. Finally, he pulled himself together and loudly declared that the fight was over and that Choi Yeon-seung had become the winner. Our hero looked puzzled. He also didn't expect that the powers of the Earth C-rank hunters were so weak. Finally, the guy was officially declared the winner, raising his hand up. While his opponent was being carried off the court, the man was unable to walk on his own. The reporter felt that this was a sensation. The stalker who was supposed to lure Yeon-seung into the clan widened his eyes and opened his mouth. The next moment, he grabbed his phone to report the results of the fight to his superiors as soon as possible. He shouted into the phone that the appraiser had not made a mistake, that it was a real diamond, and polished at that, and the boss was delighted and agreed that in that case, Yeon-seung would immediately become their main strength. He added that he didn't expect this from someone practicing martial arts. There might be problems with this later, but now it was necessary to recruit the guy at any cost. Scout finished the conversation and decided that he had to try very hard if he didn't want to lose his job, or even his life. At this time, 2 hunter mages were fighting on the site. The woman cast a shadow of illusion and attacked from an unexpected flank. She was strong. Yeon-seung watched the fight on the screen, and the moment the hunter used the blast wave release spell took his breath away. At this time, our hero's phone rang, and someone asked if he was the hunter Choi Yeon-seung. He answered in the affirmative, and the call was ended. A minute later, a clan scout approached the guy. The young man immediately guessed about it. The man praised his attentiveness and added that a good hunter is good at everything. This is immediately noticeable. He handed over his business card. The scout continued to fawn and talk about how today's hunters weren't even close to the ones who worked 30 years ago. The guy said that he used to think the same, but now he's not sure what difference it makes where you train, in a dungeon or on the other side of the world, if strength remains strength. The kitten advised to be careful. Old people's judgments could ruin everything. The scout coughed at this time and continued the conversation. He asked if Yeon-seung knew why he was here. The hunter replied that the scout had come to recruit. What other reason could there be? The man confirmed his guess and asked if the hero knew about the Ambitus clan. This name was known to Choi Yeon-seung better than anyone else, but he couldn't show it so as not to get caught. The scout smiled and said that it was a given that the hunter knew, to which our hero replied that it was the first time he had heard of this clan. The man thought it was a joke and started laughing loudly. The situation looked pretty stupid. The guy started to get angry that he had to explain such things. He reminded that he had only recently returned from the abyss, so he was not very aware of the earthly situation. Scout realized that he had made a mistake and began to hang on about how Yeon-seung must feel like an outsider and didn't know what to do next. But not to worry, the clan would help him with everything. The man got carried away and started listing the advantages. A guaranteed share for 1.5 people in a raid, support in everything, and training from the best hunters of the highest level. The hero replied that he was used to fighting with his fists and that it was unlikely that any of the modern hunters could help with this. The scout switched to describing the huge earnings and good living conditions. The young man, with a pleasant smile, said that he wanted to look for a clan with more opportunities and better conditions. Squat reminded that Choi Yeon-seung is still only a C rank, and raising his rank is not such an easy matter. "That's how it is," our hero muttered. The man happily asked if this meant that he would sign the contract, to which the guy answered no. The scout, sweating profusely, exclaimed that he would regret this very much later. Choi Yeon-seung replied that he doubted it, and then asked why they were promising him such a fee and all the other goodies after the selection round, whether Ambitus was being too generous. The scout took a stance and shouted that their clan's trump card was in their courage. The boy retorted that it looked more like cunning. "What's the trick? What's the ploy?" The man began to justify himself, and the hero drew his attention to the fact that they had already managed to dig up information on him. Yeon-seung reported that this had happened before, with clans keeping rookie hunters for themselves by bribing the appraisers. The scout objected that this was not so. Then the young man apologized for his words. He did not mean to offend anyone. Then a pretty girl looked into the room and reminded that the hunter Choi Yeon-seung should prepare for the next fight. The man from the Ambitus clan said that he would return to the stands. The young man began to stretch his muscles, preparing for the fight. He thought about how to get rid of the scout. Hyunryeon promised to find a new evaluator to correctly set the rank. Rubbing his fists and trying to figure out how much strength was left, our hero decided that he had nowhere to rush and should not stick his head out too much, so as not to reveal his identity. He decided to just show those present what he was capable of as a B-rank hunter at first. The referee came out onto the court. The fight was about to begin. I wonder who our hero's opponent would be this time. The young man decided to limit the power of martial arts and put 90% of his energy into speed. There was a report that a new B+ rank martial art had been formed that needed to be named. Choi Yeon-seung decided to call it Light Dispersion Mastery. The guy thought that even more speed was needed. The Lava Kitten wrote that it was not the speed that needed to be worried about, but the number of avatars and the construction of the temple. This time there was a long-haired blonde guy on the court who looked like an elf. The fight promised to be very interesting. The referee asked if the fighters were ready. Both answered that they were ready. Before the attack, the hero decided to look at the enemy's data. His name was Gregory Martinez. The parameters corresponded to rank C. It was indicated that the guy specializes in close combat. It was very strange that with such a specialization the young man went into battle with a bow, but Yeon-seung decided that this was not his problem. The referee began to count 3, 2, 1 again, and the hunters took a fighting stance, preparing to begin the battle. When the bell sounded, Martinez first loaded an arrow and fired, a predictable move given his weapon. While the arrow was flying its first centimeters, Yeon-seung was already within striking distance. He had increased his speed for a reason. The enemy almost fell and became very angry, but he had no choice. He had to continue the fight in close combat. Immediately, Gregory began to cast some kind of spell, which required a little extra time, and that was exactly what he didn't have. But our hero did not attack again. He was interested in the enemy's magic. Several energy fists appeared around him. He had to dodge each of them, and it turned out to be good training. The guy mentally thanked Martinez. The spectators in the stands could not understand what kind of technique this was, and whether martial arts really provide such an advantage in close combat. The hunter who trained Gregory was struck dead. No one had ever avoided all the blows of the energy fists. At this time, the real fist began to work. Yeon-seung was preparing to make a counterattack, warming up his muscles. The blow was so strong that the enemy flew back like a rag doll despite all his mass. He flew and flew, as if time had stopped, the stands froze, and only the referee held his breath. At that very moment, the news came that Choi Yeon-seung had won by technicality, having won twice that day with the first and only strike. The crowd began to buzz, the scout's jaw dropped, and the reporters began to talk about how, apparently, time in the abyss was useful for the martial arts user. The man was almost tearing his hair out with anger. He had to be forced to sign a contract about what he would now tell the clan. The reporter was particularly shocked by the force of the blow. The photographer explained that perhaps they just got weak opponents after all. This was the qualifying round of the entire C rank. Yeon-seung's portraits appeared on all the news, and in all the newspapers, he was watching from all the screens at once. The crowd watching the live broadcast of the fights across the city became noisy, and people began to take an interest in martial arts. One of the managers watched the broadcast and noted that Yeon-seung was not bad, but he could not defeat all opponents like that. For example, Eugene Eli, a newcomer to the Strickland clan, was very powerful. Everyone knows that whoever met Eugene is finished. He never went on raids, preferring to fight with hunters. At this time, our hero unleashed his crushing blow on some hunter with a mohawk. His very appearance indicated that the battle was over. As the boy flew a few meters away from Yeon-seung, a mechanical voice declared the boy the winner, without even waiting for his opponent to try to get up. The next one to be defeated by Yeon-seung's strike was C-rank Hunter Ralph of the Franklin clan. But the most amazing thing is that Eugene Eli was also killed with one blow. He was lying on a stretcher, and he himself did not believe that such a thing could happen. The people in the stands opened their mouths in surprise. Everyone, reporters, photographers, managers, coaches, and scouts. "He's just crazy," they whispered about Choi Yeon-seung. He defeated Eugene Eli himself and didn't even bat an eyelid. In the finale, our hero had to meet Laurels from the Rainbow clan. The hunter climbed onto the platform with the thought that all of Yeon-seung's blows were the same, which meant that his actions were easy to predict. The boy tried to attack with magic projectiles, but Yeon-seung dodged all of them without much trouble. Then the hunter tried to use a blocking spell, but it didn't work. It was unexpected while he was flying back from Yeon-seung's blow, Laurels thought. Our hero was declared the winner of the C-rank selection round. He himself thought that it was much easier than planned. It was much more difficult to restrain the power. The spectators in the stands were shocked. The referee once again announced that this hunter uses martial arts. They could not even imagine such a thing. Choi Yeon-seung found these shouts funny. He had trained in the abyss for 10,000 years and could now predict his opponent's technique just by his breathing. However, holding the heavy cup in his hands was incredibly pleasant. Nothing like this had ever happened to the guy before. The kitten wrote a message about how the pro had mowed down the noobs, to which our hero asked what kind of words those were and where he had picked them up. As Choi Yeon-seung left the stadium, he was surrounded by reporters, but he was not mentally prepared for this, so he moved through the crowd with a stern face. Among the crowd, there were many scouts from all possible clans, and each of them thought about how to lure the hunter to their clan at any cost. But the most interesting thing is that the Constellations also became active, mostly the evil ones. All of them also tried to attract the attention of our hero. It was difficult to get an offer from the Constellation, but after such a triumphant victory, they began to hunt for Choi Yeon-seung like a treasure. The kitten didn't expect this either. He wrote a message waving his front paw and immediately arrived virtually to talk to the guy. While the Constellations were closely studying our hero, the kitten said that this was precisely why he asked to hide his powers. Although it was too late now, and the main thing was not to screw up again. The warrior constellation, shrouded in madness and blood, warned the kitten not to interfere, because he had no earthly agreement. The kitten replied that the contract for the avatar had nothing to do with the agreement, so he could do whatever he wanted. The warrior, surrounded by madness and blood, warned that he could attack. The kitten couldn't think of anything better than to send his opponent far away and invite him to his territory to measure their strength. The squabble was getting heated, but the catch was that none of the constellations actually knew where the kitten's territory was. The warrior, shrouded in madness and blood, warned that he would not forget the insult and would wash himself in the blood of the kitten's avatars. At this time, Choi Yeon-seung joined the conversation and said that he was not going to become the avatar of some loser. A warrior surrounded by madness and blood threatened a mortal with violence. None of the constellations would tolerate such behavior. Our hero said that it was funny. The constellation couldn't even answer the challenge, while continuing to call itself a warrior surrounded by madness and blood. The rest of the constellations immediately began writing messages in support of the guy, mocking the warrior of madness. Things were starting to get hot. While the young man was thinking that sooner or later he would have to fight this constellation, a message came that the kitten was transferring 10 soul fragments to the mortal. All the constellations were shocked, and our hero asked what kind of clever move this was. The kitten smiled and said that it was part of the strategy. The thing is, the soul fragments were a kind of currency for the constellations, so the kitten was inciting the others to pay Yeon-seung for his courage. Taking one of the fragments in his hand, the young man, who had always cared only about strength, thought that money was also needed if you didn't want to be looked down upon. Our hero thanked the kitten, saying that he couldn't have done it without him. The constellation nodded and happily asked why he only realized this now. At this time, quite interesting events took place in the house of Dragon Huang, which the hero will learn about a little later. The man in the coffee-colored suit apologized for his mistake, but the dragon, in his usual way, did not let him finish. He ordered to immediately catch the appraiser who examined Choi Yeon-seung and find out who he was subordinate to and whose orders he was following. The man assured that an investigation was underway. Huang grabbed his head and yelled that he was only interested in which clan the bastard was working for. He was almost certain that it was Embitus's doing. Although Embitus was a large clan, it was not comparable to the Dragon Empire, which was endowed with state powers. Huang wondered what Embitus was up to. They were still just newcomers, although they were gaining strength quite confidently. This was a provocation. There was a knock at the door. A girl looked in and said that the results of the C-rank selection round were known. Both men stood up and the girl reported to the director that Hunter Choi Yeon-seung had defeated all of his opponents with one blow. The employee bowed and promised that he would immediately bring an appraiser to assign Yeon-seung a new rank. If any problems arose, the man would take it upon himself to resolve them. Huang noted that this was the right train of thought. A couple of hours later, the procedure began. The mana measuring ball was again in front of Yeon-seung. The new assessor reported that the procedure was over and our hero received a new rank B. Huang shouted that this couldn't be and that he needed to be given a minimum of B+. The appraiser countered that B rank was also worthy of admiration and that martial arts users were far inferior to mages in real combat. Hyun started to get indignant again, but Choi Yeon-seung stopped him and asked him to be quiet. He was quite satisfied with this result. The guy whispered in his old friend's ear that there was nothing wrong with moving slowly. The constellations were already wary and began to show increased interest in him. Then the dragon calmed down and replied that in principle B also fits their conditions. Our hero asked what they were talking about. The man reminded him that he had promised to get the guy into the Icarus clan, where all the hunters were at least rank B, to which the hero objected that even a martial arts user with rank B would be looked down upon. Huang yelled, "What the hell? Can't you show a bunch of weaklings where they belong?" To which Yeon-seung replied that if you can prove yourself in a fight, it won't be a problem. Then Dragon Huang remembered that he had prepared a gift for the young man, a weapon that would make him take him seriously. Yeon-seung was indignant that he looked cool even without a weapon, but the man explained that that was not what he meant. After rummaging through a heavy green bag, Director Dragon Empire finally found what he was looking for. It was a sword in a golden sheath. Looking at the artifact, the hero saw a summary of data that it was a sacred moon sword. It was incredibly durable and had great attack power, and also gave several interesting skills. He took the weapon in his hands and noted with a satisfied voice that the gift was much better than he expected, but there was one nuance. The guy looked back at Huang and asked if it wasn't an A-rank Chinese artifact, to which the man muttered that it was given to him for free, so he didn't know. Choi Yeon-seung noted that all criminals say this, to which his friend assured him that the weapon was not stolen, but a gift from the Chinese government. This is a gift when China was attacked by several evil constellations at once, and monsters poured out of the dungeons, the state was on fire, the Dragon Empire came to the rescue. The battle with the 3 A-rank monsters, Ubume, Baiji, and King Meihu, was especially difficult. The guy asked since when Dragon Huang had been helping strangers, to which the hunter replied that he had a factory there and didn't want to lose it. The man also said that he wanted to introduce the young man to someone, a manager. When the hero asked why, Hyun replied that in their time you couldn't even meet a dog without a manager. He added that his daughter would be the manager. Yeon-seung asked again, "What does that mean?" "It's his cousin's niece." Dragon suggested that he decide for himself and left, waving goodbye. Choi Yeon-seung loved to cook. He could chop an onion as well as a chef with many years of experience. The adamantium frying pan was the hero's faithful companion in the abyss, and was also useful to him on Earth. Odaegon helped with small errands, and Dragon Hwang's daughter sat at the table waiting for the food to be ready. Finally, the dish appeared in front of the manager, and she looked at it in surprise. It was unclear what kind of meat they were serving her. Choi Yeon-seung suggested trying it. It turned out very tasty. The girl agreed, but thought that the guy had a contract with the meat constellation, no other way. She carefully cut off a piece, thinking that, in fact, her job was not to eat everything that was given to her. As Ain Lawrence prepared to put the food in her mouth, she thought that the smell of the dish was quite appetizing. Her favorite dish was brisket, Texas barbecue, but what the young man cooked was much tastier. The girl exclaimed that it was even tastier than her father's dishes prepared with magic, and Yeon-seung confirmed that he also used a special magic technique, which is why the meat tasted like that. The hero kept silent that compared to Kyeonrian's food there was a fundamental difference. The main ingredient of the dish came from the abyss. Odaegon whispered that the girl did not like it. But then Ain finished chewing and raised her head, shouting cheerfully that Choi Yeon-seung must become a chef. She offered to become an investor if the guy decided to open a restaurant. The young man replied that he liked Korean cuisine, and the girl was delighted. The young man added that he had boiled some rice just in case, and if Lawrence wanted, he could try that too. Naturally, Ain did not refuse the offer, and immediately grabbed the chopsticks in her hands. Let's not forget that her father is Korean. The girl enjoyed the food, and it was noticeable. She muttered that every grain was cooked perfectly, and the magical taste made the dish unsurpassed. Then she remembered that you can't eat so many carbohydrates and said that she doesn't actually eat that much. The guys laughed, saying that a little food won't hurt. The manager is very thin. There had been no such conversations in Hwang's house for a long time. The girl joked that she would get fat, and Yeon-seung and Odaegon teased her about her excellent appetite. Finally, all the dishes on the table were completely empty. It seemed that if it weren't for the rules of etiquette, they would have been licked clean. Ain wiped her face with a napkin, and our hero noted with great pleasure that it was nice that the food was liked. Lawrence suggested that they begin discussing business by listing her responsibilities as a manager. Not only does it control the schedule and movements, the first-level manager also helps develop fighting skills, power control, and much more. Yeon-seung happily exclaimed that he didn't expect to get a first-class manager, to which the girl shook her head and said that she was a top-class manager. She added that she liked the way Yeon-seung handled real combat, so she and her father decided to form a real dungeon raiding team. The guy exclaimed that he was ready to do it for the sake of protecting the Earth, to which the girl objected that it was for the sake of money and artifacts. Ain stood up and added that the government had completely handed over control of the city to the Dragon Empire so they could do whatever they wanted. She added that the Icarus clan is full of psychos, but they are all quite worthy of the high salaries they receive. Looking into Yeon-seung's eyes, Lawrence added that if he wanted to join them, he would have to prepare. She handed the hero a business card with her details and said that he could call at any time. The guy thanked her. Once outside the door, the girl exhaled. She felt a lot of tension because Yeon-seung looked too normal, like a person who had returned from the abyss. As her father said, the young man is very self-confident, but he needs to be taught to resist magic users. Walking down the corridor, Ain was already planning the young man's first battle with B-rank monsters. The next morning, Odaegon and his master went to the gym, where the goblin in disguise volunteered to grind into dust any member of the Icarus clan who looked at them crookedly. Our hero didn't like such statements, so he asked him to just mind his own business. The guy allowed himself to be called Master, since the clan was full of psychos. It wouldn't alarm anyone, he explained. But if Odaegon decided to kill someone, he had to ask permission. Placing a huge dumbbell on the floor, our hero announced that he intended to conduct a test. He sat up straight on the sports bench and explained that he would now try to concentrate on meditation. The boy closed his eyes and concentrated. His goal was to connect to the level of the constellations and watch them play the avatar battles. He wanted to study his future opponents, see how many of them there were and what they could do, but he couldn't do this right away. All he managed to do was spy on a skirmish with a kitten of magma and lava and a warrior shrouded in madness and blood. Then the hero wrote a message that he was looking for a constellation to fight. There was no reaction in response, and the kitten explained that constellations of the same level should react. Since when two avatars fight, the losing constellation must pay compensation. They prefer equal opponents, and the name of the training master is unknown to anyone. The guy thought that there was still a lot he couldn't do. He needed to quickly gather avatars and start training them to make a name for himself. He also thought that even in the games of the constellations, there is no information about the virtuous goddess of Libra. Is she alive at all? The next morning, our hero headed to the Ikaros clan training base. It was a new experience. The bespectacled officer gave the boys a short tour, showing them where the dormitory was and where the individual training rooms were. When asked why there are so many training halls, the man replied that each hunter has his own skills and abilities, which is why they train differently. The attendant left, and Choi Yeon-seung announced that he intended to go straight to the gym and start training. Odagon replied that he had something more interesting to do and showed his phone. Recently, the Goblin in disguise had been abusing mobile games. Our hero sighed and thought that something was wrong with his avatar, but it was unclear whether anything needed to be done about it. The muscle strength training room amazed the young man. Firstly, it was huge and had a lot of exercise machines, and secondly, it was empty. When the guy walked in and stopped at the door, looking around the room, he noticed only one person who was training. It was a girl in a purple suit who was enthusiastically lifting a huge barbell in the bench press. The guy looked at her with respect. After all, 5 tons was a solid weight even for a melee hunter who tanks and must be powerful. When the barbell returned to the stand, a characteristic sound was heard. The weight of the equipment really corresponded to the figure of 5 tons written on it. The girl finished the exercise, stood up and began to wipe her face, wet with sweat, with a towel. She looked at the young man cheerfully and noted that she had not seen him before. Perhaps the newcomer had some business with her, the huntress asked. The guy muttered that no, he was just amazed by her training, to which the girl laughed that flattery wouldn't work. She extended her hand and said that her name was Elizabeth Gutierrez, and that they would get along well. Choi Yeon-seung gave his name and shook her hand, adding that he completely relied on his new acquaintance to get along with her. The handshake was confident and very strong. Our hero felt physical strength comparable to his own. He had never met girls with such strength before. Well, he had to stand up for himself. The girl pulled her hand back in fear and exclaimed that she had never met a person stronger than herself. Elizabeth assumed that Yeon-seung was also a melee mage like her, but the boy shook his head. Our hero explained that he was a martial arts user, and for the first time this information did not cause disdain on the heroine's face, but rather respect. The guy noticed and asked her what she was surprised about, to which Elizabeth replied that she had never seen a martial arts user and did not expect him to be that strong. Our hero thought about the fact that while he was wandering through the abyss, 30 years had passed. There was no need to make hasty conclusions. The girl assumed a fighting stance and said that if martial arts were not so useless, she intended to study them, because she would use any chance to become stronger. Her fists began to thrust forward one after another, as if demonstrating the seriousness of her intentions. She said she had studied boxing, jiu-jitsu, and all sorts of other fist-fighting. It wasn't very nice to have monsters breathing in your face. The guy replied that it works with both hunters and monsters. The girl said that she ranks 19th in the battles of hunters in the ranked league, the coolest one. Elizabeth Gutierrez decided to test what her new acquaintance was capable of, and invited Choi Yeon-seung to follow her and fight. The hunter's training hall was equipped for both individual training and sparring with each other. The blonde-haired guy had just finished punching a punching bag and looked on in surprise as our heroes entered the room. He asked Elizabeth who this guy was, to which the girl introduced the newcomer and said that he was a martial arts user. She said this proudly. The blonde adjusted his hair and said that he was glad to meet him. His name was Anthony, although the hunter probably already knew this. Yeon-seung shrugged, and the hunter began to explain that he had cleared the dungeon in the shortest time possible, setting a record, and had also risen to B rank in record time. Elizabeth explained that the newcomer had been in the abyss for 30 years, and the blonde man said that he would explain something to him before leaving. He is the ace of the clan's aces, and the clan's rules are simple. You have to trust Anthony and do whatever he tells you to do. Our hero watched the hunter leave and asked the girl if he was crazy. She replied that it was better just not to mess with him. That's all. Gutierrez reached for her weapon and laughed, saying that it was time to stop talking and fight. The young man himself was already shifting from foot to foot, anticipating an excellent fight. He generally didn't like wasting time. The opponents came out onto the court and stood opposite each other. Elizabeth's weapon was an impressively sized sword. The girl took the blade by the hilt and suggested that they begin the duel as soon as possible, her eyes burning with impatience. Yeon-seung cheerfully asked why she was so interested in martial arts, took a stance, and promised to teach the huntress a thing or two. He gave a sharp kick and shouted that one should never come close to a martial arts master. Elizabeth didn't even have time to fully draw her sword before she received a powerful blow, but she didn't fall. She really was very strong. The girl raised her weapon into a fighting stance and said that martial arts are quite interesting. Our hero noted that she had excellent reactions, but no matter how fast the magic was, it was still inferior to his specialty. Gutierrez wondered what would happen if she simply seasoned the sword strike with magical power. She swung with all her might and attacked the young man, putting an extra dose of magic into the blow. Choi Yeon-seung noted that the attack speed was not bad for a magic user, and thought that it would be a good idea to recruit the huntress as an avatar. However, he himself did not remain in debt and dealt the girl one of his signature moves, a milky kick. Elizabeth barely managed to stay on her feet, but she did, and it seemed she really was a very worthy opponent. The girl decided to use defensive magic and began casting a spell. Before she could finish what she had started, she received another blow. This simply could not have happened. What kind of speed could disrupt the spell? Yeon-seung explained that he only uses his muscle power to strike, so he can be much faster than a magic user. Saying that she was not finished yet, the girl launched into another melee attack. And again, our hero's blow did not allow her to even come close. He asked if Elizabeth liked martial arts. The boy reasoned that after demonstrating his fighting abilities, it would be easier to recruit Gutierrez as an avatar. The girl had such a face that the guy was afraid that he had gone a bit overboard with the blows, but he had to start somewhere. But Elizabeth turned her face to him, and the hero saw a shining smile. She uttered only one word, more. After another series of blows, the huntress found herself lying on the floor. Choi Yeon-seung asked if she had had enough now. The girl stood up and said that he was really different, and she wanted to try it one more time before she left. The young man agreed, but noted that everything was fine with her. She just chose the wrong opponent. The guy folded his fingers, warming up his hands, and said that he really liked this kind of persistence. Instead of one time, several followed. Gradually the public began to gather around. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. So shocked that they couldn't even control their facial expressions. The fight was truly magnificent. Finally, the huntress's sword drew a line across the floor with force, and she could no longer rise without leaning on the weapon. However, she had no intention of stopping, and so she punched the floor to urge Yeon-seung to attack again. At this point, Elizabeth's face was already so tired that the young man was ready to stop everything right here and now. But it was impossible to show this. It was necessary to maintain the appearance, so Yeon-seung promised that now the most interesting part would begin. After a while, they changed their clothes and rested. The girl greedily drank water. The training had completely exhausted her. Elizabeth leaned back on the sofa and said that she hadn't been this tired for a long time, and our hero asked her what she thought about martial arts. Gutierrez replied that she was not interested in them. She would knock Yeon-seung down on her own. She just needed a little more training. The guy objected that with the help of martial arts, she could remove the flaws, to which the huntress replied that she did not want to, and that it was a matter of pride. The girl explained that it was pride that did not allow her to accept help from an enemy, poking her finger at the young man, and said that, of course, she would greet him, but that he should not expect more. Waving goodbye, Elizabeth turned around and walked towards the exit, leaving our hero standing there in bewilderment. The kitten wrote a message that he should have treated his opponent with more respect and taken care of the girl, to which Yeon-seung replied that he couldn't have lost on purpose. The next day, a general training session was scheduled for all the hunters of the Ikaros clan. Everyone had to gather in the hall at the same time. Odaigon and his master arrived a little earlier, as they did not know the local rules, and the others began to arrive after him. The first to arrive were an insecure guy and a huge bald man in a green jacket, his complete opposite. Then a girl in a pink suit and a fair-haired young man in dark glasses, similar to those of blind people, appeared. To the surprise of our heroes, Richard Parker appeared after the beauty. He also did not expect to meet hunters from the dungeon here. The guy greeted him in a completely even voice and said that he was glad to meet him. Yeon-seung asked how he ended up in Ikaros, and Parker replied that there were reasons for that. While Odagon continued to stare at his phone, our hero began to think about why Richard was here, and whether his family really didn't have its own clan. The last to approach was the clan mentor, trainer, A-rank hunter Ernest. He loudly asked if everything was in place. Everyone present stood at attention, that is, everyone except the newcomers who had not yet had time to get their bearings. The man greeted and introduced himself. He noted that he saw new faces and wished everyone to become worthy hunters. The coach looked around at those present and said that he asks this question every time, but wants to hear the answer again. "What is the main weapon when meeting a monster?" Ernest asked. Choi Yeon-seung loudly replied that this weapon was you, which earned the hunter's approval, who said that the answer was absolutely correct. Unwavering faith in himself is what helped our hero throughout his life. This is what allowed him not to go crazy and not perish in the abyss. The other hunters began to giggle, thinking that this was a great misconception. They had their own opinion on this matter. The guy who came first laughed especially loudly. Coach Ernest added that self-confidence is a very powerful weapon, and our hero's self-confidence commands sincere respect. Odagon took a liking to the Ikaros clan's mentor, thinking that he was a powerful being who could be useful in his training. Richard Parker thought that the main weapon against the monster could also be a strong team, and he told the coach about this. Ernest agreed with him, confirming that teamwork was also much more important than special magic or a good weapon or anything else. Even an S-rank hunter would not go into a dungeon alone. The man added that any person of any rank is weaker than a monster. No one knows what might await him in a raid. Even as he said these words, Ernest began to cast a spell, and now he raised his hand up, releasing beams of energy. The hunters, even those who were not newbies, gasped in surprise. They had not expected this at all. The mentor enjoyed the expression of horror on their faces and announced that there would be a pair training session today. Choi Yeon-seung looked back at his avatar and thought happily that he was lucky to have Odagon nearby. But then he looked the other way, feeling someone's gaze on him, a sticky and assessing gaze. It was Anthony, adjusting his hair and muttering, as if the newcomer was a little nervous. The guy loudly declared that there was no need to be nervous. His body was capable of solving any problem with the help of unrivaled magic. Our hero did not want to be paired with this weirdo, because he was a constellation, was much stronger. But he resigned himself. Anthony continued to praise himself. Ernest spread his arms out to the sides and said since everyone was divided into pairs, we can begin. He used a spell of the art of illusion of the highest level. Something vaguely resembling a magical portal appeared behind the coach and his assistants. Soon a huge mouth with many teeth appeared from there. One could think that it was some kind of Tyrannosaurus. But that was not the case. A wyvern materialized behind the trainer, a strong monster, defined as B rank and above. Odagon continued to hang on the phone. Yeon-seung thought that it wasn't as big as expected. The other hunters began to count in horror how many wyverns continued to appear from the portal. The trainer made sure that the newbies did not hesitate and gave the command to dodge, directing the monsters straight at the hunters. Everyone reacted differently. Some put up protective shields, some tried to dodge. The monster's strength was in its breath. Anthony calculated the radius of the breath and was confident that his magic would allow him to withstand the attack without taking any action at all. Then he changed his mind and cast a third-level acceleration spell, dashing away from Choi Yeon-seung. Our hero thought that since they were magically linked into pairs, he would be dragged along. What a bastard. He had to use a blow to the acupuncture point to stop Anthony. The wyvern's mouth came close to the boys at a deadly distance. I wonder what strategy the boy will use. Choi Yeon-seung hugged his partner, and together they made an incredible jump upward. The monster flew past. Most of those present didn't even notice that the two hunters had risen so high to escape the monster's fiery breath. But Parker and the trainer noticed. The young man asked if martial arts really allowed one to develop such speed. Ernest replied that Yeon-seung was the strongest of the representatives he had seen. The coach added that it was probably the influence of the abyss. The hero's power was incredible regardless of rank. He was very strong in close combat. Anthony yelled that he didn't understand why Yeon-seung was acting on his own and not following his instructions, to which our hero replied that his partner was too slow. This caused a wave of indignation and a whole list of new commands and instructions that had to be obeyed immediately. Anthony kept yelling that the newbie should listen and do what he said. It was so ugly that even Elizabeth asked what was going on. The coach snapped his fingers and announced that as long as they stopped there, the training had gone well. All those who dropped out were ordered to leave the site. The remaining hunters continued their general training. Ernest announced that the next attack would be even more difficult, so anyone who was not confident in their abilities could also not participate. Choi Yeon-seung thought that he was confident in his own abilities, but not so much in his fellow students. At that moment, a strange sound was heard from somewhere below, and our hero managed to understand that someone was teleporting. It was Anthony, who emerged from somewhere under his feet and announced to Yeon-seung that he was breaking, and at a very inopportune time. Then the guy made another incredible jump upward, throwing his partner over his shoulder, accompanied by his loud cry about the impudent newcomer. At that very moment, in the very place where Anthony had stood a second ago, a huge monster in the form of a sandworm with 3 mouths appeared from under the ground. A mechanical voice announced that it was an ancient sand monster, a stone eater living underground. It attacks suddenly, catching vibrations, devouring its victim with lightning speed. The trainer snapped that if they couldn't react even to such a threat, then they needed to change their profession. Hunters don't behave like that. Choi Yeon-seung had already landed near the monster, and was thinking that he had expected something like this from the Ikaros clan's training, and the guy liked it. During a short break, all the participants in the training fell onto the field's turf as if they had just overtaken a train. Our hero and Odaigon remained on their feet, still holding the phone in his hands. What kind of gambling addiction is this? However, some hunters also decided to take a walk, and from behind the young man a cheerful voice was heard, asking to ask a question. B-rank hunter Smallwood High Mountain asked how the boy knew the attack would come from underground. The hero replied that he understood from the sound, to which the hunter muttered in surprise that martial arts are very cool if they teach you to catch even such quiet sounds that no one notices. Yeon-seung offered to help, but Smallwood politely declined, explaining that he was just curious, and the coach gave the command to prepare for the next round. The clan's training continued. The next task was a 3-man evasion, and Elizabeth was added to Yeon-seung's team. It was an explosive mixture. During the magic resistance training, the young man once again demonstrated the advantages of martial arts by summoning a shield from his ki. Then the hunters mastered the skill of restraining their comrades who had fallen under the influence of an illusion magic spell. Soon most of the guys were ready to fall to the ground from fatigue, but Ernest announced in a cheerful voice that the warm-up was over, and after a short rest, there would be clearing of the dungeon. The thoughts of all the hunters were surprisingly unanimous and boiled down to the fact that their trainer was a damned psycho. Yeon-seung happily asked when they would be going into the dungeon, and Smallwood High Mountain explained that it would be modeled on the inside of the world. The guy suggested that this was a usual training for the clan's hunters, and received an affirmative answer. Smallwood added that in the abyss, he had probably seen worse. Hunter asked what team Yeon-seung supported, and the hero, thinking that he was talking about baseball, replied that he was a fan of the Twins, to which High Mountain clarified that he was talking about the sports game Dungeon Escape. As Hwang said, football and basketball were no longer of interest to anyone. When they talked about sports, they meant exclusively hunting sports. It was terrible. Having looked closely at his opponent, the young man realized that he also preferred close combat. It was necessary to study his data. All of Smallwood's stats were very high, higher than anyone else present, especially his intelligence. Our hero thought he was stronger than he seemed. While he was thinking about how to lure the guy into his avatars, he asked to teach him martial arts, explaining that other hunters were in no hurry to share their knowledge. Yeon-seung decided to stir up interest in himself and replied that he could teach. But if you don't try, nothing will come of it. Out of 100 who want to, only 1 succeeds. Smallwood followed him and asked why everything was so complicated and took so long. He knew that progress was slower than in magic, but he hadn't expected it to be that much slower. Our hero noticed that the guy had a good knowledge of martial arts. He replied that he was a fan as a child, but there was nowhere to study them. He looked closely at Choi Yeon-seung and repeated once again that there was nowhere and no one to study from. Can you imagine? Our hero realized that the fish had swallowed the bait. He agreed to train High Mountain, who was overjoyed. A few minutes later, in the training area of the Ikaros clan stadium, a timid voice asked how much longer. It was Smallwood, red and sweaty from the exertion, who was asking how much longer he had to squat. Yeon-seung put his hand on his shoulder in a fatherly way and asked him to keep quiet so that it would be easier to feel the flow in his body. Our hero commanded to hold the pose and began to knead the cheeks of his ward. It cannot be said that he was delighted with what was happening. Choi Yeon-seung asked if magic users didn't use mana to strengthen their body, to which High Mountain replied that they didn't draw mana from their own resources, but from outside. Our hero thought that this was somehow too complicated, because you can just start the circulation of mana. Smallwood replied that martial arts are even more difficult. The young man asked the student to continue no matter what happened. He asked what might happen. The answer was a warning about the possible rupture of blood vessels. And yet the guy decided to trust Choi Yeon-seung and closed his eyes for maximum concentration on the process. And then he felt energy filling his body. A mechanical voice announced that he had mastered the mana cultivation technique at level C+. Our hero did not expect the experiment to be successful, but he managed to hide it from the guinea pig. Meanwhile, Smallwood asked if there was another way to master martial arts. The answer was clear and categorical: no. After a while, a mechanical voice announced that the boy had received the skill of a strike shrouded in mana. He was very pleased with himself, reporting that the sensations were simply incredible, not at all like those from simple blows. Choi Yeon-seung thought that it was, of course, good that everything ended in success, but the skill was still at a too low level. Soon, all the hunters were told that the break was over and were asked to gather in the inner hall for general training. When they said that the main training session was about to begin, our hero began rubbing his hands with impatience. Ernest took everyone outside and began to explain fairly simple rules. 6 hunters would form a group and go into the dungeon. The task was to clear it out as quickly as possible. Everyone present froze in anticipation of the verdict. Whether they would be in the first group or not, many were angry. Yeon-seung noted the ferocity in the hunters' eyes, and Smallwood explained that only those who made the first team and performed well would go on the actual raid later. Our hero asked if he himself was a member of the first team, to which the guy replied that he was not on a permanent basis, but embarrassed, added that he sometimes went on raids. High Mountain clarified that he was not weak at all and had nothing to be ashamed of, and Yeon-seung patted him on the back again, a little arrogantly. Soon, the Ikaros clan coach announced that the formation of groups was beginning. He was serious and a little tense. The first team included Elizabeth, Parker, Yeon-seung, Smallwood, Anthony, a hunter we don't know yet, and one more guy as a replacement. Noticing that Odaigon was studying the list and did not see himself there, our hero thought that it was strange that he did not intersect with the Avatar at all during training. Realizing that they were only together during their vacation, our hero wondered whether it was an accident or a deliberate plan. Elizabeth looked at who had joined her company and grabbed her head, muttering that the cleanup was doomed. Choi Yeon-seung added that he felt a little offended. He had just returned from the abyss and was not yet accustomed to society. Richard Parker, the third son of the Parker family, was classified as a rookie. Well, what about Team Hans, he thought. Anthony Schneider has been described as a guy who has no team spirit whatsoever, and that seems to be true. Hit-taker Moneymaker was given the nickname of a sneak, and Simulwood was labeled as the only sane one. Anthony proudly declared that there was no need to worry, and that he would clean everything up himself. And Elizabeth was doing just that. The girl was worried that after a raid in such company, she would be kicked out of the first team. Smallwood noticed that Schneider was considering taking the leadership position and asked if everyone would be comfortable with that option. Yeon-seung asked Gutierrez about Anthony's abilities, and the girl replied that the guy was versatile, good both in close combat and at long range. She added that if you don't take into account his character, you can envy him. He has collected many rare skills and mastered them to perfection. Our hero decided to look at Schneider's statistics. Before that, he had not planned to take him as an avatar. But after catching Elizabeth, he changed his mind. Anthony was quite smart and strong, and also had the skills of protecting the mind and narcissism. Who would have thought that such a combat skill existed? Since when had Yeon-seung seen skills, the guy thought, and tensed up. A message came from the kitten that the more often he looked at the statistics through the eyes of the constellation, the better this skill worked. The hero nodded. Our hero also noticed that both Schneider's defense of reason and narcissism clearly surpassed the level of development of rank B. Yeon-seung decided that both of these skills were aimed at maintaining mental self-control, which was interesting. At this time, an unpleasant voice was heard. asking if anyone here needed friends. The guy called himself Whittaker, but both Smallwood and Elizabeth tried to get rid of him as quickly as possible. Choi Yeon-seung asked his friend what was wrong with him. The girl explained that the guy only knew about money and divided people solely by benefit. Whittaker explained that he is not so bad. He just uses the principle of mutual concessions. That is, when you get something, you have to pay an equal price. Our hero thought about it and admitted that there was some sense in it, to which High Mountain replied that it was only at first glance, and that one should not be deceived. The hunter explained that when he was on the first team, Whittaker never left his side, but when he dropped to the second team, he blacklisted him, and the guy was angry like a child. Whittaker said that even though he's only a B rank for now, he's a very solid healer, so teaming up with him isn't such a bad idea. Yeon-seung thought that he didn't really need such services. He even said it out loud, and the faces of those present reflected bewilderment. Our hero explained that he was already good at fighting, to which Whittaker noted that he just hadn't tried it yet. Hiller did not calm down and responded to each refusal with even greater pressure, which began to irritate. When the guy realized that he had no chance here, he made such an indifferent and disdainful face that it was very difficult not to burst out laughing when you looked at him. Whittaker walked away, muttering that Yeon-seung had not yet fully grasped reality after so many years in the abyss. He would soon understand everything, but it would be too late. Soon the group entered the dungeon of the Crossroads trial. Elizabeth was first. The girl carefully examined the territory. The girl said that she had never even heard of this dungeon before, and after looking at the plan, she noticed that it would be quite difficult not to cross paths with the opposing team. It was relatively small. Gutierrez offered to divide 2 weeks' worth of food and equipment equally among everyone, but Anthony said he was not going to carry anything. He reluctantly took the backpack, but decided to go first. When he was reminded that it was better to let the master of close combat go first, Schneider said that he was not afraid of anything. The blonde reminded her that she had promised to obey orders, to which Elizabeth countered that only when those orders weren't nonsense was she stronger in close combat. Anthony countered that he was the best, but the mere ability to compare herself to him already made the girl a great hunter. Gutierrez clenched her fists and hissed that she only dreamed of hitting him, and hard. Anthony said that he would go first, and the others should stay behind to support him. Smallwood drew his attention to the fact that one of the hunters had already gone ahead, ignoring his words. It is not difficult to guess that it was Choi Yeon-seung. He was almost running, and shouts came after the young man demanding that he stop. Here he gave a warning cry that there was a stone chameleon nearby and everyone should be careful. Our hero struck his first blow, and the rest of the group rushed after him. Everyone wanted to take part in the battle. But there was no need for help. Someone had long since gained experience in fighting various monsters. Blowing on his steaming fist, our hero asked why they were stuck. They couldn't move forward quickly like that. Anthony activated the speed boost skill and warned the newbie not to move. There was still danger ahead. This was another stone chameleon that decided to hide in the shadows, and it was not as easy to spot as the first one. Schneider used Hashan's acceleration and charged at the monster with all his might. The hunter didn't have time to reach the chameleon. Someone was faster and used a ranged weapon. It was Yeon-seung, using China's national weapon, the sacred moon sword, and it turned out that the blade could release streams of energy over vast distances and at incredible speeds. The thing is that our hero slightly modernized the subspace necklace he received from Onyx, attaching it to his belt. Now he could very quickly get any item. This was the first test of the sword, and the guy was incredibly pleased, having assessed the weapon on its merits. Things would go better with it, he thought. Anthony pounced on the hero, shouting that this was his opponent, and he should have struck him down first, to which Choi Yeon-seung replied that an ace like Schneider should be saved for more dangerous monsters. The blonde was dumbfounded. This was perfect logic. There was nothing to even object to. He had to shut up. He asked if Yeon-seung would let him fight such a monster when it appeared, to which he received the answer that it depended on the situation. At that moment, our hero rushed into the attack again, and the rest of the hunters had no choice but to follow him. This time the young man released a stream of energy directly from his index finger, which was also quite convenient, but of course it did not provide the same power as the sword. So the guy destroyed the next stone chameleon again using a Chinese blade. Schneider even opened his mouth in surprise. He had never seen a person with such a quick reaction. Yeon-seung moved through the dungeon, leaving behind defeated monsters. The rest of the squad simply followed. Anthony began to get nervous. He kept repeating to himself that this body has strength, it will not lose. He came closer to our hero and said that he wanted to show him what he was capable of. Elizabeth screamed that they had left them no work and asked where the two boys had rushed off to. The girl was angry and hissed that in this regard only Anthony worried her, who knew that there would be two psychos. There was a tense atmosphere in the operations room. From where the organizers were watching the clearing of the dungeon, Ernest stood with his arms crossed over his chest. One of the staff members called out to the coach and asked if he was going to keep Anthony Schneider in the first team. The man replied that Anthony had many advanced skills and excellent data, but he was not a team player, so he could be a problem. He added that the youngster's progress had also slowed down a bit, but removing him from the team could have the opposite effect. The trainer asked to observe the hunter a little longer, and then he would personally make a decision on this matter. At this point, the employee behind the monitor asked Ernest to look at what was happening. It went beyond the scope of their previous conversation. Many monsters were approaching the team. Anthony assessed the opponents as small fry. Elizabeth said that with the neutralizing magic of Kvitikar they would break through without any problems if they acted together. Each of the hunters received his assignment, and they were all ready to do the work for which they were responsible. Choi Yeon-seung commanded Gutierrez to take on the three on the right. Anthony rushed into a frontal attack. The hero took on two monsters, the rest covered the flanks and rear. The healer cast a neutralizing spell. Our hero was pleased that everyone was working together. It seemed he had managed to organize the process, taking into account the characteristics of each hunter in the team. Anthony was jubilant. He managed to get his chameleon first. Yeon-seung reminded him that it was too early to relax, and there were still 10 more to go. Elizabeth worked on the flank. The girl grumbled that she would not follow the orders of a newbie, but at the same time she did everything that was necessary perfectly. Ernest watched what was happening with a satisfied look, and then noted that this is what is called teamwork. Isn't he right? Soon all the stone chameleons were destroyed, and the team could safely move on. Smallwood noted that they had done a clean job. Elizabeth muttered that with such a composition she had not expected such a result. Anthony was also jubilant. He thought Yeon-seung's idea of entrusting him with the rear and then sending him to the forefront of the attack was brilliant. Our heroes continued to explore the dungeon, quickly moving forward. Everyone was in a great mood. The stone stalactites and stalagmites looked rather gloomy, and it seemed that something much more terrible than a chameleon would emerge from the shadows. Gutierrez suggested taking a break to restore mana. Let's not forget that everyone in the group except Yeon-seung was a mage. Everyone agreed. Smallwood and Whittaker volunteered to stand guard, but at that moment Choi Yeon-seung extended his hand to him and stopped him. Our hero ordered everyone to be on guard because the detachment was surrounded by the enemy and would now be attacked. Elizabeth protested that this was nonsense, but Anthony suddenly and abruptly asked her to shut up and do what Yeon-seung said, and the girl's jaw dropped. Schneider approached our hero and ordered him to watch carefully. Now he would demonstrate everything he was capable of. The blonde looked down and said that there was no need to be sad. The guy was cool too, but he was as far away from him as the sky was. At this time, the hero made a swift kick at some glowing thing that was flying straight at the hunters. No one could figure out from which side they were attacked and who did it. Yeon-seung reported that it was a stone gargoyle that attacks with fire and stones. It was a chameleon monster of demonic appearance, possessing enormous strength and endurance, but what was worse was that completely merging with the rock, the monster was completely unnoticeable. Elizabeth said that these creatures were cowardly, to which Yeon-seung added that there was nothing to worry about. They had already retreated, running away as far as possible. The observers could not believe their eyes. They appreciated the leadership qualities of our hero, who was able to cope even with Schneider. Ernest confirmed that the guy is very good and fully justifies the chairman's recommendations. It's just a pity that he is a martial arts user. The female employee noted that the team was going through the dungeon very quickly, but it was dangerous. The coach replied that they were probably aware of all the pitfalls. Besides, luck is also an ability that should be developed, the man added with a wink. The Crossroads trial was one of those secret dungeons that China had hired A-rank hunters to clear out at one time, and its specialty was not monsters, but traps. Observers noted that Gutierrez was unlikely to cope, but they also had Smallwood and Whittaker with them. and he is a good healer. Ernest, looking where the team had gone, muttered that the most interesting part was about to begin. Yeon-seung seemed to hear the coach's comment and ordered everyone not to move. "It's starting," the guy mouthed. A stone gargoyle was flying straight at him. The distance to the monster was less than a meter. He needed to instantly dodge and counterattack. The monster's paw almost grabbed the young man by the hand, which he did not have time to clench into a fist, but still did not grab him. But the fist didn't take long to come. Our hero attacked the monster with such force that he destroyed it with one blow. The observers were very surprised. They did not expect that everything would end so quickly, and noted that our hero, apparently, had already met the gargoyles in the abyss. There was a sense of experience in his reactions, and Ernest sighed respectfully and added that the guy seemed to have spent a lot of time fighting monsters. Elizabeth suggested setting up camp to rest. She was almost certain that the gargoyle attack was a trap and they needed to move more slowly. The guy agreed, adding that the location was good. Even though they were open on all sides, it would be easier to retreat if problems arose. Someone asked if gargoyles could attack without moving. Our hero replied that he didn't know for sure, but if the monsters got close, he would feel it. Gutierrez looked at him with respect and surprise, and the guy explained that if you stay calm, any monster can be defeated. Gargoyles are B rank in difficulty. The girl objected that judging by the level of difficulty, they were sent to certain death. Hearing this, the coach laughed. That defeat is also an experience. A few seconds later, the tent was set up, which left Choi Yeon-seung in shock. They had been doing it manually, but now everything was automated. The whole group looked at the hero with sympathy, as if he were a Neanderthal, and this really hurt our hero. Elizabeth showed some kind of device and asked if Yeon-seung was familiar with this thing. The guy replied that it looked like a drone. The girl explained that the device could be set up and used as an alarm signal. The hero objected that it would not work against gargoyles, but it could be tried. At this time, Hiller cast a spell of Ignaz's radar magic. It seemed that each of the squad decided to contribute to the protection of the camp. Soon the place became quite suitable for rest and safe. The magic shield worked no worse than all other methods of protection. The guy said that the radar would instantly detect living creatures. The healer wanted everyone to appreciate how useful he was. Elizabeth asked if his name was Anthony. The young man continued listing his skills, both as a healer and a buffer, and outside of combat, he was simply an ideal partner. But Gutierrez replied that she shouldn't even hope for it. She wouldn't relieve him of guard duty. She added that the three who were in the rear would remain on guard duty, and the hunter began to whine that he had not even thought of shirking. A money-obsessed psycho, a tightwad, a trash, these were the epithets that were thrown at Whittaker. He rushed to Yeon-seung for support, screaming that he was not at all who they thought he was. He patted the guy on the shoulder and advised him to just ignore the others. Those who speak badly of their comrades are no better themselves. This day put everything in its place. Everyone realized that the leader is definitely Choi Yeon-seung, even though he is a martial arts user. Whittaker approached our hero and decided to talk. He started by saying that there was no need to build walls around yourself. Maybe there was something to talk about. What did the hero like? The healer asked. Our hero was in his element. He replied that he liked the bench press, which caused a prolonged and puzzled silence. When asked if he had any other favorite activity, the guy replied that he also enjoyed raising dumbbells from the sides. Whittaker was puzzled, but then suggested that they train together sometime. Small would diffuse the situation by saying that since the tent was ready, they could have a snack. All the hunters sat in a circle and reached into their backpacks for provisions. It was nice to eat in a friendly atmosphere after all the hardships. Taking out a package of provisions, Choi Yeon-seung noticed a familiar face on the packaging. It was Dragon Huang, and the food was apparently produced by his company. Instead of being proud of such a relative, our hero felt a sharp and burning sense of shame. Smallwood said it was the most delicious set of provisions for the dungeons, and Anthony objected that such food was not suitable for such a magnificent hunter as he. The boys started eating, and everyone had their own opinion about the dry rations. As they say, there are different tastes for different colors. Still, most of them found it difficult to chew this food, so Yeon-seung said that it was time to eat properly, and he would take on the task. Everyone answered that it was impossible to cook anything in the dungeon, and besides, there were no products. The hero objected that they had just obtained the products in a fair fight. He meant chameleons, but no one understood what he was talking about. People were not used to getting meat in this way. The hunters looked at him as if he was crazy, saying that he had certainly been in the abyss for a long time, but there were monsters. That was too much. Choi Yeon-seung was used to being looked at with skepticism, and the guy took out an adamantium frying pan and promised that it would be tasty and safe. At this time, in the instructor's operations room, the staff watched as stone gargoyles took out another group of hunters. Everyone was slowly approaching the center of the dungeon, and the monsters were starting to prepare their attack. I wonder if they could be stopped. After some time, observers stated that Sigit's team was defeated and eliminated from the game. Agnes's team was also defeated, and the surviving members of the group began to retreat. Ernest muttered thoughtfully that he must have chosen too high a difficulty level, and the staff confirmed that the level was very tough. With several teams eliminated, the remaining teams will have a hard time, the observers concluded, and switched to Choi Yeon-seung's team. But what they saw left them in shock. Pieces of golden brown aromatic meat were cooking in the frying pan. Even on the monitor, it looked quite appetizing. Choi Yeon-seung concentrated entirely on the process of cooking. It was his way of relaxing and unwinding. The other hunters in the squad were discussing among themselves whether or not to eat the meat of the stone chameleon, and each again had their own point of view on the matter. Then our hero approached them. Holding out a bag of food on his outstretched hand, he happily announced that meat was not everything. Soon a cauldron appeared over the fire, from which an incredibly pleasant aroma of freshly cooked rice spread. The hunters gathered around and began to guess what it was. Risotto, paella, some Asian dish. Everyone was salivating from the smell. Smallwood added that he had seen something similar in a movie, and both the meat and rice looked absolutely amazing. Here Choi Yeon-seung turned to the boys and asked when he said he would share, since they refused to eat monsters, and he prepared dinner for himself alone. Anthony decided not to miss the opportunity to eat properly, so he came up and reminded him that he had not specifically said anything like that. Schneider was as inimitable and self-confident as ever. He began to praise Yeon-seung's culinary talents and explain that he would be happy to try his dish, which is a great honor for any chef. Our hero laughed and said that in that case he was ready to share. The blonde received a full plate and was incredibly happy. He began to eat with appetite, completely ignoring the hungry glances of the other hunters. When half of the portion was gone, Anthony praised and thanked our hero. Yeon-seung smiled and wished him a pleasant appetite. The mechanical voice reported that thanks to the consumption of magical food, Schneider's mana had been fully restored. His delight had increased 100-fold, as had his gratitude. Meanwhile, Yeon-seung started cooking again, thinking that the other side of the world was like a virtual reality. He realized that the food in stock would be restored, so he did not spare either rice or meat. A new wave of incredibly delicious aromas floated through the dungeon. If this continued, the rest of the teams would come to the smell. Suddenly, Elizabeth raised her hand sharply and asked for a second of attention. This was quite unexpected. She approached our hero together with Kvitikar, and the hunters began to assure him that, in fact, it was Smallwood who said that ill-fated phrase, and both of them had nothing to do with it. Choi Yeon-seung generously informed that anyone who wanted to could come and eat without any problem. There was no point in picking on Smallwood. He was already a pity. After filling a bowl with food, High Mountain told Yeon-seung that he was his best friend and closest person. Everyone laughed, that it was not worth going overboard and that this was too much. The observers were shocked. They did not understand what was happening at all. The hunters arranged a feast in the dungeon. Ernest laughed that they were amazing guys. The girl was worried that they would be poisoned by the monster meat, but the coach was calm. He reported that, apparently, during his years in the abyss, Yeon-seung had thoroughly studied how to make meat fit for consumption, so there was no need to spoil the boy's appetite. Ernest added that there was so much mana in the abyss that food was not needed, so cooking was more of a pastime than a necessity. The fire was burning brightly, but there was no longer any need to cook on it. The hunters went to the tent to sleep, leaving a guard on duty. Parker stood, illuminated by the reflections of the flames and exhaled steam. The food he had eaten was quite hot, and standing guard was tiring and boring. Here our hero appeared from the tent, wondering why the guard was sighing. He was probably bored. Richard was surprised that Choi Yeon-seung was not sleeping, to which he received the answer that martial arts users require much less sleep than others. Parker replied that he wasn't sighing because he was bored, to which Yeon-seung suggested that it was because the other hunters were stronger. When asked how he guessed, the hero replied that it was the same for everyone. Yeon-seung said that the best cure for such thoughts is good training and even suggested doing it together, which caused surprise and bewilderment. He added that he didn't know why Parker joined the Ikaros clan, but since he did, he had to grow to the level of the other hunters. Suddenly, Choi Yeon-seung abruptly pulled out his sword and commanded Richard to wake up the others. They were about to be attacked. Parker, in fear, screamed at the top of his lungs that they were under attack. "Everyone, attention! Time to get up and defend yourself." The hunters in the tent rubbed their eyes in confusion, trying to understand what had happened. They slept surprisingly soundly. Elizabeth uncovered herself faster than the others and was already following Yeon-seung, clarifying that it looked like there were more than just stone gargoyles here. The guy nodded and replied that the stone gargoyles were leading the boss of the entire dungeon to them, and they needed to be ready for an attack any minute. Coach Ernest assumed that the stone gargoyles had high intelligence, so they realized that they could not defeat this team on their own and called on the boss for help. It was a stone predator, a monster much more powerful than even stone snakes like onyx and also incredibly ferocious, feeding on stones, but not disdaining hunters either. Watching the monster rise from the ground, the man sighed that he had overdone the raid's difficulty. It looked like even this team wouldn't make it any further. Yeon-seung held his sword at the ready and whispered that the boss was approaching and would appear in a few seconds. Everyone should mobilize. The gargoyles continued to scream ferociously, bringing anger to their boss and terror to the people who found themselves in the dungeon. Our hero mastered the moonwalk technique, so he knew exactly how to defeat both the stone predator and his charges. The first series of blows were received by the gargoyles on the right side of the group of hunters. They were closer. The second series of blows went to the monsters on the left side. Everything happened so quickly that no one even understood how exactly Yeon-seung defeated the monsters. Richard Parker took the lead, casting a high-speed spell, Achilles' ice bomb, which was quite effective in this situation. At this time, the hero shouted to his comrade that the main threat was from below. The ground under Parker's feet began to crack and vibrate. The hunters barely had time to jump back before rocks flew in all directions, and the dungeon boss burst out of the ground. At first, Choi Yeon-seung thought it was his old friend, Onyx, but when he saw the three mouths, he realized that it was not. All the team members jumped back in horror and grabbed their heads. They started screaming for our hero to run away before it was too late. It's the boss. The monster sprayed green poison all around with such force that even stone blocks were destroyed. No one knew that Choi Yeon-seung had fought with monsters even worse in the abyss. No one knew that he had absolute immunity to poisons. Everyone only saw the guy's suicidal jump straight into the mouth of a predator. The hero thought that he had to act like a B-rank hunter now, so the best solution would be to use the sword's aura to strike. Yeon-seung made an incredible leap, swung his sword, and actually cut the stone monster into two pieces with his moon sword. And then the guy began to move in a spiral upward, towards the monster's head, cutting into its skin as if it were made not of stone, but of plasticine. The entire squad froze in place, mouths open. Elizabeth muttered that what she was currently observing did not look like the abilities of a B-rank hunter. At this moment, Yeon-seung landed on his feet and extended his hand to keep his balance and not fall to the ground after the jump. He finished the battle with one blow. The monster was in its death throes, the boss was destroyed, and the dungeon could be considered completely cleared. There was a deathly silence in the observation room. Ernest took a deep breath and finally said that everyone had seen it all for themselves. The coach noticed that Yeon-seung was not some kind of uncut diamond. The chairman had brought to them a hunter who had achieved perfection in his field. This was an excuse to visit Hwang Kyung-ryong's apartment, so the coach went straight to the dragon. The man walked down the corridor and thought about what he would say to the chairman and what his reaction would be. Ernest opened the door to Hwang's office without knocking and greeted the chairman in a rather nervous voice. He sat sprawled at the table with a cup of tea in his hand, exclaiming, "What kind of people?" Hwang asked how the coach liked the boy's abilities. Ernest made an indignant face and noted that he should have been warned that they had managed to recruit an A-rank hunter. The dragon just grinned, took a sip from the cup, and replied that if he had told, who would have believed him? The coach admitted that he was right, but reminded him that this could cause problems with the government. to which Huang reminded him that they themselves had overlooked the guy when determining his level. Ernest continued that it wouldn't be difficult to confirm A rank. The guy just needed to demonstrate his capabilities. Another matter was whether a hunter of that level would agree to work for the dragon. Huang laughed and propped his head up with his hands, telling his subordinate that he didn't have to worry about that at all. The man looked at Ernest with a sly look over his glasses and asked him to trust him. Ernest agreed, but added that he was surprised. Huang thought that it was unclear who should agree to work for whom, since he was under Yeon-seung's command and not the other way around. A small line of hunters had formed in the lobby of the Icaros clan, all eager to see the results of the raid. Finally, the board showed a list of those who were taken into the clan's first team of hunters who would go into the real dungeon. There were everyone who got into Yeon-seung's group during the training raid. The hunters were surprised that a martial arts user got into the first team, and there was talk about whether the guy was really that good or if he was just pulled in through connections. At this time, Anthony approached them and said that such conversations only testified to their worthlessness, and that they should not think so narrowly. One of the guys wanted to rush at Schneider with his fists, but the second one held him back, explaining that he shouldn't mess with Anthony. As he walked out of the lobby, Schneider muttered that they were all pathetic losers, and only Choi Yeon-seung could be a worthy partner for a star like Anthony. The guy thought that in honor of joining the first team, he should help our hero a little in a friendly way. He got into his incredibly cool car and started thinking about how he could pull this off. At this time, Choi Yeon-seung and Odaigon were already riding in another car. It was Moneymaker's car, who also decided to improve relations with the hero. While he was chatting about how he worked as both a hunter and a model, and how everyone was so eager to collaborate that they could tear themselves apart, Odaigon continued to play the mobile game. And the chatter was incredibly disturbing. The goblin in disguise lost and became incredibly angry, asking the guy to just shut up. Whittaker politely agreed, and reminded himself not to pay attention to that idiot. His main target was Choi Yeon-seung. A little earlier in the strength training room, Moneymaker checked out our hero's muscles and even tried to join him in doing a couple of exercises. The spectacle, it should be noted, was not for the faint of heart. The hunter had never seen a man in such perfect physical shape. The hero asked what kind of training Whittaker was interested in. He tried to explain that he didn't come for that, but it was too late. Choi Yeon-seung suggested starting with the leg press and led the young man to the right machine. He still had no idea how badly he was in trouble. Moneymaker's heart almost stopped during the training, but he diligently followed the guy's instructions, because otherwise, it would have been simply impossible to gain his trust. Choi Yeon-seung suggested finishing the workout with deadlifts. He didn't listen at all to what the hunter was trying to tell him. In the end, an exhausted Whittaker simply collapsed to the floor and reported that he did not even have the strength to blink. But the young man still had the strength to invite Choi Yeon-seung to take a ride around the city, since he had recently returned from the abyss and probably hadn't had time to look around. Doing his 200th pull-up, our hero said he wasn't interested at all, but Moneymaker was persistent. As a result, Yeon-seung decided that this was a city of hunters. Everything he needed was there, so the trip might be useful after all. They got into the car, the very one Anthony passed on his way to his car. Whittaker sat behind the wheel and proudly proclaimed that they were considered aces among hunters. Therefore, they could get whatever they wanted. Well, almost everything. Our hero thoughtfully replied that being a hunter does not give anyone any status or privileges, to which the guy responded that he was simply behind the times. Odaigon asked the gentleman if he could give the chatterbox a good whack. The owner replied that with such a life he would kick the bucket himself. The driver sneezed. Finally, the car braked sharply and then parked at the side of the road, and Moneymaker announced that they had arrived. The young man brought the hunters to Chinatown, explaining that they could find anything there, even the most incredible artifact, and nothing that was on the black market. Choi Yeon-seung asked how the government views such a thing, and Whittaker noted that if you don't sell abroad, the state turns a blind eye to the black market. Also, one of the advantages of Chinatown, according to the hunter, was that there were both dubious artifacts and rather rare ones at a ridiculous price. The Icaros clan group headed to the meat counter, unaware that someone was watching their movements. One red-eyed man in a hood asked the second if this was the one they were interested in, and the partner nodded. The third hooded man muttered that he did not understand how such a non-entity could humiliate his master. The shame needed to be washed away with blood. They were going to take revenge for the Constellation, shrouded in madness and blood, but our hero did not even suspect the threat yet. The guy was just trying to explain to Moneymaker that his goal in Chinatown was not rare artifacts at all. Both Odaigon and his master were holding bags tightly packed with food. Choi Yeon-seung had no intention of saying goodbye to his favorite hobby. Kviteker was surprised when he saw their purchases and asked when the boys had managed to visit the supermarket. To get to the black market auction, you had to go underground and enter a well-protected magical building, somewhat reminiscent of a Chinese pagoda. They were met by a guard who volunteered to escort Mr. Kviteker of the Ikaros clan and his companions. Moneymaker glanced at the hero's clothes and offered them to rent the costumes. When asked why they needed costumes, the guy replied that they had to follow certain rules. The main one being not to say that they had ever visited this place. The rest was simple etiquette. In addition to the auction, the premises also housed a casino and many other interesting locations. The interiors, like the costumes of the visitors, were luxurious, and almost everyone present wore masks to hide their identity. Moneymaker assessed the situation and suggested that they while away the time at the roulette table before the auction began, adding that he was a master at such things. He didn't wait for agreement and went to the gaming room, Choi Yeon-seung wondering if their friend was being too obvious about his membership in the Ikaros clan. The guards had already begun to report to their superiors that several hunters from the clan had been spotted, and he was ordered to be careful with them. When asked who exactly from Ikaros was in the room, the guard replied that two were clearly newcomers. One of them the same martial arts user who had caused a stir in the press. Our hero didn't know it, but the auction was run by the Hwashan School, the only underground school in the world that has not yet forgotten what martial arts are. There were quite a few people who wanted to come up and shake Choi Yeon-seung's hand, but they preferred to keep a low profile. The young people were bored in the hall where the bidding for the illegally obtained artifacts was about to begin. Odaigon continued to hang on the phone. Finally, the auctioneer came on stage, and Moneymaker advised Yeon-seung to keep a close eye on the lots on display. The first thing that was sold was some incredible spear for $50,000. It looked impressive, but was useless. Choi Yeon-seung, using the Constellation's vision, quickly realized that this weapon was not particularly effective in combat. But the next lot really interested our hero. It was a modest-looking dagger. Compared to the previous spear, it looked completely pitiful. A yawn was heard in the hall. Using his vision, the boy saw that it was a thunderflame dagger, incredibly durable, with good attack power and a bunch of skills, including hidden subspace. Our hero decided that such a weapon would be useful to him. He had no money, but Kyungryong gave him a black credit card. When asked what it was, the dragon then explained that the hero could spend as much as he saw fit. It was an unlimited card, so that Yeon-seung wouldn't feel limited in any way until he received his first salary from the clan. The young man tried to refuse. He replied that he wouldn't need the money anyway, and Hwang almost jumped in his chair at these words. The man exclaimed that he was trying to be nice. Did the guy really have to refuse his offer? So Choi Yeon-seung sighed and took the gift. The manager announced the starting bid for the dagger at $7,000, and our hero thought that since he had no shortage of funds, why not? But for some reason, no one was in a hurry to raise the stakes. The guy asked Kviteker what was going on, to which he replied that the thing was junk. Everyone here understands such things. Then Choi Yeon-seung said that he would buy the weapon, which caused a wave of surprise, because this was only the second lot. There would be a lot of more valuable artifacts. The guy raised the sign. There were no more takers, and the dagger was sold to the young man for $8,000. Moneymaker muttered that even though it was inexpensive, why bother buying it? The hero replied that such a weapon wouldn't hurt, and that he would feel calmer with it. Just after these words, someone's heavy and unpleasant hand fell on Choi Yeon-seung's shoulder, squeezing his fingers. Looking around, the young man noticed a man in a hood with glowing red eyes behind him. The hero asked who he was. The stranger's eyes widened, and he asked menacingly if the boy really thought he could get away with insulting his master, a warrior shrouded in madness and blood. He cast some kind of powerful magical blow, so powerful that everyone present in the hall felt the wave of energy, and the light went out. In the fiery glow from the explosion, the guards rushed towards the man, shouting at him to stay put and raise his hands. The warrior avatar, shrouded in madness and blood, cast the spell blood gift. But Choi Yeon-seung didn't let him finish by kicking him in the stomach. Our hero thought about the fact that the warrior turned out to be vengeful, but he needed to fight at level B so as not to give himself away. The constellation screamed threateningly that Yeon-seung would not survive, while continuing to cowardly hide behind its avatar. Then it dawned on our hero. He decided that this was a great chance to make a name for himself, and in the name of the constellation of the invincible god of training, he challenged the warrior to a fight, while introducing himself as an avatar. The warrior ignored the message because he had never heard of such a constellation name. His avatar also froze, but no one saw through the deception. After a pause, the warrior replied that he would accept the challenge if Yeon-seung managed to survive the battle with his servant. The audience began to be outraged by the lack of light, and demanded that security remove the troublemakers from the hall. Our hero thought that it would be a good idea to move somewhere else, otherwise casualties would be inevitable. The next moment, he and Odaigon made an incredible leap onto the stage, causing fire to burst out from under their feet. The warrior's avatar also moved and stood in front of them, declaring that there was no way to retreat, and the hero would die right there, and they would have a feast on his blood. Choi Yeon-seung smiled and replied that he was not sure about that outcome, and that his opponents would most likely not leave the stage alive. Odaigon extended his hand forward, casting a spell, and stated that he was actually going to kill the attackers, but the master asked him to conserve his strength for now. The avatar was so eager to finally use his magic staff that he became offended at his master. Our hero decided to start small and use the Milky Finger technique, which was a rather unexpected move. In order to reflect it, the three other avatars of the warrior constellation had to create a common shield on the main avatar. Then Yeon-seung rushed into close combat. His opponent had a face as if hewn from stone, not a single emotion except frozen anger. A second later, he was thrown back by a powerful blow from our hero. It seemed the battle was coming to an end. The guards at the secret auction in Chinatown were stunned with admiration. This was martial arts, and of a level they could only dream of. The constellation avatar was very tense. Choi Yeon-seung was relaxed, but the struggle between them continued. The man tried with all his might to restrain our hero, grabbing his hand so that he would not pull out the sword, but he had catastrophically little strength. He roared menacingly that they would take his blood, and the guy thought with relief that he could handle the B-level techniques and not give himself away. Suddenly, Yeon-seung began to recite the spell of the law of absorption, declaring that his dreams and desires had given him this right. The sword materialized in the other hand and the next moment pierced the attacker's chest. Then our hero added a little of his Kai energy and the power of the blow increased many times over. The avatar screamed at his assistants to stop him immediately, but they didn't even try to intervene, only casting protective shields. Yeon-seung was so fast that it seemed as if there were 12.5 Yeon-seungs on stage at once, and the popularity of martial arts among the audience grew rapidly. The warrior, surrounded by madness and blood, commanded the avatars to get closer to the guy and destroy him, but they were in no hurry to fulfill the will of the master. Yeon-seung made incredible jumps upward, and in the meantime managed to deliver some pretty hefty blows to his opponents. A mechanical voice announced that the warrior had gathered the power of all the avatars into one. Several hooded men fell to the floor, unable to even move. The mechanical voice added that the warrior had descended to the ground and was controlling the killer himself, but this was already clear to everyone who had eyes. Then a message appeared that the warrior had collected the splashed blood and increased the avatar's power. Yeon-seung continued to attack. The guy wielded the sword and thought that it was very cruel to control the avatar by inhabiting his body. Yeon-seung realized that the avatar's mana was now superior to the people gathered in the hall. If he stopped, he would self-destruct. It would be better to avoid the fight, but then there was a risk that the avatar would simply start killing the audience. The guy decided to ignore the disguise and activated the skill Good Giant Killer. A message appeared that if he does not avoid the avatar, the strength will increase. The time had come for the battle to be almost at full strength. The guy was inspired. He was already tired of holding back. Sword against fist. The fist of the avatar led by the constellation against the sword in the hand of the constellation. The battle was epic. The divine space art skill repelled the enemy's attack, but the sword reached its target almost unhindered. The blow was so strong that if the avatar had not been possessed by a deity, the battle would have ended there. But the warrior was here, having descended to Earth, and the warrior received blows along with his avatar. It was very, very painful for him. And as we remember, constellations do not tolerate pain well, since they fight personally extremely rarely, so the warrior left the planet, leaving the avatars lying on the floor. A message appeared that the warrior acknowledged the hero's abilities, and thus accepted his challenge, and the warrior indicated Choi Yeon-seung as the avatar in the Constellation Battle. The kitten and the girl were happy with the result. Everything was going according to their plan, and therefore there was no need to worry too much about the future. The establishment's workers began to put it in order, eliminating the consequences of the battle, which caused a lot of damage to the building. One of the employees bowed before our heroes and apologized for the bandits entering the hall. The guy replied that everything was fine, and he would keep it a secret. He asked the guard if they could just leave, but suddenly noticed that the man clearly wanted to say something else. The attendant leaned down even lower and asked permission to ask Choi Yeon-seung a few questions about martial arts, a topic he was very interested in. The young man agreed, and then several more guards came out into the hall, as if anticipating the arrival of an important guest. Odaigon and Choi Yeon-seung sat down on the sofa and began to wait for the one who asked to talk about martial arts. Finally, the guard asked why the young man had decided to study martial arts, something so rare these days, and Yeon-seung realized that the conversation would be boring. The man apologized for his tactlessness, and our hero asked how he knew that he was practicing divine cosmic art. Then strange clicking sounds were heard, and a man with one artificial leg entered the room, asking permission to answer the question instead of his subordinate. The man, who was Chinese, asked our hero if he had ever heard of a clan called Huashan. Choi Yeon-seung began to answer that it was one of the Chinese clans that were popular 30 years ago, and suddenly fell silent. The man's face seemed suspiciously familiar to him. At this point, the guy jumped up from the sofa. He realized that Master Lee was in front of him and rushed to the man to shake his hand. He thanked the hero for recognizing him. The guy didn't expect that he would be thanked for this, so he froze with his hand outstretched for a handshake. But the young man could not resist the temptation, so he quickly pulled himself together and immediately asked Master Lee for an autograph. Master Lee laughed, the guards' faces lengthened, and the guy decided that an autograph was too bold of him. Li Xiaowan bowed his head and replied that he was not the one to ask for an autograph, but he signed it, and Yeon-seung rejoiced that it had not even been 10,000 years since he had obtained the autograph of his idol. After that, the guy said that he welcomed the hunters of the Huashan clan and asked what business they had with him. And then Master Lee said in all seriousness that they would like to learn martial arts from Choi Yeon-seung. After the invasion, the hunters were forced to flee from persecution by the authorities to America, where they were taken under the wing of the Huashan clan. They planned to train to return, but during the invasion, Lee lost an arm and a leg, so he could not teach others properly, and the popularity of the art faded. For a long time, the Huashan school hid its existence, dreaming that someone would be able to approach the level of the great. Even Master Lee did not succeed. And then Choi Yeon-seung appeared, a hero who returned from the abyss, a master of divine cosmic art. The elders, who had come running to the noise in the hall, could not believe their eyes, watching our hero fight with the avatar of a warrior surrounded by madness and blood. Master Lee gave the order to bring this man to him immediately. The guards asked if he was sure, and the hunter shouted that he was 100% sure. The man told Yeon-seung that he was the strongest martial artist in the world, to which our hero thought that Lee himself had reached the level of perfection. But this turned out to be a lie. Here, one of the guards asked if the guy was an avatar of the invincible god of training. The young man did not expect that. The hunters continued to ask what they needed to do to reach his level, and Yeon-seung said that the invincible master would not help them here. The kitten asked what he was doing. He added that even if he doesn't intend to help them, he must recruit them to be his avatars, so he must be more careful with his words. The guy sighed and corrected himself, saying that in principle, maybe the invincible god of training could help. A message appeared that the faith in the god of training had increased, and the strength had increased. Our hero wondered if other constellations received strength in the same way. It turned out to be quite pleasant. Master Lee said that they were not just asking to be trained, they were promising their complete and unconditional loyalty in return. Choi Yeon-seung thought that this was not something he really needed, but he said out loud that it was a difficult decision, and he needed some time to think it over. All those present bowed to him with gratitude and said that they were ready to wait as long as necessary. To make such a decision, he needed to consult with someone experienced, and the guy went to Huang. The secretary was not surprised by his arrival, congratulated him on his return, and said that the chairman was already waiting. The dragon stood leaning against the table and said that he was just waiting for him to find out if he had managed to settle down in Icaros. The hero replied that he was in the process. The young man added that there were quite a lot of strange guys there, to which the dragon thought that the bastard himself was not far behind them. Choi Yeon-seung asked if the man had thought that he himself was keeping up with them, and the chairman replied with a trembling voice that he had not thought so. He asked if the hero could read his soul using the power of the constellation, to which the young man replied that it was not necessary, as everything was already written on his face. Yeon-seung decided to get down to business and asked his former boss if he remembered the Huashan school. Huang recalled that it was an ancient Chinese martial arts clan. The dragon continued that many died during the first wave of invasion. Master Li was injured during the second. Then there was a scandal with the forgery of rank, but the government was involved in this. He added that Master Li himself was honest and asked why the hero was interested in this. Yeon-seung replied that he met the master in the city. Even the flower on the table trembled from the scream that Huang couldn't hold back. He was very surprised. The man said that he thought that Xiaowan had either disbanded the clan or died, but it turns out that he was here. The guy noticed that for the owner of the city, his awareness was suspiciously lame. The dragon pointed at the mountain of documents that had accumulated on the table and shouted that every day he received various reports and statistics, accounting analytics and reports. The hunter got excited and said that yesterday he had lunch with the president and they went to the sauna, and then some Chinese clan came along and he forgot all about it. Yeon-seung said that there was no need to lie, to which Huang replied that he was telling the truth and added that Li could be used if he wanted, and if necessary, he could be driven away. The Chinese didn't need to worry. The guy added that he had also agreed with the warrior about the battle. The dragon became nervous and replied that as the only avatar, he was not ready yet. Choi Yeon-seung explained that there was nothing to worry about. He would pretend to be the avatar, and victory would be in his pocket. The next day, our hero went to the Star Games. A message appeared that the invincible god of training accepted the warrior's challenge and offered a one-on-one duel. All the constellations guarantee the fairness and transparency of the battle. The avatar that the god of training will send is Choi Yeon-seung. The warrior announced the battle to the other constellations, and all the constellations present joyfully greeted him with a shout. A mechanical voice announced that the warrior had put the bloody fortress on the line, and if he won, the god of training could get it. Our hero connected the vision of the constellation and saw that orcs were in charge of this territory. The monsters raised barrels of blood for their master. The sight was truly disgusting. Choi Yeon-seung thought that this was complete disgusting. He didn't even want to receive such a reward. The kitten explained that, on the other hand, the territories have a high price. The girl added that only high-level constellations could possess it. The guy began to study what he could put. Apparently, in order to match, he would have to put everything. It was reported that the invincible god of training was putting forth a divine cosmic art, one who turns back time and a voice from the depths of the sea. The two constellations came to an agreement. A mechanical voice announced that a treaty had been drawn up. In the event of one of the parties losing, its influence would be greatly weakened. The kitten said that he had to overcome such a trifle, and the young man replied that he completely agreed with that. Choi Yeon-seung teleported to the battlefield and began to wait for the enemy to appear. A few minutes later, the warrior put out his avatar, and our hero could not hide his surprise. Before him stood Akarata, a huge, ferocious orc with an axe of a corresponding size in his hand. The young man thought that it was most likely a berserker, because his sword would be of little use, and besides, orcs have good regeneration and incredible abilities in close combat. Our hero thought that he had put all the most valuable things he had into the fight, and he felt a little uneasy. Considering the possible gain, the warrior noted that the bastard turned out to be stronger than he thought and subdued other constellations. But then the constellation decided that it was because they were just weaklings, and besides, the avatar, Choi Yeon-seung, looked downright pathetic compared to Akarata. He commanded his avatar to kill Yeon-seung, drink his blood and trample his corpse. What can I say? An excellent parting word. At this time, on the edge of the abyss, in the domain of the Herald of Plague and Darkness, lay the bones of rotting monsters. The master of the territories calmly took a purulent bath and thought that he was simply in despair when he was defeated by the god of training. But everything turned out not to be so bad. Leaning back on the edge of the bath, the herald thought that it had been generous to leave him both the territories and the avatars. They must have misunderstood him, thought the herald of plague and darkness, stretching his teeth into a semblance of a smile. Here the messenger saw a message that he was put on the line in battle, and in the event of the defeat of the god of training, he would become the subject of a warrior shrouded in madness and blood. The constellation almost had a heart attack. If it had a heart, it would have definitely happened. He immediately contacted Yeon-seung and asked what was going on. If he decided to fight, it was necessary to call the messenger along with his avatars. The young man thought that he had simply forgotten about it, but he did not like the messenger's avatars, so he kept silent. Looking at the orc again, Choi Yeon-seung asked the plague messenger not to worry. He would definitely win the battle and everything would remain as before. Having looked at the warrior's appearance, the messenger thought that he was some kind of tyrant, and that he would have no end of problems under his command. The messenger himself and all his avatars began to repeat something like a mantra in chorus. I ask, I beg, god of training, win. After the announcement that the battle had begun, the orc was the first to attack our hero. This was predictable. The monster's first choice weapon was not an axe but a spear, and despite its size, it turned out to be surprisingly fast. Choi Yeon-seung was prepared and blocked the attack using the sacred moon sword. It really came in handy. The opponents entered into a confrontation. Only sparks flew in all directions from the blow of the sword on the axe and vice versa. In terms of physical strength, they were approximately equal. But the orc had a significant advantage in height, as well as in the length of his arms. When he began to swing his axe widely, our hero stepped back a few steps and was a little confused. The monster relentlessly struck at him with chopping blows, and the young man had to try hard to remain unharmed. Choi Yeon-seung realized that the enemy's plan was to prevent him from making a counterattack. The orc almost succeeded in this. He was confident of his imminent victory, so he did not save either strength or energy. His blows were very powerful. The guy barely had time to jump out from under the huge axe. Finally, the monster got tired of waving his heavy weapon and stopped to catch his breath. Our hero realized that this was his chance. The orc looked at him and thought that he would have to be very agile to manage to dodge his attack, and he wondered how the enemy would carry out his own. But Choi Yeon-seung had a different plan. He ran up close to the enemy, stopped, and threw his sword on the ground. With the help of divine space art, he repelled Akarata's blow, which surprised everyone a lot. It turned out that dodging the axe was not at all necessary. The young man could stop the sharpest weapon with just his bare hand, which was something out of the ordinary. Likewise, with just his hand, Choi Yeon-seung could deliver blows with such force that no weapon could do it better. The orc clutched his chest and screamed in pain, and admiring messages poured in from the constellations in the chat. However, not everyone was delighted. The warrior wrote that he found our hero's efforts funny and that he was doomed to lose anyway. Using the Scarlet Resurrection spell, Akarat quickly restored his health. The technique he used added the Cursed Madness skill to him, which increased his strength, and the orc was pleased. Choi Yeon-seung guessed that the more he wounded the orc, the stronger it became. If compared to the hunter, the monster was S rank, or maybe higher. Akarata let out a menacing and deafening battle cry. It was clear that he was enjoying the battle. The monster used the 6th circle magic skill, the bloody guillotine spell, but our hero managed to dodge it. The spell had a long duration, so Choi Yeon-seung had to dodge more than once. It was necessary to counter with something unexpected. Without getting too close to the orc, the guy used the milky finger technique. The blow did not cause significant damage to the enemy, but nevertheless the orc stopped to assess the situation. Akarata looked at Choi Yeon-seung and couldn't understand how such a tiny creature by his standards could be so strong and agile. Standing opposite each other, the opponents looked almost like a rhinoceros and a kitten. It's surprising that the man hasn't died yet. However, he didn't intend to. Our hero used the skill of the great law of absorption. It was a rather unexpected decision. Little by little, all of Akarata's mana was transferred to Yeon-seung, and the constellations began to write messages, saying that this was a very interesting move, albeit a rather reckless one. The guy then used the skill of harmonizing dantians, becoming much stronger thanks to the orc's energy. The orc grabbed his hand and growled that now the pathetic little man would not escape retribution. But Akarata forgot that our hero has not one hand, but two, and they are so powerful that they can stop an axe with their fingers. The hero increased the absorption of the avatar's mana so much that it ran out completely, and the absorption of the mana of his master, the warrior, began. The monster decided to use the blood mineralization skill, which made the creature insane but skilled in combat. Yeon-seung became wary. The orc let go of our hero's hands, and now it was completely unclear how the battle would develop further. Then Choi Yeon-seung simply released all the mana he had absorbed to strike with both hands, and Akarata flew back and fell to the ground. His eyes stopped glowing. It was clear that the monster did not have the resources to continue the battle. The orc looked at the man and said that he was a great soldier and would not admit defeat, so the only way to end the fight was to kill him. Choi Yeon-seung did not want to kill his opponent. He raised his head to the audience and asked what he should do. The sweat and blood fighter spoke out against the killing and agreed that the fight should be ended with dignity. The other constellations agreed. The warrior, shrouded in madness and blood, remained silent. He did not expect that someone could defeat his best avatar. But he still felt sorry for Akarata and declared defeat. The fight was officially over. Choi Yeon-seung was congratulated on his victory. Congratulations from the constellations poured in. A message appeared that the hero's strength had increased. The bloody fortress had passed into his possession. The god had been included in the list of earthly constellations. The mechanical voice also said that the invincible god of training was ranked 127th in the ranking of the earthly constellations. Yeon-seung was surprised at what kind of ranking this was. But the most interesting thing is that the hero immediately received a message from the virtuous goddess of scales, who invited him to her domain. Choi Yeon-seung was surprised to think that the goddess was still alive. In principle, it all started with her. The young man decided to consult about the goddess with other constellations that entered into the alliance of small and medium constellations with him. The kitten reminded us that we must be very careful when dealing with stupid constellations. The mistress of dreams and desires agreed with him, reminding him that the goddess's abilities were clearly below average. Yeon-seung got angry and said that he himself understood this. But it was time to stop with empty talk. He needed to make a decision. The girl said that she was not against an alliance with the goddess, provided that her power would be limited, because harm could be caused unintentionally, simply out of stupidity. Yeon-seung said that the goddess could guess his true nature, but it was worth a try. The girl added that one could come to an agreement with the constellation, and then, if necessary, betray it. The guy ignored it, remembering that he was included in the constellation rating and told his colleagues about it. There was an awkward pause. Each of those present at the conference was feverishly thinking about their own things. Suddenly, the kitten exclaimed that he suggested asking the goddess about it. The girl confirmed that it would be useful. Our hero could not understand why they were behaving so strangely. Choi Yeon-seung was in no hurry to meet the constellation that had sent him into the abyss. But when he moved into the goddess's domain, he was quite surprised. He expected a slightly different type of territory. In front of him in the air towered several rather ugly but huge towers, somewhat reminiscent of islands. The guy decided to take a closer look. He was afraid that he had ended up somewhere wrong, lost in the abyss again. But when he landed on the threshold of the main portal of the main tower, it became obvious that he had come to the right place. The interior of the tower was luxurious and very majestic, but frightening in its emptiness. The young man was surprised that there were no avatars or residents. The kitten wrote that it could be a trap. The owner wrote that this could be evidence that the constellation's affairs are not going very well. Yeon-seung asked, not to rush to conclusions. Maybe everyone is just busy with something. After passing through a majestic corridor with arches and columns, Choi Yeon-seung stopped in front of an incredibly beautiful, huge portal. The doors opened, and the hero found himself inside a large, beautiful hall. The goddess was there. She was standing right under the sculpture depicting herself. The girl looked a little tense but still beautiful, as befits a virtuous goddess. For some time, she and the young man stood opposite each other, not knowing what to say. The guy thought that the awkward pause had dragged on, and it was time to break the silence. He had already opened his mouth to say hello. But at that moment, the goddess suddenly leaned forward and began to wail that she was asking for his forgiveness. She should have sent the young man straight to that tower then. She kept saying that she had made a huge mistake and was very ashamed, but Yeon-seung convinced her that everything was okay and it was in the past. The constellation remembered how everyone had convinced her that the guy would hold a grudge and take revenge. Now she felt incredible relief when she heard from him that everything was fine. The goddess asked if the invincible god of training was okay with his avatar coming into her domain, and the guy was relieved that everyone believed his deception with the warrior. He coughed nervously and replied that his master was very generous, so he allowed him to go to the meeting. The guy added that there was another reason for his visit. The owner wanted to cooperate, so he sent him to negotiate. The goddess was surprised. After thinking about it, the constellation came to the conclusion that the invincible god of training had only recently arrived on Earth from the distant lands of the abyss, and that was why he had suggested something like this. The goddess said that she would tell Yeon-seung everything honestly, because the truth would soon come out anyway. The hero asked what she meant. The girl was very nervous and began to stumble mid-sentence, trying not to lose face. Finally, she took a deep breath and said that, to tell the truth, she was pretty much screwed. Previously, the goddess was one of the strongest constellations of a high level and was quite successful. Other constellations wanted to know the future, so they revered her and brought gifts. But all this is in the past. Now its greatness has declined, and its level of influence has sunk to the level of a lower-level constellation. Choi Yeon-seung asked why, and the girl answered that she always lost in the battle of the constellations. The young man thought that these battles were a terrible thing, since they could so affect the fate of the constellation. The goddess added that she sent her strongest angel to look for the guy, so she started losing battles all the time, and when she realized it, it was too late. That's how unlucky she is. The young man thought that her situation was rather lousy, and that ordinary stupidity was to blame for it. And yet he decided to propose an alliance, because he said that his master preferred to cooperate not with strong constellations, but first of all, with those who can be trusted. The goddess was touched but also wary. She asked if the invincible training master had any traits that she did not like, a bad character or strange habits. Choi Yeon-seung replied that his master was simply perfect. He took care of his avatars, was noble and impeccable in battle. The girl was silent, and the hero asked what was wrong, to which he received the answer that the goddess was afraid that they would disappoint each other, and besides, it was unclear what they wanted from her, and her abilities in foresight had fallen. The boy replied that his master was interested in the foresight of the constellations in battle. Her predictions could be useful, and the fact that they were not as good as before could be corrected. The goddess was tired and felt defeated. She leaned forward and said that in that case she accepted the offer. They shook hands, and Yeon-seung encouraged the constellation that she had made the right choice. The girl continued to worry. The constellations had been arguing over Earth ever since the first gateway opened. 10 billion souls, a tasty morsel. However, disputes over such a treasure became dangerous, so powerful constellations developed and approved a whole set of rules, organizing battles between constellations. The rules cannot be broken. They are backed by an oath, and the ranking of the constellations on Earth meant that the planet would go to the winner. The guy asked who was in first place now. The goddess replied that the first place remains vacant. She suggests that it would take enormous influence to rise to such a level. Choi Yeon-seung then asked who was in second place, and the goddess replied that constellations were not supposed to have such information, but she had some guesses. She whispered that in second place was most likely the master of laziness and silence, a powerful evil constellation that had captured the northern lands of China. The guy thought about how many battles he had won. The young man asked what place the goddess was in. She answered that she was in 198th. The guy had to lie that the rating was not that important. The goddess became embarrassed and asked if his master would not mind if she could share her rights with Yeon-seung. The hero replied that the invincible god of training was not against it, but was she sure that she wanted it? The answer was affirmative. The girl explained that it was as an apology. She moved her hand closer to Choi Yeon-seung's shoulder, and a pleasant blue glow enveloped him. The mechanical voice announced that the young man had received the legal capacity of a goddess, the skill of foreseeing the future, and the hero almost collapsed from surprise. A moment later, he was given the opportunity to look into the fleeting, foggy future that had arrived. Leaving the goddess's territory, the boy asked the girl and the cat how it went. They answered that the goddess is not so bad, has existed since the beginning, has a useful gift, and inspires confidence. The guy was indignant that they had previously said exactly the opposite, to which the constellations explained that although the goddess was stupid, she was definitely not capable of betrayal or trickery. The kitten added that the goddess did not like the unrivaled master of training at all, and the hero indignantly asked where such conclusions came from. The girl explained that he took her avatar, and although it happened by accident, the goddess was most likely burning with jealousy. The mistress of dreams and desires added that they were far away, but the goddess was close and could help the hero if necessary, to which he asked why they themselves did not take part in the battles of the constellations. There were reports that the kitten and owner pretended not to hear anything. The guy continued on his way to Earth and thought it was suspicious. Soon he was walking down the hallway of Huang's house and thinking that he had a lot to discuss. The man saw on the camera monitor who was coming towards him. He was a little surprised, but not too much. Choi Yeon-seung opened the doors and greeted Kern-yun, who stood up at the table in greeting. Looking closely at his former subordinate, the dragon asked only one thing. Did he win? The guy smiled. He was pleased that someone was worried about him. He looked proudly at Huang and nodded. The chairman jumped up and walked up to the hero, putting his arm around his shoulders, and said that he had no doubt, to which the guy retorted that you couldn't tell from his face. After hearing the details, the dragon exclaimed what a fool this warrior was. He had never been distinguished by intelligence. The water in the glass almost spilled out from the excess of emotions. Our hero was surprised that Huang had already had dealings with him, to which the man explained that he had not personally crossed paths with the constellation, but had had enough of the avatars doing some crazy things. Huang asked what was next. Yeon-seung replied that he needed to see what he had won and prepare for the next fight. The hunter was glad that he could ask him for help. Before he could finish speaking, a completely uncontrollable Lawrence burst into the office, furious. The girl screamed piercingly that not picking up the phone was the meanest thing she could do. Huang babbled that he had never failed to answer the princess's call, and the girl said that she was not addressing her father, but her client. Choi Yeon-seung was surprised, and she said that she had tried to contact him several times, but to no avail. Lawrence mimicked the young man's frightened face, and it was obvious that she was ready to tear him to pieces. She came closer and said that she could say it directly if she didn't want to work with her, but ignoring her calls was going too far. Our hero remembered the existence of a mobile phone and took it out of his pocket. The screen was dark. The girl snatched the device from his hands and tried to turn it on, but nothing worked. The phone turned out to be completely dead. She didn't apologize, but it was clear that she felt awkward. Ain explained that she called about the fight schedule. The guy asked again what fights and heard that he was accepted into the main team of players. He successfully passed the qualifying round and is now in the first team, included in the general schedule. Huang asked his daughter to wait and explained that he was also counting on Yeon-seung's time. The girl asked what was the matter and whether it was important. She looked menacingly at the dragon and told him to forget about it. Hunter Choi Yeon-seung is now busy with his career and let his father plow someone else. Lawrence ordered the guy to follow her. Huang only waved goodbye and heard that he could call the guy. It was funny considering that he never turned on his phone. Huang's house was huge. Somewhere there, in the office, the chairman of Dragon Empire sat and thought that he would have to solve the problem on his own, and all because of his daughter's character. The girl invited our hero to follow her into the car. It seemed like a long trip was in the cards. This was only partly true. Half an hour later, the guy got out of the car and realized that he was in a school. There was a huge yacht at the pier. Yeon-seung even whistled. The three hunters bowed respectfully to the girl and invited Mrs. Lawrence and her companion on board. The hero looked around and thought that Huang had really become rich. He had to hire such a yacht just to have dinner. He asked Ain if she often spent her evenings in such an environment, to which the manager replied that yes, she came here when she needed a quiet place to talk. Inside, a table set away from all the others, a security guard and a chef awaited the young people. The girl introduced Chef Morella. Usually he is the chef of the antipasta restaurant, but today she called him here. He is very good. Our hero looked at the cook with the eyes of a constellation, but realized that he was an ordinary person. A message appeared that this skill had improved. Looking at the man's face, Yeon-seung already knew that he had a high level of skill in abyssal cuisine and top-level Italian cuisine. The guy replied that Morella had excellent abilities, and Lawrence was glad that he had heard about him. Choi Yeon-seung countered that no, he understood it from his posture and facial expression, and he also had good intuition. The first courses and drinks began to appear on the table. Everything looked very elegant and appetizing. Our hero decided to try something that vaguely resembled meat. On the fork it looked a little strange. The guy took a bite and a message appeared that his abyssal cooking skills had increased, and a recipe for top-level Italian cuisine had been added. It turned out that after trying a new dish, Yeon-seung instantly replenishes her collection of recipes. Very convenient. Lawrence sat with a sad look and leaned menacingly on the knife. Having looked at this picture, our hero asked if it was really that bad, to which the girl replied that that was not the point. It was delicious. He added that the proportions were good and it was cooked perfectly, to which the girl whispered that the dish was boring and had no mana. Lawrence leaned back and explained that if Yeon-seung had prepared this dish, she would have eaten it with great appetite, and the young man promised to feed her next time. Ain replied that since they had a working relationship, it was out of the question. If the manager allowed the hunter to treat himself, he would be disqualified. The guy replied that he simply offered to treat his niece. Lawrence seemed surprised by their family connection, but she continued that newbies like him rarely fought, but this time he was included in the schedule. The young man asked why they made an exception for him and prepared to listen. The girl asked him in advance not to get angry. There were rumors among athletes that his rank was rigged, deliberately lowered in order to defeat all opponents with the same rank B. Ain noticed that the hero was not at all surprised. He explained that he was no longer at the age to worry about trifles. In fact, Yeon-seung thought that he really was hiding his level. The girl noticed that he was acting like a star. She didn't expect that, to which Yeon-seung replied that he really was going to become a celebrity. Then the manager promised to help with that. She took out her tablet and turned on a live broadcast of the press conference of the hunters participating in the sport fights. The cameras were pointed at someone, apparently very famous, who was just saying that he wanted to say a few words to a hunter. An elf appeared on the screen, menacingly asking why he didn't have the courage to participate in the B-rank selection, decided to fight in C, was afraid of a real threat. Yeon-seung realized that this was addressed to him. It was the B-rank hunter, the 20th in the ranking, the avatar of the elf of ambitious light constellation, Maximilian Pitchpatrick, and he was challenging Choi Yeon-seung to a fight. He added that if the hunter refused, the whole world would consider him a coward. Choi Yeon-seung asked Ain if there were many elves on Earth. She replied that after the opening of the passage, several appeared. The girl was shocked that the hero was not at all offended by such treatment, because it was insulting. The guy replied that he would show his anger in battle. Now it was of no use. Lawrence smiled broadly and advised him to beat the bastard to death. Yeon-seung was horrified by her character, how the daughter of the kind-hearted Kyungryong could be so bloodthirsty. The yacht continued its journey through the sleeping city, and the couple at the table discussed the details of the battle, which was supposed to take place in 2 weeks. Ian promised to dig up information on Pitchpatrick. A few days later, the manager was adjusting Yeon-seung's tie, and the guy complained that the suit was restricting his movements, but he did not forget to ask what he should do. The girl replied that he should come out to the reporters, answer a couple of questions, glare at Pitchpatrick and sell his face to get a better look. Well, it was time to go out under the spotlights of the press conference. The hero categorically refused to put on shoes. Yeon-seung walked up to the podium and sat down at the table. Maximilian Pitchpatrick was already there and posing for photographers. The host announced that all interested journalists could ask their questions in the established order of the queue. The first one asked if a martial artist could compete with B-rank hunters. The hero replied that he had to try. Then there was the question of whether he was confident in defeating Maximilian. Ensign answered yes, and then simply posed silently, as Ain had asked. One of the reporters accused the guy of a trick, that he first lowered the rank to C, and then after winning the qualifying round, raised it to B. The young man replied that it was not he who measured the rank, but specially trained people, so the accusations were misplaced. The presenter, the cameramen, and the journalists were all surprised by the hero's withdrawn and at the same time self-confident behavior. He was completely impenetrable. Then Maximilian spoke up, calling Yeon-seung an asshole and asking if he really looked down on the league to rig the rank. He jumped to his feet and pointed his finger at Yeon-seung, shouting that such a treacherous guy would never leave evidence, so he would punish him during the fight personally. It would not be a test, but a sentence. Our hero sighed wearily and closed his eyes, muttering that the enemy could attack right here and now since he was so overcome with emotion. Yeon-seung added that there was nothing stopping the elf from finding him and beating him up before the schedule was set, and the opponents were assigned, so maybe he wasn't that angry. He invited Fitzpatrick to fight here and now, not in augmented reality. Maximilian was scared. It was noticeable to the naked eye. Our hero's statement caused a stir among everyone present, frightening not only the hunter but also the shutters of the lenses clicking. The elf finally replied that it was against the rules, to which the boy retorted that, since when did people follow rules in anger? Choi Yeon-seung stood up and asked if everyone had seen and heard. His opponent was scared, and anyway, what kind of hunter was he? He had never even been in a real dungeon. The hero once again clarified whether everyone had heard that he was not going to refuse the fight. Those who were dissatisfied could go and be present at the battle, or even challenge him to a duel here and now. The young man leaned on the table and repeated that he was ready to fight, not in the underworld, but in reality. Lawrence stood at a distance and thought that it sounded somehow barbaric. She should have told the guy to just curse his parents. The girl left the hall and walked down the corridor, thinking about her next strategy. She needed to protect Yeon-seung from possible attacks in the press. The assistant reported that they had contacted Safala and promised to come immediately and help. Ian thanked him and ordered them to stay in touch. The man asked what about Jason. The manager raised an eyebrow. Jason and Maximilian are completely different. We need to find someone faster and more agile. If editing the practice match and releasing it to the public could improve Yeon-seung's image, Lawrence decided to play all the cards. But then, our hero's voice was heard in the waiting room, noting that it would be better not to schedule a training match. The girl asked why, to which she received the answer that it would be a waste of time, because a training match would not help him in any way. She asked him to think about it. Despite his vast experience in battles, a sport fight with a hunter is different, but the guy refused and asked to cancel the training battle. He looked straight into Ain's eyes and asked again. The beauty did not show her unbearable temper and agreed. The guy thanked her and said that he was very happy to get such an understanding manager, if necessary. Let him look for him in the gym for solo training. The assistants were very surprised and asked why Ain did not insist on her own way. The girl replied that if he was so confident, then let him do as he saw fit. Later, she regretted not expressing her own opinion, but decided that such methods would not work with this guy. Whatever one may say, the Ikaros clan's training base was huge, equipped with everything that could be useful for a wide variety of training. Choi Yeon-seung entered the gym every time as if it were a holiday. More than anything in the world, our hero loved training. Anthony greeted the guy with the words that he saw the interview and he was cool, just like his opponent. Elizabeth congratulated him on the successful provocation. Our hero was glad to see his friends, but they did not expect at all that he would come to training on the very day of the press conference. Anthony tried to give the guy some advice on dealing with the press, but he stayed the course and headed straight to the gym. Schneider had learned all about Maximilian's fighting style and could have been useful to Yeon-seung, but Gutierrez countered that he hadn't even fought him, and she had a win over Fitzpatrick in her pocket. Choi Yeon-seung thanked them for their help, apologized, and said that he was going to train alone until the match. Friends did not expect such a turn of events. They came to the hall specifically to support the hero. The young man closed his eyes, folded his hands together, and froze in complete silence. It looked strange. Elizabeth asked what he was doing. The answer was surprisingly simple. Choi Yeon-seung said that he was turning on his imagination. Then he started making some strange movements with his hand. It didn't look like a warm-up or a punch, but rather like a greeting. After that, the guy took a fighting stance and acted as if the enemy was right in front of him. A message appeared that the image created in his head had been successfully transmitted to another. The mechanical voice reported that the power of the constellation had been increased, the principle of spiritual training had been studied, and the corresponding A-rank skill had been obtained. Gutierrez froze in surprise. The girl asked herself what it was and why she could see it too. Elizabeth thought that Yeon-seung was using illusion magic, but she didn't understand how a martial artist could use such a high level of magic. Here our hero made an incredible jump to attack the monster that his imagination had drawn. And then another jump, and another one. In fact, the hunter was conducting a full-fledged combat training. Evening came, the hall was empty, the uniforms and towels took their usual places on the shelf, but some people still continued to train, and the picture did not change the next morning. Choi Yeon-seung continued to practice various energy concentration techniques, and then applied them to strikes. He trained so selflessly that he didn't even notice that his t-shirt couldn't withstand the load and tore. Anthony and Gutierrez entered the hall again. The blonde was in shock. He had never seen anyone train for so many hours in a row. Elizabeth was silent. She looked at her friend. and all she could do was giggle nervously. The girl was also a fan of physical training, but she had never thought about this. She was amazed. The competition was again held in a huge stadium with a site prepared to look like the inside of the world. On the day of the fight, everything was prepared perfectly. Before entering, Lawrence asked if our hero had had a good breakfast, because in the underworld the body retains its physical characteristics. Choi Yeon-seung replied that he had eaten. The girl put her hand on his shoulder and asked him not to be nervous, but our hero was already as calm as a boa constrictor. Rather, it was she who was nervous. Then the signal rang out, and the guy went down the corridor to the battle site. The colored lights raised the mood of both the spectators and the fighter. Once in the arena, the young man thought he looked impressive. The stands were packed to capacity with spectators. Our hero thought that before, hunters died in battle with monsters, but now it has become entertainment for the crowd, a senseless and cruel show. The spectators greeted him with dissatisfied shouts. They suggested that the swindler get out. He has no place in the B League. It's time to get out to S. Some group of people started yelling that Yeon-seung should take the whole team with him. They were all scumbags and liars. They had no place in the league. Someone even wished death on the guy. But then he was invited to come and take a place in the arena. The fight begins. Before leaving, Yeon-seung noticed a familiar face in the crowd. It was Lee Xiaowan who wanted to win and shouted that the martial artist was the best and no one could compete with him. Other members of the Huashan clan at different ends of the hall supported the teacher. Choi Yeon-seung walked up the steps and thought that the support was not bad, and they hadn't even signed the contract yet. Today's match would revive martial arts. The commentators greeted the spectators, noting that it was a great fortune to commentate on such a match, and then introduced the participants. Maximilian, a B-rank star, was aiming for the top 10 and needed no introduction at all. His popularity was high. Choi Yeon-seung, a rookie, has only just entered the C-rank league and is currently ranked B. One commentator asked another if he had heard the rumors about rank fixing, and the stands roared. The second commentator replied that he didn't believe it. The guy spent 30 years in the abyss. It couldn't have passed without a trace. Most likely, it also influenced the failure in determining the rank. The man added that if Yeon-seung defeats Maximilian, it will be proof of honesty. The hero climbed onto the platform. For the first time, a martial arts user participated in the battle. The young man stepped forward, and his eyes were blinded by the light of many spotlights. But soon everything changed. He stopped and thought that this really was virtual reality. The battlefield now looked completely different. These were ruins, somewhat remotely reminiscent of Los Angeles 30 years ago. A strange idea of the organizers. Choi Yeon-seung thought that the fight was going to be interesting. He took a fighting stance, and the countdown began. On the count of 2, the stands roared. But under the dome of the underside of the world, these sounds sounded as if from underwater. He was more than determined and declared that he would definitely defeat this villager from the abyss. On the count of 3, he pulled the bowstring. The command to fight was given, and Choi Yeon-seung decided not to waste time and attack first. He moved very quickly, so fast that the enemy literally froze in place. He could not believe his eyes. His arrow turned out to be slower. To avoid the blow, Maximilian had to use flight magic and rise into the air. He made it literally at the last moment, and was now flying, trying to figure out what to do next. Our hero's speed was higher than one could imagine. To continue flying, it was necessary to spend mana, so Pitchpatrick descended to the ground. The announcer announced that he had increased the distance, but Yeon-seung was not far behind. Trying to catch his breath and think of a strategy, Maximilian thought that if he had not taken off, he would have already been captured. The commentators began to chorus in urging Choi Yeon-seung to take action, noting that he couldn't just stand there and chill. He was a perfect target, so Pitchpatrick, without thinking twice, decided to attack with ranged magic. There were several shells at once, and quite powerful ones at that. They could have easily caused considerable damage to our hero, however. This did not happen. Ensun watched as several magic arrows approached him, and thought that it looked like a constellation weapon. It was too powerful. It seemed like the enemy was cheating. If so, then you can respond in kind. The hero used the divine space art skill. A message appeared that all arrows were successfully reflected. The next message was that the constellation of the Elf of Ambitious Light was angry at his actions, and the virtuous goddess of Scales expressed secret support. Maximilian was also furious. He decided to intensify the attack and use even more magic arrows at the same time. Choi Yeon-seung did not immediately find the place where the enemy was hiding. He moved quite quickly and was well camouflaged in the ruins. The vision of the constellation helped. A whole sheaf of sparks flew at our hero, but he was ready to attack, having discovered the point from which the elf was shooting. Without waiting for arrows to be aimed at him, the guy rushed towards the one holding the bow in his hands. He again moved with lightning speed. To his surprise, the arrows changed direction and began to follow the target, an unexpected turn of events. But Yeon-seung wasn't that simple either. He turned on his Ki defense and therefore didn't receive any damage, even when he was hit. This gave him the opportunity to get close to Patrick and leap into him for a melee attack. No matter how good the skills were, one must not forget that the guy was pretending to be a B-rank hunter, so at the last moment he landed nearby, giving the enemy time to get his bearings. The crowd in the stands roared, urging their favorite to not hesitate and release another armful of arrows. The broadcast was online, so fans all over the country joined in. Ensign also beckoned him with his finger, as if inviting him to attack and provoking him to attack. He knew that he would be able to deflect the arrows without any problem. Maximilian fell for it, deciding that it was a bluff. He was sure that Yeon-seung was now in a trap. The elf decided to cast some powerful spell. Our hero looked at its wide area of effect and tried to guess what it would be. These were the same arrows, only now they were flying vertically down at the young man, and there were a lot of them. Patrick screamed at the top of his lungs that this was the end for Yeon-seung, and that it was almost impossible to withstand such an attack. Our hero assessed the situation and replied that it was too slow, and also lacked agility. He himself moved very quickly, seeming to have grown a dozen extra arms. He didn't avoid the arrows. He didn't create a protective shield with Ki. He simply managed to deflect each one with a counterblow of his hand. The more arrows came towards Yeon-seung, the faster he counterattacked. His hands were so fast that they were simply no longer visible. At the same time, the young man himself remained motionless, standing in place, his face calm and focused. As a result, not a single arrow remained around the hero, and the magical energy changed direction to the opposite and gushed in all directions. Maximilian ran out of arrows, or the spell wore off. It was unclear what exactly happened, but he stopped shooting and cursed. The mechanical voice reported that the elf had completely depleted his mana supply. His face looked confused and scared. Patrick hid in the ruins and began to frantically think about what to do next. He felt a little nauseous. The commentators announced that the time was up and the first round was over. The virtual reality turned off for a couple of seconds and Yeon-seung froze. He didn't know that at rank B the fight was divided into rounds. He waved to his opponent and promised to see him in the second round, after which he left the fighting arena. The elf did not leave the scene of the battle. He sat down in the middle of the ruins and began to confer with his manager. The first thing Maximilian shouted to the coach was that Yeon-seung needed to be checked. He was just a monster and was guaranteed to use some kind of tricks. The man ignored the hysteria and asked the hunter to calm down. He needed to forget about the bow, keep his distance, and restore his mana resource as much as possible. The manager advised to stall for time and use the magic of the first and second circles, and not the usual fourth and fifth. The elf shouted that against such an opponent, it was suicide. The mentor replied that this was the only chance to win. Having exhausted the opponent and recovered, Patrick yelled that he knew better. He was the avatar of the constellation, and not a simple hunter. The start of the second round was announced, and Choi Yeon-seung returned to the arena and stood opposite his opponent. He didn't wait for our hero to get closer, and using acceleration, tried to move as far as possible. Ensign took a fighting stance and shouted at him that he had to end this before Maximilian was completely disgraced. The next moment he pushed off the ground and caught up with his opponent without any problems. His speed was no worse. The elf was surprised. The hunter had put in a lot of effort to fly so fast, but Yeon-seung seemed to have gone for a walk. He was so relaxed. Maximilian was flying and his opponent was running. The commentators were surprised to report that this was a stepping skill used in martial arts. They didn't expect it to be possible to do it so fast. Parker couldn't figure out what was going on, or how a person could develop such speed using their physical abilities, not spells. The next moment it became completely unimportant. He received a powerful blow to the jaw and flew to the side. The elf lay on the ground, and our hero, who had used the milky strike technique, took a couple more steps by inertia before stopping. The announcer yelled that it was a knockout. Hunter Choi Yeon-seung finished Hunter Maximilian in the second round. The star was defeated by a rookie who just entered the league. The man continued that the top 10 hunters should start worrying. They had a new rival. The martial arts were incredible, he added, and our hero felt proud. The commentator ended by saying that he was surprised that martial arts users had disappeared. It was just unbelievable. Then announced that Yeon-seung was ready to be interviewed. He pointed the microphone towards our hero and invited the audience to listen to what the winner of the battle thought about the possible return of martial arts popularity. Choi Yeon-seung smiled with satisfaction. The man asked how he felt, to which the guy replied that he was a little disappointed. The opponent turned out to be weak. The stands chanted the winner's name. The spectators cheered, welcoming the martial artist. The crowd of people chanted his name. The power of Choi Yeon-seung's essence increased. He felt an incredible surge of energy and strength. It was divine in the truest sense. Suddenly, a strange sensation appeared. A mechanical voice announced that the skill of predicting the future had been activated. The young man was very surprised. He couldn't understand why the goddess's skill suddenly turned on. Yeon-seung saw a city engulfed in flames. It looked like the ruins that the designers created in VR for the battle, but for real. Huge monsters walked through the streets. People with screams of horror ran in all directions, trying to save themselves. The guy thought that all the monsters escaped because the hunters failed to clear the dungeon in time. It was a disaster. At this time, in the huge Dragon Empire building, a booming laugh could be heard from the chairman's office. 2 employees stood at the door and did not dare to enter, so unbridled was the joy displayed by their boss. Hwang watched the broadcast of Yeon-seung's fight and talked to himself, noting that it had been too long since he had let loose like this. At this point, one of the secretaries finally took the risk of entering and reported that the dragon had received a personal call. The man replied that if it was his ex-wife, then he should just say the required amount. He said that he would always help with money. The employee replied that it was the Korean hunter, Lee Chang-shik. Hwang dodged in surprise, asking again what the hunter's name was. He had quarreled with Lee Chang-shik after he moved to America, and they had not communicated for a long time. The dragon decided that his old friend had seen Yeon-seung's fight, so he took the risk of making contact, and he ordered the phone to be brought to him immediately. He picked up the phone, and from the other end of the planet, the only question he heard was why Hwang hadn't reported that Yeon-seung had returned. The man replied that he didn't remember them making up, so why report it? Lee Han-sik told him to forget about it and just give the phone to Choi Yeon-seung, to which he received the answer that the guy was not around, so he should call him himself. The Korean was indignant that it wasn't so difficult to give him the young man's number, or switch the connection, which is what the dragon needed from him, and in response he heard that an apology was needed. Lee Han-shin yelled that he would never do this and ended the call. Dragon cursed and said that he should look for Yeon-seung himself, and he would blacklist Han-shin. Handing the phone over to the secretary, the man sighed resentfully, saying that it wasn't that hard to apologize, so why be so proud? He asked the assistant if the children were on their way. Choi Yeon-seung and Ayin were just walking down the corridor, accompanied by guards. The girl was blacker than night, and blamed herself for underestimating the client's capabilities. What kind of manager was she? The guy asked her what his chances of winning were, to which he received the answer that they gave him 9-1 that he would lose. Our hero looked at her face and began to console her, saying that she hadn't seen him in action before, and that's why she didn't appreciate it. Ain became even more gloomy. Then, as if from underground, 2 Chinese men emerged in front of them and greeted Choi Yeon-seung. Without waiting for a return greeting, they fell to their knees and began to beg the hunter to teach them the art of martial arts. The young man asked in confusion where their teacher was. He had seen these people before. They belonged to the Huashan school. The story he was about to hear was quite tragic, and it was clear that the boys were worried. They started with the fact that Huashan school was one of the best in China. They had good teachers and a great training area. The hunters worked tirelessly, mastering more and more new martial arts techniques, practicing techniques and skills. Their teacher was quite nervous, did not allow skills to be called anything other than his, was picky about details, and was sometimes quite harsh. He often did not hold back in his expressions and, in addition to training, gave his students entire lectures about how worthless they were. The boys bowed before Yeon-seung and said that things were even worse in America. that the elders of their clan remembered almost nothing, and what they remembered was morally outdated. The hero thought that he understood the problem, and besides, the Huanshan school had already approached him with a similar request, so this was a good chance to raise his authority. After weighing the pros and cons, he agreed, causing a real shock both to Miss Lawrence and her assistants. Choi Yeon-seung said majestically that they should go and tell everyone that he, the avatar of the invincible god of training, would teach martial arts to all who became his followers. The Chinese were happy. They said that they would gladly become followers because they initially became hunters, being fanatics of martial arts and training. The next day, our hero decided to see how things were in the bloody fortress. The place was truly vile and disgusting. Let us recall that these territories were obtained after the Battle of the Constellations with a warrior overcome with madness and blood. The land of the orcs was unpleasant to Choi Yeon-seung even before it came into his possession, and now nothing has changed. As he headed into the abyss, Yeon-seung wondered how Odaigon was doing there. He sent an avatar to the orcs since he himself was too busy. Odaigon was doing a terrible job, trying to teach the stupid orcs spells, and when they failed, he simply killed them in anger. The goblin assumed his true form and felt at ease. His master's arrival did not surprise him. Choi Yeon-seung noticed that the magic training wasn't progressing, so he should try showing the orcs martial arts. And besides, they all had axes. The subordinates replied that they carried axes because they were used to them. Then the hero promised to teach them how to handle this weapon in a simple way. The guy started, and soon a message appeared that he had mastered the skill of the green dragon axe. Well, he taught others and learned something himself. However, it cannot be said that the orcs learned their lesson well. Many of them looked rather confused. They didn't remember half of the moves and began feverishly asking each other whether they should jump forward or backward, at what angle to hold the axe, and so on. Then our hero said that apparently it was difficult to understand from the outside. He would have to practice the skill. He rubbed his hands with satisfaction. Soon the orcs began to hold the axe in their hands more confidently, which is not surprising because they had to parry the blows of their own master. Some of them would not have minded finishing off Choi Yeon-seung, but it was all served up under the guise of an ordinary battle. Appeared that the orc Garaganza had successfully mastered the skill of the green dragon axe. Then there were more and more such messages. Our hero rejoiced. Many of the orcs looked rather battered, but they thanked the master for teaching them, and the power of the constellation increased. Many began to ask for rest, but Garaganza approached Yeon-seung and said that he was ready to continue training. The orc looked back at his comrades, calling them to join the company. This was a mistake. Curses flew at him. Choi Yeon-seung was pleased with the proposal and announced that he would now make the technique a little more difficult. His encouraging cries to Garaganza echoed throughout the bloody fortress, that he could do it, that he was a good guy, and that he would succeed. The orcs chanted Garaganza, forward. We remember that time in the abyss does not flow the same way as on Earth. Our hero trained the orcs for several years until they fell to the ground from fatigue. The young man looked around proudly and said that he wanted to build a training base in the bloody fortress. Odaigon said that the construction would take a long time. To speed up the process, he advised visiting the Constellation shop. Yeon-seung didn't know such a thing existed. When our hero went to the store, a message appeared that he had joined the Star Game. It was interesting. The guy saw many ads about selling ingredients, territories, buying skills from a variety of constellations, but there was not a single one about selling buildings. Finally, something appeared. The Constellation of the Snake of Drinking and Dancing wrote that she was selling an excellent building. Our hero asked if he could look at it. The snake replied that it would be an honor. This was her best building, so he could look around properly. It seemed that she was drunk. Among the objects that the Constellation put up for sale were the White Snake Tower, the Venomous Snake Hollow, and a reservoir with life-giving alcohol. Well, you know. Choi Yeon-seung thought he had earned enough soul stones, but in fact, they only covered 1/10 of the cost of the tower. The guy told the snake that he wouldn't buy anything. She asked what was wrong, to which she received the answer that the price was too high. The girl, with a slurred voice, said that everything was fine then, but she had already decided that she had created bad objects. Having heard that perhaps later the hero would buy a pond with alcohol from her, the snake gave him a bottle of rice vodka 8 sins for free. 1 sip of the drink completely heals wounds. The guy asked why the gift was needed, to which the Constellation replied that many people didn't like her products or her. As she said goodbye, she waved to Yeon-seung and wrote that she was glad to meet him. Very strange behavior for a constellation. Enson remained looking through the ads, thinking that the problem remained unsolved. He had too little finance. A message appeared that a wandering merchant selling fates was asking if he was looking for any goods. Looking at the constellation, the guy thought that he looked like some kind of medieval villain in his hood. And yet, Yeon-seung decided to talk, explaining that, yes, he was looking, but finances were singing romances. The merchant replied that this would not be a problem. The constellation looked suspicious in his hood. He had to pull it over his face all the time. The kitten wrote that it was better not to mess with him. The merchant put 3 boxes of random buildings of low, medium, and high chaos levels in front of Choi Yeon-seung at the corresponding price. 2 of them were affordable for the hero. It was a difficult choice precisely because the merchant was offering a pig and a poke. Choi Yeon-seung became tense. The merchant said that this is not a scam. He swears by his name and reputation, and can also slightly reduce the price as a discount. The young man thought that every cloud has a silver lining. He wouldn't be able to buy anything else anyway, so why not take a chance? He selected the option with a discount for 2 boxes and pressed the corresponding button to confirm the purchase. 2 glowing cubes appeared, and a wish from the merchant to use his goods for a long time. The guy was still standing in the middle of the bloody fortress, and instead of new buildings, geometric objects were hanging in the air in front of him. He didn't know how to handle them or what to do at all, so he simply touched one of the cubes with his hand. It was reported that Yeon-seung had opened a box with the building, and chaos had broken out and was beginning to control his fate. A building with columns appeared, illuminated with a pleasant yellow light, and an explanation that it was a dilapidated ancient temple of a warrior sanctuary, accessible for 30 days. Our hero thought that it was quite good, and decided to open the second box, bought from the merchant. The same message as the previous one appeared, but it also stated that Yeon-seung's destiny power had increased, and his destiny certainty had increased by 1 level. The second building turned out to be the Temple of the Shining Elf, which granted its owner the skill of shooting from a shining elven bow. It was something familiar. Choi Yeon-seung thought it was the Temple of the Elf of Ambitious Light, and the same bow that Maximilian used. The young man decided that he had sold them, probably deciding that they would no longer be needed, so he gave the order to install the buildings. The temple materialized nearby. It was shining like Christmas and was quite large. The kitten wrote that there was a huge problem. The guy asked which one exactly. He didn't see anything wrong with it being an elven temple. A message appeared that among the invincible god of training's subordinates, there was no being capable of mastering the elf's shining bow skill. Looking at the beautiful shining temple, our hero replied that skill was a secondary matter. There would be time. Then he remembered that it was time to go to Earth to tell Kemrian about the vision. Las Vegas was still safe and sound at the time, but if our hero didn't hurry, the situation could change radically. Yeon-seung had to hurry. He hurried, and only after returning from the abyss did he go to Hwang to talk. The former boss greeted the hero with open arms and called him the star of the Korean fists. The guy didn't understand. Yeon-seung asked what kind of fist star this was, to which Dragon replied that it was his new nickname and that it sounded cool. The young man didn't think so, but no one asked his opinion. Hwang continued to praise our hero for his fight with Maximilian. The man didn't forget to tell about the call from Chan-shik, the guy asked twice. He was very surprised. Yeon-seung was glad to learn about this, but it turned out that it made Hwang nervous, who immediately began listing how much he had helped the young man, and given him shelter, and became an avatar, and helped him with money, and got him into the clan, and. The guy looked at the dragon with disdain, and asked how one could be so petty, to which the man replied that he was not petty, it was just that Chang-shik had offended him. They were in a quarrel. The hero even started coughing. It seemed that his elderly friend was as vulnerable as a child at heart, but it was time to talk about important matters. They sat down at the table, and Choi Yeon-seung told Hwang Kyung-ryong in detail about the vision he had received through the gift of the goddess of scales about Las Vegas and the attack of the rock drakes. The dragon asked if it was definitely Las Vegas. The guy replied that it was, and that if he got support, he would deal with everything personally. The man grabbed his chin and muttered that he couldn't go to Las Vegas, but the guy didn't understand again. He asked if it was because when the situation became more serious, it would be better for PR to solve the problem. The answer was no. Huang exclaimed. Who does he take him for? It's something else. The man's face darkened, and he explained that Las Vegas was not under his jurisdiction. It was out. The young man was stunned into silence. Huang continued that all they could do now was go there and warn about the problem. Yeon-seung asked what about the sauna with the president, to which he received the answer that the president was not a hunter. The man put his hands on the guy's shoulders and said that it was even better that the hero was going. He had a couple of mergers and unsuccessful divorces in Las Vegas, not a very righteous life, in a word. Then Yeon-seung sighed and replied that he understood. He was a newbie and would not arouse suspicion. At least he would be less likely to be accused of malicious intent. Las Vegas turned out to be just as our hero had imagined it, still whole, unharmed and beautiful. The large clan that controlled the city was called the Black Cactus, and the hunter Colton met Yeon-seung, learning that he came on behalf of the Icarus clan. The guy said that he wanted to talk to the head of the clan, to which he received the answer that before that he needed to make an appointment. Then the hero asked to make an appointment right now. Hunter Colton took a stand and declared that Yeon-seung was being too brazen and should introduce himself first. The boy calmly said that he was a B-rank hunter from the Icarus clan, Choi Yeon-seung, which caused a wave of surprise. Colton exclaimed, could this really be the same martial artist who had wiped Maximilian's nose? His demeanor changed and compliments poured in. He continued that the fight was simply murderous. The guard asked if everything was okay. Colton answered yes, but even if not, the guard would be powerless against Yeon-seung. The hunter started calling the secretary and said that he would arrange a meeting, but that all sorts of weirdos often pester the head of the clan. Colton pointed to the phone and said that the chief said that they could come in, and he would be happy to accompany the guest. Before they had time to enter the chief's office, Colton received several blows to the head with a newspaper, all of which was accompanied by choice curses and was aimed at not disgracing the clan's image. Choi Yeon-seung watched the scene and thought that the clan leader was a girl with character. He should measure her level if possible. Finally, the beauty stopped beating and turned to the hero, asking what the guy from Icarus was doing here. Yeon-seung only learned that her name was Roxanne, level 288. She was not very friendly and suggested that they skip the formalities and get straight to the point. Our hero was obedient, and also did not suffer from talkativeness, so he simply said that their clan would lose to the monsters, so he came to help. The girl stopped screaming and looked at him seriously and most importantly calmly and asked him to repeat. But this calm was deceptive. In the hand of the head of the Black Cactus clan, a combat magical charge flared up. She asked in a metallic voice if the guy was trying to tell her that they were unable to clear the dungeon. Choi Yeon-seung realized that the situation was getting worse, so he tried to explain that there would be an explosion of a B-rank or higher dungeon in the city. Let's remember that a dungeon explosion occurs if the dungeon is not cleared in time. Hordes of monsters begin to crawl out of it, something like a natural disaster. The girl looked at him with interest and asked if he knew about the dungeon that they didn't know about. The hero replied that he used the latest equipment from Dragon Industry. Roxanne asked if Icarus was planning to clear the dungeon themselves, leaving the Black Cactus out of work. The hero replied that they were not going to do anything like that. He continued that he was only asking to be allowed to watch from the outside, so that an unfortunate mistake would not lead to the deaths of people if something went wrong. The head of the Black Cactus clan crossed her arms over her chest and noted that he had spent 30 years in the abyss, meaning he was a first-generation hunter. The young man asked for an explanation. Colton explained, saying that most first-generation hunters are considered heroes who protect people. The girl asked if he really would just watch. Yeon-seung assured that he would not interfere unless absolutely necessary. He was sure that they would easily do everything themselves. Roxanne agreed, but added that if the hero had deceived her, then even in hell she would find him and make him pay for it. The streets of Las Vegas were crowded. Choi Yeon-seung thought that staying near the dungeon was not very comfortable in such conditions. Besides, in case of a disaster, there would be a lot of victims. Colton was assigned to accompany our hero everywhere, and it was one of the most pleasant assignments in the guy's life. The hunter reasoned that if the dungeon turned out to be B-rank, the clan leader would intervene. Yeon-seung asked about her abilities, to which he received the answer that Roxanne's sister was the best. Here he realized that he had let it slip and asked our hero to keep his mouth shut. If information about their relationship leaked to the press, he would be in trouble. Then the hunter's radio turned on and a message came in that a dungeon had been discovered and all the clan's hunters needed to immediately come to the gathering. The meeting place turned out to be an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city. It looked like it was once a warehouse or something like that. Inside, a rather large portal was shining. The entrance to the dungeon looked rather ominous. The hunters looked at the portal and admitted that they were lucky. The guy from Icaros told the truth. But that's not the main thing, but the rank. The second hunter noticed that they were very lucky. Judging by the amount of mana, the dungeon rank was no less than B, which meant there were plenty of valuable artifacts there. It was necessary to carefully get closer to check. The first one went, stretching out his hand in front of him with spread fingers. A mechanical voice asked if he wished to enter the dungeon, the thicket of endless predators. Time until explosion 6 hours, 11 minutes, entry limit 1 person. The hunters had never encountered anything like this before. They had no idea how it was possible that only 1 person could enter the dungeon. An order for evacuation was immediately given. It was necessary to clear a strip of at least 10 kilometers from the dungeon. The personnel set to work. There were no fewer cars on the street. On the contrary, it seemed as if people were deliberately flocking to the entrance to the dungeon. Choi Yeon-seung watched the street and couldn't understand why no one was running, leaving, or responding in any way to the order to evacuate. A couple in a convertible parked nearby and began discussing whether they would have a good enough view from that spot. Our hero approached them and asked if they had heard the order to evacuate. The young people looked completely carefree. The guys asked why he was so nervous. The dungeon would be cleared quickly anyway. If they left, they would miss all the fun. Yeon-seung was horrified and began to ask himself if he had gone crazy and if he was really at the entrance to the dungeon. A huge crowd of onlookers gathered, filming everything on video, taking selfies. No one thought about the danger at all. The kitten of lava and magma advised not to pay attention to idiots. Let natural selection work. But our hero could not let people die. He approached the convertible again and ordered them to get out immediately. In response, they responded with comments that this was a free country and no one had the right to force them to leave. Then Yeon-seung brought his hand to the road post and applied a little kai to show what his fingers alone were capable of. He yelled to get lost and left several terrifying furrows right on the pole, demonstrating his enormous strength. The convertible had disappeared without a trace, and the crowd of onlookers quickly dispersed in all directions. At this point, Roxanne increased the effect by shouting into a megaphone that those who did not evacuate would be killed by the hunters before the monsters. She continued to shower the onlookers with choice curses, promising to shove their phones and cameras as far up their ass as possible. And still, there were people on the street. Choi Yeon-seung asked Colton if it was always like this, to which he received the answer that usually, yes, everyone wanted to stare at real hunters. Our hero thought that people were too accustomed to dungeons and monsters. In his time, they would have scattered in a couple of minutes in search of shelter. Then a strange sound was heard. It became obvious that something was happening to the dungeon, and this something was not good for people. A powerful blue glow poured through the windows of the abandoned warehouses, the same as the one at the portal to the dungeon. The leader of the Black Cactus clan commanded the operator to turn the screen towards her and launch a drone to scout out the monsters using thermal imagers and cameras. There were monsters. There were a lot of monsters. The monsters were dangerous, and they had already begun to crawl out of the dungeon. As Roxanne gave the order to turn on all reconnaissance artifacts, the operator reported that 5 poisonous raptors had been detected and had already risen to the surface. The girl muttered that it was much more than they had expected, and then asked loudly if they had managed to find the boss. She was clearly puzzled. The operator saw a huge, gaping, toothy mouth, and a message appeared that the lizardman mage was using the artifact Thicket, subject to erosion. These were some kind of spiky tentacles of plant origin. A mechanical voice reported that while the lizardmen used the artifact, they would not be able to get out of the thicket. These shoots grew very quickly and increased in size, capturing all the surrounding buildings. People watched in horror as skyscrapers became like children's toys against their background. Panic began. Everyone was wondering what had happened, why the car couldn't get through, whether it was all because of the monster. The area was completely paralyzed. One of the hunters asked Roxanne what they would do with the people. The girl replied that it was their own fault since they had not evacuated. What could they do about it anyway? Yeon-seung asked if his help was needed, but was told that it was better not to interfere, as without an agreement between the clans it could end in a lawsuit. The head of the Black Cactus clan gave the hunters the command to prepare for battle. She had no doubt that they would cope on their own. Calton muttered, which was a shame. He really wanted to see the martial artist in action. Roxanne cursed loudly and ordered the attack to begin as poisonous raptors walked towards them. It is worth giving credit to the clan's hunters. They did not cower in the face of the threat and resolutely rushed into battle. There were those who approached for close combat. There were also mages casting long-range and defensive spells. Everyone acted in a coordinated manner. Then a C-class monster, Vyogosaur, came out of the portal. It was larger in size and also had greater essence power. The hunters unleashed a multitude of attack spells on him, including the Chaos Spear, Cornelius's Ice Arrows, and the Double Magic Spear, but the result was mediocre. The creature received almost no damage. It seemed that the skin was impenetrable, but there was still hope that from the number of attacks the monster would become exhausted and the defense would weaken. Roxanne listened to the operator's message and announced that 4 more monsters were approaching. The clan leader thought that it was enough to show off. She would deal with them faster than the others, so she used a spell to enhance Enos's magical power. A message appeared that her magical power had been significantly increased for a time, and the girl assumed a fighting stance. The clan leader cast the fiery whip of Infit, and everything around seemed to disappear due to the flickering streams of light and fire that appeared in her hands. The monsters fell to the ground. Black cracks appeared from their fall, and from Roxanne's whip, the sight was epic. The hunters noted with pride that nothing less was expected from the chief. She was, as always, at her best. At this time, the drone operator reported that 6 more monsters were approaching from behind. Roxanne gave the order to move. She turned her head to her brother and reminded him that he was responsible for the hunter from Icaros. If he got hurt, there would be problems. It turned out to be impossible to carry out the order. No matter how much Calton turned his head, Choi Yeon-seung could not be found. At this time, the raptors attacked the onlookers, who not only did not evacuate, but did not even try to find shelter in nearby houses. They screamed and begged for help. Sheaves of flame burst from the monster's mouth. It could easily burn a crowd, no worse than napalm in Vietnam. Choi Yeon-seung was not the type to look at such things with indifference, so he didn't look at them, but rushed to protect the stupid people. Drawing the sword was a matter of seconds, but planning a strategy of strikes so that no one would get hurt took much longer. Our hero didn't have such experience, but he had a lot of experience in fighting monsters, and the hero took advantage of it. With the help of a sword, the guy literally cut the lizard into neat pieces. The hand of an experienced cook is immediately visible. The rest rushed after the first monster, but the same fate awaited them in the foreseeable future. Choi Yeon-seung held the sword confidently. He poured a considerable amount of his ki into the weapon, and now they merged into one. The same cannot be said about raptors, which, on the contrary, became excellent meat cuts. Behind the hunter, there were admiring exclamations about how damn cool it was. The stupid people still hadn't found shelter and continued to stare. Then someone called out to the young man. The voice was familiar. It seemed to be the guy from the convertible. A crowd of onlookers came to thank the guy for saving him, and they all assured him that next time they would be smart and evacuate immediately. Looking at the crowd with an indifferent gaze, Choi Yeon-seung sheathed his weapon and replied that he only cared about defeating the monsters. For some reason, people find it hard to believe that no one is interested in them. Some kept trying to get closer and hug the hero, but they were all stopped. While the guy was fighting off grateful onlookers, Roxanne rushed towards him and screamed that if he had been hurt in their area, there would have been a whole bunch of legal problems. The hero looked at the girl and asked her not to worry. He would solve all the problems on Icaros's side. Roxanne asked sarcastically if the head of the clan would really just do as he ordered. The young man answered yes. The huntress had such a face as if she had not seen the ghost. No one expected such an answer, and even less such a calm and confident tone. While Yeon-seung was looking to see if there was any more threat, Roxanne thought that maybe he was right. Judging by his abilities, the guy was one of the best people in the clan and would really settle everything. The girl pulled herself together and began to thank the hero on behalf of the entire Black Cactus clan, to which he replied that it was better to put off the officialdom. There were still plenty of monsters here. Without waiting for an answer, Yeon-seung rushed forward. He realized that judging by the number and uniformity of the monsters, they were controlled by one person and that someone was nearby. Roxanne watched him go, thinking that Icaros had sent some reckless idiot, although he was good in battle, that was for sure. Here our hero warned that there was a monster ahead on the left at the crossroads. The magicians should be ready. Thanks to his guidance, the raptor was attacked while still approaching, from a respectful distance. But the magicians apparently got tired. Almost all the shells flew past the target. The monster continued to advance. The girl gave the order to prepare the tanks and use defensive magic, but Yeon-seung objected that it was not necessary and rushed towards the monster himself. Our hero jumped up to the very mouth of the monster and raised the sacred moon sword for the decisive blow. He connected his constellation vision in order to be more precise, because it was about people's lives. One raptor after another fell, but new and new monsters appeared to take their place. They felt at home on the city streets. The mouth could easily fit a small car or even a couple, and shocking videos from the scene have already appeared on social networks. The hunters came close, but were unable to cause any significant damage on their own. It was the dungeon boss, huge, with impenetrable skin, calmly walking around Las Vegas. Carlton was confused. Choi Yeon-seung also looked puzzled. The boy realized that this was the monster he saw in the prediction. Our hero once again thought that only a creature nearby could control such a huge monster. And then he saw the lizard using the artifact. He continued to hold it in his hands. Our hero hurried to get to the monster as quickly as possible and neutralize it. The hero moved in huge jumps to save time. The artifact was in the form of a staff, so the lizard tried to use it to block the blows of the hunter's sword. Then our hero strengthened the blade with his kai. It glowed blue and became much more powerful. The very next moment, Choi Yeon-seung cut off the head of the one who started this whole mess with the invasion of monsters and the artifact of the thicket. At this time, the hunters were just attacking the largest monster, and the last of those who were still destroying the city. Roxanne decided to take the main role in his elimination. After all, she was the head of the clan and had the most experience. But first, it was necessary for other hunters to wear out the monster with the help of long-range magic spells. Then it was their leader's turn to play the final chord, performing an incredible solo. The huntress cast an incredibly powerful spell, and wishing death to the monster, attacked. Everything burst into flames. A message appeared that the lizardman mage had been destroyed, the corrosion thicket artifact had ceased to function, and it seemed that Roxanne and Yeon-seung had completed the task almost simultaneously. The shoots of the thicket of corrosion began to gradually wither and disappear, and the blocked cars were able to continue moving. The city gradually freed itself from the shackles of vegetation, and surprisingly, the buildings remained virtually undamaged. People looked up with mixed emotions and shouted at the top of their voices that the barrier was gone. The press immediately got involved, and the correspondent announced on camera that he was near the Cosmopolitan Hotel and was heading out to scout out the situation. The journalist saw one of the hunters and rushed towards him to ask questions, primarily about the number of victims. The answer that no one died surprised the man very much, because everyone saw and heard that there was an explosion. And besides, the monsters broke out to the surface. Someone from the crowd said that it was the Asian hunter with brown hair who saved everyone, and all the microphones and cameras immediately turned to Yeon-seung. Carlton, Roxanne, and our hero gave interviews, but the reporters first turned to Choi Yeon-seung, calling him a hero. The guy looked straight into the camera and said in a calm, indifferent voice that he was not trying to save people. The journalist asked him again why he said that, because it was easy, to which the young man replied that he simply killed the monsters before they started killing people. The man continued to speak into the camera that this is what saving means, but at that moment our hero was forced to apply a point block to him. Having deprived the correspondent of the opportunity to speak, Yeon-seung repeated almost syllable by syllable what he had said, "No." The young man turned around and walked away, saying at the end that there was no need to make a hero out of him. The press was not used to a hunter reacting like that. Everyone was very surprised. Choi Yeon-seung didn't want anything more than to develop the image of a good-natured simpleton. If people got used to him constantly doing good, if he refused once, they would be considered an enemy. Carlton was delighted and said that he dreamed of leading the sewing in such a way. Roxanne put him in his place, explaining that only someone like Yeon-seung could allow himself to behave like that. The girl added that the very existence of our hero is unique. There are practically no martial arts users left, and many years of training in the abyss did not go to waste, making the guy who he is. The young man became a unique person. Roxanne found herself thinking that after meeting him, she did not understand why martial arts had almost disappeared. The huntress thought that it would be worth getting closer to the Ikaros clan, and it wouldn't be bad at all to become friends with Choi Yeon-seung himself. A loud laugh erupted from the cafe in Hwang's territory as the owner read a news story about a hunter attacking a journalist after killing monsters in Las Vegas. Our hero sat in the chair opposite and asked with displeasure what was so funny about it. He had no intention of becoming a stand-up comedian. The guy reminded Hwang that he had also hit a journalist, to which the man replied that he hadn't done so in that situation, and that it was also worth reading what else was written about Yeon-seung on the internet. The hero said that it didn't matter. The chairman agreed and said that the Black Cactus clan expressed gratitude to the Ikaros clan, and in addition, the reward for the raid was divided, as expected. The guy replied that it was clear, which outraged the dragon, who said that we were talking about trillions, and when you run a company, every cent counts. Yeon-seung countered that he didn't run a company, to which Hwang asked if it had ever occurred to him that his activities were similar in any way. The guy noted that it was nice to receive a well-deserved reward. He was also interested in when the rank would be increased. The man replied that after rank B, the process is more complicated. It all comes down to clearing dungeons. The young man replied that he understood and stood up, saying that he was going to teach a couple of guys martial arts. Hwang asked who and was advised not to worry about it. Watching the young man leave, his former boss thought that he was a good boy for training Ikaros' hunters. Our hero actually went to the clan's training hall, but there were some rather unexpected students waiting for him for the dragon. The representative of the Chinese martial arts school that our hero promised to teach asked 10 times whether they really could be there. The guys had previously trained only in dilapidated halls. The equipment around them shocked them with its cost. One of the hunters asked again if they could use Ikaros' equipment, to which Choi Yeon-seung replied that they could use it as much as they wanted, and they could make themselves at home. The children's happiness knew no bounds. They were literally excited, very thrilled and inspired. Then a pleasant female voice was heard behind our hero. The girl said hello and said that she would also be studying. It was a beautiful blonde with Asian features who said that she represented Hwashan School, and her name was Iris Lee. The hunters replied that Iris was the best among them. The girl was a little embarrassed, but did not deny it. Choi Yeon-seung greeted the huntress and asked if she was Xiao Wang's daughter, to which the beauty replied that she was his daughter, asking how he knew. The guy didn't answer, turned his back to the students, and pretended to be very busy selecting equipment for training. Here he turned sharply to the hunters and asked if they wanted a drink. It looked like an advertisement. Everyone laughed loudly and unanimously. Choi Yeon-seung was acting strangely, not understanding why. He apologized to Iris, noting that he didn't want to embarrass her. The girl waved her hands, showing that everything was okay. Our hero started mumbling something about the incident in China, Master Lee, Los Angeles. His students decided that he was crazy. At this point, the girl's patience snapped, and she asked when they would train. Yeon-seung realized that he had gotten carried away and apologized again. The hero gave the order to the hunters to follow him, explaining that he had prepared an excellent plan for the task. He led them past the fancy exercise machines and stopped in a corner with the most ordinary barbells. The first task was to squat, with a barbell, of course. One of the guys asked when they would be working on that cutting-edge technology, to which Yeon-seung replied that it was training equipment for magicians, and that martial arts practitioners had no use for it. The hunters began working with the rod, constantly whining that they had been counting on modern equipment, but the mentor was adamant. He showed the correct squat technique to fully work out the muscles and feel their internal energy. A message appeared that thanks to the title of the unrivaled god of training, his wards would receive additional strength from training. Looking at Iris, it was clear that it would not hurt her. Everyone tried their best, realizing that this was their chance. No constellation could give martial artists more than Yeon-seung. A message appeared that their strength was growing rapidly. The hunters decided that they would train without mercy. This was their path, and they would follow it to the end. But all they did so far was just regular training, a little more effective, but still. After some time, the students were forced to stop to catch their breath. They were completely exhausted. Choi Yeon-seung came up to them, praised them, and said that the warm-up was over and that they would now go to practice in the underworld. This training room was the dream of every hunter in the world, but it belonged to the Ikaros clan. The students came in and began to look around. They had never seen anything like it before, let alone tried it. Our hero reported that the best training is done using the terrain of the dungeon. He prepared a surprise for his students and chose a swamp at a construction site, and not the most pleasant one. The guys immediately sank knee-deep and began to ask how they could even move through such viscous mud. Maybe there was some kind of technology. Then one of them noticed a figure in the distance. It was a regular wooden training dummy, like the kind you'd find in any martial arts gym. The hunters were amused to see something familiar, and noted that in such conditions he looked a bit silly. But the next moment, the dummy jumped up and hit one of the hunters in the chest with its wooden knee. The others did not understand what it was, but without thinking, they rushed to help their comrade as much as they could, being knee-deep in the swamp. To everyone's surprise, the wooden dummy gave every hunter who approached it a hard time, without exception. But they were martial artists. It was not easy to break their spirit. The guys returned to their fighting stance. Iris looked at Choi Yeon-seung and asked if that was all. The hero replied that first there was a warm-up in the gym, now a test drive in natural conditions, and then the main training awaited them. The guy turned around and walked away, throwing out a parting word that if any of them could handle the wooden friend, let him call him. The girl asked what they should do now. The answer was simple: they need to win, there is no way out of it. The young men gathered their courage and once again rushed to attack the dummy, each wanting to defeat it first. The hunters cursed, called the wooden fighter names, promised to break, burn, chop, and destroy him in many ways. At this time, Choi Yeon-seung went to the Ikaros clan hunter's restroom, where Anthony and Elizabeth were waiting for him. The first thing his friends praised the guy for was the excellent job of clearing out the monsters in Las Vegas. Even Schneider admitted that he couldn't have done a better job. A verbal altercation immediately ensued between the blonde and the girl about whether there was anyone who could have done a better job. To stop this disgrace, our hero simply asked if one of these two would like him to teach him martial arts. Both immediately asked what he wanted in return, finding it hard to believe that such an offer did not have a hidden meaning. Yeon-seung replied that he was doing it with all his heart, and they would not owe him anything. But if they did not want to, he would not be offended. Elizabeth replied that she could teach him magic in gratitude. The guy wasn't thrilled, but the kitten, the girl, and the goddess of scales started to explain that he needed to study, otherwise he would become a dumb jock. The hero sighed and agreed. Choi Yeon-seung said that magic wouldn't hurt him, and asked if Gutierrez had any idea what exactly he wanted to learn. The girl blurted out that it was definitely defensive magic, and Schneider said that it was definitely long range. Our hero smiled and objected that he was interested in healing magic, and the hunters' faces reflected genuine bewilderment. The guy looked at Elizabeth, then at Anthony, then asked if neither of them knew how to use it. He leaned over the table and began to think, muttering that it was a pity, a great pity. I wonder who could teach him. The guy stood up and walked towards the exit, and he was followed by comments about how he was a close combat fighter, a tank, and it was unclear who he was counting on healing. As he walked out the door, Yeon-seung exhaled and thought that there was a chance that the goddess of scales would help him. She should be able to heal. When he appeared on the territory of the constellation, he saw that the virtuous goddess of Libra was not in the best mood. She lay her head on the table and continued to lie there even when the young man came up and asked if she was busy. Here the girl suddenly jumped up, sat on the throne, and screamed in a hysterical tone that she had plenty of time. Something was wrong. Choi Yeon-seung said that he wanted to learn healing magic, to which the goddess sarcastically asked why the invincible god of training couldn't teach him this. The guy couldn't think of anything better to say than that he couldn't, and asked if she would teach him. The answer was affirmative, and the goddess was delighted. Not even a second passed before a mechanical voice announced that the virtuous goddess had gifted him the skill of the fifth circle of divine healing. Choi Yeon-seung accepted the gift and discovered that he was an A rank. It wasn't easy to master such power right away. The goddess misunderstood him and began to apologize for not picking up something more powerful. She is not in the best shape now. The girl began to rummage through the scrolls, muttering to herself that it was her fault that he had not become her avatar, so she had to find at least something else. The hero concluded that it was better not to contact her anymore. The next day, a general gathering of hunters was scheduled in the main hall of the Ikaros clan training base. Coach Ernest came out into the arena apparently to announce the reasons for the gathering. Everyone was in high spirits. Usually the reason was good. After looking at the smiling and cheerfully chatting students, the coach gave the command to his assistant to begin. There was no welcoming speech nor any explanation of why the hunters had been gathered. The guy simply pressed a button on the remote control. At that very moment, a dome of virtual reality from the other side of the world began to unfold over the hunters. They were, to put it mildly, surprised. A mechanical voice announced that a dungeon of an endless tower had been created, and the tower itself had actually risen before our heroes. Looking at how the structure rushes upward and where it ends is not visible behind the clouds, the hunters began to sigh that this is some kind of madness. Choi Yeon-seung also tried to see the top of the tower in the sky, but nothing came of it. Everyone around was whispering that this was the famous dungeon, but the guy had never heard of it before. This tower appeared a couple of years ago and broke a huge number of hunters. On the lower levels lived simple monsters, but the higher they went, the more their level increased. This A-rank dungeon just exploded because no one cleared it. Ernest announced that the winner will be the one who reaches the top tier, not the one who clears the boss. The trainer also informed the hunters that the dungeon created for them was more complex than its real prototype. The hunters began to sigh that they were in trouble. How many floors there were in the tower, 10, 100, no one knew exactly. Ernest raised his hand in a farewell gesture, wished the students to try hard this month, and disappeared. Remaining at the foot of the tower, the hunters began to discuss how best to clear it, by splitting into groups or alone. Choi Yeon-seung asked why everyone was so worried. Was the dungeon a bad reputation or what? Elizabeth explained that no one could clear it at all. He asked if anyone had gone there as a team, to which he received the answer that the more people there were, the higher the difficulty of the floor became, so no. Our hero thought that the creator of the dungeon was a genius. It was amazing. A message came from the kitten that it was not customary to admire such things. The young man said that he suggested moving as a group, even if the difficulty increased, so that everyone would gain good experience and everyone would contribute. There were no volunteers to join the group. Only Anthony and Elizabeth agreed to go into the dungeon with Janssen. At the same time, Schneider pointed his finger at his friend, lamenting that she couldn't be trusted, but he still wanted to go together. Having looked at this circus, our hero asked whether it was worth taking Anthony at all, and the blonde himself turned his back and muttered that it was in vain that he agreed at all. Then Choi Yeon-seung noticed a pretty girl in uniform in the crowd and began to wonder who she was, a schoolgirl or a student. He looked at the girl with the help of the Constellation's vision, but saw only the name, Ilea Persephone. The rest of the information was classified. It was only indicated that she was a servant of the Constellation. Gutierrez asked what interested him in the girl. The hero answered that it was her clothes, to which he received the answer that it was Ivy's uniform. When asked what kind of Ivy this was, the girl replied that many schools had appeared where the awakened were taught, and Ivy was one of the most popular among them. Anthony then stepped forward and, adjusting his hair, announced that he saw no need to hide it. He too had graduated from an Ivy school. Our heroes behaved rather unrestrainedly, so Ilea also paid attention to them. She came closer and started saying something, but no one understood a word of what she said. Elizabeth reached for the electronic translator, and Yongson asked if the girl spoke English. Ilea replied that she did not, and asked how he knew her native language. Our hero was confused, but then answered that he had a special skill, without adding that it was a constellation skill. The huntress thought that was interesting. Persephone asked if he knew other languages and said that he knew Russian, but could not use it due to a contract, as well as Korean. Choi Yeon-seung asked in surprise if it was really Korean, and the beauty explained that she simply adores K-pop and K-trot, and the Confucian culture is simply incredible. Someone asked Elizabeth what language the couple spoke, and the girl replied that it was difficult to judge the language, but they both looked happy. Our hero just asked Ilea what constellation she served, to which the girl replied that the contract did not allow her to disclose this information. How complicated everything is. Our hero thought that there were too many agreements, but he still invited the beauty to join their team, and she happily agreed. For the convenience of the team, our hero suggested that the girl switch to Korean, which was in the translator. The huntress agreed, but warned that her language was weak. Then High Mountain approached Choi Yeon-seung and said that he was also in the case. Why didn't they call him right away? Our hero noticed that a decent company had gathered, to which Anthony remarked that he was going solely for the sake of profit. They looked at the tower, and Ilea asked if Janssen was a tsundere. Elizabeth said that she understood everything through the translator. Tsundere means an unusual person. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Bloody Fortress, Odaigon succeeded in training as many orcs as possible. He was extremely proud of himself. Choi Yeon-seung informed the Avatar that he needed to return to Earth for a while, and that there was a request for his help. Odaigon was simply happy. Finally, the master needed his help. He had been waiting for this opportunity to be useful to him for so long. He shouted one last time to the orcs, not to even think about shirking their training. He would be back soon, and then jumped into the portal. The young man landed right in front of Choi Yeon-seung, and it was noticeable that he was a little disappointed to see the tower in front of him. Odaigon asked if his help was needed to pass the training dungeon, and our hero answered that it was. The goblin in disguise wiped away a stingy tear and said that he suspected that this would happen, while he himself imagined a battle with a real, terrible constellation, where he became a hero. Looking at him, Anthony said that Odaigon was just a hunter with a pretty face, not like him, who was both beautiful and strong. The goblin suggested that Schneider immediately show how skilled and capable a magician he really is. It sounded like a threat. Choi Yeon-seung stopped him and explained to the squad that Odaigon would be replacing Havitakar Moneymaker. They needed him as a healer. The young man looked confused. The gentleman asked if he was familiar with healing magic. The Avatar nodded, but noted that he actually specialized in something else. Yeon-seung hugged him and said that this was great, but this time we should concentrate on healing spells. It seemed that everyone was ready. The tasks were distributed. The squad approached the portal and decisively entered the dungeon. Here our hero looked back and said that he forgot to show them something. It would be better to do it before the raid began. It was a stack of books on martial arts. Yeon-seung said that his master decided to share his knowledge with them. They could take anything that interested them. Elizabeth and Smallwood leaned over to examine the gift. It was a set of beginner's books with rather odd titles. Yeon-seung added that the god of training does not need gratitude or payment for the books. Almost everyone became interested. The girls began to whisper that it was somehow suspicious that a constellation could share knowledge and teach someone without any intention. And then they saw the first enemies. It was a horde of skeletons, their eyes glowing with red fire. Choi Yeon-seung stated that he would keep them under control, drawing attention to himself so that the other hunters could gradually eliminate the rest. Our hero launched a stream of energy to encircle the monsters and prevent them from attacking first. Then he himself began to destroy enemies with the help of his sacred Chinese artifact, the Moon Sword. Elizabeth also used her weapon, her heavy two-handed sword cutting the monsters in half with one blow. Ilea joined in the destruction of the skeletons, her face amused and focused. Soon all the monsters were defeated. The whole fight took no more than 5 minutes and was quite simple. Looking at the pile of bones at the girl's feet, Yeon-seung thought that she was no slouch at all and was doing even better than expected. Smallwood and Anthony were a little embarrassed. They didn't have any work, but our hero didn't focus on this, but suggested moving on. The first floor was cleared. Had not yet managed to climb to the second floor of the dungeon when they immediately saw several menacing boars. Their eyes also showed a magical presence. No one expected to see such monsters, and even less expected that they would rush to attack at that very moment. Odaigon immediately came to the aid of the squad, casting a spell of great illusion of deception. It was a type of illusionary magic that destroyed the minds of monsters, putting them into a state of mortal fear. The boars stopped and pressed themselves to the ground in terror, feeling completely helpless against the demon. They did not suspect that it was an illusion. Choi Yeon-seung realized that this was the perfect moment to attack and shouted that they had to act right now. The hero demonstrated how to act by personal example, throwing monsters left and right with his cosmic fist and finishing them off with his sword. But not everything was so simple. We should not forget that the heroes were dealing with B-class monsters, special wild boars. The monsters were the size of an average elephant, and they also had good regeneration. They quickly passed Choi Yeon-seung and moved on, the young man unable to understand what was happening. Elizabeth, Anthony, and Ilea were not afraid, but they tensed up. The herd was rushing straight at them. They had to fight back. Both girls took a defensive fighting stance. They had suitable weapons. Ilea had a huge halberd, and Elizabeth had a sword of no less impressive size. Gutierrez thought that there was no time for a high-class defensive spell, so she used a basic sword technique. With the help of this martial art, her strikes became much stronger and more effective, despite the simplicity of the technique. It was possible to finish off the monster with the help of magic after all. This was the main specialization of the hunter. At this time, Ilea raised the weapon for a strike and calculated the most effective trajectory of the strike. Another second and the huge monster was destroyed with one movement of the halberd in the skillful hands of the huntress. The girls stood and looked at the mountain of defeated monsters. Both were delighted with martial arts. They turned out to be easy to use. It was enough to quickly flip through the book to master the basics. Choi Yeon-seung was very pleased and praised the beauties, but asked them not to waste an hour and go to the next floor of the tower. The third floor was littered with blue lizardmen. It was cleared almost instantly. The fourth floor presented our heroes with a much more interesting opponent. It was a huge ice wyvern, a B-class monster. The hunters were quite scared. It was only the fourth floor. What kind of monsters could appear higher? Dragons, apparently. The monster's mouth opened to attack, and a stream of icy cold headed towards the squad. It was necessary to avoid damage. The first attack was so sudden that our heroes simply did not have time to cast any protective shields. They had to rely only on their own endurance. But to their great surprise, the wyvern did not cause the slightest harm to either the hunters themselves or their weapons. The guys looked around and saw that someone from the squad was still fast and managed to use a protective spell. Odagon cheerfully asked if there really was supposed to be cold damage. The goblin, in disguise, used a technique of the king's magic that was unknown to humans, a spell called the Ancient Magic Circle. Choi Yeon-seung was not distracted by such trifles, but waited for the moment to counterattack, and now it had arrived. Everyone was ready. The girls again took hold of their weapons more firmly for close combat strikes. They liked martial arts. Anthony and Smallwood cast long-range spells. It was necessary to use all the squad's capabilities in a complex. Yeon-seung assumed a fighting stance, preparing to deliver an incredible strike with his moonsword. The monster was huge and incredibly powerful. People seemed like small bugs in comparison to it, and yet they were strong. A little less than a minute passed, and the giant ice wyvern was defeated and rolled its eyes towards the ceiling of the fourth floor. The hunters were delighted that they were moving through the dungeon so quickly, but it was still a bit too much. Choi Yeon-seung ignored their bewilderment and suggested going up to the fifth floor. There was a dark, gothic atmosphere on this floor. The lighting was red and pink. Flying mice were circling under the ceiling. The girls froze in anticipation of the monster. And he didn't keep himself waiting long. A terrible demoness hung from the ceiling, frightening him to death with just her appearance. It was a banshee, an A-class monster. Since it was a spirit, most attacks would not work. The hunters were not scared. Choi Yeon-seung thought it was a great training session, and Smallwood and Elizabeth thought it was going to be a first-class battle. Everyone was determined, but it was unclear who would be able to attack first, the demoness or the squad of hunters. The banshee got there first, opened her mouth and began to attack with sound, which was the monster's main weapon. Everyone except Odagon and Yeon-seung took massive damage. They had no immunity to this type of attack. Our hero gave the avatar the command to use healing magic on his friends, and he himself decided to cover them, buying some time with his attack. He used the heavenly footwork technique and jumped as high as he could to attack the banshee in close combat. The monster had no intention of letting him get close, so it continued to scream shrilly, the sound wave knocking down everything it could. But the young man was able to become so fast that he simply avoided the streams of sound that were pouring in his direction. He managed to move behind the monster, which the banshee didn't even suspect. She had never encountered such fast opponents before. Our hero concentrated ki in his hand for a blow, and just in case, in his sword to finish off the monster if necessary. First he struck the banshee in the jaw, and then simply cut it in two with the sacred weapon. But not everything turned out to be so simple. Choi Yeon-seung froze in surprise, staring at the monster. The banshee regenerated with magical energy and now emitted a wave of force in all directions. Our hero realized that his blow had to fall on a more favorable place in order to kill the monster without giving it a chance to recover. He called Odagon, who was finishing healing the hunters. For help, the goblin in disguise said that he would be free in a minute. The boy turned and ran towards the owner. Elizabeth and Smallwood reproached him for casting the healing spell halfway through. It was not friendly. But then they noticed that even in Odagon's absence, his magic continued to work. It was something incomprehensible to the mind. In the back of the young man, they thought that he was simply not credible, perhaps even stronger than Hitakara in terms of healing. Choi Yeon-seung asked the avatar to use a strengthening magic on him that was strong enough to defeat the banshee. 3 powerful spells were cast instantly. Odagon was indeed a very strong magician. His master didn't hesitate for long, but jumped up to the banshee and struck with his sword. using all his strength and the magical support of the goblin in disguise. The sword cut the monster's body in half, just like last time, but now the blow hit the monster's vital organs, and the magic prevented it from regenerating. Our hero realized that with such help, he didn't even have to fight at full strength. One more blow would be enough. The guy raised his sword to attack. The banshee realized that now her end would come and froze in horror, not moving and not making a sound. Choi Yeon-seung confirmed her worst suspicions, his eyes glowing blue, just like the sword the hero had become one with. The monster's eyes flashed with the same light. The key completely absorbed her essence. It was death. The boy landed on the ground and watched as the monster burned to the ground, destroyed by two opposing streams of energy, his own and magical. At that very moment, a mechanical voice announced that the dungeon had been cleared. The underside of the world would now be turned off. Gutierrez and High Mountain froze in surprise. All the heroes left the virtual reality and found themselves in the same place where they entered the dungeon. Soon other hunters of the clan joined them. They were outraged that the dungeon was called an endless tower, but it turned out to have only 5 floors. Ernest's assistant cheerfully reminded them that they had been warned that the tower would be different from the one that had appeared in reality. Choi Yeon-seung thought it was an interesting move. Since it was impossible to predict what would happen in a real fight, Smallwood replied that there was no need to complicate things. Then Coach Ernest came up and said that the hunters who cleared the dungeon would now head to New York. A plane was waiting for them. The man explained that a new dungeon had appeared. The clan on whose territory it was had failed, so the lot fell to Icaros to try his hand. Gutierrez was overjoyed to be in a real fight. Smallwood was delighted to be back in the first team, and Anthony looked pleased with himself. So our heroes found themselves on the east coast of America, on Lego Long Beach. The weather was wonderful, but they didn't come for a vacation. The portal was quite large and very level, with security, employees, and the press crowded around it. There were especially many journalists. It rarely happens that local hunters fail to cope with the work, and the city is visited by invited clans. The Icaros clan members felt like stars. They walked as if on a red carpet. Choi Yeon-seung thought that there were a lot of people again, and Ernest was only interested in what rank the dungeon was. The employee said that it was originally a B class, but due to the failure of the Erst clan, there may be surprises. The coach asked how many people were allowed. He received the answer that 300, with 23 already inside. Yeon-seung activated the clairvoyance skill received from the goddess. He saw that the hunters in the dungeon were faced with betrayal, which is probably why they failed. The demon god Constellation hired a human as an avatar, who entered inside as a hunter and led the monsters to their own, and an order was received to evacuate immediately. But the demon god had already begun his mission of entertainment, watching the avatar attack the hunters who had fallen into his trap. Choi Yeon-seung said out loud that one of the hunters who entered the dungeon made a contract with a demon god. The kitten asked the hero to be careful. Our hero was not afraid. He understood that not a single constellation would be able to penetrate the dungeon. They only had the power to observe their avatar. The kitten insisted on being extremely careful. Choi Yeon-seung asked not to worry. He intended to enter the dungeon, and he was, let us recall, a constellation. So the hero resolutely headed towards the portal to look around. Elizabeth treated him to a drink. She was eager to meet real monsters. Since it was beer, the hero refused. On the other side, Smallwood rushed towards the guy. He also had an extra glass in his hand, and Yeon-seung decided that they had all conspired. The guy refused again and said that he didn't want to lose his muscles, so he only drank water. He laughed at the puzzled looks and admitted that he was joking, but simply didn't want to drink alcohol before a possible battle. Ilea approached quietly and unnoticed. Everyone only guessed about her presence when the girl asked if they had a plan. She continued to pester Yeon-seung to teach a lesson to the other hunters who were carefreely drinking beer and not caring about anything. Ilea was very irritated by their behavior, but Choi Yeon-seung did not share her opinion and simply watched calmly. The girl didn't even suspect that she had given our hero an interesting idea, because he knew that she was also an avatar of some constellation. Maybe she also made a contract with an evil constellation, like everyone who joins the clan is checked. But you never know. Everyone sometimes makes mistakes due to carelessness. The young man decided that it would be better to keep an eye on her, so he invited her to join his group. The Icaros clan were the first to enter the dungeon. It was called the Sanctuary of Defeat and Sloth. It could hold another 261 people, and was scheduled to explode in a little over a month. The remaining hunters were a little jealous. They didn't understand why Icaros was launched first, but they decided that whoever cleared the dungeon would win. However, no one else appeared at the portal. It was biding its time and still looked frightening. A shout came from behind that they would now get ready and would also enter in an hour. One of the hunters wanted to get inside quickly. Having stepped into the portal, our heroes did not immediately understand where they were. Visibility was severely limited by the dense fog. A mechanical voice announced that the sanctuary of defeat and laziness would test the candidates, something that had never happened before. Everyone wondered what kind of joke this was. The next message said that the wind of chaos was blowing and dividing the contenders. Choi Yeon-seung thought that this was very bad. Soon he landed in a forest clearing, completely alone. The guy was not worried about himself, but he was very worried about the other hunters. The hero looked around once more and made sure that no one from the Icaros clan was indeed visible nearby. Then he heard someone's loud groan. A wounded hunter was lying in the grass. Yeon-seung tried to get a better look. The guy was very exhausted when he saw our hero. The only thing he could utter was a request for a drink. Taking out a bottle of water, Choi Yeon-seung promised that he would help the hunter in a few minutes. He lifted the boy up and asked him to drink slowly, as a large amount of water in this state could be harmful. But the hunter did not listen. As soon as the bottle was in his hands, he began to greedily sip. To stop this, Yeon-seung asked what clan he was from. The young man said that he belongs to the New York Lights clan, and his name is Arenaz. Yeon-seung also gave his name and shook his head in response to the question of whether he had seen anyone else from the injured boy's clan. At this point, the hunter's face changed dramatically. It dawned on him what kind of person Choi Yeon-seung was. It was hard to believe that he was meeting a celebrity. Yes, this is the same Korean hunter, a martial arts enthusiast from Las Vegas, the guy realized. Looking closely at our hero, Yeon-seung became irritated by this reaction and said that enough chatter was enough. It was time to talk about what happened. The hunter began the story. They were the first to enter the dungeon and were separated in the same way during teleportation. He was with a friend and almost immediately came under attack by monsters. The battle was hot, but the narrator fell badly, breaking his leg, and his weapon also disappeared somewhere. After hearing the description of the monster, Yeon-seung guessed that it was a two-headed chaos hound. After such an attack, it would be difficult to teleport. The guy asked if our hero had seen the New York City Lights rescue team outside. He thought that help would come soon. Yeon-seung replied that no, and that no one outside had any idea what was going on, adding that he had no choice but to. The guy yelled that there was no need to kill him, and that he would give him the equipment anyway, to which the hero said, puzzled, that he was only going to heal him. The young man couldn't believe how friendly one had to be to do something like that, because it was a waste of mana. The Korean didn't listen. He felt the place where the bone was broken. Everything had to be done correctly. Since Choi Yeon-seung had never used the goddess's magic for such a purpose before, he was a little nervous. It was a high-level healing magic. The legs started to glow green and soon looked completely healthy. When the hero finished, the hunter stood up calmly. A message appeared that Yeon-seung was bowed to, and the healing magic he possessed increased. Finally, the guy wished the New Yorker to be more careful and try to get out of the dungeon alive. He turned around and walked away, and the stranger thought that it was incredible. Mana was spent on him just like that, without any selfish goals. The hunter decided that he couldn't just let Choi Yeon-seung go. He caught up with the hero and asked him to join, adding that although he wasn't aware of the monsters, he was familiar with the territory. They continued walking together, but our hero still needed to contact Odaigon. Fortunately, the powers of the constellation made it possible to do this easily and simply. The avatar responded immediately, asking if everything was okay and reporting that he had found the rest of the Icaros clan hunters. The goblin added that now they were all together and did not know what to do. The gentleman replied that for now they should explore the territory and be careful, and then asked how they managed to find their friends so quickly. Odaigon stated that if he calls his clan colleagues friends, then he doesn't trust them, which is why he put magical beacons on all his things. Yeon-seung said that as soon as they were sure that the way was clear, they should join him. He was going deeper into the forest. At this moment, a disgusting, toothy face, or rather 2 disgusting faces, appeared from the thicket. It was a 2-headed chaos hound. Our hero ordered the hunter not to panic, but to be ready to repel attacks if necessary. The guy didn't understand, and I had to literally grab him by the scruff of the neck and turn him in the right direction. The monster was huge and was already preparing to have a tasty lunch with a couple of people. He didn't yet know that there was a constellation in front of him. Looking at the monster, our hero realized that it was about level 150, and therefore did not pose a threat to him at all. The first thing Choi Yeon-seung did was use the Heavenly Finger skill to test the opponent's strength and ability to regenerate. Having poked both muzzles in the nose and made them half blind from pain, our hero took up his moonsword. It was necessary to calculate the jump and the subsequent jump so as not to get hurt yourself and not to injure your partner, who did not understand at all where to go and what to do. The very next second, the monster was cut exactly in half. 2 finger strikes and 1 sword strike were enough to destroy the monster. The hunter watched in horror as 2 huge predatory heads fell to the ground at his feet. He muttered in admiration that his savior was very strong, to which Yeon-seung replied that when you deal with monsters often, you get used to acting quickly. The guy took a blue translucent ball in his hand and asked what it was. The Korean replied that it was the core of a monster. He had already started to skin the carcass. When asked what he was doing and why, our hero replied that the meat of this creature was not poisonous and tasted very good. The young man did not believe that someone would eat a monster, but anything could be expected from a hunter of the Ikaros clan. Yeon-seung commented that the meat would be a replacement for the rations lost by the new acquaintance. Here our hero heard some more suspicious sounds, but he still could not interpret them correctly. It sounded like some people were talking, so our hero decided that hunters were gathering somewhere nearby. He stopped cutting the meat and went towards the thicket. The hunter followed him, saying that there was and was no one there. Our hero peered attentively somewhere between the trees and bushes, and the guy mumbled that he told us there was no one there. They walked a little further and saw a tower around which the hunters of the New York Lights clan had made camp. The guy recognized his boss and called him by name, Ijidore. The man turned his head and stared at Arenaz in surprise. Everyone was very surprised that the young hunter survived, but what was even more surprising was that he returned with Choi Yeon-seung. The New York Lights clan members were wary of the stranger's appearance. Upon hearing that the hero from the Ikaros clan had healed and saved their hunter, everyone began to wonder why. The thing is that it was not customary to help a hunter from another clan for free because they were competing. A message appeared that Yeon-seung's existential power had increased, and he was bowed to. The boy felt his essence power growing. But he stubbornly did not understand why this happened now, because he simply helped a man in trouble, which, in his opinion, is what any normal hunter would do. Arenaz continued to tell his colleagues that the savior used high-level magic on him, but they continued to look at him incredulously. Our hero asked him to stop explaining. The wide-eyed youth shouted that it was true, and Choi Yeon-seung simply lost his patience and applied a block. The hunter fell to the ground, and the hero explained that he had repeatedly asked him to shut up, to listen to what the savior was saying, but the youth continued to mumble that he had good intentions. Everyone present thought that the guy from Ikaros was just crazy, and just went and knocked out Arenaz. Then they remembered that Choi Yeon-seung had hit a reporter who had praised him, and they thawed out a bit. Some journalists want to give a hard punch, but Yeon-seung was good and knew his stuff. Our hero, meanwhile, wondered why there was such a crowd of people here. He was advised to just look back and everything would become clear. Behind the guy were the ruins of some ancient temple with a magical portal, and an hourglass crowned the composition. It was not just a watch, but a huge golden watch that emitted an incredibly strong magical field. Ijidor asked if the hero knew what it was, to which Yeon-seung replied that it looked like summoning magic. The hunter nodded and added that the sand had been pouring since they arrived here. He assumed that most likely the dungeon boss would be summoned, and they came here to kill him. Then the dungeon would be considered cleared. Looking at the gathered hunters, the guy thought that the avatar of the evil constellation could also be here, or maybe the summoning would call the demon himself. Choi Yeon-seung himself was a constellation, so he decided to study those present with a special vision. The first pair of hunters were ordinary people. There was nothing suspicious about them. The rest were also no different. But it is worth noting that the vision in the dungeon did not always work correctly. The hero decided that camouflage could have been used, or it was just a glitch. Yeon-seung decided that time would put everything in its place, and later the villain would definitely show himself in one way or another. Traitor with a poisonous dagger. That was the name of the demonic constellation that took the ambitious hunter Juris as its avatar. It is worth noting that this was not a very powerful constellation. but it is impossible for a hunter to determine the strength of his master. Jures mistakenly believed his master to be one of the strongest in the abyss, so he tried his best to please him. The man believed that he would have a chance to prove himself when the sand in the watch ran out and the boss appeared. The hunter looked at Choi Yeon-seung and felt anxious. Our hero could interfere with his insidious plans. Jures reassured himself that it didn't matter anymore, because he had an incredible artifact, the Master's Dagger. Ijidor invited Yeon-seung to join their group, as he thought it was reckless to wander around the dungeon alone. Our hero thought that he would be fine, and it would be a good idea to keep an eye on these hunters, so he agreed. Assuming that the young man was hungry, Ijidori handed him a bag of dry rations for the dungeons. Arenaz offered to give his share of provisions to the savior, but his mentor replied that he had recently recovered and should also eat normally. Looking around, Yeon-seung saw that the clan members were trying to save food. They looked quite hungry. It seemed like a chance to do a good deed and at the same time enjoy my favorite hobby, cooking. From his bag, our hero took out the meat of a chaos hound. It was fresh and came in handy just in time. The hunters tensed up. They realized that this was monster meat. They had never tried such food. After assessing the amount of meat, Choi Yeon-seung figured that there wasn't enough for everyone. He asked if there were any more monsters nearby. The puzzled hunters replied that there were red-horned turtles. The hero replied that this was excellent. Eggs of this type were quite healthy and incredibly tasty. The guy advised to wait for him there. He would bring a couple of pieces. Ijidor screamed in horror for the hero to stop. It was dangerous, but no one listened to him. Less than an hour later, Choi Yeon-seung returned safe and sound with a mountain of food in his hands. He placed the ingredients on the stone pitas and decided that since everything was in stock, it was time to start cooking. And Yeon-seung loved to cook so much that he completed all the preparatory work, like cutting meat with lightning speed. He also had a secret ingredient, spices, stored in a bag of hidden subspace given to him by Onyx. Ijidor watched him and asked if the seasonings really came from a spatial artifact. He had never seen anything like that before. The hunter thought that normal people take potions and weapons with them, but this one put down seasonings, while Yeon-seung summoned magical fire. With the help of the true fire of Samadhi, the hero made a decent fire without any wood at all. He cooked food using the energy that his hands gave him. The dish looked very appetizing, and the smell made the hunters simply salivate. Even though they were scared by this method of cooking, they stood to the side and discussed why a martial artist would use magic, and fire magic at that, just to fry meat. Soon the eggs were used and everyone froze, waiting to see what the young man would do with them, because they needed utensils. And the hero had dishes. He took out his adamantium frying pan and began to cook eggs with pleasure. Yeon-seung had spices, oil, and everything else on hand, which made a lasting impression on those present. When everything was ready, even the appearance of the dish was no worse than in expensive gourmet restaurants, and the smell was simply mind-blowing. Choi Yeon-seung decided to treat Arenaz first. Firstly, because he knew him better than the others, and secondly, because the guy could use some food to help him recover. Taking the treat in his hands, the young man began to study the contents of the plate, wondering whether it was really edible. He trusted his savior, so he decided to spear a small piece of meat with his fork. When he put it in his mouth, the cry of pleasure was heard for miles around. It was so delicious that you could swallow your tongue. The dish tasted simply amazing. It seemed like the meat was melting in his mouth, and the magical component replenished his vitality and mana. Choi Yeon-seung asked how he liked it. The guy asked for more and said that he had never eaten anything tastier in his life. Our hero happily agreed and invited everyone else to join the meal. The hunters did not expect to be treated to something as well. They accepted the delicious plates with caution, but also with great gratitude. It seemed like their world was shaking. The food tasted divine. Mana was restored instantly. The opinion of the Ikaros clan's latest developments was very high. Yeon-seung was having fun. After the meal, the hunters were in a great mood. They were full and restored, and they also had fun. Everyone approached our hero and expressed gratitude, and at the same time asked what other new things they were using in Ikaros. Here our hero heard some strange sound and turned his head in the right direction. The leader of the Ambatus clan approached him with an outstretched hand and invited him to join their group. The New York Lights clan, according to him, did not even have a healer. The man added that the said clan was very weak, and in general there would be no end to problems with them. Ijidori tried to object. Another moment and the two hunters would have been at each other's throats. but Choi Yeon-seung asked them to immediately cool their fighting ardor. At this time, Juris approached his leader and said that they didn't really need another hunter. There were already enough people. The clan leader asked what he was even talking about. He had just eaten for 5, and now he didn't agree with Yeon-seung's company. Juris was extremely angry that the hunters' magical power had been restored, and their endurance had increased, making it more difficult for him to carry out his plan. Just at this time, the last grains of sand were flowing down the magical hourglass, but this went unnoticed. It was only when the magical glow intensified that the hunters realized that something important was happening. A magical voice announced that time was up. The night of sloth and defeat appeared, and everything around was filled with bright light. Ijidore guessed that it was the boss and ordered everyone to prepare for an attack. The hunters were a little scared, but quickly mobilized. The knight, like a mountain, grew out of the portal and looked at everyone through the holes of his helmet. Instead of eyes, only a yellow glow was visible. Soon he appeared completely and stood above the people, menacingly leaning on his huge sword with magical whirlwinds rushing around. The hunters did not expect that instead of a monster, a knight would appear, looking more like a deity than a monster. Juris asked the master when it would be best to attack, or when the people's stamina would decrease again due to the battle with the knight. At this time, a majestic voice sounded. The boss said that he was a knight, the goddess of laziness and defeat, then asked who would be the first to risk passing his test. Everyone was amazed. They did not expect to see a knight servant of the goddess in the dungeon. Besides, the dungeon was called the Sanctuary of Laziness and Defeat. Perhaps it was a trap of the demonic Constellation. The knight meanwhile pointed his weapon at the people and repeated his question again, adding that he was still waiting. The leader of the Schreiber clan, Rain, thought that this was some kind of trap and spoke out loudly about it. He commanded his hunters to attack. They used the magic of the 5th circle, the secret stone spear. Several spears flew at the knight at once, and he attempted to deflect each one with his sword. He succeeded completely. Now the monster stood, completely pleased with himself. He was expecting a new attack. Ijidore thought that these were some kind of super skills. In front of them was a creature with an S rank, no less. Choi Yeon-seung looked at his opponent and found himself acutely feeling the power of the Constellation essence. Several hunters approached to attack, but the knight informed them that only one person could take the test at a time. "You have been chosen," he informed Rain, the leader of the Schreiber clan. The man asked to wait a little. He was not ready. The knight remained silent, but teleported the hunter closer to him. Forced teleportation was something new. The knight asked if Rain was ready now and warned that the test would now begin. Before the man could scream that he was not ready and should stop, the knight forced him to fall flat on the ground with one thrust. The monster said menacingly that the hunter had failed the test. Let the next one come closer and fight him. A new group of hunters approached the site after half an hour. People asked what was going on and received the answer that everyone had failed the test. The knight continued to flash yellow rays from under his helmet and asked who would risk being next. It turned out that Rain, like the other fallen hunters, was Jive. It was unclear why they were falling and what exactly the knight was checking. Everyone rushed to the head of the Schreiber clan and began asking how he felt and what could be done with the monster. The man replied that he did not know. As soon as the sword touched him, he lost all his strength and could not even move. There was no point in attacking the knight. He would simply force any attacker to pass the test and steal his power. Another solution had to be found. Choi Yeon-seung stepped forward and said that he would now approach the knight and try to do something. Everyone began to dissuade our hero and ask him not to do this. Rain was just lucky, and no one knows what will happen next. The boy resolutely walked towards the knight and said that he was ready to pass his test right now. The giant pulled his huge sword out of its sheath again. It seemed that all the power was contained in this magical artifact. The knight said that in that case, he would test how strong the young man was and how he could resist him. The sword was pointed at Yeon-seung. The monster's eyes were glowing with yellow fire, and a glow of the same color enveloped its entire formidable figure. Choi Yeon-seung heard a mechanical voice announce that the Knight of Sloth was using the Sloth limitation skill, and the hero felt like his entire body was bound by chains. Having looked with the sight of the constellation, the young man realized that these were indeed magical chains. He understood how the knight takes away the will to fight. The power of the constellation of laziness was in the release of laziness. The guy could now think only about the fact that he wanted to rest, go to bed, and be left alone. A mere mortal could not avoid such magic. But our hero was a constellation, an invincible god of training, thinking that the goddess's skill was the complete opposite of his own qualities. He knew he couldn't lose to such a cheap trick and focused on his desire to become stronger. Clenching his fists and tensing all his muscles, Choi Yeon-seung set his mind to the fact that he was strong, invincible, and would become even stronger. The shackles dissolved, completely freeing the hero. Now he proved to the knight that he could cope with his test. The avatar looked at the hero with surprise and grimly reported that he had passed his test. The guy looked him straight in the eyes and asked what was next. Was this really all that was prepared for him? The hunters watched what was happening and admitted that the test was difficult. Overcoming insurmountable laziness was no joke. At this point, the knight raised his sword and loudly exclaimed that he would allow Choi Yeon-seung to meet his master. The sword in his hand changed the color of its glow slightly, becoming red in some places, like blood. A message appeared that the power supporting the sanctuary of laziness and defeat had disappeared. The dungeon could be considered cleared. This did not correlate well with the knight's words. Choi Yeon-seung looked around. He also understood that not everything was so simple and that there was a catch hidden somewhere. Here our hero heard a strange sound and turned his head in the direction from which it came. It wasn't even a sound, but a feeling of presence. The knight said that he would allow him to meet his master. The hounds of chaos rushed towards the hunter. The monsters were apparently also part of the test, but our hero already clearly felt the presence of the constellation. The knight continued to hold the sword in his outstretched hand and, smiling, said that everything was a little more complicated. In addition to the chaos hounds, other rather powerful monsters were rushing towards the hunters, their eyes glowing red. Choi Yeon-seung understood that soon they would all be nearby, and he needed to protect all the people present in the dungeon from the mortal threat. The hunters didn't suspect anything. They heard the message and were determined that they could safely return to the city. The men discussed what had happened, shared their impressions, plans for the future, and anticipated the reward for the cleanup. Choi Yeon-seung clenched his fists and thought that if he was going to avoid difficult situations, why would he even need to get stronger? And he set his mind to fight. The mechanical voice announced that his good giant fighter skill had been activated and the power and strength of the essence had increased. The flying monsters were the first to fall under his hot hand. The hounds slowed down and realized that their reconnaissance drones had been destroyed. The hunters realized that they were under attack. Ijidora ordered all ranged mages to get ready. This is an unusual dungeon, but such things happen. While everyone was casting defensive spells, the guys were talking among themselves about how the monsters didn't attack in waves. It was strange. Choi Yeon-seung, at this time I concentrated the maximum amount of ki for the strike. There was so much of it that streams began to burst out through the nose and mouth. The young man decisively commanded the hunters of all clans to gather together around him. Ijidor objected that this would make them easy targets, but our hero said that if the hunters wanted to survive, they had to do as he said. Our hero felt that he had reached the maximum level of chi concentration and was now thinking about which skill would be best to use in the current conditions. He decided that it would be a special speed, so he could attract all the attention of the monsters to himself and keep other people safe. The Chaos Hounds were getting closer. Their piercing war cries were now clearly audible to everyone. But then, out of nowhere, our hero appeared on their way, and he made it just in time. Choi Yeon-seung attacked the monsters from every possible direction using martial arts and the acceleration skill. The icing on the cake was his favorite skill, Heavenly Finger, which was good at taking down a monster in one hit. Moreover, quite quickly, the monsters fell to the ground one after another, stopping their run. Some of them realized what was happening. They began to change their trajectory and think about counterattack tactics. Turning to face the young man, the Chaos Hounds prepared to attack him head-on. The hero pretended to run away, but he himself was preparing to use the Heavenly Finger again, only not so obviously. Soon, in the places where the monsters' heads had recently been, only flashes of blue ki glow remained after the blows. Choi Yeon-seung sat down on the ground with a satisfied look after the last jump. It wasn't easy, but he managed it. The monsters, who were also quite high up, began to fall down rapidly, and only silhouettes were visible in the sky. But that was not all. A new crowd of monsters was rapidly approaching our hero from behind. They were furious because of the failure that befell the previous ones. The hunters watched the battle from the sidelines. It was almost impossible to understand what was going on there. They had never seen such raids before. At this time, The head of the Schreider clan exclaimed that there was no point in wagging their tongues, they should help Choi Yeon-seung. Everyone realized that he was right. Since the monsters were concentrated in one herd, the hunters began to cast long-range spells with mass damage. Our hero did not count on such help, but it came in very handy. Many monsters died. Then one of the hunters thought that their magic could also affect Choi Yeon-seung himself, and he timidly voiced this assumption out loud. Those around him didn't hear, but Choi Yeon-seung himself shouted back that they should continue and not worry about his safety. He was right in the middle of a herd of monsters, each of which was intent on destroying him. But in reality, Yeon-seung knew very well who would emerge victorious from this battle. Ijidori noticed that the Jakus had joined the hounds and shouted loudly to warn our hero. But he already understood that a new enemy had appeared. Well, that would make the battle even more interesting, Yeon-seung decided. The magical blast from the projectiles of the hunters of all clans destroyed almost all the Chaos Hounds, but the Dyakas were immune to fire, or something like that. They continued to attack Yeon-seung, although they did not understand how he managed to avoid blows and remain unharmed in the streams of attacking magic of the hunters. Here the young man decided to resort to heavy artillery and took out his sword. The first monster was cut in half with one blow. The hunters could not hide their admiration. They had never seen such skill in combat before in their lives. They decided to support Choi Yeon-seung and attack together, using up all of their remaining mana at once. Almost every man had only one thought in his mind, that the martial arts master was stronger and more resilient than all of them put together, and even the monsters. Most agreed that their clan simply needed to recruit a couple of such hunters into their ranks. The monsters seemed to agree that Choi Yeon-seung's strength and resilience was beyond their comprehension. But it was not in the rules of the Dyakas to retreat. Avoiding a threat, they continued to attack the young man no matter what. Even seeing that the hero had prepared his moon sword for a thrust, the monster did not slow down. For which he paid, being cut into two equally terrible halves. There was no point in underestimating the enemy. The last giant fell to the ground, and the young man was finally able to catch his breath, lower his sword, and just stand on his own 2 feet. It felt good. The exhausted hunters also dropped their hands, stopping the magic. It was clear from their faces that people were simply in shock. There were countless destroyed monsters lying on the ground. It was hard to believe that hunters could even handle so many of them. Reflections of spells were still visible among the corpses here and there, reminding that the battle had ended literally a second ago. Choi Yeon-seung exhaled noisily all the air from his lungs. He felt an incredible relief that he had completed the task, and everyone was safe. Behind him, he could hear the hunters cheering as they greeted the hero who had protected them, but there was something else too. People rushed to the hero with words of praise and gratitude. No one even tried to contain their emotions. No one paid attention to Jerez, but they should have. The man was preparing to attack. He was thinking about how to kill as many people as possible before the dungeon was closed. If he failed, the owner would be very angry. But to do this, he needed to get rid of the main threat, Choi Yeon-seung, who stood with a completely carefree look with his back to the enemy. Thinking that no one would notice him now, he began to carefully creep up on the young man. Saying that he would now rest in peace, the villain raised his dagger to kill our hero. Already in the process, the man thought that everything turned out too easy. Something was clearly wrong. And then he hiccuped in surprise and widened his eyes. He failed to strike the enemy in the back, but that's not all. Jerez plunged the dagger into his own hand, because at the last moment, Yeon-seung turned around and grabbed him, blocking him. The magical atrefact went deep into the wrist, but for some reason there was no blood at all, only black liquid. Probably this was also witchcraft. Our hero calmly asked the hunter who attacked him what he was doing. Standing in front of the enemy with a dagger in one hand piercing the other hand, Jerez looked very pathetic and comical. He asked if Yeon-seung had suspected him from the beginning, but the boy ordered him to kneel down and put down the dagger. If the man was just an accomplice, he would remain alive. The hunter assumed a fighting stance and shouted that his master was very powerful, to which Yeon-seung countered that it didn't matter how he would help his avatar in this situation. Jerez continued to hiss that everything was just beginning, and that not a single pathetic, incapable hunter would stop him. The man pretended to be the victim and screamed at the top of his lungs that Choi Yeon-seung had just attacked him, and the hunters became wary. They couldn't understand what was going on there and who attacked whom, so they started asking each other. Jerez showed his hand in which the dagger was still sticking out. and said that the hunter had attacked him. "Just look at this weapon." Choi Yeon-seung calmly explained that it was exactly the opposite, that an attack was planned on him, but he prevented it in time. The head of one of the clans recalled that all raids are recorded by drones, but when they began to study the video, it turned out that everything was hidden by tree crowns. Jures continued to ask his boss, the head of the Ambitious clan, for protection, but the man was in no hurry to draw conclusions. The hunter begged him to believe him, but the chief replied that he did not believe that Choi Yeon-seung was capable of something like that. Everyone decided that Jures, who had a reputation for being a whiner, attacked Yeon-seung because he was jealous. The villain approached his colleagues and asked how they dared to trust someone who gave them only a little meat. They reminded him that he had eaten more than anyone else. Then Ijidor came up and said that if the Ambitious clan hunters did not stop all this immediately, they would all be considered accomplices of Jures. The hunter who was saved by Choi Yeon-seung said that he also thought about it. Maybe there really are other bad guys among the hunters. Here, Jures took the dagger out of his hand and prepared to start a new attack. Everyone shouted at him, asking what he was doing again. The man used a technique to release poisonous mist, and everyone around him began to receive poison damage. But even in such conditions, the hunters continued to argue among themselves about who was the first to guess that Jures was the villain. A hunter in a red bandana with a huge halberd said that he would take care of him. Choi Yeon-seung tried to dissuade the guy, but he did not listen. The guy replied that he had a B rank, and Jures had a C rank at best. He could handle it. Our hero reminded him of the contract with the demonic god, but no one listened to him anymore. Here Jures's eyes turned white. He didn't expect that our hero knew about his agreement, but it was still too late to change anything. The man cast the fourth circle magic of the wavy snake fang, and the poisonous monster immediately rushed to attack. The hunter held out his halberd to counter the magic, but it wasn't a very smart move. A shower of poisonous acid sparks flew in all directions, colliding with the razor-sharp blade of the weapon. The magical protective amulet that resisted poison, which was placed on the neck of the guy in the bandana, could not withstand the force of the attack and shattered into pieces. Having lost the protective artifact, the young man became an excellent target for the next poisonous attack. The rest of the hunters from his clan also fell to the ground, having inhaled the poisonous fog. Something urgently needed to be done. Jures was very happy that he chose his constellation as his master. He could not even dream that he would be capable of an attack that would hit all of his B-rank colleagues at once. The villain took up the dagger again, saying that now everyone present would die. At that moment, Choi Yeon-seung approached him and exclaimed that only he, Jures, would die here. The man didn't listen, continuing to cast a summon on the cursed dagger. This was the main task he was focusing all his strength on. Poisonous rays darted towards our hero, but he confidently continued to move forward, armed with a sword. He managed to concentrate the maximum amount of ki on the blade, so he was ready to deliver the decisive blow. Our hero took a light fighting stance. He already understood that immunity to poison protected him from any attacks of the enemy, and physically the latter was much weaker than him. The ideal body for martial arts, this heavenly fighting body, in order to get at least some benefit from the battle, our hero resorted to meditation. Choi Yeon-seung set himself the task of making a sword as perfect as he was. He created a new martial art. It was reported that it was called the flowing sword technique. It was necessary to try it out in practice. The guy waved his hand and the traitor's dagger flew into pieces without any effort on his part. Jures was amazed and exclaimed that this was impossible. He had received this gift from his constellation. Yeon-seung leaned over to the man and advised him in a friendly manner not to trust the constellations so unconditionally in the future. He immediately used the palm strike of the unconditional soul, and the enemy flew back like a rag doll. Holding a poisonous tail with a sting like a scorpion in his hand, Jures tried to sting our hero in the hand, not suspecting that he had absolute immunity to poisons. But Choi Yeon-seung didn't stop there. He delivered another blow with his palm with such force that this time the enemy flew at least 10 meters. He fell flat on the ground, but a mechanical voice announced that the traitor's magical power was protecting Jures's body, and he escaped instant death. Having risen, the man said that he did not intend to die just like that. He would take as many people as possible with him to the next world. The villain raised his dagger again and cast a poisonous cloud of life force transfer that was supposed to kill everyone. The hunters watched him from the side, and Yeon-seung couldn't understand why this idiot still wasn't satisfied. Then he heard a familiar voice exclaiming that he was here, and a happy Odegon was running towards our hero with all his might, waving his hand cheerfully. The disguised goblin was very pleased that he too had the opportunity to take part in the battle, so he exclaimed that he would now do it himself. He was also quite interested in what he saw, especially the blood-red glow of the cloud spell. The magician did not hesitate for a second, and immediately used a spell called Detoxification Rain. It had a fairly wide field of effect, enough to completely negate the effect of Juris's spell. The rain from the magic cloud drenched both the hunter himself and the cloud summoned with the dagger. The man continued to sit with his hands raised. It looked pitiful. Juris almost cried, clutching the blade in his hand. He couldn't believe that he would end his life so worthlessly. Another moment, and the hunter simply sprawled out on the grass and lay under the raindrops, lamenting his unfortunate fate. Odegon stood next to his master and watched this pitiful sight. It seemed as if sad music was about to start playing. Choi Yeon-seung said that this is how it would end. Juris sobbed loudly. This was exactly what he was afraid of. The story of the dungeon could have ended at this scene. The hunters began to discuss what had happened and wonder when they would return. Our hero asked the avatar why they were gone for so long. Did they really meet monsters? The young man replied that it was not that. It was just that the idiot hunters did not listen to him at all. Anthony, Elizabeth, and Alea all said at the same time that the healer should not be the leader, and everyone offered themselves for this role. The goblin in disguise folded his hands in pleading disguise and tearfully begged his master never to leave him with this gang again, and Yeon-seung, of course, agreed. The mechanical voice once again announced that the dungeon was cleared and could be left, and the hunters reached for the portal. Then Choi Yeon-seung heard an additional announcement. Just for him, the voice said that the hero had passed the dungeon test and could therefore receive a reward. Rewards are usually given to those who complete a special dungeon task, not counting the artifacts that are obtained during the clearing. The voice said that Yeon-seung had chosen the reward of the goddess of defeat and laziness, although our hero had not chosen anything at all, but was simply waiting for an opportunity to go out. The voice added that the guy would receive the power of the mentioned constellation, and a blinding yellow glow appeared. It was so bright that our hero's eyes even hurt, and the young man began to rub them. A moment later he realized that the light was coming from the eye of a long-haired girl. Obviously it was the goddess of laziness. She announced in an important voice that a lot of time had passed since she had last awakened, calling the hero her successor. Choi Yeon-seung did not understand why he was called that, and continued to silently look at the constellation. The girl rose into the air and began to smoothly approach our hero. He did not understand why such special effects were needed and what was happening at all. The goddess transferred him to her territory and said that she would now teach him everything that a servant of the constellation should be able to do. Yeon-seung tensed up. He had no choice but to tell the beauty that, in fact, he himself was a constellation. The floor in the room was soft as a pillow, and when Choi Yeon-seung clenched his fists to visualize his constellation power, he sank into the fluff up to his ankles. It was funny. The girl brought her fingers to her ears and muttered that it seemed that something was wrong with them. What she had just heard. If only mortals could enter the dungeon. That's exactly it. He was mortal and will remain so, our hero said in an even tone. He didn't like the frivolous attitude. The goddess exclaimed that it was terrible how he could do something like that. The hero replied that his goal was to deceive the other constellations. Sighing, the beauty said that she was not interested in the reasons. They definitely had to be compelling. She liked that the guy was so ambitious. Choi Yeon-seung assured the goddess of mutual sympathy and asked if she always chose her successor like this. It was so troublesome. The girl smiled and replied that not always. This place has a long and complicated history. Long ago, she obtained one of the strongest kingdoms of the abyss. It was beautiful and prosperous. Despite the fact that the constellation preferred to lose and be lazy, the kingdom continued to win and work. She was so tired of this hard work that in the end she simply sealed herself in chains in order to be at least a little lazy and rest. Choi Yeon-seung responded that this was very strange behavior, and the goddess retorted that the story he told was no less strange. The girl turned on the TV and muttered that since her successor was a constellation himself, he would quickly sort everything out, and that was all. The hero replied that he still had a lot to ask. He realized that the constellation was trying to push the responsibilities of governing the kingdom onto him. The guy noticed that his essence power had not increased, but a mechanical voice announced that it had increased. How could that be? The goddess said that she didn't have much power. She gave it all, who's to blame for not noticing. She was completely useless, like a constellation. The girl added that in any case, the main thing is power. Strength is not important, to which the hero objected that he is an invincible god of training, laziness, and defeat are not what he needs. The goddess pointed her finger at him and declared that she had never seen such a stupid successor. He didn't understand a thing. She explained that winning and losing are two sides of the same coin, and the same goes for training and laziness. The goddess asked if you lost to deceive someone, would it be considered a victory or a defeat? Or, for example, if you decide to rest to gain strength and recover, to give your muscles the opportunity to grow, this will be training or laziness. The constellation ended with Choi Yeon-seung still being too young and inexperienced. When he realizes that he can give power and what it means, he will become special. Many constellations spend time fighting to increase the power of the essence, but in reality, to be special, it is not the power of the essence that is important, but its component. Choi Yeon-seung seemed to understand. A message immediately appeared that he had realized the characteristics of the constellations. It was unexpected. The power of the essence increased. Moreover, our hero suddenly felt that the enlightenment skill had no limitations at all, because it was no longer bound by any feature of the constellations. Our hero thanked the goddess for helping him achieve enlightenment and added that that was not all. The guy asked, as the successor of the constellation, whether he could turn to her for advice or help. The girl smiled and replied that she could, but he was kind and wouldn't abuse it. The goddess put her arm around the young man's shoulders and asked him not to do this too often, and he nodded in agreement that he would try. The hero found himself on his way to Earth, and a message appeared that his meeting with the goddess of laziness had ended. The voice added that once he left the sanctuary and found himself in the city, Choi Yeon-seung thought about what he had heard. Now he would try to think about things more broadly and comprehend their essence. The guy thought that he once devoted all his time to training and martial arts, and now he has mastered cooking and magic. He is developing. His ki energy filled his body from the tips of his toes to the tip of his nose. It was a pleasant feeling of fullness. Choi Yeon-seung emerged from the portal, and reporters rushed to him, asking what had happened and why the last survivor was delayed. Our hero stood motionless, said nothing, and continued to think that training is not a part of life, but life itself can be considered one long training session. The guy decided to think more broadly and train without any restrictions at all. He clenched his fists so hard that his fingers turned white and decided that he had already given up on this, but it turned out that it was possible to become much stronger. The girl and the kitten were waiting for Choi Yeon-seung to appear in their line of sight with great impatience. The mistress of dreams and desires was literally rushing from place to place. When he appeared, she joyfully exclaimed that he was finally here. He had been long awaited. The guy was surprised. He completely forgot that after entering the dungeon, he became inaccessible to his colleagues in the alliance of small and medium constellations. Choi Yeon-seung briefly told them about the recent events, and they made the girl think deeply, especially about the contract with the goddess of Sloth. She paused and said that it was a good contract and if drawn up correctly, it would do them no harm. Choi Yeon-seung threw up his hands and said that he still didn't understand how he could use the skill of losing and the skill of laziness to his advantage. The girl asked how about experiencing defeat and laziness on himself. The hero replied that he saw no point in it. The young man decided to change the subject and asked if they knew anything about the traitor holding the poisonous dagger, what kind of constellation it was in general. The girl replied that there was no need to worry too much about him, as in the constellation rankings, the traitor was about on par with Yeon-seung himself. The kitten clarified that there are unpleasant rumors about this constellation. It is cunning and plots on the sly. You need to keep your eyes peeled as both Choi Yeon-seung's name and his constellation name have started to pop up in the constellation games. The kitten emphasized that the battle with the warrior and the clearing of the dungeon had made a lot of noise both on Earth and in the abyss. The streets of New York were slightly less congested than those of Los Angeles, and the city's public transportation was much better. Elizabeth emerged from the bus, followed by Anthony, and the group of Vicaro's clan hunters set off to see the sights. The whole company disembarked onto the street and began to wait for further instructions from Gutierrez. She was a local. Choi Yeon-seung was unhappy. He muttered something about how there was no need to go anywhere. You can eat in your room. The team told him that while in New York, he had to stop by Hunter George's, the only place in America that served monster food. The name delicately hinted that this was a restaurant opened by a hunter for hunters. Well, let's see what they served the guests. It was quite pompous inside, but the hunters from Icaros felt quite comfortable in t-shirts and vests. There was no other clothing to go with them. Here their attention was drawn to a conversation between one of the visitors and the chef. The hunter was complaining that the taste of the dish was completely different. The head of the Schreiber clan sat at the table and explained that the steak should be fatty, and when you bite into it, the fat should run off the meat. The guys didn't understand what was wrong. Did they really have to choose the coolest restaurant out of all the places on the planet to complain about the taste of the food? Here the hunter noticed his colleagues from the Icaros clan. His face acquired an indescribable expression of joy and annoyance at the same time. The hunters greeted each other, and the man said, a little embarrassed, that he hadn't expected to see them here. He shook Yeon-seung's hand and expressed his deep gratitude for what happened in the dungeon. The guy replied that it was not worth the gratitude and asked what was wrong with the food. It was obvious that Rain was incredibly embarrassed. He began to pick at his ear, then his hair, not knowing where to begin his explanation. The hunter sighed and said that he asked to prepare the dish from the hounds that the hero made for them in the dungeon. He even told what he remembered about the recipe. But instead of a beautiful-looking and delicious masterpiece like Choi Yeon-seung's, local chefs came up with something completely different. George Manuel, the chef and owner of the restaurant, looked out to the guests when he heard what was being said. The skill of cooking monsters was very rare. George Manuel considered himself a unique chef. He approached our hero, hearing that he was also preparing monsters, and risked asking for a favor. The man, with a sinking voice, asked the young man to teach him how to cook the dish that Rain had told him about. So the young man found himself in the kitchen, with the entire restaurant team lined up behind him. At first the guy was very embarrassed. Shouldn't he be in the student's place? How could this even happen? It's not clear. Then George approached him. The cook said that he was really counting on the help of the famous hunter Choi Yeon-seung. Our hero immediately warned that he is not a professional, so don't expect much. The guy looked at the meat and asked what monster it belonged to. The cook replied that he had brought the best piece of minotaur from the market. Choi Yeon-seung took on the task of first processing the ingredient properly so that it was ready for cooking. To make the meat soft, it had to be thoroughly infused with chi energy, which took several minutes. It was a personal technique, practiced in the abyss. George reported that they do a similar thing and pour in mana, but it takes many hours. Noting that the method was similar, but he preferred martial arts rather than magic in cooking, the hunter reached for his knife. It took a few more minutes to select and try the right one. Now the hero was ready to cut the piece correctly. Because he concentrated his kai on the blade of the knife, the cut pieces of meat flew cheerfully into the air and pirouetted before landing on the plate. The whole team couldn't take their eyes off the meat. They decided that a circus performer had appeared in the kitchen, which was completely unacceptable in such a serious establishment. The guy then asked permission to use some seasonings. George replied that he could use whatever he thought necessary. While putting the steaks on the frying pan, the hero asked if they used magic to light the fire. The chef said that yes, it gives the food a special taste. The young man replied that he did the same, but instead of magic again, martial arts were in use. Choi Yeon-seung used the Samadhi fire technique, and within a couple of minutes, a beautifully seared steak was already on the plate, ready to be served. The young man turned to George and said that there was nothing complicated about it, and the cook replied to the hero that he cooked superbly. Soon the steaks were on the table in front of the Icaros clan hunters in Rain. Everyone was eager to try the dish. The head of the Schreiber clan cried with happiness. This was the very taste he had been trying to achieve from the chefs. Anthony whispered that wonderful food for the wonderful him. Everything fits. George approached Choi Yeon-seung and shook his hand again, telling him that he had learned a lot from him, and the boy was surprised and pleased. When the chef added that the hero was simply amazing, a message appeared that George Manuel recognized the boy's culinary skills. His essence power increased. The young man froze in place, so that's how it happens. Confession from a specialist makes a hunter stronger. Upon returning to Los Angeles, Choi Yeon-seung's first step was to go to Hwang's to discuss what had happened. The former boss listened to the latest events and began to have fun, especially the episode in the restaurant amused him. The dragon couldn't believe that the guy who used to eat chicken breast with chicken breast was now consulting for the best chef. Becoming serious, the man reminded that he was much more interested in the details of clearing the dungeon. The first thing that came to our hero's mind was the two-headed Chaos Hounds, which were quite a serious opponent. Then he remembered how he had struggled with the shackles of the goddess of Sloth, passing the test from the night. Only the last episode was worth paying attention to, so Yeon-seung told how he was attacked by a servant of the demonic Constellation, adding that nothing else interesting happened. Hwang asked him to tell him more, and he thought that even from what he had already heard, it was clear that Yeon-seung had done a great job. The hero continued to calmly drink tea. The man sighed and said that in any case, he called the guy at the most appropriate time, and he asked him to explain what he had said. There was a knock at the door, and the chairman of Dragon Incorporation gave permission to enter. The door swung open, and a man in a suit walked into the office. Hwang introduced him as the president of the dragon artifact, Ngen Bao. When all three returned to the table, Hwang asked if our hero knew what the dragon artifact was doing. The guy shook his head. Kyung-ryong then asked if the young man knew what a monster core was. This time the answer was affirmative. The man decided to explain in more detail, and said that an entire energy business had now blossomed on these clots of mana. In addition to using pure energy, special artifacts could also be created from monster cores. Hwang ended his story by saying that his company, Dragon Artifacts, creates the best artifacts on the market. Choi Yeon-seung asked what he had to do with all this, to which he received the answer that such companies cooperate with hunters to test artifacts. The dragon added that he introduced the hero to Ngen Bao in the hope that for his sake they would find an opportunity to cooperate. The young man thought about it and agreed. They left Hwang's office and went outside. Walking along the fountain, the new acquaintances began to discuss how they could be useful to each other. The dragon looked at them through the window and drank champagne in honor of the successful deal. He happily thought that it would be a good idea to make the guy the president of his company. Ngen Bao and Choi Yeon-seung found common ground quite easily. They had something to talk about and agree on. The hero decided to clarify what exactly he would do. The man replied that although the artifacts are checked, nuances always appear. There is a high demand for artifacts, but one must not forget what is happening behind the scenes, Bao added, and the boy realized that in addition to testing in battle, they need his power to create items. The man also said that they needed to find a researcher, and the hero clarified what exactly was needed. Ngen Bao explained that Ronald Totten, an outstanding scientist, managed to place the third circle magic of the Atri double barrier into an artificial artifact, which means he has special technology. Their company tried to sign a contract with him. The scientist was not against it, but then he simply disappeared from contact. Perhaps the suspicious artifact manufacturing company Myth, which is owned by the Parkers, got its hands on it. Choi Yeon-seung realized that he was required to infiltrate the Myth's territory and free Ronald Totten from there. The guy decided to complete the task immediately and waved goodbye. The man was horrified that the hero went alone, without a team. Yeon-seung reassured him by shouting without turning around that he could handle such a trivial task without any outside help. Then the hero received a message on his phone from the Chinese clan. They reported that they had finished training in the swamp. A new one was needed, so why not take the students on the job, the guy thought. At this time, Ngen Bao looked at his back and was glad that Yeon-seung was not as reckless as the chairman described him. If only he knew. The Myth Research Center was surrounded by a solid fence and was well guarded. There were 2 men at the entrance. The entire area was under surveillance. Choi Yeon-seung and his students hid in the bushes at the side of the entrance, waiting for the right moment to sneak inside. The hero said that their task was to infiltrate the territory and free a man named Ronald Totten. The guy added that not everyone would be able to go. The rest would stay to keep watch. He asked which of the students had good speed. Almost everyone raised their hands. The next question was who had good stealth. 2 raised their hand, and they went with their mentor on the mission. Yeon-seung clarified that he did not want to put their lives at risk. If they did not want it, Lee replied that it was their choice. Sneaking between the bushes, the team began to approach the entrance to the Myth Research Center. They moved so fast that the cameras didn't even record the movement, and yet they had to get inside, not go around the perimeter. The other students watched this and wondered what kind of equipment their mentor was using to hack. Here they were hit by a red glow from a thermal imager or some other equipment that recorded the appearance of living objects. Immediately, voices were heard behind the wall, discussing whether something should be done if the threat was outside. The students asked what they should do, to which Choi Yeon-seung advised them to stop and take a breath. The young man used his constellation powers to better assess the situation. The men detected the energy and decided that there was a constellation, or an avatar, who had signed a contract with the master of perverted illusions, and they rushed forward. Choi Yeon-seung, hearing their conversation, remembered that the master of perverted illusions was the evil constellation that had captured Mexico. Could he really be here? The lava and magma kitten said that in order to take over an entire country, a constellation must be in the top 20. Our hero thought that he was in 127th place, so help wouldn't hurt. He decided to turn to the goddess of laziness. In the goddess's territory, the TV was still working and random things like magazines and discs were scattered around. The goddess herself was reclining on a floor as soft as a sofa, with a bottle of cola and all sorts of other snacks nearby. She was just munching on chips when she heard Yeon-seung's greeting and realized that her successor was here. The girl asked with displeasure, "Didn't the guy promise to bother her once every 1,000 years? What happened?" The hero answered that he needed help. Did she know anything about the master of illusions? The constellation didn't even turn its head, muttering something like, "Oh, that brat." Choi Yeon-seung didn't expect that someone from the top 20 could be called that. The goddess explained that in those times when she was still active and communicated with the constellations, the master of illusions was a very wayward child who loved to play with the master of slowness and silence. It was this same constellation that had taken over China in no time, and the goddess of Libra suspected that it was in second place in the rankings. Choi Yeon-seung thought that in that case, his opponent must be quite strong, despite the fact that the goddess of laziness called him a brat. He asked her what she would say about the master of silence, and received the answer that even in those days he was already quite strong. The constellation added that it was enough to bother her. Now he needed to concentrate on the master of illusions and leave her alone. The guy agreed, but added that he might need help, so he should stay in touch just in case. Since communication with the constellation took place through the connection of constellations, Choi Yeon-seung looked rather strange from the outside, and the students were perplexed. The mentor informed them that someone was fighting the myth's guards, so they would take the opportunity to take Ronald. Approaching the wall, our hero slowed down. An idea came to his mind on how to make it easier for the students to overcome the obstacle. He said that it would be easier if he ran with them, or rather, carried them on his back. Before the guys had time to clarify whether this was really a good option, the hero grabbed both of them, each under one arm. Having assessed the situation, Yeon-seung realized that he needed to overcome the wall, then the lower tier of the building, and then penetrate the tower. According to Nguyen, the hostage was on one of the upper floors and had a long way to go. The boy grabbed the students more tightly and concentrated all his Kai energy into his legs to jump. He, like a blue arrow, jumped over the wall in one fell swoop along with his students. The speed left both of them incredibly terrified. They had never moved like this before. Meanwhile, Choi Yeon-seung had already begun to climb the wall of the lower level of the Myth Research Center. The higher he rose, the more scared Iris and the second student were. Both closed their eyes so as not to see the possible fall. But there was no fall. Yeon-seung was doing a great job. Lee thought that this was the true art of dexterity. Finally, they overcame several floors of the tower and stopped at the right one. The hero reported that the hostage was here. But it was necessary to get inside. For this, our hero decided to use the heavenly finger technique to cut the window. Another second, and a neat rectangle of fairly large size was cut out of the glass with a bare hand using Kai. The glass fell down, and now our heroes could enter the room without hindrance. There, with his hands tied and his eyes blindfolded, sat a frightened man of European appearance. He asked in a trembling voice who was there. It was clear that Ronald did not really count on being saved. Choi Yeon-seung said that they were from the dragon artifact, and asked if the person in front of them was Ronald Totten. The man nodded in agreement. He realized that the dragon artifact had not abandoned him in trouble, asking him to remove the bandage. He continued to ask in fear why the sounds of battle were heard. The dragon decided to use all his strength. No other way. The battle was indeed heated, but Yeon-seung explained that those people had nothing to do with him, then asked if Totten was really going to sign a contract with the dragon artifact. Ronald confirmed that this was true, and that he was being held here against his will. Then our hero said that they would quickly fix it now. The man was very happy, but asked to also save his friend, a colleague who was in the next room. Choi Yeon-seung replied that of course they would save him. He pulled out his sacred moon sword. He couldn't handle it with his bare hands. Just a few blows of the weapon on the wall, and it shattered into small pieces, fortunately without harming anyone. Behind the wall sat a man who was just as terribly frightened and tied up. He had absolutely no idea what was happening. The guy asked Totten if this was his friend. The researcher replied that yes, it was Kim Chang's son. The man rushed to his colleague to untie him quickly. He said that these people had come to save them. While Ronald was removing the bandage, Choi Yeon-seung decided to check who this colleague was. Judging by his name, he was Korean. With the help of the Constellation's vision, our hero learned that in front of him was not just a scientist or researcher, but a hunter with enhanced stealth skills. The next second, he put his sword to Kim Chang's son's throat, who did not expect such a turn of events at all. Without putting away the blade, the guy said that he knew the man was a hunter and that he had 3 seconds to explain everything. At first, the Korean tried to lie that he also came here to rescue Ronald, but he was quite surprised. Yeon-seung replied that he strongly doubted that the Korean clans had industrial spies, and Chang-sun was exactly that. Totten shouted that it was impossible. They were friends. Choi Yeon-seung asked to leave the showdown for later. Now they needed to get out of here. At that moment, the building shook violently. The walls literally shook. Something unexpected happened. Outside the window, our heroes saw a bright flash of light that was rapidly approaching with a terrible roar. It was the octahedron of illusion's radiance, the minion of the constellation of the master of perverted illusions, and it was about to be here. Finding themselves in a difficult situation, the constellation of the evil god decided to call a servant from the abyss. It was necessary to be extremely careful. The octahedron had already gathered information about the squad of hunters in order to immediately attack them, but for some reason it didn't occur to him to attack the master's opponents. Choi Yeon-seung took out his sword. Iris stood next to him and was also ready to fight back anyone who came close. Our hero understood that he needed to have time to attack first, so he began to calculate the trajectory of the sword strike using Kai. This is a long-range attack. He unleashed a huge blast of energy onto the octahedron, something that only a very powerful creature or a creature from the abyss could withstand. Shards of glass and walls rained down all around, and Ronald Totten was the most frightened. The researcher was not used to participating in battles. At this time, Iris noticed with fear that the building began to collapse. Everything began to shake and tremble. Choi Yeon-seung realized that he had to get out of here immediately. He ordered everyone to follow him, and everything would be fine. The walls fell in pieces to the ground. Everything was engulfed in flames, and in the midst of this hell on earth, human figures were barely visible. The hero landed on the ground, right behind the employees of the Myth Research Corporation, or rather, the guards. He had just carried the students, Ronald and the Korean, out of the tower one by one, and still hadn't saved them from danger. The guards ordered them to identify themselves and explain what they were doing there. Another minute and shots would have been fired. Iris took a fighting stance. The girl decided that this time there would be no way to avoid a fight. But Choi Yeon-seung had a different opinion. He said that they came to help defeat the servant of the Constellation who attacked the Myth Research Center. The employees replied that no one had reported any help to them. No one had any idea who was in front of them. Our hero didn't even bat an eyelid and lied that it was because there might be spies here. One of the employees decided that this seemed to be true. The young man spoke very convincingly. Yeon-seung's students looked at each other. They didn't expect that their mentor would be so cunning and would use a constellation servant as an alibi. Yeon-seung asked what the guards had done that caused this thing to appear. The man replied that he himself didn't know. The opponents had performed a summoning ritual, and that's it. The kitten wrote that usually the servants summoned from the abyss disappear rather quickly, to which our hero replied that this is true, but how much time will pass is unclear. At this time, the octahedron began to open up, and a rather bright glow appeared from within. Choi Yeon-seung drew his sword from its sheath. He felt that the enemy was aiming straight at him. It seemed that no one except Choi Yeon-seung was interested in the Constellation's servant. Everyone was surprised. The kitten assumed that this was due to the fact that the hero's name had recently become a household word in the abyss. He added that it also seemed that the guy was interesting to the constellation itself. The octahedron began to open, this time from the top. A message appeared that the octahedron wants to know what Choi Yeon-seung is capable of, and if he passes the test, he will offer to become his avatar. The young man was hurt to the quick by how one could insult people while trying to recruit them, and he ordered his students to protect Ronald. And he himself rushed into battle. It was necessary to teach a lesson to the impudent octahedron, which also intended to attack. Choi Yeon-seung barely managed to block the blow with his sword. It seemed like the enemy was thinking and acting very quickly. The onslaught was very strong. Sparks literally flew from under the young man's sword, and yet he managed to parry the blow. The opponents once again separated, only to rush towards each other like two shining arrows of energy. They touched to strike, separated, then met to attack again. The sight was not for the faint of heart. Flashes of flame accompanied each blow. Finally, our hero landed on his feet again, with a significantly smaller octahedron hanging in the air next to him. The young man tried to break through its top with his moon sword, which took some effort. Soon things started to go wrong. Cracks started to appear along the walls of the Constellation Servant. It turned out to be less durable than the hero's blade. Finally, it split and a force energy field formed around the octahedron, reminiscent of a portal. No one present understood what it could be. On all sides, the geometric figure was surrounded by chains similar to those with which the knight had bound Yeon-seung during the test of the goddess of Sloth. They began to wrap around the guards of the Myth Research Center. The attack was quite unexpected. Our hero turned to the goddess for help and asked what kind of skill it was. She replied that with its help, one can turn allies into enemies, forcing them to betray. The guards' eyes turned red. The men lost control of themselves and looked like zombies. They smiled creepily and approached our heroes. The power of the constellation had completely blown their brains out. These smiles not only made the blood in my veins run cold, I just wanted to turn around and run away. A very ominous atmosphere. The group of guards that had been caught in the chains turned around and began attacking their colleagues who were standing at a distance. The men began to try to reason with them, explaining that the enemy was behind them, but this was very stupid and dangerous. Choi Yeon-seung asked Iris to signal all the disciples from the Hwashan clan to enter the territory and help. Our hero activated the skill good giant fighter and heard the usual message that his essence power had increased. The guy was ready to protect the weak. While some guards were attacking others, it was necessary to somehow neutralize them, but not kill them. This is not an easy task. But Choi Yeon-seung had a special ability to make pinpoint blocks with his finger, and he taught it to his martial arts students. And the hero himself did not sit idly by. He put a block on all employees affected by the spell. So they remained alive, but for a time they were deprived of the opportunity to attack their colleagues. And we remember that the octahedron's time was quite limited. However, the magic still worked. The zombies rose to their feet and prepared for a new wave of attack. And Yeon-seung used his pinpoint blocking strikes on them again and again. Fortunately, he had accumulated enough Kai energy. Soon there were no more enemies on the ground, and our hero had to turn his attention to the sky again. But there was a moment to catch his breath. The hunters from the Hwashan clan were delighted. They could not imagine how much training was needed to achieve such dexterity. The male leader, believing that Yeon-seung was sent to help them, asked the guy to be careful so as not to hurt the normal ones. At this time, a message appeared that the octahedron of the Radiance of Illusions was delighted with the abilities of the young man and invited him to become a servant of its master. Choi Yeon-seung thought that he would have a separate conversation with his master during the Battle of the Constellations. The hero began to pour his life force into the blade again to attack the octahedron hovering right above the city. His plan was to pierce the enemy with one blow, but so strong that it would destroy him immediately. The young man swung his arm and prepared to jump as high as possible to accomplish his goal. Like a powerful stream of pure blue energy, Yeon-seung rushed upward and struck his sword at his opponent. A strange purple spell had just unfolded on the side of the octahedron. Soon the same spell appeared on the other side. These were magical protective shields. They worked properly. There was not a scratch left on the octahedron. The mechanical voice reported that the Constellation Servant believed the attack was good, and the shields were called upon to show the power of the Master, the Constellation Red Hallucination. Our hero received a gift from the Constellation, a glowing ball of energy, the origin of which could only be guessed at. After this, the octahedron announced that it had to say goodbye for a while, flew up to the protective shield, and disappeared along with it. There were still purple reflections from the portal in the sky for some time, but after a couple of seconds, they also disappeared without a trace. Choi Yeon-seung was completely confused. He was thinking about what it was and what to call such behavior. The opponent just said what he wanted and left. A group of hooded men watched from the sidelines, regretting that some impudent fellow had driven away the servant they had so diligently summoned. They looked at the surviving guards of the Myth Research Center and noticed that they had exhausted each other. All that was left was to finish them off. The hooded hunters' criminals rushed to the attack, deciding that they could cope without the help of the Constellation servant. Choi Yeon-seung commanded everyone to stand behind him and his students. They could still put up a decent resistance. A message appeared that the hero had trained and led mortals, his essence power had increased, and the skill of constructing a 6 sword had been opened. In order not to wait, the young man used the sword skill of 6 at once. They ran towards the attackers, enveloped in a single energy of Kai. Choi Yeon-seung ran first, and the others followed in pairs, and the group looked very confident. The students and their mentor acted in a coordinated manner, like clockwork, and the opponents fell one after another. The punches and kicks were even more successful than in training. That's what a real fight and a real threat means. The men in cloaks were at a loss. Not only were their opponents able to attack, but they also used some particularly successful combination of attacks. They decided to retreat and ran headlong from the fist of Yeon-seung and his students. Iris was surprised. She didn't expect the fight to be so short. Where was the fighting spirit of the attackers? Without thinking twice, the girl decided to give the enemies a boost with a couple of powerful blows to the back. Spotlights began to illuminate the area of the Myth Research Center, looking for any remaining intruders. Everything else was pretty much the same as before. Of course, if you don't count the destroyed buildings, crumbling walls, destroyed pavement, and several dozen victims who couldn't move on their own. The manager, who had previously communicated with Choi Yeon-seung, approached the guy and said that he heard that he was a hunter, how great it was that Richard Parker's colleagues from the Ikaros clan came to help. He promised to provide a reward a little later and, looking back, asked the secretary how many losses they had suffered. The man replied that none. The man was surprised and asked to double-check. The secretary confirmed that the information was correct. The guards lost consciousness, but no one received serious injuries. The leader couldn't believe it. He had watched the battle with his own eyes, and it was brutal. Our hero asked Iris if any of the students were hurt. Everyone was safe. At that moment, behind the hero there was a stomping, deafening snorting and some shouts, and someone else came running. It was Richard Parker. He stopped to catch his breath and then asked if everything was okay. Here he saw Choi Yeon-seung, incredibly surprised. The hunter asked what the guy was doing here. The blonde employee said that Yeon-seung was a great comrade. He came to warn about the ambush and helped repel the attack. Parker immediately realized that this was hardly true. Choi Yeon-seung motioned for his Ikaros colleague to step aside and talk privately. A few minutes later, Parker's loud and indignant cry was heard over the bushes near the fence. The young man was indignant and claimed that this was too much. Richard grabbed Yeon-seung by the shirt and yelled that he wouldn't let Ronald get kidnapped. Our hero was outraged that the Parkers themselves kidnapped him. Richard leaned down to our hero's very face and continued to hiss that he was talking complete nonsense. The guy remained calm and replied that he didn't see a problem. Then Parker really slowed down and explained that the matter had been entrusted to him by the chairman. Yeon-seung asked if it was Kyung-ryong, who shook his head. Alex Parker, his father. Some time ago, a very unpleasant conversation took place in Parker Sr.'s office for his son. The man stood at the window and asked what Richard had achieved with his power. Absolutely nothing, he answered himself. The hunter tried to object, but the chairman sternly declared that it was enough to talk nonsense. It was time to return to the family. He had found an excellent place. Richard was stunned to hear that this was the last chance for a useless brat like him. Yeon-seung looked at the boy with sympathy and asked why he didn't just leave. If even his father treated him so badly, Parker replied that it wasn't that simple. Choi Yeon-seung put his hand on Richard's shoulder and said that everyone must stand firmly on their own 2 feet. Otherwise, over time, they will lose all their strength. If Parker dared to break all ties with his family, Yeon-seung promised that Kyung-ryong would help and support him. The guy doubted that he would do such a thing for him, but Choi was confident. Our hero advised him to think carefully about his words and went to the car, waving goodbye. Soon the door slammed behind him loudly. It sounded like the final chord in some long symphony. Richard Parker watched the car drive away and thought that it was a symphony of his past life. He clenched his fist, determined to start all over again, just as Choi Yeon-seung had advised. But the next moment he hunched over and grabbed his head, trying to figure out what to do. The dragon artifact's headquarters was huge. No, that's right. It was a twin-tower skyscraper, comparable in scale to an entire city. In the hall, Nguyen, the director of the unit who had negotiated with our hero about rescuing Ronald Totten, was pacing from corner to corner. When the right car pulled up to the building, the man jumped out. He was extremely excited and agitated. The car stopped, the doors opened, and the researcher got out of the back seat. He was exhausted, but had already managed to change into a fresh suit. Nyong rushed towards him, almost running. Ronald apologized for causing them a little trouble. The man assured that everything was fine. Thanks to the people who were sent to save him, he was completely safe and sound. Nyong explained that he was worried about the appearance of the servants of the demon god Constellation, to which Choi Yeon-seung replied that it was a mere trifle. Our hero reported that they had completed the task in the best possible way, asking to reward their students from the Chinese clan who had done an excellent job. Nguyen agreed that this was self-evident, and added that since they were here anyway, why not take a look around the company? Looking up and estimating how many floors there were in these twin-mirrored towers, the hero replied that the idea was not bad. The whole company entered a spacious hall, striking in its newness and cleanliness. Everything around literally sparkled. Choi Yeon-seung looked around. He thought that the place where artifacts were created was some kind of huge laboratory. The kitten wrote that he couldn't wait to see the human blacksmiths. The hero chuckled and said that he had forgotten that the kitten was an outstanding blacksmith. The Constellation got angry and asked not to forget who forged the equipment for him. Nguyen led them to the doors of the next hall and informed them that this is where artifacts are created, after which he invited them inside. Inside was a huge room with robotic equipment and a bunch of engineers to operate it. The atmosphere was businesslike and working. With the help of a laser and some kind of mechanical cutter, a blue crystal of a certain shape, endowed with magical properties, was supposed to be obtained. Our hero wanted to take a closer look at the future artifact and asked what it would be. The cutters, the grinding file, and some other tools worked tirelessly. Sparks and glow burst out from under them, as if ice and fire had come together. Choi Yeon-seung couldn't believe that instead of blacksmiths, robots were creating artifacts on Earth. It was somehow too much. The kitten was in complete agreement with him and screamed deafeningly that this was not a forge at all. Our hero asked what was wrong with him. The kitten, cursing, explained that the creation of artifacts is a ritual. In the forge, the masters put their soul into their work, and what a robot can put into his work is unclear. The kitten got really angry, picked up a hammer, and declared that he would show the pathetic little people what a real forge was. Choi Yeon-seung asked what he could show. Would he really create a couple of artifacts with them? The kitten said why not. The guy thought about it. It was an interesting idea, and the hero asked Nyong for permission to go inside and create an artifact. The man hesitated and asked why he needed it. The guy replied that he just wanted to try it at least once in his life, and the director didn't hesitate for long and agreed. Choi Yeon-seung walked up to the device with the blue crystal on it, and there were several technicians and lab workers nearby. They all looked skeptical because creating artifacts is not so easy, and then some hunter came and wanted to try it right away. The young man raised his fist, tensing his muscles and gathering the necessary amount of ki into his fingertips. The next moment his hand fell directly on the blue crystal that lay in the middle of the device. Sparks flew. Scientists and technicians were ready to scream in horror, watching our hero use just his fists. The staff wanted to rush forward and pull Yeon-seung away from the equipment, but the guy said that if he broke anything, he would compensate for the damage. They shouted that they were worried about something else, but the guy himself understood that a wave of energy gushed from the material, and soon the glow became more structured, and under the master's hands the material began to acquire clear forms. The men couldn't believe that mere martial arts could do this, and the azure iron stone obeyed Yeon-seung. After watching our hero's fists work, the kitten reported that divine space martial art was a very useful thing, as it turned out. The kitten advised Choi Yeon-seung to hit him a couple hundred more times to consolidate the result. A fist filled with Kai energy turned out to be more handy than the best tools and skills of a blacksmith in the world, who would have thought. Looking at the sword that our hero had created, the kitten said that he had underestimated it, but the item should be filled with attributes. The young man remembered that the azure iron stone had an ice attribute, so he put ice energy into the blade he created. A message appeared asking if the constellation really wanted to complete the creation of the artifact, and Choi Yeon-seung confirmed his intention. He created an incredibly durable short blue ice sword with quite powerful damage and excellent ice attack power. Choi Yeon-seung picked up the weapon and said that he seemed to be finished, and questions immediately began to pour in about whether he had done anything like this before. The hero replied that no, and asked not to be surprised, but simply to check the characteristics of the weapon he was holding in his hand. Nyong took the sword in his hand and said that no testing was needed. It was beautiful, incredible, and completely unique. It was something incredible. He promised to tell in more detail after the assessment, handing the blade over to one of his assistants for study. Then the director's phone rang in his pocket. For a few minutes the man pretended not to notice, but then he picked up the receiver. It was Hwang. He asked if Choi Yeon-seung was nearby, and hearing that the guy was currently inspecting the company, asked for the phone number. For some reason, In-young's hand shook when he handed his device to the young man. The man was very nervous. The dragon was in a good mood, asked our hero how things were going, and whether he was worried about the amount of money their company was earning. The guy was a little puzzled and said that no, everything was fine. Why even ask such questions? Hwang realized that he was going a bit too far, and continued that the purpose of the call was different. The hero received an invitation from Alex Parker. Choi Yeon-seung asked if this was the same Alex Parker who is the chairman of the Parker Group, to which he received an affirmative answer. I wonder what he needed from our hero. The boy asked the dragon if the invitation could be revenge for helping Ronald escape, but the chairman assured him that they had kidnapped the scientist first. What questions? Yeon-seung asked if he could join the fight if necessary. Hwang laughed that he wouldn't send him alone, since Alex was still a scoundrel, but if necessary, he could defend himself. The next day, the young man dressed more decently and went to the residence of the Ikaros clan. The dragon said that he would need to meet a companion there, who would also go to the meeting. The guy walked and was noticeably nervous. He was not used to wearing expensive suits. All this pathos was irritating, and besides, the presence of a partner was stressful. But when he saw that Miss Lawrence was going with him, he simply gasped. The girl looked gorgeous. They got into the limousine, and our hero asked why, if Hwang hated Parker, they accepted the invitation, and even on his terms, dressed like aristocrats. Ain thought about it and said that she couldn't answer exactly, but all chairmen were the same, greedy, unprincipled, and cold-blooded. The girl reached for the champagne. She added that there was a possibility that Parker had invited them simply to see what our hero was capable of. Rich people had their quirks and hated to be curious. Lawrence added that there was no need to worry. She would help make a good impression on both the audience and Alex. The reception was at a high level. Pompously dressed guests engaged in leisurely conversations, bolstering their self-confidence with expensive alcohol. Our hero looked around carefully, trying to understand if there were hunters or magicians here, but mostly they were businessmen and their wives. Ain whispered to Yeon-seung that one of the men was the president of the 8 Sciences, and next to him was the president of Kalak. Our hero noted that this information meant nothing to him at all. The girl explained that these were the heads of the most successful companies, and they all belonged to the Parker Group. The guy said, okay, he'll remember them as rich guys. Then someone approached our heroes from behind and asked if Choi Yeon-seung was a hunter in front of him. It was Parker's secretary who said that the boss wanted to talk to him. The man offered to follow him. They moved down the corridor, and it looked very strange. There were guards lined up along the walls on both sides. The bodyguards were asked to wear expensive suits, but their profession was revealed by their facial expressions and, of course, their behavior. The situation began to stress Yeon-seung out. He wondered why there were so many guards, and hunters at that. He guessed this from the characteristic gleam in his eyes. Magic was visible in them. "We're coming here," the secretary said, smiling as they approached the luxurious wrought iron doors. The man suddenly knocked loudly and announced that he had brought hunter Choi Yeon-seung, as the chairman had requested. When our heroes went inside, our hero was quite surprised by what he saw. There were 2 men sitting in the office, and one of them raised his hand and asked to wait a little. He looked like Richard Parker, but much older. He was unhappy and showed the guest that he shouldn't be pulled into a trap, but should just do what he was told. The young man decided to look at Parker with the help of the Constellation vision. This could give a little more information. It was not possible to obtain information. He was an ordinary person, but the level of magical energy that emanated from him indicated that he had no problems with artifacts. The Asian man Alex spoke to said he had no choice but to trust his opinion, and he looked confused. Parker replied that that was all. The man bowed low and thanked the chairman. Ensign used his special vision and saw that his name was Jerry Cooper in the American style, an unawakened hunter strengthened by a contract with a Constellation to C+ rank. It was also written that the man had the Traitor's Mask skill pumped up, which allowed him to hide his true intentions. Already at the door there was a message that the constellations with which the contract was concluded were a traitor holding a poisoned dagger and a demon of contracts and desires. The guy was surprised that the man had made a contract with an evil constellation, not just one, but two at once. Miss Lawrence whispered to Choi Yeon-seung that it was the president of Fisk Food Company. Now the boy knew who their main enemy was. Here the hero became even more puzzled as to why he was able to read information about the traitor. It should have been hidden with the help of a mask. Here he heard the voice of the goddess of laziness, who proudly announced that this was her power. He could have said thank you. Meanwhile, Alex Parker asked why they were still standing, inviting them to sit on the sofa. Our hero simply replied that it was fine. They would sit down. Ayn was scared. Communicating so informally with the chairman was akin to a challenge. While pouring coffee, Parker said that Choi Yeon-seung had recently been named the first star of Kori, and the young man replied that he had heard something like that. Handing the hero a glass, the chairman said that he had called him here to thank him. Parker continued that Yeon-seung not only saved his research facility from an attack by the demon god's minions, but also saved the lives of all of Alex's team's hunters. The guy took a sip of coffee and thought that he really could be thanked for that. Lawrence hoped that everyone had forgotten about Yeon-seung entering the territory illegally. Parker ordered the secretary to bring something they had previously agreed on. He even extended his hand as if the object was already in it. The man rolled out a safe with a glass wall, or rather an armored display case, and the fun began. Behind the glass was a sword of incredible beauty. The young man even stood up from amazement and curiosity. It was an incredibly durable divine sword. The attack power was simply unimaginable. A bunch of skills, including the path of the divine sword. It was inferior to the 9 Heavens Moon sword, but also very good. The guy said that all he knew about the weapon was that it had been used by a Chinese hunter before. The chairman nodded that it was correct. It was his gift in gratitude to the hero. Miss Logans looked at Choi Yeon-seung, making it clear with her whole appearance that he should refuse. As soon as the guy takes the blade in his hands, he will become Alex Parker's puppet. She didn't know how to convey this idea to the hero without words. The guy thought and said that since the chairman had decided to give him the sword, he would gladly accept it. Parker didn't waste any time and replied that he was glad that Yeon-seung liked the gift, but he had a small favor to ask of him. The man said that Dragon Huang was deceiving the young man. Lawrence grabbed her head. He added that Huang is indeed an amazing person, but when it comes to the hero's future, one must be more cool-headed. Alex reached out his hand for the item he expected to receive at the very beginning. Before the sword, it was a huge crystal. He handed it to Choi Yeon-seung and informed him that the core had been obtained 20 years ago using revolutionary purification technology and was 88% pure. When the company invented the technology, it received many offers of cooperation, but refused them all. Parker asked Yeon-seung what he thought happened to that research later. The guy replied that he had no idea. So the man continued that a year later they introduced a technology that could achieve 89% purification. And a little later, they even reached a level of 90%, but these scientific developments did not make them happy. The company went bankrupt. Alex ended by saying that the core was now here, in his hand, and no one could guess what would happen to it tomorrow. The man asked the hero if he understood the hint. Choi Yeon-seung replied that, apparently, they were trying to tell him that he needs to choose a place where he will be appreciated. Parker nodded that he understood correctly. He invited the guy to his place to develop martial arts. He was going to raise a lot of new martial arts users, and they needed a good mentor like our hero. The man concluded that he had appreciated all the advantages of martial arts, and therefore wanted to monopolize them under his leadership, which would bring enormous benefits. As Parker waited for a reaction and sipped his coffee, Yeon-seung thought he seemed suspiciously knowledgeable about the pros and cons of martial arts. Then the secretary approached Alex and said that it was time for the chairman to go. The man replied that it was sad to hear. He stood up and told Yeon-seung that he was not rushing the young man into making a decision. He could think it over carefully before giving a final answer. Our hero walked out of the office with a sword. Miss Lawrence walked at a distance. She was experiencing mixed emotions about what had happened. She approached Choi Yeon-seung with a gloomy face and asked why he decided to defect to another camp. The guy replied that he had never even thought of anything like that. Ain was surprised and reminded him that he had just answered Alex. The young man explained that if he had refused immediately, the negotiations would have ended there, but this way he had gained time. The girl screamed that it was impossible to play games with a person of such a level, but the guy cheerfully said that he wanted to try. Then a message appeared that the kitten was urgently calling Choi Yeon-seung, and the hero became worried that something had happened. The constellation of dreams and desires informed the hero that he should prepare for the battle of the constellations. The hero was surprised that it was so unexpected. He asked who his opponent was, and was told that it was a traitor holding a poisoned dagger. Choi Yeon-seung was glad that the enemy had finally made his move, but he did not understand the reason for such a rush. I had to urgently teleport into the abyss. Fortunately, time flows differently there, and only a few minutes will pass on Earth while the hero is absent. The young man took the form of a constellation and began to understand the settings of the battle. The battle of the constellations needed to be set up correctly. The guy couldn't shake the thought that Jerry Cooper had realized what was going on, which was why he had received such a sudden challenge to a fight. The goddess of laziness calmed him down, saying that it was nothing like that. The traitor was simply angry at him because of the skirmish in the dungeon. The young man asked again why he needed to vent his anger in the arena, but he himself understood that this was the most correct path. It was strange that the traitor chose it. The enemy appeared, and immediately a mechanical voice announced that the battle of the constellations must be fair. All the constellations on Earth act as guarantors. The traitor looked at the statistics of the battles and decided that it was impossible to engage in a frontal attack. It would be advantageous for the unrivaled master of training. A message appeared that the traitor advises the enemy to fight a conspiracy of traitors as a duel. Our hero did not know what it was and was a little puzzled. It turned out that a conspiracy of traitors is a special kind of competition. It is a battle of the constellations, where the winner is determined by the ability to convince the enemy's servants to betray their master. Immediately, reactions from other constellations poured in, accusing the traitor of choosing the most advantageous competition for himself. The next message stated that the traitor had made this battle of the constellations private, so the other constellations would no longer be able to insult him publicly. After this, the enemy arrogantly asked Choi Yeon-seung if he was scared, the hero thought. And then the young man was literally struck by an incredible thought. Incredibly crazy. He suddenly realized that only two people had signed a contract with him directly, Odaigon and Dragon Huang. What is important is that the guy already knew exactly the person who had signed a contract with the traitor himself. Our hero had every chance of winning, so he confirmed his agreement by placing the bloody fortress as a reward. His opponent was perplexed as to how his terms could be agreed to and how such a valuable bet could be made. The demonic constellation thought that it had gotten involved with an idiot who thought that the conspiracy of traitors could be defeated by force, but Yeon-seung was not so simple. The traitor offered a repository of fated relics as his bet. I wonder what was inside. A mechanical voice announced that both constellations had made equal bets, and the agreement for the battle between them had come into force. In case of loss, the bet and the power of the constellation would be lost. Our hero was puzzled. He put up the territory, and the enemy put up the thing. How can such bets be considered equal? But the contract had already been signed. It was too late to complain. The guy decided that the thing was apparently very valuable. Our hero began to look for a more detailed description of the bet made by the traitor. At this time, a portal appeared, and the young man's opponent appeared in it. He said that he was grateful that the challenge was accepted. He laughed and hissed to the side that the betrayal of Yeon-seung's servants was now only a matter of time. The traitor was quite confident in himself, but our hero had no time to think about it. He was returning to his home planet. The Parker mansion was very different from Dragon Huang's house. It was much more modest in appearance and was built in a more traditional style. The man who had spoken to the chairman before Choi Yeon-seung got into the car prepared for him and left the reception. He sat down in the passenger seat and muttered that he wished old Parker would kick the bucket, and the driver replied that they were grateful for his efforts. The car started moving and quickly picked up speed. It moved smoothly along the highway, weaving among the flow of cars. But then the driver had to brake sharply. On a relatively empty section of road, someone's figure appeared in the path of the car. It was a policeman who waved his baton at the driver to stop for inspection. The driver was in no hurry to open the door and get out, continuing to sit in place, so the law enforcement officer gave the appropriate order. To make it more convincing, the policeman added that the speed limit had been significantly exceeded, so the documents should also be taken with you. The man in the back seat asked what was going on, but his subordinates assured him that everything was fine and they would sort out the problem in a few minutes. The security guard got out of the car instead of the driver and shouted to the policeman that they were transporting a high-ranking person who could not be stopped. He was so bold as to put his hand on the policeman's shoulder, which would have been fine if he had been a human, but it was Choi Yeon-seung who was wearing the uniform. The man said in a convincing voice that the boy was making a mistake and that he should immediately state his name, the name of his commander, and his place of residence. Choi Yeon-seung didn't deny it for long. He simply used one of his favorite techniques, the acupuncture block. The officer in the suit lost muscle tone and simply collapsed on the road. Choi Yeon-seung did not wait for him to recover and pulled the car door. Once in the car, the hero ordered the driver to move, and he himself continued to cover his face so that the president of the food corporation would not recognize him. But his incognito remained even after the guy took off his cap. The man absolutely did not remember the face. He began to yell that the consequences of the kidnapping would be catastrophic. The passenger asked what he needed. Money, he had plenty of it. And anyway, the hunters would soon figure everything out and destroy the kidnapper. Choi Yeon-seung began to tire of the amount of noise, and with one movement of his hand he put up a block, preventing the man from speaking. The man raised his hands to his face. He expressed indignation with gestures, since he could not make a single sound. Choi Yeon-seung leaned over to the driver and ordered him to drive, otherwise he would have an extra hole in his body. The car slowly moved along the alley. For some reason the road became completely empty and deserted. Soon the urban landscapes were finally replaced by suburban ones, but no other cars appeared on the road. Finally, our hero ordered to park on the side of some forest. The driver stopped the car. The next second, the guy used his signature blocking acupuncture strike on him. Next, the servant of 2 demonic constellations received a blow. He tried to intercept the hero's hand, but did not have time. And this is good, because with a new blow, the young man returned his ability to speak. The man simply asked what was required of him. Choi Yeon-seung asked without preamble why he betrayed his co-star and signed a contract with another. The president of the food corporation became nervous and asked how he knew about this and whether a traitor had sent the guy. Yeon-seung shook his head, and the man suggested that it was a demon of contracts and orders, but that version didn't work either. Our hero brought his face closer and slowly said that he had come here to recruit a servant for his master. The young man added that the constellation is called the Invincible God of Training. He strongly advises against refusing him. Sweat began to pour down the man's face. He repeated the name of the god as if tasting it. His expression became completely absent. Then he asked what kind of constellation it was, and received the answer that it was very strong and amazing. Yeon-seung added that on top of everything else, the man simply has no other choice. If he refuses, his master will kill the man's constellation, whoever it may be. The fat man thought that since our hero knew that he served 2 constellations, his master must be very strong. He decided to trust the invincible god of training. Choi Yeon-seung felt a surge of energy, and a mechanical voice informed him that his essence power had increased. The guy added that killers might come, so for a while he would take care of his master's new ward. The car started moving. The man panicked. He had to get into such trouble, sign a contract with 3 constellations at once. Then the young man received a call from an unknown number on his phone, and out of curiosity he decided to answer. After asking to stop, the guy got out of the car, and an unfamiliar voice asked if Choi Yeon-seung wanted to take everything that Dragon Hwan had. Our hero raised an eyebrow in surprise. He didn't expect the traitor's minions to be so stupid as to call him. The guy even became cheerful. His deception was successful. No one even suspected that the constellation and the avatar were one and the same person. But in fact, the only official avatar of the unrivaled god of training is Choi Yeon-seung, which is why the traitor started with him. The double game was bearing fruit. It was incredibly pleasant to realize that even the cunning traitor did not sense the catch. The phone continued to pour out assurances that in order to take possession of all the dragon's riches, very little was needed, the barest of things. To stop wasting time, Choi Yeon-seung replied that his master had asked him to tell him that the Battle of the Constellations was over. The traitor smiled and asked our hero to stop bluffing. He clarified whether the invincible god of training really asked him to say that. At this time, a mechanical voice announced that the invincible god of training had officially declared his victory in the battle. According to the rules of the constellations, which all the constellations have sworn to abide by, the invincible god is declared the winner, which is confirmed by all the witnesses. Choi Yeon-seung joyfully raised his hand up. The traitor also saw the message that the Battle of the Constellations was over. He shouted in rage that he did not understand how the enemy managed to do this. The demon tried to understand how he could lose in a battle in which he had no equal, the rules of which he himself had established. At this time, our hero decided to visit his possessions in the abyss and went straight to the Fortress of Blood. He also took his reward there. It was impossible to drag the mysterious vault to Earth. Immediately, a mechanical voice announced that the ownership rights to the artifact, the fated relic repository, were being transferred to him. The chest was small but quite heavy. Choi Yeon-seung thought that there was no need to rush to open it. While he was looking at the winnings, a message appeared that his place in the ranking had become 125th. The guy was outraged. He did not expect that the opponent was so weak. At this time, the traitor continued to wonder how our hero managed to defeat him and rise in the rankings. The constellation began to understand that somehow the boy could determine who was who and what was what, and asked Yeon-seung about it point blank. The young man said that he was not obligated to answer, and snapped his fingers to close the communication portal with the defeated enemy. He glanced around his territory and remembered that he hadn't checked on Odaigon and the orcs for a long time. Well, what can I say? The bloody abyss was indescribably transformed, vegetables grew in neat rows on the field, and local residents, happy with life, worked in the beds. The orcs happily picked green onions and chatted, one telling the other that the smell of sweat calmed him down. It was hard to believe that there had once been a terrible bloody fortress on this site. Everything was blooming and prospering. Odaigon had really done his best. The only thing that surprised our hero a little was that the orcs were plowing with axes. Apparently this was part of the training. Noticing that the Lord had arrived, the monsters straightened their backs and joyfully greeted our hero. Soon, subjects began to come running from all over to greet their master, Choi Yeon-seung. The guy suggested that it was probably not easy to achieve such success, to which the orcs unanimously stated that they received great pleasure from such training. The monsters' eyes literally lit up. They said that they wanted to work even harder, cultivate more land, grow more vegetables and grain. Our hero did not believe that bloodthirsty monsters could transform into diligent and hard-working peasants. Even the orcs began to look quite cute. Their facial expressions changed. They became relaxed and joyful. Choi Yeon-seung decided not to disappoint their expectations and joyfully shouted that he was giving them permission to cultivate more land, train more, and everything else. Looking at the collected greens, the guy was already thinking that it would be nice to try to cook something from them. At this time, a huge orc ran up to him and fell to his knees. He said that he wanted to take an oath at the cost of his honor and life. It was the once formidable Garagoncha. Yeon-seung asked what was the matter, and Garagoncha said that he wanted to raise animals, but did not even hope that the master would be so generous as to allow him to do so. Choi Yeon-seung asked what he meant, something like a hydra, for example, to which the orc replied that no, Odaigon told them that goblins raised livestock for food. Our hero realized that the orcs wanted to breed chickens, cows, and the like, and it seemed to him that the idea was not so absurd. The guy promised to get a couple of animals and pass them on to his subordinates, and Garagonchi's joy knew no bounds. The orcs rejoiced and shouted that their master's generosity was boundless, and they swore eternal loyalty to him. Our hero decided to store the chest he won in battle in the temple he bought from a traveling merchant as a training hall. Right at the threshold, the young man suddenly felt a strong desire to open the vault and see what was inside. Choi Yeon-seung tossed the box up, wondering how to open it. But in the lives of constellations, many things happen by themselves. A message appeared that the seal on the relic storage was removed. Inside was an amulet containing the sacred power of the elf of ambitious light. What a strange coincidence. Sacred objects were created specifically for the servants of the constellations to bestow upon them the power of a deity. These were artifacts, but incredibly powerful ones. Our hero could not understand where the traitor got the item, endowed with the power of an elf, because the ambitious one was a rather strong constellation. Then the thought occurred to him that the followers of the constellations could be quite irresponsible. Most likely the artifact was simply stolen from one of them. Choi Yeon-seung also remembered that the temple behind him belonged to the elf of ambition and light, which was doubly strange. The young man decided to take the necklace and do something with the temple territory, because now it became available to the orcs if they used the elf's power. Remembering that he needed to buy cattle on Earth, the hero thought about money and decided to check how many soul stones he had. There was a decent amount in the account, although the trader did not transfer anything. The other constellations were generous in their gifts after the duel. Our hero decided to return the soul stones that the virtuous goddess of Libra had given him. She was already short of money. Choi Yeon-seung was eager to give the orcs a building to train in, and he needed to think about how best to organize this issue. The already familiar to us traveling merchant selling destinies immediately appeared and asked what the hero was looking for. Now the young man could see the true nature of people and objects, so he asked the merchant if he was the same gotcha that everyone was scolding. The goddess of laziness was surprised that this guy was still around. Choi Yeon-seung asked if she knew, and the girl replied that she wasn't too close. She explained that she was sure that Gotcha had retired because he had made too many enemies. The guy asked if the merchant was selling illegal goods, and the goddess replied that he had no need for that. He had a normal business. Our hero remembered the last deal and decided that this time everything should go well. He approached the man with a question about what he could offer him, but only in such a way as not to throw money down the drain. A traveling merchant selling fates advised buying a box of middle-class chaos servants that he had just received. Choi Yeon-seung objected that he was looking for a building, to which the man replied that why look for a building if you can buy servants who will build at least a dozen structures. For some reason, our hero didn't think about this. He decided that it was a very reasonable idea. It was strange that it hadn't occurred to him before. The goddess of laziness called her successor and said that even the idea of orcs becoming farmers and raising livestock sounded stupid. Maybe it was not worth wasting time and money. The hero replied that they were already cultivating the beds. Why not build a farm? The goddess thought that the invincible god of training achieves everything he wants. It's incredible. She looked at how happy the orcs were living in the former bloody fortress and appreciated Jansen's style of governance and his incredible strength. Then the young man looked at the price and hesitated a little. He told the merchant that the price was a little high. Explaining that he had decided to buy a box of servants but was experiencing some financial difficulties, the guy asked for a discount. The traveling merchant was taken aback by such a request and asked how a constellation that had just won the Battle of the Constellations could ask for a discount. Our hero replied that he only had 7,700 of the required 10,000 for the box. A message appeared that the traveling merchant was shocked by such shamelessness, but as an exception, this time he would make concessions. With a familiar movement, Choi Yeon-seung closed the dialogue portal. The box was in his hands. It was time to open it. Bright rays of magical light were shining from under the lid. It seemed that the box really did hide something very interesting. The guy had to put her down on the ground. Holding such power in his hands was not easy even for the invincible god of training. Soon, instead of rays of light, some kind of steam or smoke began to pour out of the box. It gradually thickened, acquiring a more distinct form. Our hero had to lift his head up to see the creature that eventually materialized. It was a golem of a wonderful mountain, so huge that Choi Yeon-seung looked like a Lego figure in comparison. The kitten immediately suggested naming the golem Rocky, but the boy replied that even the most devoted servant would curse him for such a name. Laughing, the young man said that he would call the golem the Heavenly King Pagoda Guardian. He explained to the servant that this meant that he would indeed become a heavenly king guarding the pagoda. A message appeared that the new servant was deeply touched by the beauty and deep meaning of the name bestowed upon him. Choi Yeon-seung asked the heavenly king, the guardian of the pagoda, what skills he possessed, and in response he heard that the golem could control stones. This made his master very happy, and he asked if the orc servant would teach him how to build buildings from stones. The golem was stunned and asked if Choi Yeon-seung really wanted him to train the orcs, since these creatures were completely unteachable. The guy replied that yes, he wanted to. Let him see how well they had mastered agriculture in his fields. After giving orders to all his minions in the abyss, our hero returned to Earth with a clear conscience and went to a cafe on the territory of the Ikaros base. He sat down at the table and began to listen to what the manager, that is, Miss Lawrence, would tell him. The first thing, the girl congratulated him on receiving the B rank. Ain was surprised that he did not express any joy about this, to which the hero replied that with age you stop being happy about promotions. It was very strange to hear this from a man who looked so young, so Lawrence smiled. The manager also reported that there was a new request for a match. This news made our hero much happier, but he continued to calmly drink from the glass. The girl showed him statistics of singles sports fights and said that this time she would understand if the guy refused to fight with such an opponent. She explained that she would have to compete with the avatar of the Elf of Ambitious Light. It seemed that they simply wanted to get revenge on Yeon-seung for Maximilian's defeat. The dossier stated that the opponent's name was Christopher Winter. He had only recently received B rank, so he was not yet included in the rating. Lawrence added that the fight was only recently offered, so she can safely refuse it. Choi Yeon-seung replied that he intended to agree, since another victory would only be a plus for him. The manager did not share his self-confidence, and when she heard that the guy intended to use the match to promote not himself, but martial arts, she was even more surprised. According to the plan that had just matured in his head, before the fight the hero would announce what skill he planned to use in the arena, use it, and people would be delighted with martial arts. He asked the girl what she would say, and she replied that everything was okay, except that someone might analyze his skills. The guy was upset. He hadn't thought of anything like that, so he asked if Lawrence could do something about it. The beauty replied that she would prepare everything that was needed, but she was almost certain that in the end, he would not listen to her. Lawrence added that he won't be able to train alone, but maybe he has someone worthy in mind. Choi Yeon-seung smiled and replied that of course he had such a person, not just worthy, but worthy. The next morning before dawn, the young man went to Ikaros's training hall. Elizabeth Gutierrez was already there when she heard the request to help with the training and was extremely happy. The young man explained that this was not just training, but a duel that would be filmed and then used in an advertising video. The huntress agreed. They went into the ring to avoid wasting time on useless chatter. Both preferred training to any entertainment. Taking her huge sword and assuming a fighting stance, the girl asked the hero to look at her more closely. A lot of time was devoted to martial arts. Elizabeth was in no hurry to close the distance, and Choi Yeon-seung thought that the girl considered him too strong to fight in close combat. He asked if Gutierrez was going to come closer, to which he received the answer that if he needed to, he should come himself. Yeon-seung laughed at this angry attitude, so he agreed that he would do everything himself if necessary. He moved closer in one leap and tried to strike, but the girl managed to block it with her sword. She immediately tried to attack, but missed. The enemy was much faster. No matter how hard Elizabeth tried, she was unable to make it in time. Gutierrez was also able to block Yeon-seung's next attack, but almost flew back from the force of the push. The girl decided that she needed to come to her senses and start using magic, for example, to strengthen the blade with it. Elizabeth used the Earthslice spell, which was so powerful that if Choi Yeon-seung hadn't dodged it, he would have become two halves of Choi Yeon-seung. The hero hasn't had a worthy opponent for a long time, and now he's literally in a frenzy, ready for the next blow with Kai. Gutierrez's magic and Yeon-seung's martial arts clashed several meters away from the battle participants, making for a breathtaking spectacle. When the girl's next attack failed, she decided that she had too little resources for magic, and it was time to use martial arts again. Elizabeth put all her strength into the sword strike, the blade glowing blue, showing that she had oh so much strength. When the sword was a few centimeters from the young man's face, he realized that it was time to defend himself. The girl really turned out to be the most worthy of worthy opponents. The young man had no choice but to simply grab the blade of the sword with both hands and stop it. Gutierrez was stunned. The blow was very powerful, and he simply stopped the sword with his fingers at the very tip of his nose. Smiling, the guy praised his clan colleague. He really admired her rapid progress in martial arts and her enormous physical strength, but most of all, her persistence in training. Elizabeth understood that now he would let go of her blade and a counterattack would follow. She had to try to avoid it, or at least group herself. But she didn't have time to group herself. Choi Yeon-seung kicked her with such force that the sword simply flew off to the side. Its owner flew off in the other direction, Her jaw crunched suspiciously. Although the blow hit the body, a message appeared that the inside of the world was turned off. Our heroes went to the restroom to discuss the battle and catch their breath. They had a lot to talk about. Gutierrez sat down on the sofa and clutched her head, exclaiming that she was sure that this time victory was hers. Choi Yeon-seung drank water and was worried that the girl was very upset. He tried to somehow cheer her up. The guy remembered how happy and confident the girl was in the morning and wanted to return this mood to her. To do this fairly, it was necessary to evaluate the progress in numbers. Using the vision of the constellation, the hero looked at Gutierrez's stats. All of her stats, especially her strength, had increased greatly, and her sword skill had gone from basic F to advanced B. She had really done a great job in training. The hero said that her martial art had risen to B rank. Was all Elizabeth did was eat and train. The huntress laughed that was exactly it, wondering how he knew. The girl became cheerful and asked how long it took to practice martial arts to develop the skill of insight. The guy didn't answer, but thought that she had hit the nail on the head. Elizabeth sighed. A message appeared that she was filled with respect for the hero, but was hiding it for the sake of her own pride. The guy didn't expect that such information would now be available to him. He appreciated all the advantages of being a strong constellation. The heroes were having fun and joking when suddenly an unfamiliar voice came from the door and asked if Choi Yeon-seung was there. Turning around, the young man saw an elf who was indeed dressed like an elf from some fantasy book or game. The goddess explained that this is a mortal who has made a contract with the constellation of the Elf of Ambitious Light. He just likes cosplay. The man who entered extended his hand and asked permission to introduce himself. His name was Christopher. Janssen asked if he had permission to enter. After all, this was Icaros's private territory. The guy tensed up and said that he didn't have permission, but if they were fellow hunters, were bureaucratic formalities really necessary? Our hero began to get angry and asked if this meant that Christopher was one of those who believed that hunters could do anything. Christopher shouted that he would never allow himself to do such a thing. He is a nobleman, and this is not in his rules. Choi Yeon-seung replied that there is no nobility in America. The young man shouted that it was true. He was an earl, a nobleman from the United Kingdom. Our hero replied that everything was fine, but what was a hunter from Great Britain doing here? To which Gutierrez explained that the United Kingdom was now ruled by a demonic constellation. Christopher pretended to be offended and then said that Choi Yeon-seung could start celebrating right now. The guy pointed his finger at the hero and added that his master wanted to see the young man as his servant. Choi Yeon-seung was not prepared for this turn of events. All he could squeeze out was a request to repeat it again. Christopher decided that our hero could not believe that he had been given such an honor, so he began to praise the owner and himself at the same time. Choi Yeon-seung said that he already has a master, an unrivaled god of training. Why doesn't that stop anyone from making such proposals? Christopher threw up his hands and said that it did not matter to his master. Our hero asked whether he should betray his constellation now or how they saw it. The count, or the one who wants to be a count, said that one can be a servant of 2 constellations, if each of them agrees to it. Our hero replied that he was not at all sure about this, and asked why the elf was willing to go so far. The answer surprised both Gutierrez and Janssen himself. Christopher said that it was because of all the hero's previous battles. It turned out that the elf closely watched almost every step of the young man in duels and in everyday life. Hearing that the constellation liked the aesthetics of his fight, Choi Yeon-seung thought that it was logical. Because he had been honing his art for 10,000 years, this is no joke. It was no surprise that the Elf of Light, who valued beauty, appreciated him. But what could he offer our hero in return? That was the question. The goddess of laziness whispered that there is no useless power from the constellations. Choi Yeon-seung replied that he agreed. Christopher was happy, as if he had received a Christmas present ahead of schedule. Here the guy remembered his manners and his pompous image and added that it was impossible to sign a contract right now. Janssen first needed to demonstrate his beauty in battle. The fight was scheduled for the near future. Our hero remembered this, but he had no idea what it meant to show off his beauty, and Elizabeth didn't have the slightest idea about this either. The hero assumed that this might mean beating the enemy half to death, as he always did. Gutenberg replied that it looked like it.